Madman of the Sword Chapter 2166 to Chapter 2249. Flame runes flashed around his body. Each of them was mysterious and emitted a terrifying power. On the other side, Frost King also used her bloodline. A blue snowflake appeared between her eyebrows, and the power of ice in her body became even more terrifying. Even the kings who were watching from afar were trembling, and their faces were pale. This aura was twice as strong as before. Everyone was shocked. This bloodline power was too terrifying. It could actually multiply one's attacks. It's over. That kid is dead for sure, that's right. Unless he also has bloodline power, he won't be able to fight back. What a pity. The treasure will belong to the first prince. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people thought that Lin Xian couldn't fight against Spirit Fire King and Frost King who had used their bloodline power. Go to hell, brat, Spirit Fire King roared and punched out. The terrifying fist tore through the void and smashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless hellfire gathered, forming a huge flaming door in front of him. Pong, however, in the next moment, the flaming door was smashed into pieces by the fist. Lin Xian stepped forward and used demonic dragon 8 parts to dodge the terrifying fist. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. Spirit Fire King's voice was cold. You have no chance of fighting back after using your bloodline power. Kid, this is the difference between us. With bloodline power, we are the favorites of heaven and earth. We are invincible. Frost King also attacked mercilessly. She was like an ice queen who wanted to suppress everything in the world. In her jade-like hand, ice formed on her body, and she waved it forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, cold wind blew, and the air was filled with a terrifying icy aura. In the sky, Lin Xian's sword chi was all frozen, and then fell to the ground, creating countless craters. This is the difference between us. Your attacks are completely useless against the power of our bloodline. Unless you have bloodline power, you have no right to fight against us. Spirit Fire King snorted. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't have the power of a bloodline, but what I have, you don't have either. At this point, he let out an angry roar. The great dragon sword spirit in his body suddenly erupted. Then, a sharp sword wave surged from his body, connecting heaven and earth, and spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's aura also became incomparably strong in an instant. So powerful, this guy's strength had also increased. How could this be? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? The mighty figures in the distance were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King sensed the change in aura. Their pupils shrank as well. Stronger, the other party's aura had also become stronger. Just like them, he had become incomparably powerful, far stronger than before. But how was that possible? They had become stronger because of their bloodline power. When they unleashed their bloodline power, their battle prowess would increase exponentially. However, what right did the other party have? The other party did not possess any bloodline power, so how could his battle prowess have increased? They simply could not understand. If you can't figure it out, then go to hell and figure it out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung his sword, and a terrifying flaming sword slashed down crazily. At the same time, his palm moved, and a thunderous palm slapped towards Frost King. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Boom, boom. Boom, Spiritual Fire King and Frost King counterattacked, resisting the terrifying sword chi and thunderous palm. Then, they roared, damn brat, go to hell. The two of them were really angry. Could it be that they couldn't defeat the other party after unleashing their bloodline power? They didn't believe it, so they attacked fiercely. Their fists were extremely red. This was the terrifying bloodline power. Together with the towering flames, it was definitely terrifying. Boom, the fist was like a sun that appeared in the sky. On the other side, Frost King also struck out with her jade-like hand. Her jade-like hand contained a terrifying bloodline power. It was like the hand of the ice goddess. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian had completely exploded. He held the sword in one hand and slashed towards Spiritual Fire King. His other hand was clenched into a fist and punched towards Frost King. Boom! The sword chi slashed open the fiery fist, and Lin Xian's fist pushed back the icy palm. When the people saw this scene, they were all stunned. Some of the older generation people even exclaimed, "Heavens, isn't his physique a little too strong? He dares to fight against an expert with bloodline power barehanded, and he's not even injured. How did he do it? I've only seen such a physique on the Golden Lion King." But the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. Where did this brat come from? These people were all crazy. The craziest ones were Spiritual Fire King and Frost King. They had unleashed their bloodline power, and were originally confident that they could crush the other party with a raise of their hands. The other party didn't expect that they couldn't suppress the other party. In fact, they were even suppressed by the other party. This drove them crazy. Damn it! Fire Spirit Divine Fist. Spiritual Fire King roared. His fists surged crazily, and like meteors, they smashed forward. Frost Seal, between heaven and earth, the air was filled with icy aura. Then, a mysterious palm fell from the sky, holding an ancient seal, and suppressed Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, there would be clanging sounds, and the space was completely frozen. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were really angry. At this moment, not only did they unleash their bloodline power, but they also unleashed powerful martial skills. Kill, Lin Xian roared as well, and his killing intent sword. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the fiery sword chi gathered, and a black sword light swept across the world. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian's Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword had improved, and it was much stronger than before. Therefore, when he unleashed it now, the weather changed. Boom! Boom, boom! After an intense collision, Spiritual Fire King roared. He was hit by 2 sword chis, and blood gushed out. There was even a place where his bones were exposed. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too terrifying, and it made his soul tremble. On the other side, Frost King was also hit by a sword chi. She was sent flying, and she vomited blood. Her delicate face turned incomparably pale. Lin Xian quickly unleashed the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight with the other 2. He didn't have any other moves, because he wanted to improve his sword skills in such an extreme battle. After all, the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword was a heaven-class sword skill, and it was hard to cultivate normally. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were rare opponents, so he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom! The Chaotic Sky Destroyer sword in his hand was even more powerful. Lord Tianshuang and Lord Spiritual Fire roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Just then, Lord Spiritual Fire released 400 streaks of sword light. Each of them was filled with chaotic sword chi. Ah, Lord Spiritual Fire roared and waved his hands. His bloodline power exploded and turned into a sea of red fire, blocking the 400 streaks of sword light. At the same time, he retreated quickly. Wang, after pushing Lord Spiritual Fire back, Lin Xian used Demonic Dragon's 8 parts and appeared in front of Lord Tianshuang. He slashed down with his demonic sword. Streaks of chaotic sword chi fell from the sky. Boom! Boom, boom! It was as if countless dragons were flying down from the sky. They broke through the void and pressed down on Lord Tianshuang. Lord Tianshuang's face changed instantly. Her delicate face became ferocious. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that she could not react in time. It was impossible for her to escape now. She gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline power, preparing to fight back. Ice God's Wall. Heaven Frost King quickly formed a seal. The ice field vibrated and formed 8 blue ice walls around her. Each one was hundreds of feet tall and towered into the sky. The 8 blue ice walls shone with runes and gave off a mysterious aura. The 8 ice walls were like mysterious ice mountains. They blocked in front of Lord Tianshuang and surrounded her. After using this mystique, Lord Tianshuang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an ice armor appeared on her body. She did not believe that Lin Xian could break through her ice god's wall. Boom, in the next moment, the terrifying demonic sword landed on the ice walls. Suddenly, the ground shook and a cold wind blew. Frost started to fall from the sky. Crack, crack. Crack, cracks began to appear on one of the gigantic ice walls. The cracks quickly spread until the entire ice wall was completely cracked. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. No, Lord Tianchuang roared and spat out blood again. She was hurt by this attack and was sent flying. However, she waved her hand and the remaining 7 ice walls started to spin again. However, she had underestimated Lin Xian's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had appeared beside her, so the ice wall had lost its effect. Damn it, seeing this scene, the Spirit Fire King in the distance roared and rushed over madly. He had already healed his injuries, but he did not expect that his sister would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Brat, if you dare to touch my sister, I'll tear you to shreds, Peng. However, just as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand fell at the same time. Instantly, the attack landed on Frost King's stomach. Frost King spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. Her delicate body was like a shooting star, smashing down heavily. Boom! Boom! Dust rose from the great earth below, the great earth cracking apart. 4,000 li long cracks appeared, and they were still continuously extending. The pupils of the King Almighty's thousands of miles away shrank when they saw this scene, and all of them were extremely terrified. To be honest, they had never dreamed that such a scene would occur. This was because they knew how terrifying Frost King and the Spirit Fire King with their bloodline powers were. However, Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations and understanding. Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, the Spirit Fire King roared madly. This was because he realized that Lin Xian had sent his sister flying. He rushed over madly, his eyes red, and his body filled with killing intent. It turned into a killing sword, piercing through the surroundings. Boom, Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. At this moment, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand suddenly exploded. He had used the first killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Boom, a huge sword chi descended from the sky and struck Spirit Fire King's body, sending him flying. The armor on his body shattered instantly, and a terrifying sword mark appeared in front of him, almost cutting him in half. The spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was quickly sucked out like water. He did not expect that the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword would consume so much energy. Especially this killing move, it had used up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Whoosh, he sucked hard, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 10,000 miles quickly gathered towards him. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. Even the Almighty Kings were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. 5,000 miles away, the Spirit Fire King stopped and roared into the sky. His body was almost cut in half. His body was a blur, and blood flowed wildly. The mountains and rivers below were also destroyed mercilessly. Shock, fear, humiliation, anger, and all sorts of emotions revolved in the Spirit Fire King's heart, making him crazy. In the next moment, he took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he used his cultivation technique to temporarily suppress his injuries, and the bloodline power in his body burst out. Crazy, he had really gone crazy. No matter what price he had to pay, he would kill his opponent today. Therefore, in the next moment, fierce flames erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom, on the other side, a figure quickly flew up from the ground. It was the Frost King. She had been hit by Lin Xian earlier, and there were 3 sword holes on her body. Although she had temporarily suppressed her injuries, her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. You are the first person to force us into such a desperate situation, the Spirit Fire King gritted his teeth, and his voice was filled with killing intent. However, it is impossible for you to kill us. As he spoke, he flew closer and closer to Frost King. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The powerful kings in the distance were also confused. What was going on? The Frost King and the Spirit Fire King still wanted to fight, but this should not be the case. They were both heavily injured, and it seemed like they could not even use half of their combat strength. How could they be Lin Xian's match in such a situation? After all, they could not even defeat him when they were at their peak. Now that they were heavily injured, how could they turn the tables? Why was he not running away? They could not understand. Could it be that he still had some trump cards? That's right, they still had some trump cards. Soon, these people were stunned. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King were close to each other, and their bloodline powers were beginning to merge. Kid, I will let you see our final killing move. No one can stop our final killing move, and you are no exception. You will be killed. I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation we have suffered. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King gritted their teeth, and their bloodline powers quickly exploded, merging in the air. Buzz, their king domains intertwined in the air, and the power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura exploded. Buzz, their king domains intertwined in the sky. The power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. What? Ice and fire fused, their bloodline powers were actually able to fuse. In the distance, the King Realm experts were stunned. What was going on? It was impossible. Ice and fire were two completely opposite powers. How could they fuse together? But now, it was happening in front of them. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his eyes flickered. He did not expect the other party to possess such ability. But soon after, he sneered. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. He had the hellfire and sea god's ice, but he could only let them coexist. He could not fuse them. But the two in front of him could fuse them together. They must have some secret technique. If he could get it, he might be able to increase the power of his ice and fire. In front of him, the two's aura burst out again. Their bloodline powers had finished fusing. An ice and fire domain circled in the sky, releasing a terrifying power. Brat, take our strongest attack. Ice and Fire, Spirit Fire King and Frost King roared as they attacked together. Their king domains quickly slashed out a beam of ice and fire, a mysterious power surged. It was both cold and hot. The two completely opposite auras merged into one. It was like a beam of divine light descending from the sky towards Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. Even the King Realm experts thousands of miles away knelt on the ground. They could not take it. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He too felt a great threat. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed out the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword again. Demon Seal. It was the same killer move as before. This time, Lin Xian was even more familiar with it. Countless sword chi flashed and formed a huge net. It seemed to be able to seal the world. Boom, the two collided. But in the end, the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword was stronger and sealed the beam of ice and fire. It could actually seal it. This was impossible. What kind of sword technique was he using? How could it be stronger than our combined attack? Spirit Fire King and Frost King were both stunned. They didn't dare to look at him. This was their strongest trump card, a powerful killing move formed by the fusion of their bloodlines. Even pinnacle mighty figures couldn't resist it. However, the other party actually managed to block it. What kind of swordsmanship was that? They had no chance to find out because Lin Xian had sealed the light of ice and fire. Then, he stretched out his palms and turned them into two green dragons. In an instant, Spirit Fire King and Frost King were bound and sealed. Loud and clear dragon roars were heard. Spirit Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces were ashen. They did not have much energy left. There was no way he could withstand Lin Xian's attacks. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that although they were bound, the other party did not take their lives. What was going on, the two of them couldn't understand. But in the next moment, the world spun and they fainted. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian sealed the two of them, knocked them unconscious, and threw them into the black earth. He didn't kill them immediately because he had his own plans. These two people were still useful to him, so he kept them for now. What's going on? What about Spirit Fire King and Frost King? Could it be that they were killed? The people in the distance were shocked because Lin Xian's movements were too fast. Many of them didn't see it clearly. However, thinking about it, they were probably dead. With Lin Xian's terrifying means, the two of them would definitely be killed. in the next moment, Lin Xian turned around and looked around coldly. Then, he said in a deep voice. What? You want to attack me too? There was a trace of cold killing intent in his voice. Instantly, the kings who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva and felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even ran away. What a joke! Who would dare to attack him? Didn't they see that the powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were defeated? Making a move against him now was truly an act of seeking death. In an instant, everyone left and didn't dare to get close. However, some of them secretly called for more people. Although they couldn't defeat him, they didn't believe that he was invincible with more than 10 or 20 of them attacking together. However, these people had all left quietly and no one dared to appear in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and left in a flash. However, the news of this battle spread like wildfire. Those princes who weren't here heard about it and all of them gasped. They didn't even believe it. They knew how powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were. How could they be defeated? However, as more and more people spread the news, they had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, when the first prince heard about it, he was furious. He roared in anger. He didn't expect that his two elite subordinates couldn't defeat Lin Xian even when they worked together. It was really unexpected. Damn it, where was the Golden Lion King? He told him about Lin Xian and asked the Golden Lion King to kill him. On the other side, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others had all heard about it. The eighth prince was naturally happy. He then led his men to the location of the battle. The third prince's face was gloomy. Even Spirit Fire King and Frost King had been defeated. The Dark King that he sent must have been killed. Damn brat, looks like I have to do it myself. The third prince also decided to lead a large group of people to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight against his entire team. However, when they arrived, they found that Lin Xian had already left. This made them go crazy. However, the third prince believed that Lin Xian couldn't have escaped far. Therefore, they started a crazy search in the surrounding 100,000 miles. The Golden Lion King also arrived. He descended like a god of war. He then looked at the battlefield and snorted. Brat, you can't escape. He then flew into the sky and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian had already left. He found a mountain range and hid. Then, he entered the Black Earth. In front of the third prince were two powerhouses who were tied up. Lin Xian sneered and walked over. Spirit Fire King and Frost King had already woken up. When they saw Lin Xian walking towards them, they screamed. Damn brat, let us go, you dare to touch us. You're dead, you still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you don't understand your situation. He looked at the two of them, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. What do you want? The two of them felt their hair stand on end. What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. You came to kill me. What do you think I want? Naturally, I'll kill you. Why? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Also, let me tell you something. I'm very interested in your fusion of ice and fire. What? Hearing this, the two's pupils shrank. Damn brat, you dare to target us? They were furious. Previously, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and steal Lin Xian's energy. They did not expect that not only did they fail, but they also became prey. How ironic, dream on, we won't tell you. Frost King snorted. I don't need you to tell me, I'll get it myself. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Your eyes. When Spirit Fire King and Frost King saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. In the next moment, they screamed and their eyes became blurry. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, he retracted his gaze. Plop, the two in front of him fell down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. He waved his hand and hellfire appeared, burning the two to ashes. In the following time, he began to study the fusion of ice and fire. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He waved his hand and a strange energy appeared in his hand. Lin Xian was delighted. He looked at the ball of fire and ice in his hand and smiled. Ever since he was strengthened by hellfire and ice, he could not fuse his heart. But now, it seemed that he had succeeded again. The energy after the fusion of ice and fire had multiplied. It had completely surpassed the power of hellfire and sea god's ice. Brat, the 8th prince's men are here. At this moment, He-Tu reminded him. The 8th prince had finally found his way here. Lin Xian raised his head. He was not surprised that the 8th prince could find him, because he still had 3 trump jade tokens in his possession. They could form a weak connection with the 8th prince. He thought that the 8th prince would find him sooner or later. Moreover, he had not moved for the past 3 days. Little Lin, be careful. I wonder what the 8th prince's attitude is. At the side, the dark red divine dragon reminded him. According to my deduction, the 8th prince is not a person who is greedy for treasures. His main goal should be to become the crown prince. Therefore, I guessed that he wouldn't do anything to me. Instead, he would protect me. Lin Xian's guess was correct. When he left the Black Earth and went outside to meet up with the 8th prince and the others, Lin Xian was shocked. The 8th prince was overjoyed. Then, he quickly expressed his intentions. He decided to protect Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Don't worry, 8th prince, with me here, you will definitely become the crown prince. Brother Lin, do you have any good plans? The 8th prince asked. He had also heard of Lin Xian's battle achievements. This was definitely a formidable battle strength. With Lin Xian's support, the position of crown prince was just around the corner. The mighty figures around the 8th prince, including Daoist Long and Lord of the Underworld, were all looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. They were nervous. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful when he first came in, he was still lacking compared to the elite mighty figures. At that time, they did not take a young junior seriously. But now, in less than a month, which was more than 20 days, Lin Xian's cultivation had soared. He had far surpassed them. This made them very emotional. They also knew that a peerless genius like Lin Xian was definitely rare. Perhaps only someone like the Golden Lion King could be compared to him. Moreover, there were historical records of such a freak in ancient times. In ancient times, there was someone who became a saint at the age of 30 and became an unparalleled saint. There was someone who created a supreme sword technique in his 20s. There was an even more heaven-defying legend. There was someone who established a sect at the age of 18 and his strength was boundless. Time was not a limit for the peerless geniuses. Those peerless geniuses were often able to stand out when they were young and reach heights that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. There was no doubt that Lin Xian was also such a freak. Lin Xian naturally did not know what these people were thinking. After hearing the 8th prince's words, he thought for a while and said, I have decided to take action against the 3rd prince. Take action against the 3rd prince. Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned. The mighty figures behind him were also shocked. If they were in Lin Xian's shoes, they would probably take the safer approach to protect themselves. However, Lin Xian wanted to take the initiative to attack the other princes. Moreover, Lin Xian chose one of the 3 strongest princes. I have 2 reasons. Lin Xian explained. First, it is my own reason. The 3rd prince has tried to kill me many times and even spread the news to make everyone my enemy. Since he is trying to get rid of me, it is impossible for me not to be angry and not take action against him. Moreover, in the battle for the position of crown prince, your main opponents are the 3rd prince and the 1st prince. The other princes are not a threat to you. As for the 1st prince and the 3rd prince, the 1st prince is the strongest. Therefore, if you want the position of crown prince, you have to take action against the 3rd prince. Only by taking care of the 3rd prince will you be qualified to challenge the 1st prince. Yes, that is what I am thinking. The 8th prince closed the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. Then, I will take action against the 3rd prince. I think you should know that all of us princes have trump cards that can save our lives. In other words, when our lives are threatened, we will be automatically teleported out. Although we will not be killed in the end, we will lose the battle for the position of crown prince. Therefore, when you attack, do your best to attack the 3rd prince. As long as he is eliminated, we will win. Of course, they will also attack me crazily. So, you must be very careful. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. Next, Daoist Long and the other mighty figures began to analyze the battle. Who would defend, who would attack, and who would sneak attack? These were all things that needed to be discussed. At the very least, they could not act like headless flies. Needless to say, the main attacker was Lin Xian, together with the other powerful mighty figures. These mighty figures either had extremely violent attributes such as lightning and fire, or had powerful attacks such as swordsmen and sabermen. The main defender was represented by Daoist Long. The rest of the mighty figures had ice, earth, water, and other defensive attributes. In other words, they had supreme defensive artifacts. They wanted to protect the 8th prince as much as possible. The sneak attack was mainly done by the Lord of the Underworld. This kind of assassination, dark, and speed-type mighty figures were listed as the main force of the sneak attack. In addition, there were also formations, soul attacks, and demonic beasts. Since they had discussed the grouping, they decided to take action. However, these people did not plan to take the initiative to look for them. They decided to use Lin Xian to lure out the 3rd prince and the others. They would wait at ease. Lin Xian naturally agreed to this suggestion. After they had set up the formation, Lin Xian went out. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention. After they finished setting up the formation, Lin Xian made his move. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention, especially the 3rd prince's men. Boom, as soon as Lin Xian came out, he raised his hand and tore apart dozens of mountains and a few rivers. He even sent 3 almighties flying. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. Damn it, it's that kid. He's here again. Quickly report to the 3rd prince. We can't let him escape again. Many figures flashed quickly. They didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they called for reinforcements. After knowing Lin Xian's combat strength, no one dared to fight with Lin Xian alone. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian floated in the sky and formed an ice bow in his hands. One after another, frost arrows shot out and exploded in all directions. Instantly, the kings who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all destroyed. Only one person was left. That person was the 3rd prince's man. That person escaped quickly like a shooting star. He even used a secret technique to cover his body with blood to increase his speed. The 3rd prince, a bloody light descended from the sky and rushed into a valley. The 3rd prince and his men were in the valley. At this moment, they were resting and adjusting to their peak condition. However, the voice in the sky woke them up. In the next moment, the 3rd prince and the dozen almighties around him opened their eyes. What's going on? The 3rd prince stood up and asked in a deep voice. The bloody lightning rushed into the valley and turned into Almighty. He quickly said, 3rd prince, that kid Lin Xian has appeared. He's killing people everywhere. He's here. That's great. The 3rd prince was overjoyed. The other almighties also stood up. Let's go. The 3rd prince waved his hand and the almighties all rose into the sky and flew into the distance. On the other side, Lin Xian floated in the sky and created some huge commotion from time to time. Soon, he squinted his eyes because he realized that there were more than 10 rays of light in the distance. They were like rainbows that were rushing toward him. They're here. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Naturally, he could clearly see the figures in front of him. It was the 3rd prince's team. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. Behind him, the 3rd prince and the others roared madly when they saw this scene. Stop him quickly, don't let him escape, Wang. At this moment, a grand cultivator in a green robe raised his hand and threw out 9 green flags. They covered the sky and locked onto an area. Boom, Lin Xian was also sealed in that space. Boom, however, in the next moment, the space shattered, and the 9 green flags flew out. Lin Xian's figure flickered again, leaving that place. Behind them, the 3rd prince and the others were chasing after them. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wang, among them, 3 mighty figures who were proficient in speed burst forth instantly. They tore through the void and appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant, blocking his path. The third prince and the other mighty figures behind him also caught up and cut off his escape route. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. "Let's see where you can run to." Those mighty figures sneered. The third prince also walked out. "Hand over the rare treasure obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for death." Humph, Lin Xian turned around. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. "I've finally lured you guys out." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, the third prince frowned. The other mighty figures' expressions also changed. Could it be a trap? Boom, as soon as that thought came to their minds, countless rays of light suddenly lit up in all directions, forming a formation that enveloped all of them. Then, more than 10 figures flew over from the mountain range in the distance. They arrived in the void and looked ahead, laughing loudly. "Eighth brother, it's you guys." The third prince looked around with a gloomy face. That's right, those people were the eighth prince and the others. Lin Xian had lured them into the trap and then stopped, resulting in the previous scene. "That's right, third brother, it's me. It's time to put an end to this," the eighth prince said in a deep voice. You? You want to fight with me? You're still not good enough." The third prince snorted. Although the eighth prince's strength was on par with his, and they were both first-tier princes, he was confident that he could defeat the eighth prince and the others. His biggest target should be the first prince. "Eighth brother, take your men and get lost. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you early." "I should be the one saying that to you." The eighth prince's expression gradually became serious. "I'll eliminate you today. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with my boss." "Who do you think you are? How dare you eliminate me?" The third prince sneered in disdain. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A terrifying aura surged from the third prince's body. Then, a dragon-shaped shadow wrapped around his body. The mighty figures around him also exuded a powerful aura. In the grand imperial hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is the final battle finally about to begin? It's about time. There are only 7 or 8 days left. It's about time to clean up. However, they had always started from the weakest princes. This time, the 2 first-tier princes were going to fight with each other. This shocked them because the 3 princes who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince were the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince. Now that the 2 of them are fighting, who wins and who loses will have a great impact on the future. Who do you think will win this battle? I think it'll be the 8th prince. He didn't suffer much damage. Moreover, Lin Xian obtained a rare treasure. I'm afraid that the 8th prince's strength will increase greatly. That was to be expected, as the 3rd prince had suffered some damage in the Dark Canyon previously. However, I don't think so. I'm optimistic about the 3rd prince. Although the 3rd prince suffered some damage, the others obtained a lot of rare treasures. During this period, their overall strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone discussed animatedly, each with different opinions. Everyone's analysis was reasonable. However, they didn't know what the final result would be. They could only watch patiently. Lin Xian, we finally meet again. At this moment, the first blade stood out. He exuded a terrifying saber intent. Why? You want to fight with me? Lin Xian looked at him. That's right. I've explored 5 or 6 ruins and my strength has increased greatly. I'm much stronger than before. This time, I won't lose to you. However, Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head. You're no match for me. Hearing this, the first blade snorted. I admit that you obtained a rare treasure. However, I don't believe that you can fully use it now. 7 Demon Saber, kill. As soon as the battle started, he used his strongest killing move with his first strike. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Lin Xian and prove his strength. A huge saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the heavens had arrived, causing the hearts of the surrounding almighties to tremble. The first saber's strength had increased by so much. It was terrifying. The almighties on the 8th prince's side were shocked because they realized that the first saber's strength had indeed increased greatly. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered. They thought that the other party must have had an unimaginable encounter during this period of time. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the other party had made a move, he would show the other party his growth during this period of time. He stretched out his hands. A ball of icy aura surged rapidly on his left hand, and a black flame danced on his right hand. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and slowly put his hands together. Buzz, Hell's Ice Lotus. The blue ice and black flame merged and turned into a blue and black lotus. It spun rapidly in Lin Xian's hand and emitted a monstrous destructive aura. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. The Almighties on the 8th prince's side were shocked, and the 3rd prince's pupils constricted. Damn it, this kid's strength is too terrifying. The first saber also looked serious because the aura of the Hell's Black Lotus was too terrifying. Even his body was trembling slightly. However, in the next moment, he clenched the long saber in his hand and slashed down. Buzz, the huge saber shadow swooped down and turned into a galaxy that slashed toward Lin Xian. Go, Lin Xian waved his left hand, and the Hell's Ice Lotus floated out quickly. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed mercilessly. Boom, there was a shocking collision, and then the energy between heaven and earth exploded. The peerless saber shadow was instantly shattered and burned, scattering in all directions. As for the black fire lotus, it collided with the body of the first blade and blasted it back. Puff, the first saber spat out a mouthful of blood, and more than half of the armor on his body was shattered. He had lost. He had actually lost. And he had lost in one move. He had lost even faster than before. Could it be that the gap between the two of them had not shrunk, but had instead widened? The first blade could not believe it. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to move, the chi and blood in his body began to churn violently, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The 3rd prince and the grand cultivators around him all became serious. This was because they realized that the other party's strength was too strong. He had definitely surpassed the elite almighties. Kill them all. The 3rd prince roared. Boom. Boom, the surrounding kings quickly counterattacked, and their auras surged out. Many people charged towards Lin Xian, and even more people charged towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince saw this scene, he waved his hand. Daoist Long unleashed his king's domain and covered the 8th prince. Following this, a few higher beings surrounded the 8th prince to protect him. The Underworld King led a group of people and charged over. A great battle erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Everything within a range of 10,000 li was instantly destroyed. Terrifying energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the ground to collapse rapidly. The terrifying killing intent was like a tidal wave that swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Under this wave of energy, nothing could be preserved. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, numerous sovereign domains swept out in all directions, tearing the sky apart. The terrifying light connected with the stars in the sky. This scene was extremely terrifying. Boom, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and swung it rapidly, instantly sending a grand cultivator flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and that person crashed onto the ground like a meteor. Boom, then, he threw a punch with the back of his hand. Hell's Ice Lotus appeared on his terrifying fist, and it directly smashed a king who ambushed him from behind. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian fought in the air like a god of war. The 3rd prince's people felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. On the other side, the Underworld King and the others also attacked. In the sky, a huge purplish-black ball of light appeared, covering a radius of 1,000 li, forming a terrifying pressure. The other grand cultivators also attacked, causing the world to explode. This battle was too terrifying. Even the elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were nervous. Boom, however, the 3rd prince was definitely one of the top princes, and the grand cultivators under him were also extremely terrifying. Therefore, not long after the battle, the 8th prince's side also suffered a blow. Many people were injured, and 1 or 2 were killed. It could be said that the battle was extremely tragic. Kill, the 8th prince roared, and the Tao of Dragon aura on his body quickly surged out. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others felt a pure energy surrounding them. This was the Tao of Dragon Aura, which could be used to increase the power of other kings. Now, the eighth prince was using it to provide energy for Lin Xian and the others. As expected, under the Tao of Dragon Aura, these kings were all excited. "You're not the only one who has the Tao of Dragon Aura. I have it too," the third prince also shouted coldly, and the dragon-shaped shadow on his body roared rapidly. The kings around him also received the power of the Tao of Dragon Aura. Boom, both sides fought again, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a terrifying battle, and the terrifying power caused the entire ground to collapse. The void shattered, and there was nothing that could stop it. The third prince's side went crazy, and those elite almighties all activated their domains, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were pale. This crazy battle was a difficult test for them. Fortunately, they had obtained some opportunities before, and their strength had increased greatly. Therefore, they were able to narrowly avoid those killer moves. The eighth prince's side also fought back with all their might. The Lord of the Underworld roared, and the pair of purple wings on his back were like heavenly blades, slicing one of the third prince's almighties in half. Fresh blood splattered like a sea of blood, circling the sky. The King of Darkness was finally enraged. The dark aura on his body swept through heaven and earth, and the surroundings were pitch black as if they had come to the underworld. Boom, at this moment, 18 large flags suddenly appeared in the void, locking down the space, and completely trapping Lin Xian. 5 almighties instantly appeared, and their 5 king domains overlapped as they charged toward Lin Xian crazily. This was because they could see that the greatest threat here was not the older generation or the elite almighties, but this young man in his 20s. The other party's combat strength was too strong, and he would often severely injure them in just a few moves. This was too great a threat to them, and they had to get rid of him. Go to hell, brat, the 5 king domains flickered in the sky, and then they enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils, and instantly tore through the void and dodged to the side. "It's useless, you can't break my 18 flags." Boom, as soon as he said that, he was stunned. It was broken. How was that possible? He was too shocked because a black hole the size of a house had appeared in the sealed space formed by the 18 flags that he was so proud of. Lin Xian retreated 1,000 miles away. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, the 5 king domains shattered the void. How was that possible? How did that kid escape from my spatial seal? He did not dare to imagine. Boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian made his move again. He charged toward the old man in green robes. He realized that the old man in green robes was too much of a threat. The spatial seal was especially troublesome for him. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, he decided to deal with the old man first before turning around to kill the third prince. Whoosh, Lin Xian was like a giant dragon as he flew toward the old man in green robes. "You're courting death, get lost," the old man in green robes roared and slammed his palm down. The void within 1,000 miles was shattered as a terrifying palm descended from the sky. Buzz, the moment the Chaos Sword art was unleashed, it was as if it was a comet that lit up the entire sky. The terrifying sword light tore apart the huge palm and slashed toward the old man in green robes. Whoosh, the old man in green robes retreated like lightning and dodged in the void. At the same time, the 18 flags surrounded him and formed a king domain. Seal, the old man in green robes waved the 18 flags and activated the sealing power to seal the void where Lin Xian was. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body emitted a dazzling sword light as streaks of chaotic sword chi surged out from his hand. In an instant, the sealed void was shattered. Fire gods roar. In the sky, a huge flaming sword slashed down and sent the 18 flags flying. 5 of them were burned to ashes. Damn it, the old man in green robes looked pained. His opponent's flames were too terrifying and could burn his Dharma treasures. In the next moment, the remaining green flags surrounded him and he spat out a pagoda from his mouth. Suddenly, the pagoda rapidly enlarged and spun, forming a terrifying power. The sky was filled with green light, and the void was shattered. Large black craters appeared one after another. These rays of light shot towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly pierced through the void and appeared in another location. Azure Sky Pagoda, many officials on the 8th prince's side exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Daoist Long loudly reminded them to be careful and not be swept by the cyan light. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. The green pagoda gave him a sense of great danger. The green light seemed to be able to melt everything. It had a strong corrosive effect. That was how the black holes in the sky were formed. Fortunately, he had extreme speed and was able to dodge it. Otherwise, if he was hit by the green light, he would have been injured. Thinking of this, the Hellfire and Sea God's ice rushed out from his hands and merged in front of him to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Go, Lin Xian waved his hand, and then the Hell's Ice Lotus spun and flew upwards. It immediately collided with the green pagoda and exploded. The green pagoda exploded, and countless cracks appeared on it. Even 2 floors of the pagoda were directly blown to pieces. No, damn it, the mighty figure in green spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood with a ferocious expression. He did not expect his opponent to be able to shatter his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, he activated the remaining green pagoda and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a shocking sword chi exploded. After a great battle, the green pagoda was cut in half, and the remaining sword chi shattered another 3 green flags. The mighty figure in green was in a sorry state. He was injured all over and quickly escaped. He did not escape far away. Instead, he returned to the 3rd prince's side because the 3rd prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon could quickly heal his injuries. Kill, with a roar, Lin Xian charged towards the 3rd prince. As long as he killed the 3rd prince and eliminated him, he would win. The remaining mighty figures had nothing to do with them. Lin Xian led his men and charged towards the 3rd prince. Several elite mighty figures followed behind him, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Courting death, get lost. Seeing that Lin Xian had finally attacked the 3rd prince, a mighty figure in purple robes beside the 3rd prince roared. His voice was like the roar of flames, and it turned into a huge fire snake that swooped down. The fire snake was formed from purple flames, and it burned fiercely with a monstrous heat wave. It was a type of spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying in the hands of this mighty figure. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out an ice phoenix. The huge blue figure covered the sky and crashed into the fire snake. The Almighties behind him also spat out attacks that landed on the huge purple flames. Boom! Boom, boom! After being hit by so many experts, the purple flame snake was instantly torn apart. However, at this moment, the ground around Lin Xian rumbled. Rocks, walls, and mountains appeared around them. A bare-chested burly man stood in front of the 3rd prince, and he kept clapping his hands. He emitted a heavy aura that suppressed the 9 heavens. Earth-type king, the other party formed a cage and sealed them. For a moment, Lin Xian and the 3 mighty figures behind him were completely sealed in this special space. Myriad Forms Domain, this was the other party's domain. It was like a vast world with huge walls everywhere. Bang! Bang, bang! Beside Lin Xian, a few mighty figures attacked and shattered the thick walls with their palms. They wanted to break out. However, it was useless. Every time one collapsed, more would appear, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. There was no end to this. No, if this continues, we will be trapped here until we die. The 3 mighty figures stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they tried to find an opening. Indeed, such futile attacks were useless. They had to find an opening. Lin Xian stood in front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. Outside, the sky was gray. Lin Xian and the others were enveloped by a strange domain. The Earth-type king sneered. It's useless. You can't break my myriad forms domain. Then, he turned around and said to the mighty figures around him, hurry up and attack. Use your king domains to kill them. The mighty figures all activated their king domains, wanting to kill Lin Xian and the others who were trapped inside. However, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion in front of them. Then, a huge crack appeared in the myriad forms domain. Lin Xian and the others rushed out like shooting stars. Damn it, this is impossible. How did he break my myriad forms domain? The Earth-type mighty figure spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. He was very confident in his myriad forms domain. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. By the time the other party was about to break it, their domains would have overlapped and they would have killed the other party. Wild Thunder Eagle. As soon as he appeared, Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast as it charged towards Tianfeng. Protect the third prince. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mighty figures roared crazily. The earth element mighty figure even clapped his hands. Earthen walls appeared in front of them one after another. The earth walls were extremely thick and exuded a desolate aura as if they had traveled through time and space. In an instant, more than 10 layers of defense appeared around the third prince. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle was too violent. It was like a heavenly blade that instantly shattered 5 layers of defense. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle exhausted its energy at the 9th layer of defense and turned into countless bolts of lightning that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not heaven-defying enough to break through all the defenses. This was indeed good news for them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered because this was not his strongest attack. It was already very good that it could achieve such an effect. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. It turned out that the third prince's men had also gone to kill the 8th prince. They quickly shattered a few layers of defense and arrived near the 8th prince. Fortunately, Taoist Master Long and the other elite mighty figures were very powerful and blocked this wave of attacks. Both sides had a tacit understanding. They were both going to assassinate the prince directly. Whoever succeeded first would win. Boom, Lin Xian made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and pressed forward like a mountain. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld also led his men to sneak attack from behind. The terrifying giant sword slashed down and split the void. On the other side, a huge purple ball of light appeared. Boom, in front of him, the earth element mighty figure struck out with both palms. His palms turned into 2 mountains and met the attack. The two collided and made a deafening sound. Boom, the earth element mighty figure was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although his defense was strong, Lin Xian's attack was even more terrifying. He suffered internal injuries with one strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian attacked again. The long sword in his hand slashed down quickly, and streaks of sword light pressed down like mountains. Bang! Bang! The earth-type powerhouse was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lin Xian swung his long sword and performed the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Terrifying chaotic sword chi slashed at the other almighties. The sword light was like a ferocious dragon, and was extremely violent. The surrounding powerful beings all dodged. Boom, a Linglong treasure pagoda descended from the sky and enveloped all of them, forming a powerful defense. Boom. A bronze cauldron appeared once again, forming a second layer of defense. The incomparably terrifying ice walls transformed into numerous ice dragons that coiled around the surroundings. 9 purple shields emitted the aura of thunder as they floated around the third prince. The third prince had formed an impenetrable defense around him, which was impossible to penetrate. However, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword technique was a heaven-class technique, and its power was beyond imagination. With Lin Xian's great dragon sword spirit, the combination of the two could be said to be earth-shattering. Boom, the 9 purple shields instantly broke into 2 halves and fell from the sky. The blue ice dragon let out a wail as its body was pierced by countless sword chi. What? How could he be so strong? Seeing the other party break through 2 layers of defense in an instant, these people were about to go crazy. They could not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian's attack was still ongoing. The Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and blasted the bronze cauldron away. Lin Xian strode over. The surrounding energy shockwaves could not cause any harm to him. His current physique was definitely incomparably strong. Buzz, another primal chaos sword light directly sent the last Linglong treasure pagoda flying. Then, Lin Xian charged towards the third prince. Seeing that all the defenses were destroyed, the surrounding powerful beings roared in anger. They attacked and counterattacked quickly. The sky was filled with terrifying energy, and a terrifying domain enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian executed the demigods and semi-devils and dodged the attacks with extreme speed, easily dodging the attacks. He appeared on the other side. At this moment, the Lord of the Netherworld had arrived. A huge purple ball of light crushed the surroundings, causing the King Realm powerful beings to resist crazily again. Demon Seal, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and used a killer move of the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword to attack the third prince. Oh no! The surrounding powerful beings roared in anger and wanted to counterattack. However, it was too late. The third prince's pupils constricted as he felt a deadly threat. Buzz, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out the flood dragon's scissors, which instantly turned into 2 flood dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they collided with the demon seal. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The third prince was pushed back, but he managed to block the demon seal sword technique. Although he blocked it, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because it was too dangerous for him. He had never thought that he would have to block it himself. If there were a few more attacks like this, he would not be able to block it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned gloomy as he looked into the distance. Over there, the 8th prince was also waiting and mingling. At this moment, the 8th prince was also in great danger. Therefore, he also took out his ecliptic treasure. The 8th prince's ecliptic treasure was a golden divine sword. At this moment, it was swaying in the wind as if a golden dragon was circling around him, emitting a terrifying power. Whoosh! At this moment, the third prince's pupils constricted as his body suddenly moved to the side. The place where he was originally standing was directly smashed into pieces. The Lord of the Underworld appeared and sneered before disappearing again. Damn it, form a formation and seal them. The third prince roared as the dragon energy in his body surged out and poured into the bodies of the 5 kings around him. Then, a mysterious formation appeared. The 7 Stars Formation. They did not expect the third prince to even use this formation. It seemed that he was really desperate. In the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone was discussing. They also realized that the third prince's situation was very bad. That was because Lin Xian's attacks were too powerful and could threaten the third prince's life at any time. As expected, Lin Xian attacked again. He was like a god of war. A casual attack could tear the sky apart, even though his opponent had formed a formation. However, as a formation master, Lin Xian specialized in attacking the flaws and weaknesses of the formation, causing it to be unable to sustain. Damn it, how did he know the flaws of the formation? The third prince was so angry that he flew into a rage. Zixin, hurry up and do it! The third prince shouted. Next to him, a middle-aged woman stood out. The middle-aged woman was dressed in purple and had a beautiful face. When she heard the third prince's words, she took out a purple gourd. She shook it gently. Suddenly, a cloud of purple mist floated out and transformed into a terrifying beast in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, 6 demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were not ordinary beasts but terrifying monster kings. Each of them was hundreds of feet long and occupied the void. They emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as the 6 monster kings appeared, they directly shattered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Go! The purple-clothed woman's black hair fluttered behind her as her eyes flickered. She controlled the 6 monster kings and quickly charged over. Brother Lin, don't worry. We have a beast tamer on our side, the 8th prince shouted and wanted to send out his beast tamer. However, Lin Xian said, there's no need. Let the beast tamer protect you. I'll deal with these 6 monster kings. At this point, the sharp aura in his eyes erupted again, and a monster sword light swept through the world. Hearing this, the surrounding King Realm experts were shocked. The purple-clothed woman sneered. You want to fight against all of my monster kings alone? You're overestimating yourself. She was an extremely terrifying beast tamer. The monster kings under her command were not ordinary. Each of them was abnormally ferocious, far surpassing King Realm experts of the same level. Now that 6 monster kings had appeared together, it was definitely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, she attacked. With a wave of her hand, the fiery red bird quickly rushed out. This was a flaming eagle. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it spread its wings like a sea of red fire surging from the sky. That terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Boom, the flaming eagle opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball that rolled toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the void like a god, his body releasing terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the dragon sword domain appeared. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward. Boom, countless sword chi intertwined, and a black phoenix flew out of the dragon sword domain. It spread its wings and covered the 9 heavens. This phoenix was formed by hellfire and sword chi. Under the effect of the great dragon sword soul, it was as if a real divine beast had possessed it. As soon as it appeared, it let out a long cry and shattered the 9 heavens as it charged forward. Could it be that this kid was also a beast tamer? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They thought that this was a real phoenix. But soon, they shook their heads. Impossible, how could there be a real phoenix in the world? This was this kid's divine ability. Heavens, how could this kid have such a terrifying divine ability? They were too shocked. Little did they know that the great dragon sword spirit's offensive saint technique could simulate everything. At this moment, it was displayed by Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. The 2 giant beasts fought in the sky. Soon, the flaming eagle let out a wail as its body was pierced through by the other's claw. A terrifying bloody mist appeared. After another 5 moves, the flaming eagle's body was split into 2 halves from the middle. The black phoenix let out a long cry and flapped its wings in the sky. So powerful, while the third prince was astonished, the violet-clothed woman's face darkened. Her opponent had killed one of her demonic kings with a raise of his hand. This made her feel incomparably pained and driven her mad. In the next moment, she urged the 5 demon kings to attack the black phoenix together. Boom! Boom, the void trembled and quickly shattered. The black phoenix was being attacked by the 5 monster kings and was in imminent danger. Seeing this, the people on the third prince's side laughed. They did not believe that the other party could still unleash such a terrifying attack. The 8th prince's expression was solemn, but Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Comparing numbers? You're really courting death. Lin Xian stood in the dragon sword domain and roared into the sky. His body erupted with resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. In the dragon sword domain, thousands of sword chis intertwined rapidly. A terrifying phantom of a demonic beast flew out from within. Phoenix, Qilin, True Dragon, 9-headed lion, Hell Demon Elephant. Peerless Serpent, 3-headed Hellhound. Terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They crushed the 9 heavens and shattered the galaxy. It was as if real primordial demonic beasts had awakened. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. Damn it, how could it be? How could he have such means? The third prince's side was going crazy. The violet-clothed woman's body was trembling. Her face was extremely pale without a trace of blood. She had a total of 5 monster kings on her side, but the other party had taken out nearly 50 of them. None of them were weaker than her. How was she going to fight when there was a difference of 10 times? Damn it, these were all energy bodies. They could not stay for a long time. As long as they persevered, they would be fine. A mighty figure reminded her from behind. The violet-clothed woman's face was gloomy. She naturally knew about this. However, she did not know if they could withstand the other party's attack. Sure enough, after a few moves, the violet-clothed woman's 5 demonic beasts were all killed. Blood dyed the sky. It turned into a sea of blood. A few huge corpses smashed onto the ground, causing billowing smoke. In the sky, the monster kings gradually faded and would disappear at any time. However, Lin Xian still waved his hand. In an instant, the 50 silhouettes of the one king charged towards the third prince. Block for me, the third prince's scalp went numb. He quickly shot out the flood dragon's scissors and instantly pierced through 10 demonic beast phantoms. The remaining 40 or so demonic beasts mercilessly drowned them. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, the demonic beast phantoms exploded, turning into a fierce storm that filled the sky. Boom boom, a few mighty figures were sent flying in an instant. The third prince was drowned and could not be seen clearly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Some of them even stopped fighting. The royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were also on tenterhooks. Would the third prince be able to withstand such an attack? They did not know, but they were very worried. The mighty figures who were sent flying in the surroundings used their king domains and quickly charged in to save the third prince. When all the light was torn apart and the energy faded, the third prince's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was blood flowing from his body. The flood dragon scissors beside him also had cracks on them. This was a top-tier treasure artifact. Now that there were cracks on it, one could imagine how terrifying the explosion was. The third prince was injured, everyone was shocked. The royal elders also exclaimed. On the other hand, the eighth prince was cheering. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before they could eliminate the third prince and eliminate him. The third prince gritted his teeth and his expression was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Damn it! How could the opponent use such a terrifying method? Even he was injured. If it were not for the flood dragon's scissors protecting his body, the explosion just now would have eliminated him. Thinking of this, he swallowed a pill and used a secret technique to recover his body. At the same time, he summoned the mighty figures around him to protect him. From the looks of it, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was unlikely that he could kill the eighth prince again. Therefore, the third prince had the intention to retreat. However, how could the eighth prince and the others let the third prince leave? This was a perfect opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. Therefore, the eighth prince and the others launched a fierce attack and attacked the third prince crazily. Almost no one could fight him one-on-one. Even if they surrounded him, Lin Xian could still dodge with his super speed. Damn it, he's too strong, everyone's face turned ugly. They did not know that this was not Lin Xian's full strength. If Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes, these people would probably go crazy. Boom! Boom! In the end, several powerful figures were sent flying. Lin Xian slashed at the third prince. The third prince's pupils shrank and he quickly dodged. He was swept by the sword chi and was sent flying. However, the two dragons firmly protected him. However, this was not the way to go. Some of the powerful figures around him were pinned down, while the rest were sent flying. There was no one left around him. The third prince's face turned gloomy. He did not expect to face the danger of being eliminated. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. Eighth brother, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Hearing this, the surrounding powerful figures sneered. The eighth prince also decisively refused. You are not qualified to fight me. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me one-on-one. How can you be the crown prince? The third prince was furious. His opponent did not fall for his trick, which made him go crazy. If the crown prince wants to fight me one-on-one, I might consider it. But third brother, you are now at the end of the road. Do you still want to turn the tables? Brother Lin, do it. Hearing this, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and strode forward. Damn brat, I won't let you succeed, the third prince roared and launched a fierce attack. Anyway, they had the protection talisman and would not really die. Therefore, he had to kill this detestable brat at all costs. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body burst out. The third prince crazily activated the dragon's scissors and attacked. The two dragons roared and turned into demonic beasts that were thousands of feet long. They crazily attacked. The terrifying aura pierced through everything. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the eighth prince's elites changed. The third prince's strength was so terrifying, they were too shocked. Before this, they did not think that the third prince was that powerful. But now, the third prince used his full strength, which made them extremely shocked. Lin Xian also activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword and quickly slashed forward. The sword technique was incomparably horrifying, slicing the entire void apart. The boundless sword light was like the stars in the sky, exploding everything in front of it. The third prince's expression changed. He could feel the threat of death from Lin Xian's sword aura, which made him shudder with fear. However, there were terrifying sword chi all around him. It was like a cage that firmly locked onto him. He had no way of escaping at all. The third prince could only activate the flood dragon's scissors and resist madly. He shattered some of the sword chi, but even more sword chi came at him. The primal chaos heaven destroyer sword technique was indeed a heaven-class technique. It was extremely terrifying. The third prince's yellow flood dragon scissors were beaten back again, and more cracks appeared on them. It could break at any time. But it was a top-tier treasure after all. It could hold on for a while, but the third prince's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Roar, the third prince roared. His eyes were red, and killing intent surged from his body. It was all because of this despicable kid in front of him. He was about to be eliminated. If he was eliminated, he would lose his position as the crown prince. He would never be able to take it back. Thinking of this, he roared to the sky. His black hair danced wildly. At this moment, he was like a killing god. He stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I want you dead." The third prince took out another golden treasure box. The box was as big as 2 palms and was completely golden in color. It was as bright as the sun and shone brightly. There were dragons carved on it. It was not an ordinary item. The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also shocked when they saw the golden box. Could it be that thing? This third prince was too bold. He actually brought that thing with him. What did he want to do? Many of the royal elders' faces changed. They had already guessed what was inside the golden box. Even the Empress and His Majesty frowned. In the battle, the third prince's expression was ferocious. "Kid, this is not for you to compete with me, you can go to hell for me." With that, he quickly opened the golden box. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red light, and the entire sky was dyed red. A monstrous bloodthirsty aura swept out, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Even the elite higher beings were no exception. What is this thing? How can it contain such a murderous aura? Damn it, this is the blood essence of the royal family. Behind him, the third prince exclaimed. "Be careful, don't get hurt by that thing. This is the blood essence left behind by a supreme expert of the royal family. 1 drop is enough to kill a top supreme expert. If there are a few more drops, it won't be a problem to kill a supreme expert." So terrifying. When the other elites heard this, their scalps went numb. They quickly retreated. No one dared to get close to the third prince. Heavens, 1 drop of blood could kill them. This is too terrifying. This must be the blood left behind by a supreme expert. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the third prince to have such a treasure. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. He felt that he had to get rid of the third prince quickly. Otherwise, the third prince might cause trouble again. After thinking about it, Lin Xian did not plan to use the Tianji Divine Eyes. If he used the Tianji Divine Eyes, he could destroy the third prince's soul, but he would not be able to kill the third prince. Unless he really destroyed the third prince's soul, the third prince would definitely recognize his eye technique when his soul recovered. It was the legendary Tianji Divine Eyes. At that time, he would be mercilessly hunted down by the entire Taiyu dynasty. After all, this thing was more precious than any rare treasure. It was enough to make a supreme dynasty go crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the second killing move of the chaotic heaven destroyer sword at all costs. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly. Chaotic heaven destroyer sword, demon seal. With a swing of the sword, a terrifying sword chi slashed out. The third prince felt that his life was not in danger. He frantically took out the drop of blood from the golden box. Buzz, the drop of blood was crystal clear, but it contained supreme energy and terrifying killing intent. As soon as it appeared, the entire void shattered. Countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles. It could not withstand the power at all. Boom! Boom, boom! The two exploded and collided. The entire void was torn apart in an instant. In front of him, the dazzling chaotic sword chi collided with it and shattered. This was a heaven-class cultivation technique. It shattered in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying the power contained in the blood was. However, although the demon sealing sword chi was shattered, the energy in the blood was mostly depleted. The murderous aura on it was not as fierce as before. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Lin Xian focused his gaze and his eyes shone brightly. Then, he used his second killer move. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Battle Song, a sword chi that was even more terrifying than the previous one slashed out and sliced the blood into two. The terrifying sword essence on it frantically destroyed the energy inside. Boom, at the same time, the entire sky was split apart. What? It was sliced apart. The third prince's pupils constricted when he saw this. He did not expect that his last killer move would be broken apart by his opponent. He could not believe it. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. Crack, 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 more than half of the third prince's bones were broken and the golden box in his hand was also sliced apart. However, he did not teleport out. Lin Xian roared when he saw this. The sword soul in his body circulated crazily and a dragon-shaped sword chi was slashed out. Roar! When the sword slashed out, a loud dragon's roar could be heard and countless lightning bolts seemed to fall from the sky. No, you can't kill me, the third prince roared crazily. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. He could not withstand it at all. He wanted to escape, but he could not do so. In the next moment, he was drowned by the sword light. No, many mighty figures exclaimed when they saw this. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. They could feel that this sword was too terrifying. Even if the third prince was not injured, he would not be able to withstand it. Now that the third prince was seriously injured, he would not be able to withstand it. If the third prince was eliminated, then all of them would be eliminated. In that case, they would not be able to receive the baptism of the imperial dragon bloodline. In front of them, the violent energy continued to flood the area. The surrounding people could not see it clearly. However, everyone's eyes were extremely serious, whether it was the third prince or the eighth prince. Buzz buzz buzz. However, at this moment, all the mighty figures on the third prince's side emitted light. A terrifying spatial energy quickly formed on their bodies. What is this? These people's expressions changed, but the eighth prince was ecstatic. We won, the Nether King, Daoist Long, and the others gasped when they heard this. Their eyes shone brightly. They were too excited. This meant that the third prince had been eliminated, and the remaining powerhouses would also be teleported out. Sure enough, in the next moment, these powerful beings were enveloped by a mysterious force. They tore through the void and disappeared. In front of him, the energy vortex also gradually disappeared before dispersing. The void in front of him quickly healed, and the third prince was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the eighth prince cheered. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all extremely shocked. They never thought that the third prince would actually lose. How could this be? The elders who supported the third prince all had ugly expressions on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. Those who supported the eighth prince were very excited. Inside the imperial palace, there was another hall. There was a huge formation there. It was very mysterious. The array suddenly flickered, and then a figure appeared. This person was the third prince. As soon as he appeared, he roared furiously at the sky, as if he had gone mad. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The third prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura on his body pierced through the void. Lin Xian, how dare you eliminate me? I will definitely kill you. I will tear you into pieces, the third prince roared crazily. However, no matter how much he roared, he could not change the fact that he had been eliminated. The news of the third prince's appearance swept out like a gust of wind. When the other princes heard about it, they were all extremely shocked and could not believe it. To be honest, if it were the second prince, the sixth prince, or the seventh prince who had been eliminated, they would not be shocked. They would not be too shocked. After all, these princes were ordinary and would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the first to be eliminated was the third prince. The third prince was one of the three most powerful princes. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was the most popular prince in the crown prince competition. There was a high chance that he would become the crown prince. However, such a person had been eliminated. How could they not be shocked? When they found out that it was the 8th prince who eliminated the 3rd prince, they all fell silent. Because the 8th prince was also one of the 3 most powerful princes. Now that he had defeated the 3rd prince, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. Perhaps only the 1st prince could fight against him. After the 1st prince received the news, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. This 8th prince was able to defeat the 3rd prince. That really surprised me. However, he is still far from being able to deal with me. The 1st prince should not let his guard down. I feel that the 8th prince being able to defeat the 3rd prince must have something to do with that Lin Xian. After all, he had just obtained a rare treasure. Perhaps it was the rare treasure that played a role. Yes, that's right. I think so too. After the 1st prince said that, the surrounding powerful figures nodded their heads. The 1st prince's eyes flickered. Then, he said, "Where is the Golden Lion King? Let him come back. We will meet him." Lin Xian had already met up with the 8th prince. It would be dangerous for him to go alone. Moreover, now that he calculated the time, it was almost time for the final battle. Let's eliminate the other princes first. Next, the 1st prince began to take action. He did not specifically look for the 8th prince. Instead, he pushed his way through. He eliminated all the princes that he encountered along the way. The 8th prince had the same plan. He also pushed his way through. Soon, the weaker princes were eliminated. In the end, only the 1st prince, the 8th prince, and the stronger 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 15th prince were left. Among them, the 9th prince and the 15th prince joined forces to fight against the 1st prince. On the other side, the 8th prince and the 4th prince met. 9th prince, 15th prince, you two should admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you want us to admit defeat? Sure, show us your true strength and defeat us, otherwise, it's impossible for us to surrender with just a few words, the 9th prince snorted coldly. The 15th prince also had a solemn expression. The powerful figures beside them all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. You're courting death, since you want to fight me, I won't hold back. The 1st prince sneered. Then, a huge dragon appeared on his body. Go, kill them, the 1st prince shouted coldly. The powerful figures beside him also started to move. At the same time, a golden figure descended from the sky. He was like a god of war, suppressing the surroundings. Not good, it's the Golden Lion King, stop him quickly, the 9th prince and the 15th prince roared. They knew how terrifying the Golden Lion King was. They could not let him get close. Boom, a fierce battle broke out. However, the 1st prince's side was too strong. Together with the Golden Lion King, the 9th prince and the 15th prince were eliminated in the end. 8th brother, you're the only one left. The 1st prince sneered. He waved his hand and led his men out again. On the other side, the 4th prince and the 8th prince met and fought fiercely. Among them, Xianxia stood out. He looked at Lin Xian and did not speak. However, the sword intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying. The aura he emitted was far stronger than before. Obviously, during this period of time, Sword 13 had obtained an enormous fortuitous encounter and improved his strength. Lin Xian naturally knew what Xianxia meant. Hence, he stepped out and sword chi surged on his body. Then, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword and fought with Xianxia. What a terrifying sword technique. Xianxia and Lin Xian exchanged more than 10 moves and were defeated. His arms were trembling slightly because his opponent's sword technique was too terrifying. He did not use the sword technique in the first stage. Could it be that he obtained it in some ruins? Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia was defeated and soon, the 4th prince was defeated as well. It couldn't be helped. Although the 4th prince was powerful, he was still lacking when compared to the 3rd prince. Since the 3rd prince was eliminated, the 4th prince would not be able to hold on for long. Hence, the 4th prince and the kings around him were all teleported out. In the royal palace, the 4th prince and the others appeared. They sighed as they knew that they had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Let's go. The fourth prince tidied his clothes and said, let's go and see if it's the first prince or the eighth prince who wins this time. Although he was defeated, the fourth prince was not too depressed. Because he knew from the beginning that his chances of winning the position of crown prince were less than 10%. Hence, in the second stage, he led his men to search for all kinds of ruins and obtain the treasures to increase his strength. He had done his best to do what he should do. Hence, there was no need to be disappointed now. Right now, he wanted to go and watch the final battle. Not only him, all the princes went to the Grand Imperial Palace. Those powerful beings also followed one after another. They were still in the camp of their respective princes, so they naturally had the opportunity to watch the final battle. In an instant, the Grand Imperial Hall became extremely lively. Everyone was discussing who the final victor was. Humph, was there even a need to think? It had to be the first prince, with the strength of the Crown Prince's lineup, as well as the Golden Lion King, who could be the Crown Prince's opponent. No matter how strong the eighth prince was, it was impossible for him to compete with the eldest prince. That's right, the final victor would definitely be the first prince. Many old men spoke bold words. It was obvious that they supported the first prince. Hearing this, the corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. However, some people didn't think so. Not necessarily, the eighth prince was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he still had Lin Xian. That kid had obtained a lot of rare treasures. I'm sure you've all seen the previous battle. Lin Xian's battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. He's definitely at the top. There would definitely be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. Yes, there would be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. However, do you think that the eighth prince would be able to compete with the first prince? Someone sneered. In short, everyone was discussing intensely. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, look, they've met. Hearing this, everyone shut up. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at the screen. They discovered that the first prince and the eighth prince had indeed met. The two sides faced each other in the air, and the void directly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. The blood in their bodies was about to boil because this was the final battle. The eighth prince and the first prince had met. The eighth prince was incomparably solemn. The King Almighties behind him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, the first prince was the strongest prince. He had many trump cards in his hands, and he also had the Golden Lion King. It could be said that his strength was incomparably terrifying. Old Eight, I didn't expect that the one who would fight with me in the end would be you, the first prince looked over and said coldly. However, against me, you have no chance of winning. If you don't want to lose too much, I advise you to obediently take your people and admit defeat. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a good ending. Humph, the eighth prince snorted coldly. It wasn't certain who would win or lose, since they had already reached the final step. How could he admit defeat at this moment? You're courting death. Seeing that the eighth prince still wanted to resist, the first prince sneered. The King Almighties behind him also emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, in the sky, a golden figure descended. Boom, a terrifying aura crushed down in all directions. The Golden Lion King, seeing this golden figure, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the Golden Lion King descended, he didn't care about anyone else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Kid, hand over the rare treasure, otherwise, die. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. His body emitted a biting cold aura. You want the rare treasure in my hands? Sure, but you have to defeat me. The rare treasure is yours. You're courting death. The Golden Lion King's face sank. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, a strange rune appeared between his eyebrows. His bloodline power immediately surged. That rune was extremely dazzling and mysterious. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The blood and chi in the Golden Lion King's body was like a furnace, emitting a terrifying light. Rays of rainbow light shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone's expression to change. Especially the eighth prince's side. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They couldn't help it. The aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. It made them feel suffocated. Was this the bloodline power of the war tribe? It was too terrifying, that's right. He was only a 6-star king, but he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. If he entered the realm of almighty, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Everyone was shocked. After the Golden Lion King used his bloodline power, the aura on his body became extremely sharp. His gaze was like a golden divine sword, piercing through the void. At this moment, it was as if he wasn't a human. Instead, he was a high and mighty war god, looking down on the common people. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. As his voice fell, a terrifying light surged from his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. A majestic sword aura shot into the sky. Buzz. Buzz, with a slash, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword was unleashed. Mixed with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was extremely terrifying. Boom, the Golden Lion King clenched his fist, and the bloodline power in his body surged crazily. Then, he punched out. When the two collided, shocking energy exploded, and the surrounding space quickly collapsed. An extremely powerful energy storm formed between the two of them. Not good, retreat. When the surrounding King Almighty saw this scene, their expressions changed. They retreated crazily, and instantly retreated a few thousand miles. Even the first prince and the 8th prince quickly retreated. Soon, the space where they were originally standing turned into countless cracks and collapsed. Not only that, the cracks were still spreading. Soon, it spread from 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles. The entire space within 10,000 miles was completely shattered. The violent energy swallowed Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. It was too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with fear and trepidation. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall felt their scalps go numb. This was just a casual attack from the two young men, and it caused such a terrifying scene. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, how terrifying would it be? They didn't dare to imagine. The princes were also silent. Especially the 3rd prince, he was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. His killing intent towards Lin Xian could be said to be monstrous. However, now that he saw how powerful Lin Xian was, and how he could actually fight the Golden Lion King head-on, he was even more furious. The 1st prince's expression was also solemn and somewhat cold. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could actually fight the Golden Lion King. It was really beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he sneered. He didn't have the Golden Lion King, but the strength of his side was still very strong. However, without Lin Xian, the 8th prince's strength would probably be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next moment, his gaze was like a knife as he stared at the 8th prince. Old 8, follow me to the other side for a decisive battle. Humph, the 8th prince snorted and flew away with Daoist Long and the other kings. After flying for 30,000 miles, they stopped. There was no other way. If they wanted to fight, they couldn't rely on Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, they would be affected. Let the two young geniuses fight. The 1st prince also followed behind and stopped. He sneered. Old 8, let me see if you've made any progress during this period of time. You will see. The 8th prince said. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on his body. Then, with a cold shout, he attacked. Boom. Boom, terrifying energy erupted as the 8th prince and the 3rd prince finally clashed. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall was astonished when they saw the dazzling lights dancing on the screen and Wu Ji's divine ability. However, they actually wanted to see the battle between the Golden Lion King and Xian. But now, the 1st prince and the 8th prince were more than 30,000 miles away from Lin Xian and the others. They could only wait patiently. However, at this moment, a very powerful royal elder said in a deep voice. Perhaps the key to this battle was to see who would win between Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the two young geniuses were already able to affect the entire battle? However, after thinking about it, it was indeed so. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become excited. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Then, the two of them stopped again and stood on opposite sides. The Golden Lion King's body shone like a god of war. He retracted his fist with a cold expression. "Kid, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's treasure obediently. Otherwise, your end will be miserable. I've said it before. If you defeat me, the treasure will be yours." Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll let you see the ultimate skill of my war tribe today." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on his body became violent again. He was like an immemorial beast. He recovered quickly. Nirvana Scorching Sun Fist. The Golden Lion King waved his hands and the power of his bloodline spread out. A violent aura swept through heaven and earth. Every fist was incomparably terrifying. It was like a sun blooming in the sky. This fist technique of mine is a set of ultimate skills of the war tribe. Under the power of my bloodline, it's incomparably terrifying. No one below the realm of supreme experts can resist it. You are no exception. The Golden Lion King transformed into a ball of fiery red sun as it charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Is that so? What war tribe? It's just a legend. I was able to injure you last time. This time, I can do the same. Lin Xian pulled out the 9-nether demon sword. His body released a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he used the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword and faced the attack. Boom! Soon, the two of them met in the air. The golden fist and the sharp sword technique collided once again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand this power. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that the other party's power had become stronger. It was even more violent than before. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on his sword, making his demon sword incomparably heavy. Do you feel it? This is my true power. Do you think you can contend against it? The Golden Lion King's handsome face revealed a trace of malevolence. Then, he attacked again. Burning heaven and earth, the golden fist burned fiercely and turned into two golden suns. It attacked again and forced Lin Xian to retreat. The Golden Lion King walked over with large strides, creating countless cracks in the void. With every step, the aura on his body condensed. The power of his bloodline turned into strange demonic runes that appeared on his body. In the dark, there seemed to be an incomparably terrifying battle intent that was awakening and erupting. Last time, you injured me because I was careless. This time, I will use all of my bloodline power. I will let you know how terrifying the war tribe is. It's not something you can imagine. The golden rune between the Golden Lion King's eyebrows flickered. The bloodline power in his body quickly circulated. His fist turned into thousands of suns, crushing the void and enveloping Lin Xian. Each of the suns was incomparably terrifying. They burned fiercely and could instantly kill elite supreme experts. Perhaps even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect this Golden Lion King to be more terrifying and powerful than he imagined. As expected of the legendary genius of the war tribe. It was absolutely heaven-defying. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. In the next moment, he would use the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword. A terrifying sword light would surge out and slash apart the suns one after another. However, when the suns exploded, the energy formed would cause a terrifying impact to him. Fortunately, his physique had been refined by the immemorial demonic blood and was far stronger than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be stronger than before. Interesting indeed. The Golden Lion King was surprised to see that Lin Xian was able to block the golden suns in the sky. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was indeed stronger than the last time they met. But so what, he had fully activated his bloodline power. He could even kill a god, limitless heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King's fist technique became extremely berserk again. Terrifying golden fists appeared in the air. Then, they formed a golden ocean that rolled over. The void collapsed in an instant. There was nothing that could withstand it at all. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Even the King Almighties who were fighting tens of thousands of miles away trembled as fear rose in their hearts. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the sky tens of thousands of miles away. There, golden light flickered. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura it emitted seemed to be able to devour heaven and earth. Lin Xian also felt threatened. He didn't dare to be careless. He covered his body with the black battle armor and summoned the Ice Guardian. Then, Lin Xian used the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword and attacked. Demon Seal. Terrifying sword chi was unleashed. It seemed to be able to seal the heaven and earth. Therefore, the golden waves that the Golden Lion King unleashed gradually dimmed under the influence of Demon Seal. It seemed like it would disappear at any time. What was going on? Why did the golden light in the distance suddenly dim? The kings 30,000 miles away were extremely confused. The Golden Lion King also frowned. He could feel a mysterious power weakening his strength. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light in the sky completely disappeared. It was completely sealed. What was this? The Golden Lion King frowned. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The burning sky-scorching sun fist was his war tribe's ultimate skill. It was extremely violent and terrifying. No one could resist it, let alone seal it. But now, the berserk power he had unleashed had inexplicably disappeared. He was unable to believe it. However, before he could react, Lin Xian quickly attacked again. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face darkened. Not only did he fail to injure Lin Xian, but his attack was also destroyed. This made him furious. One must know that he was the Golden Lion King, a genius of the war tribe. He was unparalleled. He had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, Lin Xian continuously provoked him and even successfully suppressed him. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damned brat, go to hell. The Golden Lion King roared. The golden light in his body suddenly erupted and spread out in all directions. At the same time, 2 balls of golden flames appeared on his fists. Instantly, the spiritual chi within a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him and entered the 2 balls of flames in his hands. The 2 balls of flames became even more resplendent, as if they were the flames of the gods. Hu boom, boom. The Golden Lion King to kill the Lion King. Soon after, the Golden Lion King formed a seal with both of its hands. The 2 golden flames began to fuse together. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Not only that, but the golden flame also began to transform into a golden divine tree that was burning fiercely. Above the golden birth god tree, clusters of golden phantoms appeared like suns. Sun gods too. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with flames. It was as if a real sun had descended to the mortal world. That terrifying aura directly shattered the mountain peak below. Large swathes of the forest burned and turned into ashes. In the Golden Lion King's hands, the golden flames turned into 9 golden crows. They spread their wings and flew towards Lin Xian. Then, they grew bigger with the wind and turned into demonic beasts that were hundreds of feet long. They were incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian roared. The dragon sword domain quickly appeared on his body and turned into 2 true dragons that circled around his hands. In the next moment, he grabbed the Golden Lion King and pulled. Ka ka ka, the Golden Lion King tore the Golden Lion King into 2 like a piece of cloth. A huge black crack flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and spread forward. The sky seemed to have really been split open. The violent spatial energy spread out in all directions. It even charged towards the Golden Lion King. This was an extremely terrifying method. It was equivalent to Lin Xian also withstanding the terrifying spatial energy. However, countless sword chi rose from his body and destroyed the power of space. However, the 9 golden crows at the front were fiercely attacked. The first 3 golden crows were instantly torn apart by the spatial energy. They turned into countless flames and fell into the dark void. However, this was an absolute art after all. In addition to the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline, it was even more terrifying and burned fiercely. The 6 golden crows at the back directly shattered the Golden Lion King and attacked again, contending with the spatial crack. In the end, they all disappeared into the Golden Lion King. Spatial energy? The Golden Lion King frowned. He didn't expect the other party to have grasped this kind of spatial energy. This kind of spatial energy was very difficult to grasp. As far as he knew, only the Gu family of the East had grasped it. He didn't expect the other party to have it. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Brat, don't think that you can threaten me just because you have grasped spatial energy, you are too naive. I will let you know the true power of my war tribe. The Golden Lion King's mouth rose into a sinister smile. The golden light in his eyes bloomed even more. The golden rune between his eyebrows became even more resplendent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hands and pulled. Crack! Crack, crack! Instantly, the space in front of him was torn apart. A huge black crack also spread out. That scene was exactly the same as Lin Xian's. It was as if it was a copy. In the sky, two incomparably dark spatial cracks were spread out. Everyone within 100,000 miles could see it. At this moment, not to mention the 8th prince, the 1st prince, and the others, even the people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw it through the screen. They were extremely frightened. What kind of ability did the two of them use? How could they tear apart such a terrifying space? Heavens, this can't be spatial energy, right? Otherwise, ordinary energy wouldn't be able to tear apart such a terrifying space. That's right. Only an invincible king could create such a spatial crack. Other than that, other than spatial energy, I can't think of anything else. The two of them actually know how to use spatial energy. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand it at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He looked at the other party's action and the scene they created. His brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? Why does it feel so familiar? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hands and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out from his hands. It quickly rushed forward. Useless brat. The Golden Lion King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The power of his bloodline was released even more. He also formed a seal. After that, a golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain rotating in the empty palace. A golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain as it rotated in the empty palace. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Boom, boom. The two lotuses collided in the air and formed a terrifying storm. Then, they were extinguished together. It was the same attack again. Lin Xian's frown deepened. In the next moment, the demon-slaying sword formation appeared under his feet. An immemorial shadow soared into the sky. The black shadow carried a violent power as it charged toward the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. At this moment, he was like a god of war that controlled the world. Countless golden patterns spread under his feet and turned into golden flames. They condensed into a golden illusory shadow. It was like an immemorial demon god that emitted a desolate aura. It really looked like a golden immemorial demon beast had awakened. Boom, boom. Another shocking collision occurred. Then, the two completely disappeared in the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He was too familiar with this method. No matter what the other party used, he could simulate it. This was the divine ability of his great dragon sword soul. How did the other party know how to use it? Lin Xian was simply too astonished. In fact, it could even be said that he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Golden Lion King's move to be so similar to his. But, how was this possible? He could do it because he had the great dragon sword soul. It could simulate everything. How did the other party do it? Why was it able to simulate the move he used? Could it be that the other party also had the same divine ability or treasure? Lin Xian did not know, but he was extremely shocked. Ruffian Dragon, hey too, do you know the origin of the war tribe? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. However, Ruffian Dragon and Hey Tu shook their heads. The war tribe was prosperous about 100,000 years ago. However, it gradually declined. 10,000 years ago, it completely disappeared. When I was there, the war tribe had already disappeared. And Hong said. Hey Tu also said that when I was there, the war tribe was very low-key. Therefore, I could not find anything. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon did not know what happened 100,000 years ago. How could he know? However, he guessed that the war race was definitely not that simple. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression and frowning appearance, the Golden Lion King smiled. How is it, brat? Are you very shocked? It's no wonder you're surprised. I can use all the martial skills and divine abilities you use. Therefore, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. A confident smile appeared on the Golden Lion King's face. He looked at Lin Xian with pity in his eyes. I admit that you can be considered a genius, surpassing most people. But unfortunately, you met me. The war race is not something you can imagine. The war clan's foundation also far surpasses your understanding, therefore, they had to obediently hand over the heavenly treasure. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will experience what it means to be in despair, to live a life worse than death. Hearing the Golden Lion King's words, Lin Xian regained his senses and snorted. Although he didn't know what kind of method the Golden Lion King used to be able to imitate his ultimate move and divine ability, he didn't know. However, the other party actually dared to compete with him in this aspect. That was truly courting death. The great dragon sword soul wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as Lin Xian used his full strength, it would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, the other party dared to compete with him. That was truly courting death. Humph. This is your method, the divine ability of your war race? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just SOSO, brat, don't boast. I can perform all of the divine abilities you know. Moreover, under the power of my bloodline, they're definitely stronger than yours. What do you have to win against me, even stronger than mine? You're too confident, too naive. You can try and see if it's stronger than mine. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. He would let the other party know what was called the Great Dragon Sword Soul, unparalleled in the world. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Lion King's face sank. Since the other party didn't know the difference between life and death, there was no need for him to hold back. On the other side, Lin Xian's palms formed seals again. The black hellfire and the blue sea god's eyes quickly merged in front of him. However, this time, it wasn't a simple fusion. Lin Xian injected the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul into it. The Hell's Ice Lotus was formed. On the surface of the lotus, dragon patterns appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. This power was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out. It's useless. I've already learned this move. You're not my opponent at all. Seeing Lin Xian use the Hell's Ice Lotus, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. He quickly formed seals with his palms, and the power of his bloodline surged. A golden lotus rose into the air and flew out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided in the air, and a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Humph, although it's just an imitation, my bloodline power is definitely far stronger than yours. This time, you can't block it at all. The Golden Lion King stood at the back, and his eyes were cold. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, how is this possible? He was extremely shocked, because he could feel that the golden lotus he formed was quickly shattering into pieces. And the other party's Hell's Ice Lotus was quickly approaching with a terrifying aura. Boom, in an instant, it arrived in front of him. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe it. How did the other party's power increase again? In fact, it even surpassed the power of his bloodline. What's going on? He couldn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. The Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him was already enveloping him. If this energy exploded, it would definitely threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the Golden Lion King roared, and his speed exploded to the limit. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he waved his fists and used the Fearless Lion's seal. The terrifying seal was injected with the power of his bloodline. It was as if a real demon king had awakened. In an instant, he collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him. Only then did he block the Hell's Ice Lotus. However, he was still affected by the energy and kept retreating. A lot of the golden flames on his body were extinguished. Damn it, what's going on? His divine ability was even stronger than before. The Golden Lion King retreated to the back, and his expression was incomparably cold. He had tested the other party's power before, and it was the same as when he didn't use the power of his bloodline. Now that he used the power of his bloodline, his combat power had increased by several times. It was definitely not a problem to kill the other party. Even if he used the same move, he could still win against the other party. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. Both parties used the same move, but his move was broken. In other words, the other party's divine ability was more powerful than his. He was a genius of the war race and possessed a terrifying bloodline power. He was born for battle. His battle prowess had reached the pinnacle among the younger generation. How could the other party be stronger than him? He did not believe it. Why? Are you surprised? Is it out of your expectations? On the other side, Lin Xian stepped in the air and walked over. He revealed a trace of ridicule. Who do you think you are to be able to control everything? Do you think the war race is really as powerful as the legends say? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. At least, you can't control me. Damn it, I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King roared. Brat, I don't know what secret technique you used to stimulate your body's potential. That's why your battle prowess has increased. But thinking about it, this secret technique can't last for too long. It can't be compared to my bloodline power. Ignorant, the war race was strong, but not the strongest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have declined. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Do you think that your war race is at its peak? You're courting death. My war race just doesn't want to come out. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Golden Lion King was really angry. The other party actually dared to look down on him and look down on the war race. This was something that the arrogant him couldn't tolerate. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and the golden flames on his body danced. In an instant, he turned into a huge golden giant and roared at the sky. Then, a golden flame sword appeared in the golden giant's hand. It turned into a golden dragon and roared in the air. Brat, go to hell, the Golden Lion King roared and swung his arm down. The golden flame sword also slashed down. This move was Lin Xian's ultimate skill, Fire God's Roar. Now that it was used by the Golden Lion King, its power was terrifying. Humph, let me show you what the real Fire God's Roar is, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The hellfire on his body quickly spread. Then, a black giant was quickly formed. Roar, the black giant roared toward the sky and let out a dragon's roar. The surrounding mountain peaks instantly shattered. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Thunder and lightning fell. This energy fluctuation was sensed by everyone within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Instantly, the people on the 8th prince's and the 1st prince's side raised their heads in astonishment. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw two towering giants tens of thousands of miles away. They stood there as if they could reach the heavens. One was like a god of war in gold, while the other was like a demon king in darkness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble uncontrollably. This was too shocking. They were all powerful geniuses. Yet, they were all trembling under such pressure. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't believe it. The people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw the two giant figures standing in the distance through the light screen. Then, they all sucked in a cold breath. When they saw the black giant let out a furious roar and shatter the sky, they were even more astonished. This black giant was so strong. This was Lin Xian's giant, one of his ultimate moves. He had seen it before. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the elders who supported the first prince, their faces were gloomy. What was going on? It was obvious that the golden giant's aura was suppressed. But how was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King couldn't defeat the other party? Once this thought came out, they were all stunned. How was this possible? The Golden Lion King, the genius of the war tribe, was born for battle. How could there be someone he couldn't defeat, unless it was a supreme expert? They didn't dare to believe that there was someone who could suppress the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He felt the aura of a dragon from the other party and was instantly shocked. What was going on? Why was there the aura of a dragon? Who was the other party? Could it be someone from the royal family? the dragon's roar, he immediately thought of the royal family. Only the royal family had the aura of a dragon and could let out a dragon's roar. However, Lin Xian wasn't from the royal family. Then why? Could it be because of his cultivation technique? The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's cultivation technique to be related to dragons. So what? Even if it was related, it wasn't a real dragon. I don't believe that you can suppress me. The Golden Lion King was enraged. There was a hint of madness in his cold eyes. In the next moment, the rune on his forehead flickered even more. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Mysterious runes revolved around him like divine runes. They were incomparably mysterious. Even the surroundings were filled with an ancient voice. His voice was very low, and it shook people's souls. Buzz, when this scene appeared, the golden flames on the surface of his body suddenly blossomed. It was like a huge sun, extremely dazzling. The Golden Lion King's aura rose again, as expected. As expected of the genius of the war tribe, seeing this scene, everyone started to discuss. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could the Golden Lion King be suppressed? That brat dared to fight with the Golden Lion King. He would definitely be killed. It could even increase his strength. It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that the Golden Lion King was indeed a difficult opponent. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. However, it was a pity that it met him. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Another loud dragon roar rang out, shattering the clouds and the surroundings. In the next moment, the black giant clenched his fists. Countless black flames danced and turned into a huge flaming sword. However, the huge flaming sword here was too shocking. It wasn't a sword at all. It was a dragon. A huge black flaming dragon was held in the hands of the black giant. The dragon's head roared towards the sky. It was extremely sinister. Roar, on it, even the dragon runes could be seen clearly. Buzz, the sword slashed down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The terrifying black dragon sword was incomparably terrifying. It directly slashed forward, wanting to split the Golden Lion King into pieces. Die for me. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also roared. He controlled the golden giant and similarly waved the huge flaming sword. In the next moment, the two giants attacked at the same time. Two terrifying huge swords clashed in the air. Boom boom boom, this attack was extremely terrifying. It really had the aura of destruction. An extremely terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions with the two giants as the center. Everywhere it passed, mountains, forests, and rivers collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz, tens of thousands of miles away, the eighth prince, the first prince, and the others who were fighting felt a terrifying surge of energy, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. At this moment, they simply stopped fighting and retreated to the distance to observe the situation. The experts and elders in the Grand Imperial Hall widened their eyes as they stared at the screen. Clang, under everyone's nervous gazes, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The huge golden flaming sword was split in half. Whoosh, the broken half fell to the ground and immediately turned into a sea of golden flames that spread in all directions. The raging flames burned fiercely, but the golden giant roared in anger. In the next moment, it was split in half by the black dragon sword. What? It was split in half. How was this possible? Everyone went crazy. On the first prince's side, the elite experts and elders all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Golden Lion King's golden giant was split in half. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank in disbelief. His opponent actually broke through his attack. How was this possible? How could his opponent be stronger than him? He couldn't believe it. He roared crazily and wanted to block it. However, he realized that the huge black dragon sword was already slashing down rapidly. It would soon engulf him. Ah, get lost, the Golden Lion King unleashed a terrifying attack. A golden armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. Boom, in the next moment, the long sword slashed down. It was earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers were shattered. A terrifying energy wave turned into a rolling light pillar that rushed into the 9 heavens. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The earth cracked and the void collapsed. The surrounding mountains were also cracked, forming huge rifts. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they stared into the distance. They wanted to know how the Golden Lion King was doing. When the Black Dragon Sword's shadow disappeared, everyone became nervous. They didn't know how the Golden Lion King was doing. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the remnant energy. This voice was filled with killing intent and didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this voice, the first prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that this was the Golden Lion King's voice. This meant that the Golden Lion King shouldn't have suffered much damage. Bang! In the next moment, the void was torn apart as the Golden Lion King stepped out. His long golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and his handsome face seemed to have been carved by a knife. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Not only that, when they looked down, everyone was stunned. The exquisite golden battle armor on the Golden Lion King was now filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Not only that, but the area in front of his body caved in. There was an obvious sword mark that slashed it open. This could no longer be considered a golden armor, because large amounts of blood had dyed it red. He was injured. The Golden Lion King was actually heavily injured. Everyone was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, the Golden Lion King's expression was ice-cold. The rune between its eyebrows shone even brighter. Even though Xianxia's face was pale, the killing intent he exuded was far sharper than before. "Brat, since you dared to hurt me, I'll make you pay back tenfold." The Golden Lion King was truly enraged. He simply couldn't understand why his opponent's might was so much greater than his when they used the same martial skill. This was too illogical. One must know that the Golden Lion King was able to imitate other people's martial skills by combining it with the power of his bloodline. Furthermore, under the effect of his bloodline, the might he imitated would far surpass his opponent's. This kind of divine ability could not only defeat his opponent's hand, but it could also shatter his opponent's confidence and martial heart. But now, the divine ability that he was so proud of had actually failed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian sneered. "Why, are you surprised? This is just an appetizer. Next, I'll give you a surprise. Damn it, could it be that this brat still has some trump card?" The Golden Lion King frowned. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he discovered that Lin Xian's palms were rapidly forming seals. A ferocious and terrifying aura was rapidly emitted from the imprint. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he use it? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King seemed to have received a huge blow, and he went crazy. Damn it, how can he use the seal of the Fearless Lion? Impossible, fake. This must be fake, this brat is trying to confuse me, the Golden Lion King roared, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Fake, is that so? Then look at this. As he spoke, he waved his palm, and the seal of the Fearless Lion appeared. A golden lion appeared in the sky and roared towards the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King had truly gone crazy. The other party was actually able to use his divine ability. This was too unexpected. This divine ability was his battle tribe's ultimate skill. No one else could use it. However, how could the other party use it? Damn it, could it be that this brat also knows how to imitate other people's divine ability? But how is this possible? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. The reason why he could imitate other people's divine ability was because of his battle tribe's bloodline power. Without the bloodline power of the battle tribe, no one else could use it. This was definitely not the seal of the Fearless Lion. Brat, do you think that just by imitating the shape of a lion, it's the seal of the Fearless Lion? You won't be able to use its power and essence. The Golden Lion King roared and quickly formed seals with his palm. He also used the seal of the Fearless Lion. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be trying to confuse and deceive him. That's why he used the seal of the Fearless Lion. He guessed that the other party's seal only had the shape of a lion. It didn't have the power and essence of the seal of the fearless lion. If that was the case, then it was nothing. Because it couldn't threaten him at all. Therefore, he also used the seal of the fearless lion and quickly used it. He wanted to shatter the other party's lion. In the sky, the two golden figures collided again and tore apart. However, very soon, the Golden Lion King screamed again. Because he realized that the seal of the fearless lion was broken by the other party. Damn it! How is this possible? Not only was the other party's form the same as his, the power was even stronger than his original version. How is this possible? How could the other party use their battle tribe's divine ability? Furthermore, the power was even stronger than his. The Golden Lion King was about to go crazy. Damn brat, how did you do it? Who exactly are you? The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth. How did you do it? Naturally, I did it too. Lin Xian sneered. Impossible, I don't believe it, the Golden Lion King roared crazily. I can only do this because I have the battle tribe's bloodline. So it was the bloodline of the war tribe. After Lin Xian heard this, he was enlightened. Now, he finally found some clues. Damn it, you actually tricked me, the Golden Lion King roared. He didn't expect that the other party was still investigating the secret of his war tribe. This made him mad. Therefore, at the next moment, he attacked again. It's useless. I know everything you know. Moreover, the power is stronger than yours. Therefore, you are not my opponent at all, Lin Xian said coldly. These were the words that the Golden Lion King had said to him before. However, he was now returning them back to them. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you, the Golden Lion King was mad. This was a slap to his face. He had to kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lin Xian sneered. Now, have a taste of my burning sky-scorching sun fist. Boom, terrifying black flames rose from Lin Xian's fists. Then, they danced quickly. Numerous black suns danced in the air, releasing terrifying heat. What he was using now was the ultimate skill that the Golden Lion King used before, the burning sky-scorching sun fist. It was also a terrifying ability of the war tribe. At this moment, when it was used, it really had the aura of destruction. Damn it, seeing the other party using his war tribe's ultimate skill again, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. Everything was out of his control. Originally, he thought that he could use his bloodline power to simulate Lin Xian's ultimate skill and kill the other party. This way, he could use the most humiliating method to kill the other party, but now, he realized that not only did he not succeed, but he was also defeated by the other party. Now, his martial heart was about to collapse. Because the other party was too mysterious, this battle was truly too depressing. The Golden Lion King looked at Lin Xian. The other party was using his war tribe's ultimate skill. Moreover, the other party was stronger than him. This made him mad. He roared crazily. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered. At the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, I don't believe that you can copy my bloodline power. In the next moment, he used his bloodline secret skill and attacked madly. Suddenly, the power of his bloodline burst out, and a red light rushed out from his forehead. It turned into a red blood sword and slashed down madly. Bloodline sword, the long sword contained a terrifying bloodline power, and mysterious runes flickered on it. The blood-red longsword rushed out, shattering all the black suns, and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and used the demigods and semi-devils. He also used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight back. The two sword techniques clashed fiercely in the air. Clang, it was as if a magnificent army was galloping. The blood-red longsword returned to the Golden Lion King's side and floated in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as sword light bloomed from his body. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Attack. Make a copy of my bloodline sword, the Golden Lion King sneered again. How is it? You can't use it anymore, right? Do you think you're very powerful? You can't use the same divine ability as my bloodline power at all, the Golden Lion King sneered disdainfully. He guessed correctly. Lin Xian couldn't copy the divine ability of the bloodline power. However, he sneered in the next moment. So what if you can't copy it? Could it be that you can copy all my divine abilities? What a joke. Of course I can. The Golden Lion King was filled with confidence again. You don't have bloodline power, so you don't have any secret bloodline skills. As long as it's not a divine ability formed by bloodline power, I can use it. The sword technique you use to resist my bloodline sword should be a heaven tier sword technique, right? I can use it too. The Golden Lion King snorted and quickly activated the bloodline sword beside him. Suddenly, the bloodline sword soared into the sky and quickly danced in the air. It looked exactly the same as the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword that Lin Xian used previously. Kid, do you see that? I can also use heaven tier techniques. However, you can't copy my bloodline sword, therefore, you will definitely die in this battle. Do you think I only have heaven tier techniques? Lin Xian's expression was cold as his eyes flickered. The Golden Lion King was right. He couldn't copy the secret technique of the bloodline power. However, so what? He also had many ultimate moves that the other party couldn't copy, therefore, Lin Xian decided to use his strongest trump card. He didn't want to delay any longer. He had to kill this person in front of him. Buzz, in the next moment, rays of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. They turned into mysterious patterns that covered his entire eyeball. A pair of golden eyes emitted a mysterious aura. Golden eyes, the Golden Lion King was stunned when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end as if he was facing a terrifying threat. Floating light, as expected, the mysterious patterns in Lin Xian's eyes rotated and he launched a powerful attack. Ah, the Golden Lion King's body trembled. His soul power was hit by a strong impact as if it was going to shatter his soul. In the next moment, he screamed crazily. Anger appeared in his eyes and the flames on his body surged rapidly. Damn it! It's a soul attack, block it for me. There was a blue necklace around the Golden Lion King's neck. It was emitting a blue radiance. This was a treasure for soul defense. It formed a strong defense to block Lin Xian's floating light attack. However, it was useless. He underestimated Lin Xian's eye technique. If it was an ordinary eye technique, the blue necklace would definitely be able to block it. However, this was an illusion released by the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Lion King fell for it. Boom, seeing this scene, Lin Xian decisively made his move. The primal chaos exterminating sword slashed out quickly and ruthlessly on the Golden Lion King's body, sending him flying. Boom boom boom, the sky shattered and the earth sank. The Golden Lion King vomited a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was shattered again. Many of his bones were even broken. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also impacted. The intense pain made him wake up from the illusion. In the next moment, he roared toward the sky. Golden radiance enveloped his body. He quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated the bloodline sword beside him and slashed away the remaining chaotic sword chi. Damn it! This is impossible. The Golden Lion King's face turned ugly once again. The advantage he had gained because of the bloodline sword had disappeared once again. He didn't expect his opponent to use an eye technique. Moreover, it was such a terrifying illusion. Even his soul defense treasure couldn't block it. In the next moment, he roared ferociously. However, soon, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Kid, I have to say, thank you very much for giving me such a powerful illusion attack. The Golden Lion King was too excited. If he used his bloodline power to perform such an illusion attack, he would definitely be able to heavily injure his opponent. Therefore, in the next moment, the bloodline power in his body circulated crazily. His pair of blood-red eyes gradually turned golden. But soon, his body trembled and he stood there in a daze. Cold sweat even flowed down his forehead. Damn it, impossible, this is impossible, why can't I copy it? The Golden Lion King was stunned because he realized that he couldn't copy Lin Xian's eye technique at all. What's going on? The Golden Lion King didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't understand how the other party could have something that he couldn't copy. Could it be the power of bloodline? Other than the power of bloodline, he couldn't think of anything else. Because he could even copy a heaven tier cultivation technique. Damn it, the power of bloodline, you actually have the power of bloodline. The Golden Lion King roared crazily. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary genius and didn't have the power of bloodline. But now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The other party actually had the power of bloodline, and it was incomparably mysterious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw the Golden Lion King's crazy appearance and sneered. Why, didn't you say that you could copy all my divine abilities? Now, copy it and see. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a slap to his face. And he couldn't even fight back. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, don't be too arrogant. I have soul attacks too. I can still kill you. You have it too, is that so? Then show it and let me see. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes flickered like a god, incomparably mysterious. Humph, you will see it. The Golden Lion King's expression was cold. His bloodline power circulated crazily. The golden light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of blood red. My battle race was born for battle and is incomparably powerful. Do you think my battle race doesn't have any divine abilities? Now, I will let you see it. As the Golden Lion King's voice fell, the blood-red light in his eyes became even more monstrous. It was like a sea of blood, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Soul Slash, as his voice fell, countless blood-red light bloomed in his eyes. Ka, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Formless energy surged in the sky, and Lin Xian also felt a threat that came from his soul surging toward him. When this energy surged out, even Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Truly worthy of being a genius of the war race. This Golden Lion King was truly too frightening. In fact, he even felt that the other party could stand shoulder to shoulder with supreme beings. This war race was so mysterious. They actually had a soul-level divine ability, and it was so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted. In the next moment, the golden Dao pattern in his right eye rotated and turned into a golden flame. Ran Hun, golden flames drifted out, formless and formless. The void instantly shattered, unable to withstand it at all. The crimson light began to burn rapidly. Huff. Huff, the golden flame was not big, but it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, many blood-colored rays of light were ignited and burned fiercely, showing signs of spreading for thousands of miles. On the other side, the Golden Lion King held its head and screamed miserably. Its eyes were blank. Roar, it gritted its teeth and waved the bloodline sword beside it, cutting off the connection between the crimson light and itself. Then, it retreated thousands of miles, panting heavily. Its face was incomparably pale. As for the crimson light that was cut off, it quickly burned and turned into ashes. Damn it, impossible. How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. The other party's eye technique was actually stronger than his. One had to know that this soul slash was a soul attack that used its bloodline power. It could instantly slash anyone's soul. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. It was a secret technique that belonged to it. Once it was used, no one below the Supreme Being level could resist it. If a Supreme Being was accidentally hit by it, they would probably be seriously injured. However, such a terrifying soul slash was actually burned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. What exactly was that golden flame of the other party? Was it a soul flame condensed from an eye technique? The Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. Even the soul flame of a Supreme Being wasn't that terrifying. Unless it was the soul flame of an invincible king. However, the other party was obviously not an invincible king. In fact, he was just a 6-star king like it. No matter how strong the soul power was, how strong could it be? Why was the soul flame so terrifying? Could it be that it wasn't the soul flame? Then what was it? The Golden Lion King's face was incomparably ugly. However, in the next moment, all the hair on its body stood up. Because it realized that the golden flame was quickly floating towards it. Its soul felt threatened. The Golden Lion King's face instantly turned green. If it was enveloped by this thing, its soul would probably be ignited. At that time, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. Moreover, it would be an injury that would be very difficult to recover from. Damn it, the Golden Lion King was like a golden lightning, constantly dodging and teleporting in the air. However, the golden flame seemed to be staring at it. No matter how it dodged, it couldn't escape. Bloodline sword. Kill it, there was no other way. The Golden Lion King could only activate the bloodline sword beside it. Whoosh, the bloodline sword bloomed with runes and turned into a bolt of lightning. It instantly flew out and slashed at the golden flame. Boom, this attack was too terrifying. The explosive energy directly blew up everything. The bloodline sword was indeed mysterious and incomparably terrifying. It contained the bloodline power of the war tribe. Therefore, even if the golden flame was summoned by the Tianji divine eyes, it was still affected. The golden flame on it was somewhat dim. However, the bloodline sword wasn't in a good state either. The blood-colored light on it was flickering like boiling water. It was about to be ignited. The blood-colored light quickly slashed the entire bloodline sword, as if it was about to melt. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face turned ugly. It roared crazily. Damn it, how could it be like this? This was impossible. It knew how powerful the bloodline sword was. There was absolutely nothing that could block it. However, the golden flame was actually able to block it. Damn it, kill it for me, the Golden Lion King roared crazily and poured all its bloodline power into the sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword bloomed with a strange light. However, on the other side, Lin Xian also activated the Tianji divine eyes. The mysterious runes shone with golden light. The golden flame also became stronger. Boom, boom. Boom, the flame flickered, able to ignite the bloodline sword. There was no other way. Seeing that the bloodline sword was about to melt, the Golden Lion King gritted its teeth and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Block it for me, it roared and directly detonated the bloodline sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword exploded, turning into a blood-colored energy ball and spreading in all directions. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly covered by the blood-colored energy ball and it was still continuing. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, 50,000 miles was completely covered. The eighth prince, the first prince, and the others also felt their scalps go numb as they frantically retreated. They retreated to 70,000 miles away once again, their faces filled with fear. The area in front of them was completely enveloped by the blood-colored energy. They couldn't see clearly at all. The royal elders and experts in the Grand Imperial Hall all frowned and cried out in alarm. They couldn't see the details of the previous battle clearly. Therefore, they didn't know that the Golden Lion King had used the bloodline sword. They also didn't know that Lin Xian had used the heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, they would have gone even crazier than now. They could only see a blood-colored ball of energy covering a radius of 50,000 miles. The terrifying scene caused them to be extremely shocked. However, they couldn't figure out what kind of attack it was. The blood-colored ball of light lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. Then, the world regained its clarity. The violent energy also gradually disappeared. However, the eighth prince and the others didn't dare to approach. They could only wait in bewilderment. In front of them, the Golden Lion King's armor was mostly shattered. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely miserable. Blood flowed from his body. It was abnormally red. He frantically made the bloodline sword explode and finally blocked the golden flame. However, he also suffered from the impact and was heavily injured. On the other side, the dragon sword domain on Lin Xian's body slowly dispersed. The black armor on his body was also mostly shattered. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. The impact just now had also injured him. At this moment, he took out a few elixirs and quickly consumed them. The longevity art in his body circulated rapidly and healed his injuries. Although he was injured, his eyes were incomparably sharp. Damn it, how is this possible? This is impossible. On the other side, the Golden Lion King roared crazily. He stared at Lin Xian. Looking at those golden eyes, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this was some kind of eye technique? Heavenly secret divine eyes. You're from the heavenly secret race, the Golden Lion King's pupil shrank. The heavenly secret race was an even more mysterious race than the war race. However, the heavenly secret race was also at the peak of the ancient era. They had already gone extinct for tens of thousands of years. There probably wasn't a single member of the Heaven's Legacy race left alive on the continent. However, his golden eyes were simply too similar to the legendary Heavenly Fate God eyes. The Golden Lion King could not help but be suspicious of its might. Damn it, just what is your relationship with the Heaven's Legacy race? Are you from the Heaven's Legacy race? The Golden Lion King had a malevolent expression. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning. Had he been recognized? Sure enough, his golden eyes were too eye-catching. This Golden Lion King should have guessed it. But since that was the case, Lin Xian pulled out the 9-nether devil sword, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Since you've guessed it, I can't let you live. Killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. He had decided to kill this Golden Lion King. Although it was very risky and might incur the wrath of the heavens, he could not let the news of him possessing the heavenly secret godly eyes spread out. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. He was afraid that the people from the Tai dynasty would also attack him. After all, the heavenly secret godly eyes was an extremely mysterious eye. It was rumored that it was related to the reincarnation sword. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the power of the heavenly secret godly eyes was enough to drive everyone crazy. Want to kill me? Not so easy, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. He was very sure that his opponent's eyes were the legendary heavenly secret godly eyes. He did not expect that he would encounter the heavenly secret godly eyes one day. Brat, I did not expect you to possess the heavenly secret godly eyes. Since that's the case, I will not let you go. After obtaining your eyes, perhaps no one in the world will be my match. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to obtain information related to the reincarnation sword. The Golden Lion King laughed crazily. He took out countless treasures from his storage ring and consumed them without any regard for his life. Right now, he needed to quickly heal his injuries and kill Lin Xian. Whoosh, brat, I admit that you are very powerful and have the heavenly secret godly eyes. But if I fight with my life on the line, you are definitely not my match. Speaking until here, the bloodline power in his body began to burn. A scarlet flame wrapped around him. Boom, the Golden Lion King's power and aura erupted once again. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He had even surpassed the peak experts. Burning his bloodline power, at this moment, everyone could feel the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King. The first prince and the others were extremely shocked. The imperial elders also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of situation did the Golden Lion King encounter? Why did he have to burn his bloodline power? This was a way to fight with his life on the line. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would be severely injured. His cultivation might even drop, he might even need to spend hundreds or thousands of years to recover. However, the Golden Lion King actually burned his bloodline power without any regard for anything else. Could it be that Lin Xian was already so powerful? Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so crazy. He did not hesitate to burn his bloodline power and burn his life to snatch the heavenly secret godly eyes. It seemed like his prediction was right. He had to kill the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, when the other experts got the news, they would probably hunt him down at all costs. Buzz buzz buzz, the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline burned and turned into 18 ancient runes, protecting his head. Brat, it's useless. Your heavenly secret godly eyes can't hurt me this time, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. 18 incomparably ancient runes ignited the power of its bloodline and protected its head, which also protected its soul. Without the heavenly secret godly eyes, let's see what you can use to fight me. Boom. Support the original version, fight the pirated version. Speaking until here, the Golden Lion King's aura erupted. Then, he quickly charged over. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The golden fist in his hand was wrapped in blood-red flames as he ruthlessly punched out. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's strength increased by several folds. There was no other way. The burning of his bloodline power was too terrifying. Boom. Original version will win, pirated version will die. Lin Xian was forced back. The black armor on his body was completely shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and his face was extremely gloomy. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? You can't even block one of my punches. Now, obediently die for me. Seeing that he had forced his opponent back with one punch, the Golden Lion King laughed proudly again. He didn't dare to delay. After all, what he burned was his bloodline power. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into lightning and charged over again. He wanted to use the fastest time to finish off his opponent. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the two secret techniques, floating light and soul ignition. The golden light in his eyes erupted and swept out. However, it was blocked by the opponent's 18 ancient runes. Indeed, under the effect of the Golden Lion King burning his bloodline power, it finally blocked his heavenly secret godly eyes. Unless Lin Xian also burned his soul power, he might be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian wouldn't do that. Unless Lin Xian also desperately burned his soul power, he might be able to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian would not do that. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that move. After being blasted back again, Lin Xian clenched his fist and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar rushed out from his body. Buzz, at the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The sword chi it emitted blocked everyone's view. King domain against me? It's useless, kid. Your domain is no threat to me. Seeing Lin Xian use the king domain to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he floated in the sky. He did not answer the other party, nor did he plan to use the dragon sword domain to kill the other party. He planned to use the dragon sword soul in his body to kill the other party. Buzz, therefore, he wanted to use the king domain to block the view of others. After all, the dragon sword soul was comparable to the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was more mysterious. It was something that could make people go crazy. If the secret of him having the dragon sword soul was leaked, it would not only affect the entire central continent, but also the entire true spirit world. Everyone in the 5 continents would desperately hunt him down, those invincible kings were no exception. Perhaps even the sages would come out to kill him and seize the dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if a divine dragon had appeared in the world. Boom! Boom, boom! A deep dragon roar sounded, and the surrounding space shattered. It could not withstand this energy at all. A terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. He stopped moving, and his body was surrounded by a bloody light as he looked in front of him in shock. He did not expect Lin Xian to have other trump cards other than the heavenly secret divine eyes. Moreover, this energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes. What was that? The Golden Lion King looked ahead with a gloomy face. He discovered that there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It was very ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was going to break through the sky. The Golden Lion King was shocked. Suddenly, the burning red flames on its body began to surge and jump, as if it had become crazy. Not only that, but all the flames danced forward as if they wanted to kneel down and worship their king. What was going on? The Golden Lion King was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. How could such a thing happen to the other party? Could this be related to the great dragon sword soul? In the distance, the Golden Lion King was even more astonished. That was because it was not only the red flames on his body, the bloodline power in his body was also rapidly pulsating like a war drum, abnormally rumbling. In the end, it was even about to leave his body. Damn it, what's going on? How could my bloodline power have changed? The Golden Lion King was stupefied. He had never encountered such an unforeseen change in the power of his bloodline. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared straight ahead. Could it be that it was because of that sword shadow? He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. However, the only thing that could make his bloodline power tremble so crazily was probably that thing. Damn it, how could the other party have such a thing? The Golden Lion King did not dare to believe it. Their war tribe had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, but they could not find it. How could it be in the hands of a brat? The Golden Lion King felt his breathing become hurried, and his blood was boiling. He was simply too shocked. That thing was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes, an even more terrifying existence. It was also what their war tribe had been searching for all this time. The Great Dragon Sword, damn it, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword, the Golden Lion King finally gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian's brows twitched, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect that the other party would recognize his Great Dragon Sword soul the moment it appeared. How was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King knew so much about the Great Dragon Sword, or could it be that he knew about the Great Dragon Sword? You actually know about the Great Dragon Sword? This is really unexpected, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly, and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Brat, I have to say that you have given me too many surprises. You have the heavenly secret divine eyes, a heaven-defying eye technique. Now, you even have the Great Dragon Sword soul. I don't know how the Great Dragon Sword soul ended up in your body. However, you are not worthy of possessing such a sacred item. This is something that belongs to our war tribe. Now, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death, something that belongs to your war tribe. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. What was going on? How was the war tribe related to the Great Dragon Sword? He was extremely surprised because the corpse of the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword was in Black Earth. Now that he had obtained the Great Dragon Sword soul, logically speaking, he should be the fifth-generation successor of the Great Dragon Sword. However, what was the relationship with the war tribe? Could it be that someone from the war tribe had obtained the Great Dragon Sword before? Was it the second-generation successor or the third-generation successor? Or was there some other reason? Lin Xian did not know. When he asked He Tu also shook his head. He had never heard of the war tribe being related to the Great Dragon Sword. Humph, thus, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't care what relationship your war tribe has with the Great Dragon Sword, but now, it belongs to me. What a load of nonsense. Belongs to you, brat, you are too reckless. The Golden Lion King roared. Our war tribe was born for battle. This Great Dragon Sword was born to belong to us. Since you are not willing to hand it over obediently, then don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline power again and charged over madly. Boom, the Golden Lion King tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. He stretched out his 5 fingers and a blood-colored palm grabbed at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He wanted to snatch it away. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You dare to snatch my dragon-shaped sword shadow? You are courting death. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and let out a resonant dragon roar. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the Golden Lion King. Buzz, the Golden Lion King dodged rapidly and appeared on the other side of Lin Xian in an instant. At the same time, both of his hands quickly formed seals. One after another, mysterious and simple runes flew out from his fingertips. At the same time, he let out a series of strange syllables. It was as if he was speaking from the outer world. Buzz, as if it was affected, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand also let out a dragon roar. What was going on? He was actually able to affect the Great Dragon Sword soul. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, in the next moment, he grabbed the Great Dragon Sword soul and the energy in his body quickly circulated. Instantly, the connection was severed. Soon after, the sword chi swept out again. Bang, this time, the Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi. A huge sword wound appeared on its body. Fresh blood flowed out crazily and it was almost split into 2. The Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi, and a huge sword wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed wildly, and he was almost cut in half. As for his expression, it was also one of extreme fear. Damn it! This is impossible. How can you cut off my connection with the Great Dragon Sword soul? The Golden Lion King was too shocked because their war tribe had a mysterious connection with the Great Dragon Sword. The seal and the strange sound he sent out before were all used to communicate with the Great Dragon Sword. Although it was his first time using it, it was an ancient record of their war tribe. There was no way it was wrong. Moreover, the Great Dragon Sword soul also let out a loud sound as if it was responding. Originally, he thought he could control the Great Dragon Sword soul, but he didn't expect that his connection would be cut off in an instant. The other party could actually control the great dragon sword soul completely. How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and frantically used this secret technique, wanting to communicate with the great dragon sword soul. But this time it failed. Lin Xian and the great dragon sword soul seemed to have merged into one. He continuously sent out dragon-shaped sword chi, slashing in all directions. This caused the Golden Lion King to continuously retreat, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? I don't believe it. How did you completely subdue the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. He had learned about the great dragon sword soul's mysteriousness from the ancient records of the war tribe. That was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. Whoever grasped it would obtain the strongest power. However, the more violent the power, the harder it was to control. It was rumored that even saints couldn't completely control it. But now, this kid, a 6-star king, could actually completely control the great dragon sword soul. He didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, this can't be real. The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth and roared. But in the next moment, he turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Because he didn't plan to continue fighting. He wanted to go back. He wanted to leave this place and return to his family. He wanted the war tribe to send out countless experts to snatch the great dragon sword soul. He definitely couldn't let the great dragon sword soul fall into the hands of others. Buzz, the Golden Lion King turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Want to leave? Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain around him and sent out streams of sword chi to form a sword net cage, sealing off the space and preventing the Golden Lion King from escaping. He had already used 2 of his trump cards, completely exposing his identity and secret. How could he allow the other party to escape? Peng, the dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword chi. It tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Golden Lion King. Roar! The Golden Lion King was so scared that his scalp went numb. All the hair on his body stood up. Because this sword chi was simply too terrifying. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he quickly cut open his palm. Countless runes condensed in his palm, accompanied by a stream of scarlet blood. Boom, this was a secret magic formed by his bloodline power. Behind him, a bloody figure took his place. Peng, the bloody man was split into 2 halves by the sword. As for the Golden Lion King, it appeared 1,000 miles away. It was in an extremely sorry state, but it was running away as if it had gone mad. He dodged it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have so many secret skills. It was actually able to dodge his dragon-shaped sword chi. This really surprised him. However, this made it even more impossible for him to let the other party leave. In the next moment, he gathered the energy in his body again and prepared to launch the second dragon-shaped sword chi. However, at this moment, the dragon sword domain around him trembled rapidly. It turned into a torrential sword light and flew toward the Golden Lion King. Scram! Support the original version. Fight against piracy. The Golden Lion King roared toward the sky. It burned its bloodline power again without caring about the price. It formed a blood-colored lion and directly shattered the void. Buzz, the Golden Lion King stepped into the blood-colored whirlpool and appeared a few thousand miles away again. The moment he appeared, he ran for his life. That was the Golden Lion King. He came out, he was fine. In the distance, the first prince and the others looked into the distance and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to be the first to come out. Could it be that he won? Thinking of this, the first prince laughed crazily. He was extremely excited. That's great. The Golden Lion King won and killed that brat. In this way, they could join hands and kill the 8th prince. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was extremely ugly. If Lin Xian was killed, they would no longer have any chance of winning. The 8th prince's face was even more gloomy. He shook his head crazily. Impossible. Brother Lin couldn't be killed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King could kill him. Peng. The original version will win, the pirated version will die. In the next moment, the void in the distance shattered. Following that, another figure quickly appeared. It was Lin Xian. Baleful aura surrounded his body. A terrifying sword light covered a radius of more than 10 meters, forming a sword world. Others couldn't see it clearly. He did this because he wanted to hide the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword spirit. When his aura appeared, the 8th prince and the others in the distance exclaimed. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian also came out, he didn't die. That's great, the 8th prince's side was excited. On the other hand, the 1st prince's side was gloomy. Damn it. What's going on? This kid didn't die. This was far beyond their expectations. At this moment, even the royal elders and almighty experts in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely surprised. Previously, they could only see the terrifying energy shockwaves. Now, they could finally see the two figures. However, these two people were too mysterious. One of them was shrouded in a blood-red light, and it was hard to tell him apart. The other was shrouded in a sharp sword chi, and it was also hard to see him clearly. However, they could still distinguish who was who. The one with blood-red aura was naturally the Golden Lion King. That blood-red aura should be the power of bloodline. The one whose body was filled with sword chi was naturally Lin Xian. After all, he was an incomparably terrifying swordsman. But soon, they were stunned. Because after Lin Xian came out, he shouted coldly. Want to leave? Do you think you can leave? As he spoke, a terrifying sword light shot out rapidly, forming a huge dragon in the air and surging forward. Damn it, the blood-red figure in front roared and struck out a huge blood-red palm. It was like the palm of a Buddha, fiercely slapping towards the void. Boom, the heaven and earth shook. The blood-red palm slapped on the terrifying sword chi, forming a huge energy storm. But soon, the blood-red palm was cut open. Countless blood surged in all directions. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted and turned around to escape. What's going on? The Golden Lion King escaped. The almighty experts on the 1st prince's side were all dumbfounded. Even the 1st prince's mouth twitched. His face was gloomy. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were even more shocked. Heavens, did the Golden Lion King lose? Why did it escape? To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what was going on. To be honest, they were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian would be killed. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The one at a disadvantage was definitely the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, with his character and identity, it would be impossible for him to escape. Today, you won't be able to escape. Behind him, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and chased after him with extreme speed. The two of them were very fast and disappeared into the void in an instant. Damn it, chase after them. The 1st prince roared angrily and led his men to quickly catch up. The 8th prince waved his hand and said, "Let's go and support Brother Lin." They were too excited. As long as they could defeat the Golden Lion King, their side would win for sure. Therefore, these people all soared into the sky and chased after them. In an instant, a great chase began. Inside the Grand Imperial Palace, these people looked at the flickering figure on the screen and were all stunned. At this moment, the royal elders, experts, and the other princes were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The incomparably powerful genius of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King, was actually being chased. Moreover, he was being chased by a 6-star king. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The queen's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. Killing intent surged out of her body. Inside her sleeves, a pair of jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? How could the Golden Lion King be chased? She was about to go crazy because she couldn't accept the fact in front of her eyes. That was the Golden Lion King. He was the genius of the war tribe. His strength was terrifying. In addition to the power of his bloodline, no one below the realm of supreme experts could suppress him. Not to mention defeating him. But now, the Golden Lion King was actually running for his life. It was as if he had gone crazy and even burned his bloodline power. This meant that the Golden Lion King was defeated. Moreover, he lost miserably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running. He couldn't understand. What kind of technique or ability could defeat the Golden Lion King? On the other side, the Golden Lion King frowned and ran for his life. However, he was incomparably shocked because he found out that Lin Xian was chasing after him. He couldn't escape. Peng, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and infused it with the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It was like a streak of divine red, releasing a terrifying power. Peng, this sword was powerful and heavy. It was like the roar of a giant dragon as it charged forward. Instantly, a part of the sky exploded. Whoosh, Peng, the Golden Lion King dodged with extreme speed, wanting to avoid this sword. However, he was still swept through by the sword wave. He was immediately sent flying, shattering the void, shattering the great earthquake below. Kill, Lin Xian's figure flickered, holding the dragon heart sword shadow in his hand as he charged downwards. Boom! Boom, the terrifying sword light completely submerged the ground below. Suddenly, the ground was struck down, forming a bottomless black hole. As for the Golden Lion King, it ignited its bloodline power without any regard for its life and soared into the sky. However, the injuries on his body were even more terrifying. There were 5 or 6 sword wounds on his back, and each of them revealed deep white bones. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a genius of the war race and had a strong physique, as well as the power of his bloodline, the sword energy would have already torn him to pieces. Even so, he was still severely injured. Right now, he could only escape by igniting his life force without paying any price. In the distance, the first prince and the 8th prince were leading experts and flying at extreme speed. However, their speed wasn't as fast as the two of them. Hence, they were tens of thousands of miles away from them. However, these people were also rushing with all their might. When they sensed the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. However, at the next moment, they sensed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had once again left their range of perception. This won't do. First Prince, the two of them are too fast. We can't keep up. Even if we can't, we have to keep up. We have to pay attention to them. We can't lose them. The first prince roared crazily. The key to success or failure this time was the Golden Lion King. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to the Golden Lion King. On the other side, the 8th prince's expression was also grave. He didn't say anything. He only circulated his dragon aura with all his strength, enveloping everyone as he flew rapidly. In front, the Golden Lion King's face was incomparably pale. He had already suffered great injuries and could die at any time. Thinking of this, he roared crazily. Damn brat, you dare to kill me? You're dead meat, I'm from the war race. If you kill me, the war race won't let you off. At the back, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't slow down at all. Threatening me? Do you think I'll be afraid? Since you know my secret, I won't let you off. Damn it, the Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. The other party actually wasn't threatened at all. It really drove him crazy. However, he snorted again. You better think carefully. If you kill me, not to mention the war race, even the Tai dynasty won't let you off. They will definitely capture you and hand you over to the war race. Moreover, as long as my war race gives you the conditions, the whole world will crazily hunt you down. Humph. Support the original version, pirates must die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword chi in his hand slashed out again, slashing towards the Golden Lion King. This time, the Golden Lion King didn't dodge. Half of its body was enveloped by the dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly turned into powder. Blood crazily flowed, piercing through the void. The mountain below collapsed. The Golden Lion King frantically struggled with a malevolent expression. Because it was too painful, half of its body was completely hacked apart. The terrifying sword chi still filled the remaining part of its body. Pain, madness, shock, panic, all kinds of emotions filled it. As a genius of the war race, it had never suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, it was in danger of being killed at any time. Kid, die for me. The Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. It discovered that the half of its body that was hacked apart couldn't be restored. After all, it knew the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was impossible for it to resist that kind of power. Therefore, it decided to risk its life. Kid, so what if you kill me? I want you to die, you must die. I want you and the great dragon sword spirit to be buried with me. The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. It decided to use its own life as the price to kill the other party. In the next moment, the remaining half of its body burned fiercely. The power of its bloodline was ignited, releasing an incomparable power. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's aura rose without limit. It's over, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Soon after, he kept the 9-nether devil sword. He pulled out the broken ancient sword, and a monstrous power surged out from the ancient sword. Heaven-ranked treasure sword. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. This is your heavenly treasure? It was incomparably frightened. It turned around and fled. What a joke, it didn't even have the thought of risking its life. He was terrified as he turned around and fled. What a joke. He didn't even have the thought of risking his life. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the priceless sword and the great dragon sword's soul. Buzz, with a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were shattered. The heaven-ranked sword was too sharp. It instantly took away half of Lin Xian's strength. The power of the great dragon sword's soul covered the sword. The aura of the dragon sword's soul burst out and shrouded the Golden Lion King. No, a miserable cry rang out. Then, an infinite amount of sword chi burst out. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, huge sword chi pierced through the clouds. Boom! Boom, boom! Behind them, the first prince saw this scene and roared crazily. Stop! They stopped tens of thousands of miles away and looked ahead. Their faces were extremely ugly. The 8th prince's side also stopped. They carefully floated in the void because the power in front of them was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy them. Therefore, they didn't dare to move forward. They could only wait far behind. In front of them, the huge sword chi was still there, covering the heaven and earth. At this moment, a figure walked out from the torrential sword chi. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. It's that brat. Everyone exclaimed. Then, they looked at each other again. But soon, they were stunned. Where's the Golden Lion King? Why didn't the Golden Lion King come out? They didn't know, but no one dared to move forward because the sword chi was still there. Lin Xian held the demonic sword and walked towards the first prince. At the same time, he said coldly, 8th prince, it's time to deal with them. What? The first prince was shocked. The powerful figures behind him were also shocked. What's going on? Why is he attacking now? Could it be that the Golden Lion King was killed? The 8th prince was also puzzled. He subconsciously asked, Brother Lin, that Golden Lion King won't come out to fight with us again, right? Don't worry, he won't come out again. Lin Xian said coldly. The first prince and the others were shocked. What does he mean? Won't come out again? They looked ahead, bewildered. However, the light in front of them was so bright that they couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, Lin Xian made his move. He used the chaotic sky-splitting sword, and the terrifying sword technique instantly surged forward. Kill! The 8th prince's side let out a furious roar and attacked too. Damn it, block for me! Block it for me! The first prince roared furiously as the King Realm experts around him attacked with all their might. A great battle broke out once again. However, everyone was confused, especially the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall. All of them frowned. Because until now, the sword chi had yet to disappear, and the Golden Lion King's silhouette had yet to appear. Could it be that the Golden Lion King was trapped inside? Their eyes flickered, but for now, they could only focus on the battle. Because this was the final battle. Who would become the Crown Prince? The situation of the Crown Prince was not looking good. Without the Golden Lion King, there was probably no one who could resist Lin Xian. That was indeed the case. However, after such a long battle, Lin Xian shouldn't have much strength left. I hope so. I wonder if the first prince and the others will be able to hold on. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The other prince's eyes flickered. To be honest, from the current situation, the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince was actually the 8th prince. When such a conclusion appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. they couldn't believe it. Because before this, everyone thought that the first prince was the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince. But now, that might not be the case anymore. The Empress' face was gloomy. She was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The scene in front of her was extremely unfavorable for the first prince. Also, the Golden Lion King's situation made her even more confused. Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was trapped? But what kind of array could trap the Golden Lion King? From the beginning to the end, these people, including the Empress, never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed. Because in their opinion, no one would dare to touch the Golden Lion King. At most, they would injure him. However, it was impossible to kill the Golden Lion King. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the members of the royal family did not dare to kill the Golden Lion King. Because the Golden Lion King was from the war race. Moreover, he was a peerless genius of the war race, killing him was equivalent to enraging the war race. With the terror of the war race, no one could withstand it. Boom! Support the original, start with you. A terrifying battle broke out. The first prince's side was forced to retreat. Although there were many almighties besieging Lin Xian. They even wanted to exhaust Lin Xian's strength. However, they realized that Lin Xian's strength did not weaken at all. It was as if the strength in his body was inexhaustible. It was shocking. How could they know that Lin Xian had many heavenly treasures in his hands? He could definitely recover quickly. Moreover, the miraculous art of longevity was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, this battle was completely one-sided. With the addition of Lin Xian, the eighth prince's side became fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the almighties around the first prince were sent flying one by one. In the end, there were only 2 elite almighties around the first prince. As for the first prince, many cracks appeared on his body. Even his tough battle armor was shattered. It's over. The first prince lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The royal elders, the almighties, and the other princes were all shocked. The queen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The murderous intent in her eyes pierced through the void. On the other hand, the emperor at the side said lightly. His eyes flickered. No one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. However, one could guess that he was also very surprised. The first prince and the 2 almighties fought back crazily. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being eliminated. In the end, only the 8th prince managed to stay in the second round. He also obtained all the jade talismans and trump cards. We won. We actually won. The almighties around the 8th prince were all excited and laughed crazily. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were extremely excited. They could not believe that they had won in the end. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld gasped. To be honest, they did not expect this to be the outcome. Although the 8th prince was powerful before, there was still a certain gap between him and the first prince. They were not confident that they could become the crown prince in the end. However, with the help of Lin Xian, they managed to defeat the first prince and clinch the final victory. The 8th prince trembled with excitement. He came in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, and shouted happily. Brother Lin won, I won. I'm the crown prince, ha 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 ha. Congratulations, 8th prince. Lin Xian said with a smile. Congratulations, 8th prince. Congratulations, 8th prince, Taoist Master Long, the Lord of the Underworld, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others also cheered. Congratulations to the crown prince. The elders and princes who supported the 8th prince in the Grand Imperial Hall clapped their hands and laughed when they saw the scene on the screen. They were too excited. King Valurium was shocked when he saw the screen. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, he had played such a big role. On the other hand, the elders who supported De Huanzi were ashen-faced. The other Huanzi had different expressions on their faces. The 4th prince sighed. I didn't expect that the final winner would be the 8th prince. We didn't guess it at all. That's right. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He had managed to turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. One could conquer the world with one person. Previously, they had thought that it was a legend. They did not expect such a person to exist, the fourth prince was still fine. He was just lamenting. On the other hand, the third prince was furious. He did not expect the eighth prince to be the final winner. He could not accept it. He could accept it if the first prince was the final winner. After all, the first prince was stronger than him. However, the final winner was the eighth prince. A prince who was on par with him in terms of strength had now become the crown prince. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. It was not a problem to be defeated by someone who was better than him. However, he could not accept being surpassed by someone who was on par with him. That was how the third prince felt. However, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, he knew that the eighth prince's status would be different from now on. He would be the crown prince, above him. There was no way he could take revenge. However, the same could not be said for the other person. Lin Xian, I will not let you go. The third prince's eyes were cold. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a young genius. Moreover, he would not stay by the eighth prince's side for the rest of his life. As long as Lin Xian left the palace, the third prince could definitely send a peerless expert to kill him. He laughed coldly when he thought of this. He felt that there was no need for him to do anything. The first prince should be even angrier than him. With the first prince's status and the empress's background, how could he let this kid go? Let's see how you die this time. The third prince laughed coldly. The first prince was indeed furious. As soon as he was teleported out, he roared at the sky. His murderous aura was like a god of death. To be honest, his lungs were about to explode. He had lost. He never thought that he would lose the competition and let the eighth prince take the position of crown prince. This was beyond his wildest dreams. The surrounding powerful beings shook their heads and sighed. They had not expected this either. The first prince was the empress child. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Adding on the fact that he had the war race's genius, how could such a person lose? But in the end, he was defeated. He had lost to the eighth prince. It had to be said that the eighth prince was definitely the biggest dark horse. Damn it. Support the original, kill the pirated version. Lin Xian. I will definitely kill you. I won't let you off so easily. The first prince gritted his teeth. In his opinion, he had lost because of Lin Xian. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have lost. At the thought of this, the crown prince's gaze swept across his surroundings. Around him were the powerful experts and almighties who had been teleported out with him. These people shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were ashen. However, the first prince frowned and asked coldly, "Where's the Golden Lion King?" Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Then, they turned their heads and found that the Golden Lion King was nowhere to be seen. What was going on? These experts were puzzled. They were too sad previously and didn't pay attention to the people around them. Now that they looked around, they didn't find any trace of the Golden Lion King. The first prince frowned. At this moment, one of the experts said, "Could it be that he left earlier than us?" Impossible. This place is sealed. Only I can lead you out. Even if the others teleported out earlier, they can only wait here. The first prince's eyes were gloomy. Then, he said, "Come, follow me to the Grand Imperial Hall." The first prince's face was gloomy. He led these people to the Grand Imperial Hall. When they arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone looked at them with complicated expressions. The first prince snorted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. Then, his frown deepened. Because, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? The Empress also stood up. Mother, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. Could it be that he didn't come here? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King disappeared? After hearing this, the Empress also frowned. The Golden Lion King didn't appear here. Men, go and check the surroundings. See if there's any trace of the Golden Lion King. Soon, the guards in the palace came to report that there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? Everyone was discussing. Could it be that the Golden Lion King felt that he had lost face and decided to stay here and leave? That was possible. After all, he was a peerless genius. He probably didn't want to lose face. However, some people shook their heads and snorted. Impossible. A person like the Golden Lion King wouldn't leave so easily. He would definitely stay here and fight with Lin Xian until the end. Moreover, even if he left the palace, he would be detected by the experts guarding the palace. That was right. The Golden Lion King was so conceited and arrogant. How could he allow himself to be defeated? He would definitely challenge Lin Xian again. But now, the Golden Lion King had disappeared. What was going on? Let's wait for the 8th prince and the others to come out and ask Lin Xian. Everyone waited patiently. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others were also teleported out. Then, they walked towards the Grand Imperial Hall. When the 8th prince and the others arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, they attracted everyone's attention again. It couldn't be helped. He was the future crown prince. If nothing went wrong, he would be the future ruler of the Taiyu dynasty. However, not everyone's gaze was friendly. At least, the 3rd prince and the 1st prince looked cold. Especially the 1st prince. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. On the 8th prince's side, Lin Xian also frowned. He realized that many people were looking at him with a trace of doubt. Lin Xian was also very confused. What were these guys looking at? But at this time, the 1st prince stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. He shouted coldly, "Kid, let me ask you. Where's your Golden Lion King?" When he said this, the 8th prince and the others were puzzled. What did the Golden Lion King have to do with them? Lin Xian laughed coldly as well. Could it be that the 1st prince had lost his mind because of his loss? The Golden Lion King was invited by you. What did it have to do with me? That's right, the Golden Lion King has nothing to do with me. The 8th prince also opened his mouth. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. What does it have to do with you? The Golden Lion King has already disappeared. What do you think it has to do with you, brat? You were the one who fought the Golden Lion King. We don't know what happened in the end. Where did you take him? The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Even the Empress and the Emperor turned to look at him. There was nothing they could do. The Golden Lion King was too important. If they lost him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the war race. What's there to say? He lost and I left. How would I know what would happen next? Lin Xian sneered. I guess he lost and didn't have the face to stay here. Maybe he left the palace long ago. That's right. Maybe he found a place to hide. He might even have left. Duan Qingqing also said. Impossible. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. There was a record of anyone who left the palace. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the Golden Lion King was, it was impossible for him to leave the palace quietly. However, the experts guarding the palace didn't find any record of the Golden Lion King leaving. This meant that the Golden Lion King didn't leave at all. The entire palace has been searched by us. We didn't find the Golden Lion King's whereabouts. Then tell me, where is he? The Crown Prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. The others were also discussing. Some people even guessed that the Golden Lion King might still be in the space of the 2nd stage. That was impossible. He was the Crown Prince's man. If the Crown Prince was teleported out, he must have been teleported out as well. That might not be the case. There was an exception. What's the situation? Someone asked. However, a royal elder said in a deep voice. Killed, the people who died in there wouldn't be teleported out. What? Killed. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps were numb. The Golden Lion King was killed? How was that possible? Who had the guts to kill the Golden Lion King? Everyone was dumbfounded and started discussing spiritedly. The 8th prince's side was also shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian, and even the 8th prince turned his head. Brother Lin? Support the original version and fight against the pirated version. To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Before this, he had never thought in this direction. That was because he knew that Lin Xian was a smart person. He naturally knew the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Xian had killed him. But now, the Golden Lion King did not appear at all. And there was only one reason why it did not appear. Therefore, he was also very confused and could only look at Lin Xian. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Xi looked at the crown prince and coldly spoke. How strong was the war race's genius? How could he be killed by him, or are you saying that you've been eliminated and have no chance of becoming the crown prince, and now you want to take revenge and frame me? You, the crown prince was furious. The king realm experts on the crown prince's side also stared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in their eyes. The crown prince sneered. Take revenge on you? I have plenty of ways to take revenge on you. Any peerless almighty would be able to kill you. Do you think I will use such a method? That might not be the case. Using a king realm expert is not good for your reputation. If you use such a method, you can get rid of me and also rope in the war race. Why not? Lin Xian sneered. At the side, the eighth prince also said in a deep voice. Boss, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Old eight, do you dare to lecture me now? The crown prince was furious. As for the eighth prince, he coldly snorted. Why not? I am the crown prince, you. The crown prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The word crown prince was like a sharp sword that pierced his heart, driving him crazy. Although he was the crown prince and was the son of the empress, he was still just a prince. And now, the eighth prince opposite him had obtained the position of crown prince. He was the future ruler of the Tai dynasty, and his status was higher than his. However, he could not accept it. A little prince that he had stepped on before was now stepping on his head. How could he accept it? However, the eighth prince sneered. Lin Xian is the genius that I invited, and now he has helped me obtain the position of crown prince. He is my benefactor. Whoever dares to slander him, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, the eighth prince's eyes were gloomy as he looked around. Immediately, many king realm experts shut their mouths and did not even dare to look at him. It could not be helped. The eighth prince's status was different now. Now, the eighth prince had obtained the final victory. He had obtained the position of crown prince and was about to become the real crown prince. And in the future, he would be the ruler of the Tai dynasty. He was the ruler of the world. If they went against him now, they would be courting death. Therefore, many people were silent for a while. On the other hand, the crown prince's face was gloomy. The empress was also gritting her teeth. She realized that the Golden Lion King might really die in there. To her, this was absolutely shocking news, because the Golden Lion King was the genius of the war tribe that she had invited. If he was really killed here, she would not be able to explain it to the war tribe. Therefore, in the next moment, she turned around and looked at the emperor. The emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. After all, the Golden Lion King's identity was very important. Therefore, he immediately sent a few elders into the space of the second stage. They were to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. As for you, the emperor looked at Lin Xian. Stay in the palace for a few days. When the matter is clear, you can leave. Alright, hurry up and get to work. After saying that, the emperor waved his dragon robe and turned into a flash of light, disappearing from the palace. On the other side, the empress also snorted coldly. She rolled up her phoenix robe and left as well. The other elders of the royal family also gathered together to discuss how to enter the second stage and search. As for the remaining people, they left one after another. When the third prince passed by Lin Xian and the eighth prince, he snorted coldly. There was a trace of gloating in his eyes. The crown prince stared at Lin Xian. Brat, the Golden Lion King is really dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to quell your anger. Ridiculous. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was too lazy to reply. The eighth prince's face was gloomy. Then, he said, Brother Lin, stay here for now. When the matter is clear, everything will be fine. Next, the eighth prince arranged for Lin Xian to stay in the palace. The others did not leave either. They stayed in another place. In the palace of the eighth prince. Although the eighth prince had won and was about to become the crown prince, the atmosphere was very solemn. However, at that moment, these people's moods were somewhat heavy. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The Golden Lion King had actually disappeared. He didn't expect that the matter of the Golden Lion King would arouse suspicion so quickly. If those elders entered the space of the second stage, they would definitely be able to find clues. At that time, the news of the Golden Lion King's death would also spread. If that was the case, the forces led by the first prince would definitely not let him go. They might even capture him and send him to the war race for punishment. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat gloomy. Although he was powerful, he wasn't arrogant enough to cause trouble in the Taiyu dynasty's palace. There were a bunch of peerless almighties and even invincible kings. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fight against so many people. However, if he forced his way in now, he could leave with the Black Earth while no one was paying attention. But then, he would lose the baptism of the dragon's aura. One had to know that the reason why Lin Xian helped the 8th prince obtain the position of crown prince was for the baptism of the dragon's aura, but fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. He brought the remaining half of the Golden Lion King's corpse into the Black Earth and it was now in his hands. When those people entered, they could only find the remnant aura and couldn't find the corpse at all. In other words, they only suspected him at most, but there was no direct evidence. However, this didn't mean that these people wouldn't make a move on him. How to deal with the time difference was still a problem. At the very least, he had to be baptized by the dragon's aura before leaving. While Lin Xian was thinking about how to escape, on the other side, in the Empress Phoenix Palace, a group of strategists was also troubled. Among them, the first prince sat there with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the 8th prince would obtain the final victory. "Mother, what should we do?" The Empress' eyes flickered. She also didn't expect the final result. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome matter in front of her now. That was the disappearance of the Golden Lion King. How was she going to explain this to the war race? However, at this moment, a very tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing red battle armor stood up. He said, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This matter may not be a bad thing for us." What did he say? The Empress looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and frowned. This person was her younger brother. His strength was very strong. He was a peerless almighty. "That's right, uncle. The Golden Lion King's position in the war race is extremely high." "That's right. Now that he's killed, the battle race's fury will definitely burn our side. Indeed, it will affect us. However, we are not the ones bearing the brunt of it. Don't forget that we were not the ones who killed the Golden Lion King." "You mean?" The Empress's eyes flickered, while the burly middle-aged man sneered. "That's right, the 8th prince." Right now, the royal elders had already entered to search for the Golden Lion King. If they could find the corpse, that would be great. They could directly prove that it was the 8th prince's subordinate, Lin Xian, who killed the Golden Lion King. If they couldn't find the Golden Lion King's corpse, then it was fine, because they couldn't find the Golden Lion King anywhere. This meant that the other party was undoubtedly killed. It was to the extent where even the corpse was destroyed. This would make the war race even more furious. Therefore, no matter what, the murderer was Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was the 8th prince's subordinate. We only need to sow discord and the war race's fury will burn Lin Xian's body. It might even affect the 8th prince. If we let the 8th prince fight against the war race, sister, think about it. What kind of scene would that be? I even think that the 8th prince might not even be able to become the crown prince in the end. Don't forget, the war race is a legendary race. A prince who hasn't become the crown prince has completely offended such a race. How could our emperor let him become the crown prince? At that time, the 8th prince would be deposed. Then, the crown prince would naturally become the crown prince. Really, hearing this, the empress was overjoyed. The crown prince was even more excited. That's great. As long as he could kill the 8th prince, he would definitely be able to become the crown prince. However, he soon frowned. "Uncle, although this method sounds good, it's actually very difficult to execute. The 8th prince is not an idiot. He won't foolishly go against the war race. It doesn't matter. There are some things that he can't avoid even if he doesn't want to. After all, this matter was related to him. As long as the war race's fury came, the 8th prince would have no choice but to resist. Leave this matter to me." "Alright, I'll leave it to you," the empress nodded. After all, the middle-aged man in front of her was her younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. She believed that he could definitely help them. It was late at night. The eighth prince hadn't slept yet. Lin Xian hadn't slept either. He came to the eighth prince's study and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Lin, it's you." Seeing that it was Lin Xian, the eighth prince was a little surprised. He opened the door and let Lin Xian in. Then, he said, "It's so late. Why? Are you looking for me?" "Don't worry, Brother Lin. Although this matter is a little strange, I won't let those people hurt you without evidence." Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, "Crown Prince, I want to ask, how long until the baptism of the dragon aura starts?" 3 days. 3 days later, you will be baptized by the dragon aura. The eighth prince said. The eighth prince sighed. According to the previous rules, I will be baptized by the dragon aura in 3 days. Then, within a year, I will worship the heavens and become the crown prince. Although there are some accidents now, the process shouldn't change. Don't worry, Brother Lin. You are my great benefactor. Without you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince. 3 days. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It wasn't too late. However, he asked again, how long will it take for the royal elder to come back from the secondary space? It was hard to say. It depended on whether they found the Golden Lion King or found some key clues. Brother Lin, what happened to the Golden Lion King? Why did he disappear? The eighth prince was also very confused. Lin Xian looked at the eighth prince with flickering eyes. Then, he raised his hand and a formation covered the entire study. Brother Lin, you. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince was shocked. However, he wasn't too worried. He realized that this was just a set of defensive needle techniques to prevent others from probing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I have killed the Golden Lion King. What? Hearing this, the eighth prince trembled. His face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it at all. What did you say? You killed the Golden Lion King? Shocked, he was simply too shocked. That was the Golden Lion King. It was incomparably terrifying. Even they didn't dare to offend it. After all, the war tribe was very mysterious and the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he suffered any losses, the war tribe would probably go crazy. You didn't hear it wrong. I killed the Golden Lion King. There was no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this was the result. You didn't hear wrongly. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this is the result. Lin Xian said. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? The eighth prince's face was pale. Until now, he still hasn't recovered. I naturally thought of the consequences. However, I have a reason to kill him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Eighth prince, I don't want to drag you down with me. However, I hope you can help me. Speak. The eighth prince took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Xian said. I must participate in the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. If the first prince and the others obstruct me at that time, I hope you can help me fight against them. Don't worry. Once I get the aura of Dragon Aura, I will immediately leave the palace and announce it to the public. The Golden Lion King was called a war god by me. It has nothing to do with you. This way, it won't threaten your position as the crown prince. Brother Lin, hearing this, the eighth prince was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to protect him. This was really out of his expectations. In the next moment, the eighth prince said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, what kind of person do you think I am? You helped me get the position of the crown prince. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I will definitely fight for you for the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days, moreover, I will do my best to help you leave the palace safely. Although I can't fight against the war race directly, my status is different now. With my status as the crown prince, I can mobilize more resources to help you. At least, I can resist the first prince. Lin Xian and the eighth prince discussed for a while. Then, they turned and left. After Lin Xian left, the eighth prince calmed down. After a while, he shouted coldly. Someone, yes, a ghostly figure appeared in the air and appeared in the study. He half knelt on the ground and was very respectful. Didn't many elders come to visit these few days? Tell them that I will summon them tomorrow. Yes. The figure once again turned into green smoke and disappeared into the void of space. The 8th prince's eyes flickered. The war clan, the first prince, was truly a powerful force. It seems that I really need to contact a group of elders and princes. The next 2 days were very quiet. It was because everybody was waiting for the elders who had entered the secondary space to send back messages. However, for some reason, 2 days had passed and there was still no news. On the 3rd day, the entire palace began to bustle with activity. This was because today was the day that the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would begin. This was also the most exciting moment for all the powerful beings. The reason why they supported the princes at all costs, even putting their lives on the line, was for this final baptism of the Tao of Dragons. This was no ordinary Dragon Tao aura, but the Dragon Tao aura formed by the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. It contained incomparably mysterious and surging power. If they could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons, their strength and physique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. During this period of time, as he cultivated and absorbed all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. However, it would be very difficult for him to rise further. This was because many people had spent hundreds or even thousands of years without making a breakthrough. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the amount of energy required to do so was. However, today was an opportunity. If he could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons and absorb the powerful energy inside, his strength and cultivation would definitely rise to a whole new level. It was even possible for him to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough. On a square in the palace, there were runes engraved all over, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, many princes had gathered there, as well as many powerful beings, kings, and geniuses. This was the place where the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would take place. The first prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, and the other princes were all there. The kings behind them were all very excited. Although they had failed, they could still receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. Of course, the only difference was the amount. The number of Tao of Dragons obtained by those who succeeded would definitely far exceed theirs. Moreover, the distribution of the Tao of Dragons was based on contribution. Whoever contributed the most in the battle for the position of Crown Prince would be able to claim the most Tao of Dragon Chi. Therefore, the group that received the most Tao of Dragons was naturally the kings around the 8th prince. Among the almighty kings around the 8th prince, the one who enjoyed the most was naturally Lin Xian. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's contribution was too great. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. Moreover, he had successfully eliminated the 1st prince, allowing the 8th prince to obtain the final victory. No one could compare to such a contribution. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to the Tao of Dragon Aura in the first place. However, when Lin Xian wanted to take the number 1 spot, the 1st prince stepped out. He snorted coldly. He was still a very important suspect and was not qualified to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. That's right, 8th prince. The others can, but not this kid. The 3rd prince also stepped out to stop him. The other princes were silent at the side. They did not participate in the battle. Firstly, they did not dare to offend the 8th prince. Secondly, they did not dare to offend the 1st prince. Therefore, it was better for them to watch the battle between the two from the side. Not allowed, why not? The 8th prince also snorted coldly. He had already guessed that these people would stop him. Now, it seemed that he was right. He was the suspect of killing the Golden Lion King. Do you think he is qualified to enter? The 3rd prince sneered. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. So what if he is a suspect? Is there a rule in the Tai dynasty that says that suspects are not allowed to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons? You are twisting words and forcing logic. The 3rd prince snorted coldly. The 8th prince was also angry. 3rd prince, watch your attitude. I am now the future crown prince. Humph. Support the original. Pirates must die. Hearing this, the third prince was so angry that his face darkened. However, he did not dare to openly provoke him anymore. After all, his opponent's status was different now. He was no longer on the same level as him. Instead, he was above him. The third prince snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and retreated. The first prince stepped out and sneered. "What? You think you can show off after winning the second round? Don't forget that you are only the future crown prince, not the real crown prince. What's there to be arrogant about? In the end, it's not certain whether you can become the crown prince or not." Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Logically speaking, the first prince had lost and had no chance of becoming the crown prince. However, the first prince's tone was very arrogant, and he even dared to provoke the eighth prince. And what exactly was the trick behind all of this? They did not know. However, the eighth prince vaguely guessed it. His face was gloomy. "Boss, I advise you not to play tricks behind our backs. You have no chance of becoming the crown prince. So, you'd better be a good prince. Otherwise, when the time comes for the conferment, you won't even be a prince." The eighth prince's voice had a hint of coldness. After hearing this, the other princes felt their scalps tingle. Even the third prince's eyelids twitched. The eighth prince's words were laced with menace. It seemed that the eighth prince was really angry. The other princes were also silent. They decided that they would not stand out and participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. The first prince flew into a rage. Threatening him. How dare the other party threaten him? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, when there was no crown prince, he had always been the boss and was above everyone else. Moreover, he was the son of the empress, so his status was higher than the other princes. Usually, no one dared to go against him. But now, the eighth prince, who had always been under his feet, dared to openly threaten him. He could not tolerate it. He was about to go crazy with anger. However, the kings on the side quickly reminded the first prince not to do anything. "First prince, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's think about it at length. Once the news from the secondary space comes back, we can contact the war tribe and take action." "Humph. Let him be arrogant for 2 more days. I'll see how he dies then." The first prince snorted coldly. On the other side, the eighth prince withdrew his gaze and looked behind him. "Brother Lin, please." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others followed behind him. Apart from them, the first prince, the third prince, and all the other princes, as well as the king realm experts behind them, all walked forward and prepared to be baptized by the Tao of Dragon Aura. Lin Xian walked at the very front and came to the centermost area before sitting down with his legs crossed. The others had been sitting beside him, facing him from the inside out. The closer one got to the center, the denser and denser the Tao of Dragon Aura. The closer one got to the edge, the scarcer the aura of the Tao of Dragon became. These positions were determined based on battle merits and contributions. After the sequence was arranged, a few elders from the royal family walked out and quickly activated the array. The ground below trembled as dragon roars rang out. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Lin Xian's heart also trembled. He could feel a surge of energy surging up from the ground. It was as if a true dragon was rapidly awakening. What a powerful force! Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. This force was enough for him to make a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he used the art of longevity as if he had gone mad and quickly absorbed it. The others were also overjoyed and absorbed the power of the Tao of Dragon Aura. Dragon-shaped phantoms appeared on these people's bodies and quickly coiled around them. The dragon-shaped phantoms on Lin Xian's body were the most powerful. They were like giant dragons coiling around his body. The other princes watched and waited at the side. This lasted for a day and a night. After a day and a night, the Tao of Dragon Aura disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes and were overjoyed. Some even broke through directly. Moreover, there were many of them. Waves of powerful energy tore through the void and rushed into the clouds. These people were all overjoyed. At this moment, whether it was the veteran powerhouses or the young geniuses, they all exclaimed. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, the third prince in the distance sneered. What a piece of trash. After absorbing so much Tao of dragon aura, he still hasn't made a breakthrough. That's right. Although Lin Xian's aura was stronger than before, he hadn't made a breakthrough. This made many people surprised. The third prince sneered in disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian's talent wasn't very good. He didn't know why he was so strong. Facing the puzzled gazes of these people, Lin Xian ignored them. He quickly got up and came to the eighth prince's side. Then, he said, I'll go back first. The eighth prince was also puzzled. Why didn't Lin Xian make a breakthrough? Even Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei had reached the peak of 6-star king realm. Lin Xian's aura was still at the late stage of 6-star king realm. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? But that shouldn't be the case. There was no way to hide one's cultivation when breaking through. The eighth prince couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian had already left. He returned to his residence, opened the array, and sealed the room. Then, he entered the black earth. Help me look outside. I'm going to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian instructed and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't a piece of trash, and it wasn't that he hadn't made a breakthrough. Instead, he had suppressed it. Lin Xian didn't want to make a breakthrough in front of everyone because the dragon aura he had absorbed this time was too strong. If it weren't for the mysterious longevity art, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it at all. Therefore, when he released his power, a powerful aura swept out. Fortunately, the black earth was extremely strong. Even an invincible almighty couldn't break it. Therefore, although Lin Xian's breakthrough was terrifying, it couldn't affect the black earth. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He opened his eyes, and his gaze instantly pierced through the void. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, Kid, you've broken through and become an almighty. That's right. Lin Xian had broken through from the late stage of 6-star king realm to 7-star king realm. This definitely surpassed the breakthrough of everyone outside. If news of this spread out, it would definitely shock the group of people outside to death. 7-star king realm, which was the almighty realm. Lin Xian had finally stepped into this realm. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his strength had also increased exponentially. In the past, when he was a 6-star king, he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. Now that he had broken through to the almighty realm, his combat strength had definitely reached the level of a peerless almighty. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Even peak almighties weren't his match. Only peerless almighties could contend with him now. Great, with a breakthrough in strength, it should be easier to deal with the war race in the future. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless almighty. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless mighty figure. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he still had a trump card, and that was the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian had been asking the dark red divine dragon to study a set of array formations. That was to seal the power of the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword, as long as it was sharp. Under normal circumstances, using the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword would take away half of Lin Xian's energy. Even if he broke through now, he probably wouldn't be able to use it too many times. However, if the power of the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword was sealed, it would no longer absorb so much energy. However, the material and sharpness of the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword would be preserved. It would definitely be a divine weapon. It was most suitable for Lin Xian to use now. The dark red divine dragon thought for a few days and finally came up with a formation, so he sealed the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword again. This process lasted for another day. Alright, kid, you can use it now. Its sharpness definitely surpasses that of an Earth Stage treasure. Moreover, you don't need to consume too much energy now. Of course, its power can't be compared to a true Heaven Stage treasure sword, but it can definitely crush an Earth Stage treasure. Also, if it really doesn't work, you can unlock the seal when you're in danger and unleash the power of the Heaven Stage treasure sword. However, you can use it as a trump card. This is great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had another trump card. To be honest, although the war race was powerful, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had many cards in his hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded by many peerless experts, he could deal with them. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a few medium-grade Earth Stage treasures and threw them into the air. Then, he waved the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword. Buzz, crack, with a swing of the sword, those medium-grade Earth Stage treasures were directly cut in half. So sharp, Lin Xian was shocked. He took out another high-grade Earth Stage treasure and found that it was also cut in half. Only a peak Earth Stage treasure could contend against it. However, after many attacks, cracks appeared on it. Great, with this divine weapon, Lin Xian's combat strength had increased again. After absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura and becoming a mighty figure, Lin Xian decided to leave. But the only pity was that he hadn't investigated much about the nest of 10,000 dragons. At the very least, he knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't in the Taiyu dynasty. However, he had to leave the palace first. Once he was outside, he would think of a way. Lin Xian left as soon as he said so. He did not intend to delay. He exited the Black Earth and decided to bid farewell to the 8th prince. However, just as Lin Xian was halfway there, a low and melodious bell rang out from the imperial palace. Like muffled thunder, it spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, all the powerful cultivators in the palace opened their eyes. In particular, the expressions of the royal family elders changed. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry to the Grand Imperial Hall. The loud sound of the bell shocked everyone in the imperial palace. Many figures soared into the sky and turned into rainbows, flying towards the Grand Imperial Hall. At this moment, it was not only the elders of the imperial family. Even the princes and the almighty kings beside them were rushing over. At the same time, they were discussing animatedly. What would happen at this time? Needless to say, it must be news from the secondary space. Do you mean news about the Golden Lion King? It must be. Moreover, it wasn't good news. Otherwise, it wouldn't have activated the Celestial Emperor Bell, which was only activated during major events. Could it be that something had happened to the Golden Lion King? Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Let's go and take a look. While discussing this, they sped up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally guess that this matter should have something to do with the Golden Lion King. However, it was too much of a coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, the news came back. Oh, isn't this Prodigy Lin? Why is he still standing here? A sneer came from behind. Lin Xian frowned and turned around, only to find that it was the 3rd prince flying over with his men. Prodigy Lin, the news of the Golden Lion King has come back. Don't you want to hear it? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The 3rd prince sneered. I advise you to listen obediently. However, don't think about escaping. The entire imperial city is under martial law now. Even peerless almighties can't escape, let alone you. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, the 3rd prince laughed wildly. A trace of malevolence appeared in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and left quickly with his men. Looking at the 3rd prince's back, Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. However, the other party also warned him that he must not go to the Grand Imperial Hall. Thinking about it, with the divine abilities of the royal family elders, they should be able to determine that the Golden Lion King was killed. If he went there now, he would be walking into a trap. In the Grand Imperial Hall, there were no less than 10 peerless almighties, or even more. If the sage came, then he and Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to leave the imperial palace immediately. He originally wanted to say goodbye to the 8th prince, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Whoosh, in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, telling it to be ready at all times. There must be a powerful array formation in the imperial palace for defense. When the time came, he would have to break the array formation. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the imperial palace, on the other side, the grand imperial hall was already packed with people. The imperial elders, almighties, peerless geniuses, and the princes were all gathered in the hall. The empress and the sage were also there. In front of the hall stood 3 elders with gloomy and solemn expressions. They were the 3 people who went to the secondary space to look for the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they had returned and brought back news. However, it wasn't good news. Looking at their expressions, everyone could guess a thing or two. However, they still couldn't be sure. At this moment, an imperial elder asked, "What's the situation?" "Yes, we're all here." "Elder, please tell us." A burly middle-aged man wearing battle armor said in a clear voice. He was really the first prince's uncle. The 3 elders looked around, then turned around and looked forward. "Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated." "Speak." The sage nodded and said in a deep voice. The 3 elders looked at each other, and the oldest of them walked out and said in a deep voice, "We've arrived at the place where the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian had their final battle. We didn't find a corpse there." "No corpse." Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the first prince frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King isn't dead? This was completely different from what they had expected. However, the elder in front said again. Although the corpse was not found, according to the blood at the scene and the remnant aura, the Golden Lion King should have been killed. In fact, even their corpses were gone. What? The Golden Lion King was killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This news was like a bolt from the blue, making them dizzy. Those powerful experts swallowed their saliva. The surrounding princes were also shocked. Killed, he was really killed. The 3rd prince was also shocked. However, a sinister smile appeared on his face soon after. "That's great. That brat is definitely dead. He killed the Golden Lion King. The war tribe will definitely not let him go." On the first prince's side, a pleased smile appeared on his face. This was great. Things went according to plan. The Golden Lion King was killed. Next, they only needed to capture Lin Xian. That would be enough. At that time, they would sow discord and make the war tribe and the 8th prince become enemies. After using the war tribe to kill the 8th prince, he would become the crown prince. The 8th prince's face was cold and his eyes were serious. He had known about this news for a long time. However, he did not expect the whole world to know about it so quickly. Behind him, Daoist Long, the lord of the underworld, Duan Qingqing, and other powerful experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. It couldn't be. Lin Xian really killed the Golden Lion King. This guy was too crazy. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the first prince stood out. He pointed to the right side of the hall and shouted coldly. "8th prince, where is Lin Xian? Hand him over, capture him, and send him to the war tribe." He was truly audacious and didn't know what death was. He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe. He must be tired of living. Cold shouts could be heard. The people on the first prince's side were aggressive and wanted to force the 8th prince. In fact, it was not only the first prince. At this moment, everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall looked at the 8th prince. It wasn't just the elders of the royal family. Even the empress and the emperor were looking over. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others looked anxious. Were they really going to hand over Lin Xian? If that happened, Lin Xian would definitely die. The 8th prince was also bewildered. He did not know whether Lin Xian had left or not. However, he was now praying that they wouldn't come to the Grand Imperial Hall. If they came, they would die without a doubt. If he hadn't come, the situation might have taken a turn for the better. Seeing that the 8th prince was silent, the first prince snorted again. 8th prince, stop struggling. Hurry up and hand over Lin Xian. What, could it be that you want to protect this murderer? Yes, hand over Lin Xian, 8th prince, don't hesitate. This person is the war clan's mortal enemy. If we shield him, it might cause the war clan to be dissatisfied. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The 8th prince coldly snorted, I did not see Lin Xian. Didn't see it? How is that possible? That Lin Xian is your man. The 1st prince sneered. Boss, you should be clear. Now that the battle for the position of crown prince is over, it is up to Lin Xian to decide whether to stay or leave. I don't know. Of course, it's normal. The 8th prince also snorted. However, at this time, the 3rd prince stood out and sneered. It can't be, I saw that kid on the way here. However, that kid's expression was not very good. Perhaps he knew that the matter of him killing the Golden Lion King was exposed. Right now, he might be secretly trying to escape somewhere. What? Lin Xian wanted to escape? Hearing this, everyone was stirred up again. They searched the entire Grand Imperial Hall and found that there was no sign of Lin Xian. However, the 3rd prince smiled again. Don't worry, the palace is already under martial law. Even supreme experts can't escape, let alone that kid. The palace is already under martial law, those experts were shocked. The royal elders were also silent. The palace was indeed under martial law. It was impossible for that kid to escape. Boom. Support the original. Just as the 3rd prince finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts had descended. Then, the entire palace shook violently. Even the Grand Imperial Hall was shaking as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Someone is attacking the palace, everyone's expression changed. The royal elders and the princes were also shocked. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. This is the palace. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The emperor's face darkened. He shouted coldly and a majestic force surged out. Immediately, the Grand Imperial Hall was stabilized. Not only that, but there were also peerless experts suppressing the entire palace, preventing it from trembling. However, the explosions outside were still going on. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The 1st prince and the others rushed out of the Grand Imperial Hall and looked into the distance. The remaining people also followed him out one after another. In the distance, several figures flew over and landed quickly. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The defensive array formation had been destroyed, and that brat Lin Xian had escaped. What? Lin Xian escaped? Everyone was stunned. Although the guard's voice wasn't loud, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in their minds. Everyone was stunned, especially the 3rd prince and the 1st prince. They were dumbfounded. They had previously said that even supreme experts could not escape. That kid had no chance of escaping. But now, he had escaped in the blink of an eye. This was a slap to their faces in public. Moreover, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, how is this possible? How is this possible? How could that kid escape? The 3rd prince was about to go crazy. This was completely beyond his understanding. Could it be that the other party was a supreme expert, or did someone secretly help him? The 8th prince was also shocked. Although he also hoped that Lin Xian would leave quickly. He was also shocked when he heard the news. It would appear that Lin Xian had not left stealthily. Instead, he had forcibly broken through the spirit formation's defenses before leaving. That was the array formation of the Imperial Palace. Even supreme experts could not break it. How did he do it? Damn it, chase him. Chase him, we must catch that kid. The 1st prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. Immediately, many powerhouses soared into the sky. The empress also narrowed her eyes and secretly signaled to the others. A few of the royal elders who supported the 1st prince stepped forward. Their expressions were cold as they quickly flew into the sky. They formed hand seals with their palms, and huge palms that covered the sky appeared in the sky. They covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles and quickly enveloped the area. The supreme experts had attacked, and there were 3 of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they were really going to make a move, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because the expressions of the 3 supreme experts changed, and they retracted their palms. In the sky, the huge palms that covered tens of thousands of miles collapsed into pieces. They were shattered. How was that possible? these people were all crazy. That was a peerless almighty figure. 3 supreme experts had attacked at the same time. Those people were crazy. Those were supreme mighty figures. Moreover, 3 supreme mighty figures had attacked at the same time. How could Lin Xian resist them? However, the result was beyond their expectations. The 3 sky-covering hands were instantly torn into pieces. What kind of power could cause such a thing? How did that kid do it? Wasn't he just a 6-star king? Impossible, the Empress also exclaimed in shock, and her expression became extremely ugly. At the side, the Emperor's gaze was gloomy. He was also angry. However, he did not make a move. He had no choice. He was the ruler of a country, an invincible king. How could he attack a 6-star king? Even if he could capture the other party, he would become a laughingstock if word got out. The subordinates naturally knew that. Therefore, at that moment, the Empress' younger brother, General Xianxia, stepped forward. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to capture this thief." "All right. Support the original and kill the pirated version." The Emperor nodded slightly. General Xianxia immediately turned around and soared into the sky. At the same time, more than 10 figures quickly soared into the sky from the palace in the distance. They left the palace and charged into the distance. The others quickly followed. To be honest, they also wanted to see what kind of means Lin Xian had used to cause such a terrifying attack. When they left the palace, they were stunned. There was a huge hole in the incomparably profound array in front of them. It had been blasted into pieces. Could it be that this was caused by that brat, Lin Xian? That was too terrifying. How did he do it? Everyone gasped. The third prince and the others quickly rushed over. They wanted to see how Lin Xian was doing. Actually, this was what had happened. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to break the array. However, after thinking about it, he reckoned that after the news was exposed, the people of the royal family would definitely go crazy and hunt him down. Therefore, he decided to use the Black Earth to break the array by force. Lin Xian went to the edge of the imperial palace and summoned the Black Earth. Then, he used all the natural treasures he had, as well as those divine crystals, to launch the Black Earth's powerful attack. An earth-shattering beam of light blasted onto the mysterious formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The imperial palace's array was very strong. Even a peerless almighty couldn't open it. However, the might of the Black Earth was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use the natural treasures and divine crystals in his possession. That was why the resulting attacks were extremely terrifying, already surpassing those of exceptional powerhouses. It directly blasted open the array formation in front of them. This scene caused an uproar in the entire imperial palace. Even the surrounding imperial palace warriors and guards were all stunned. They wanted to block it, but the shockwaves from the explosion sent them flying. Lin Xian entered the Black Earth, passed through the shattered formation, and flew into the distance. However, this was the imperial palace after all. Even though those guards were sent flying, those peerless almighties hidden within the imperial palace soared into the air and chased after them rapidly. 5 to 6 almighties instantly flew out and crazily attacked the Black Earth. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Because their attacks had no effect at all. There wasn't even a crack. The Black Earth was incomparably hard and shook off all the attacks. How was that possible? What kind of treasure was that? How could it be so terrifying? The peerless almighties behind them were stunned. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. He once again injected a large amount of energy and used many divine crystals as energy. On the surface of the Black Earth, mysterious runes bloomed one after another. It tore through the void and then disappeared. Damn it, seeing this scene, 5 to 6 peerless almighties roared crazily. They wanted to stop him, but they couldn't do so at all. Behind them, General Xianxia led a group of people and happened to see the other party tear through the void and disappear. He stabbed out with his spear. The huge spear light turned into a golden dragon and rushed out. However, it still didn't stop the other party. Damn it, General Xianxia roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to escape so easily. This made him extremely angry. Behind him, those people who rushed over were also completely stunned. Lin Xian escaped from the imperial palace so easily? Why did it feel like a dream? So many peerless almighties couldn't stop him. What's going on? The crown prince walked out and asked coldly. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. That kid has an incomparably mysterious spirit ship. Its attack power is very strong, and its defense is very strong. If he hides inside, we can't break it at all. Damn it, it's actually like this. The others also had gloomy expressions when they heard this. Uncle, what should we do? The crown prince looked at General Xianing. General Xianing frowned. I've never heard of such a treasure before. It must be of a very high grade. Moreover, to activate a spirit ship of this grade, it requires a lot of energy. I don't believe that kid can keep using it. I'll go back now and ask the emperor for an order to arrest him. If he dares to kill the Golden Lion King, it's equivalent to declaring war on the war race. There will be no place for him in the Taiyu dynasty. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes also bloomed with a vicious light. Although that brat had escaped now, there would be a day when he would be caught. As long as he is in the territory of our dynasty, he will definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, the crown prince, a few peerless almighties, and General Xianing hurriedly returned to the Grand Imperial Hall to ask the emperor for an imperial edict. The others were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Xian and what happened before. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was gloomy. Although Lin Xian was fine now, the 8th prince knew that it didn't mean that the matter was over. In fact, it was just the beginning. As expected, after returning, the emperor issued an imperial edict that Lin Xian was wanted in the entire country. The empress even brought out a phoenix edict to say that the entire world would reward him. Not only that, she also offered a generous reward. Anyone who captured Lin Xian would be conferred the title of king of a different surname. When the phoenix edict came out, the world was shocked. A king of a different surname was equivalent to a king of the Taiyu dynasty. The temptation was too great. That was because there were now 27 kings in the Taiyu dynasty. Among them, there were only 3 kings with different surnames. Moreover, 3 of them were kings with different surnames 2,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been conferred the title of king of a different surname. Those who were conferred the title of king of a different surname would receive monstrous power, large tracts of land, endless natural treasures, and endless cultivation resources. It could be said that it was a meteoric rise. Therefore, when the imperial edict came out, all the almighties in the Taiyu dynasty were excited. They searched everywhere crazily, trying to capture Lin Xian. Not only that, the empress and the crown prince had also gathered a group of powerhouses to search for him. They also contacted the king stationed in various places and prepared to join forces. Relying on his newly promoted status as the crown prince, he had gathered many elders and princes. However, he was still a crown prince to be. Compared to the first prince and the empress, he was still a far cry from them. Therefore, he had only gathered a small number of princes and elders. Even so, it was enough to alleviate the danger that Lin Xian was in. As for the other princes, they were divided into 2 groups. Some supported the 8th prince, and some supported the first prince. Of course, there were also those who chose to remain neutral. After all, it was not good to offend either of them. The 3rd prince stood firmly on the first prince's side. After all, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Of course, he hoped that Lin Xian would be killed. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xian would definitely die. Because the first prince had not only gathered a large number of experts, but also princes. The empress had also sent someone to deliver a message to the war tribe. When the people of the war race learned of the Golden Lion King's death, they would definitely explode with rage. As long as the war tribe was angry, not to mention the kid, even the peerless powerhouses would be killed. On the other side, Lin Xian boarded the Black Earth and left the palace completely. After he confirmed that it was safe, he immediately left the Black Earth and put it away. After all, the Black Earth's level was too high. Activating it once consumed too much energy. Even he did not dare to use it for a long time. It was better to use it as a life-saving measure. He still used an ordinary spirit boat to fly. Kid, what should we do now? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave the Taiyu dynasty first. After all, the commotion this time was too big. Lin Xian decided to find a city and buy a map. He asked for the location. He then made a plan to leave. After flying for a long time, he was surrounded by barren mountains. He did not know where to fly to leave the Taiyi dynasty. After confirming a direction, Lin Xian flew quickly. Half a day later, a city wall appeared in his field of vision in the distance. It was a huge city. It was incomparably bright. Looking from below, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the ground. He could not see the end of it. Let's go down and take a look. When Lin Xian saw the giant city, his figure flickered and he descended. When they got closer, they realized that this huge city was really too majestic. The roads inside were like huge dragons, and the tall city towers were like immortal palaces. The atmosphere was majestic. The city walls below were all protected by formations. Mysterious runes flickered on the walls, emitting a unique aura. It was impossible to land directly inside the city walls. Therefore, Lin Xian landed outside the city walls. In front of the city gate, there were groups of guards. There were more than 30 people in total. They held long spears in their hands and wore battle armor that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They guarded the two sides of the city gate. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. These people were not ordinary people. They were all martial artists. Many of them even had powerful auras. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian landed below. When he was flying, he had already changed his appearance. At this moment, he changed his appearance in order to avoid being noticed by others. Sure enough, after he came down, many people looked in his direction. But soon, it moved away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly relieved. It seemed that these people did not notice him. Moreover, he did not know if the Supreme First Dynasty had issued a warrant for him. But thinking about it, they would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had better be careful. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and walked forward. The moment he entered the city, one of the middle-aged guards with a full beard suddenly felt his heart tremble. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a green iron token. The iron token on the token shone brightly and trembled rapidly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked and his pupils suddenly dilated. He hurriedly said, "Go, and inform the governor that the person we are looking for is here." Whoosh whoosh, in front of him, the two guards turned into two streaks of lightning, rushed into the city, and disappeared. Lin Xian entered the city and walked on the wide street. Looking at the passers-by and martial artists on both sides, his eyes flickered. He was looking for a shop to buy a map to identify the direction. Buzz. The original version will win, the pirated version will die. In a corner, an old man in patched clothes with a broken bowl in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was messy and his face was ashen, but at this moment, his eyes were extremely sharp. There was a jade pendant on his body that was shining brightly. Runes flashed on it. "It's here," the old man whispered, his eyes shining with a sharp light. In the next moment, her figure flickered and disappeared. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the platform of a high-speed railway. He was waving a feather fan, and there was a golden bell in front of him. At this moment, the golden bell shone brightly and made a tinkling sound. "It's here." The middle-aged man in white put down the fan in his hand and looked at the golden bell in front of him. His eyes flickered. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a palm-sized rune appeared in his hand. He bit his finger and wrote a few lines of words on it with his blood. At the same time, a formation was formed in front of him and it was shining brightly. The middle-aged man in white placed the rune on top of the formation. As the light flickered, the rune disappeared. One after another, orders were quickly passed down in the dark. Obviously, because of Lin Xian's arrival, the entire city was in turmoil. Lin Xian did not know about these things. At this moment, he came to a hall called the Thousand Treasure Tower, bought a map, and asked about some geographical matters. Lin Xian learned that this city was called Flame City. The place he was in was considered the center of the Taiyi dynasty. It would take a long time to leave the territory of the Taiyi dynasty. It seemed that he had to use a teleportation formation. Lin Xian asked where the super teleportation formation was. In the end, he learned that only the 12 main cities had super teleportation formations. Although Flame City was huge, it was not one of the 12. Of course, there were also super teleportation formations in the mansions of the princes. However, those places were more dangerous, so Lin Xian would not go there. The 12 main cities, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. It seemed that he had to find a way to go to the 12 main cities and use the super teleportation formation to lead the Taiyu dynasty. Although it was just a dynasty, its territory was frighteningly huge. It would take Lin Xian a few years to fly away. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the 1,000 treasure tower, he was surrounded by a group of guards. There were about 20 of them and they all looked cold. They held spears in their hands and surrounded Lin Xian tightly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he had been exposed? In front, a young man in green armor stood out, looked at Lin Xian, and nodded. Yes, it was him. Take him away. Scram! Lin Xian's face darkened as he roared. A majestic aura rushed out of his body and forced the 4 guards to retreat. Puff! The 4 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with fear. The young man's face darkened. He pulled out the sword at his waist and shouted coldly, "Attack!" Instantly, more than 20 guards attacked together. The void in front of them exploded. Scram! Lin Xian roared furiously. His voice was like a clap of thunder that descended from the sky, causing the entire void to shake rapidly. Buzz! 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 The void split open, and the dozen guards that rushed over were all sent flying. Their faces were pale as their brains churned. Boom! 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 They all fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. The surrounding passers-by were all stunned. Heavens, who is this kid? He's too terrifying. With a roar, he actually forced back more than 20 black armored guards. These black armored guards were all elite kings. When they attacked together, they could fight against an almighty, but now, they were sent flying by a sound wave. Everyone was stunned. As for the young man, his face was also incomparably pale. The clap of thunder just now had a terrifying impact on him, causing the blood in his body to tremble. However, he quickly circulated his cultivation technique to suppress the churning blood. At the same time, he clenched the sword in his hand and was about to attack Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian's cold and murderous gaze, his body fell to the ground and began to tremble. Who is this? How dare you cause trouble in Flame City? Are you tired of living? In the distance, the ground trembled as more black armored guards rushed over. Among them, there were a few who were riding on terrifying demon kings and rushing over. Among them, there were 2 who were extremely terrifying. One was riding a 3-headed demon wolf, while the other was riding a purple lion. The lion had a pair of wings on its back and emitted a monstrous demon chi. Behind them, each of them led a group of 50 black armored guards. They quickly rushed over and surrounded the area. Kid, how dare you cause trouble in Flame City in broad daylight and injure the black armored guards? Come back with us obediently. A middle-aged man with cold eyes sat on the back of the 3-headed wolf. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. In addition, a bald man was sitting cross-legged on top of the purple lion. He held a long saber in his hand and pointed it downward. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated and widened the distance between them. That was because they recognized the 2 of them. One of them was the bald Golden Blade King, and the other was Violent Hand King. Both of them were powerful experts and held high positions in the black armored army. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would actually make a move together? Just who was this young man in front of him? Lin Xian glanced at the 2 of them and snorted coldly. What did I do to make you arrest me? Right now, I'm just defending myself. I'll give you a chance to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Why aren't you being polite? In the sky, the purple lion spread its wings and flapped them continuously, emitting gusts of demonic wind. The bald man on its back, the Golden Blade King, widened his eyes and let out a cold smirk. Little brat, go to hell. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The golden treasured saber in his hand slashed down forcefully. This golden saber light was like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a wave of pressure as it slashed down from the sky. It was as if an immemorial demonic beast was going to devour Lin Xian. Humph! That brat was dead meat. That was for sure. The Golden Blade King's saber technique was absolutely terrifying. Around them, the black-armored army sneered. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the golden blade light that was sweeping down from the sky. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air lightly. What? He actually wanted to fight with his bare hands and not dodge. He was really looking for death, idiot. Water must have entered his head. Seeing this scene, these people were even more confused. Humph, the Golden Blade King sneered. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant. He was really looking for death. One must know that even a powerful expert of the same level would not dare to fight with his golden saber barehanded. Boom. Support the original version. Pirates must die. Lin Xian's palm slapped on the golden saber, creating an intense collision, as if thousands of horses were neighing. With an earth-shattering sound, the void exploded, and the golden saber light that filled the sky was shattered. The Golden Blade King's chest caved in, and he flew out. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and sent more than 10 black-armored army flying. What? The Golden Blade King was injured, everyone was stunned. The black-armored army's eyelids were twitching, and those who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this brat? How could he be so strong? He actually sent the Golden Blade King flying with one move. Could it be that this brat was also a powerful expert? Thinking of this, they gasped. They had never seen such a young powerful expert before. Moreover, that was not right. According to the information, the other party was only a 6-star king. On the other side, the middle-aged man sitting on the 3-headed wolf, Violent Hand King, also had a change in expression. He snorted. Brat, you're looking for death. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a fiery red big hand came grabbing at him from all directions. Buzz, seeing the other party making another move, Lin Xian pointed out his finger. On the tip of his finger, a dazzling sword light surged out. Rumble, the whole sky was trembling. Although it was only a sword light, it was enough to crush the heavens. This sword chi was too terrifying, so much so that when this sword chi appeared, everyone began to tremble. Violent Hand King's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. This aura was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, the sword chi had already enveloped him. Pung, ah, with a miserable scream, one of his arms was chopped off, and blood gushed out. Violent Hand King frantically retreated, his face pale. Kill him for me, set up the black-armored sky-splitting array, I want him dead, Violent Hand King roared crazily. He quickly stopped his injuries, and commanded the black-armored army to form a terrifying killing array. Although these black-armored army were not almighty experts, they had mastered a terrifying array. At this moment, 100 black-armored army quickly formed the array. Even an almighty expert would not be able to resist it. Black-armored sky-splitting array. The 100 black-armored army quickly formed the array. The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the array. It enveloped the whole space. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They frantically retreated, not daring to get close. This array was too terrifying. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of a peerless demonic beast. Pung, in the next moment, these people attacked together. The aura that filled the sky, together with the array, formed a huge black rock, and rushed out quickly. That huge rock slowly covered the sky, and its body emitted a monstrous aura. It charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the huge black rock, and quickly attacked. The two of them, one in front and one behind, charged toward Lin Xian's vital points. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the black rock and quickly attacked. The two of them attacked Lin Xian's vital parts one after another. Wang! Blazing palm! sky-splitting golden blade. The two of them roared and used their ultimate moves. A terrifying flaming palm and a terrifying golden blade light flew out quickly. You don't know what's good for you. Facing the terrifying formation and the attacks of the two almighties, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he pulled out a broken sword. The broken sword was very ancient and there were sword patterns all over it. One look and you could tell that it was not an ordinary item. It was Lin Xian's heaven-ranked ancient sword. In the next moment, the ancient sword swung out a terrifying sword light, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Pung pung pung, intense explosions sounded in the sky. Mushroom clouds rose one after another, the light was as dazzling as fireworks. The black rock formed by 100 black armored army was split in half by the sword. But even so, Hunter King's other arm was also cut off. Blood gushed out and it could not heal at all. Golden Blade King was even more miserable. When the golden blade in his hand touched the ancient sword, it broke with a clang. Damn it, how is this possible? Golden Blade King's pupils shrank. His golden blade was an earth-rank upper artifact. It was extremely terrifying, even the Almighties could not break it. How could the opponent break it so easily, he did not dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he screamed in horror. Because the sword chi had split him in half from the middle. As the sword descended, Lin Xian withdrew his ancient sword. As for the 100 black armored soldiers, they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Golden Blade King and Hunter King, one was dead and the other was crippled. Blood flowed and dyed the surroundings red. Impossible, this was impossible, damn it, how could you be so strong? Hunter King trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. The 100 black armored army kept retreating, their faces were in a sorry state. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. God, who was this kid? How could he destroy such a powerful team so easily, ruthless? This was definitely a ruthless person, everyone was frightened and retreated frantically. Humph, how dare you kill my black armored army? You're dead. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. It was like thunder, rolling over. Immediately after, the earth trembled as more and more black armored army gathered in this direction like a black tide. Light flickered in the sky as countless experts appeared. Those people who originally wanted to watch felt their heads explode. Such a terrifying formation, just to catch a young man, who was this person? They did not dare to imagine. However, they knew that they couldn't stay here any longer, so they quickly ran away. They all hid at a distance that they thought was safe and watched carefully. This time, there were even more black armored soldiers. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. In the sky, several frightening old men appeared. Their auras were thick and heavy. They were like deities that looked down on the common people. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Come back with me obediently. Humph, what you have done is enough to make you have no place in the Tai dynasty. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. If they were dealing with ordinary people, it would be impossible for them to deploy such a terrifying formation. From the looks of it, the other party should know his identity. So, you know who I am? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said indifferently. From the moment you came in, we knew. Don't think that you can hide your appearance and aura, you can avoid our pursuit. In the sky, an old man coldly snorted. So that's how it is, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the first prince had used a lot of power to catch him. He thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not expect to be recognized so quickly. Since it was like this, he did not intend to hide anymore. Lin Xian's facial bones changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Capture him for me. Kill. Support the original version, pirates must die. There was an angry roar in the sky, and the 500 black armored soldiers on the ground formed a formation again. This time, the formation was more terrifying than before. It was even more monstrous. The biting cold murderous aura directly pierced through the void, and nothing could stop it. 10,000 killing formation. When this formation was formed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were completely destroyed. Everyone retreated into the distance. There was only Lin Xian and the black armored soldiers in the sky. Kill, there was another angry roar, and the murderous aura was like thunder, rapidly attacking the void. They formed 100,000 murderous auras in the sky, and charged towards Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is definitely dead. This 10,000 killing technique is really terrifying. Even an almighty can't fight against it. That's right. There are so many experts from the city lord's mansion in the sky. This kid can't escape. In the distance, the surrounding warriors were discussing softly. In front, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Since the other party had recognized him, there was nothing to say. Since they dared to chase after him, he had to pay the price. Buzz, Lin Xian took a step forward. Suddenly, the aura on his body exploded, and the entire void shattered. A terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom, the sword wave spread in the sky and quickly collided with the 100,000 murderous auras. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding buildings were directly destroyed. What? He actually resisted the 100,000 murderous auras? How is this possible? In the distance, everyone was shocked. The experts in the sky furrowed their brows. However, at this moment, there was another change below. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword chi again, and he slashed forward. Suddenly, the killing array formed by the 500 black armored army cracked. It was about to break at any time. Damn it. I'll kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, a man in black armor in the sky had a cold expression. He held a black spear in his hand and quickly charged down. The old man in black looked down and said in a deep voice. The two of you go down too. At the same time, activate 2 more killing arrays. With 3 killing arrays together, I don't believe that we can't kill this kid. Yes, a man and a woman beside him responded. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man held a thunder hammer in his hand, and the woman held 2 swords. The two of them were also wearing armor. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing fiery red armor. After the two of them went down, they formed 2 more killing arrays. Each killing array was formed by 500 black armored army soldiers. The Thunder God array and the Flame-proof array. Heavens, there were 2 more killing arrays. The people in the distance went crazy. With such an array, no one would be able to escape. The 3 killing arrays quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Competing with arrays? In the next moment, he stomped his foot and the demon-slaying sword array appeared on the ground. Countless blood-red sword marks surrounded him, and then immemorial shadows rushed out. Boom, the black immemorial shadows rose into the sky. Boom, the two clashed, and the 500 people immediately vomited blood. Damn it, block it. It was useless. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again, shattering the terrifying spear light in front of him. Not only that, the black spear in the black armored man's hand was also split in half. Damn it, the black armored man's face was abnormally gloomy. His weapon was actually shattered. What weapon was in his opponent's hand? How could it be so sharp? When the other 2 killing formations saw this, they quickly rushed over as well. Thunder God kill. The man's twin hammers shook, and suddenly, silver thunder appeared in the void and quickly descended. Under the support of the formation, a terrifying sea of thunder was formed, swallowing the world. On the other side, the fire formation released a sky full of 5-colored flames, burning fiercely. The 2 forces of the sea of thunder and fire quickly enveloped Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it was split in half by 2 sword chi. Puff, the man and woman were struck until they cried and vomited blood. Their armor was shattered, and the weapons in their hands were broken into several pieces. Broken again, the 3 killing formations were also easily broken. Everyone was stupefied. They had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. Buzz. Buzz, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and 3 true dragons flew out, sucking the 3 almighties over. The 3 almighties struggled frantically, but these were all formed by sword chi, containing the power of the great dragon sword soul. How could the 3 of them break free? The current Lin Xian was a true almighty. His strength was absolutely terrifying, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. These people were no match for him. Kid, you dare to kill me? You're dead, the black-armored man roared crazily. He had never been treated like this before. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a slap, the black-armored man knelt on the ground, his legs broken. Ah! Damn it, kill me if you have the guts. The black-armored man roared crazily. Kill you? Do you think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and exerted force with his palm. Instantly, the black-armored man's armor was completely shattered, and his body turned into a bloody mist. What? He really killed him. Everyone was shocked, and the man and woman beside them were terrified. Spare us. Please, I beg you, spare us. The two of them started to beg for mercy. They didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Otherwise, their end would be very miserable. Spare you? How could this be? Su Chen sneered. From the moment you decided to kill me, your fates were already decided. You chose to end up like this. You can't blame me. Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Puff. Two heads flew into the sky. Plop, plop, another two mighty figures' bodies fell to the ground. Lin Xian's ancient sword was dripping with blood. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Go back and tell the first prince that this is not enough for me to kill. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to contend against a big lunatic. Is that something you can contend against? There were still two old men left in the sky. Their faces were gloomy. The other party was actually so powerful that he could cripple so many of their experts with just a few strikes. This really shocked them to the core. As expected, you are the first prince's dogs. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm and slapped towards the sky. Two large green palms appeared and slapped towards the two old men in the sky. Pung, pung, the two of them resisted, but it was useless. Their armors and defenses were all smashed to pieces. The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The two old men's scalps went numb because they realized that they were no match for the other party at all. Run. Support the original version. Pirates will die. The two of them were terrified and turned to flee. They didn't want any harsh words or orders. Survival was the most important thing. They fled into the distance like crazy. Want to run? Can you run? Lin Xian sneered. He stepped into the air and chased after them. However, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see where the two of them were going to escape to. He knew that these people weren't the final decision makers. There must be some core subordinates of the first prince in Flame City. In front of him, the two of them quickly fled, turning into streams of light and running towards the city lord's residence. Then, the two of them landed in the city lord's residence. City lord's residence? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the city lord had given the order to capture him. Since that was the case, there was no need for the city lord's residence to exist. Seeing that the other party had chased after them, the two old men below felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily, quick, attack, catch that kid. He's the one we're looking for. Below, countless figures flashed and rays of light lit up. Several large arrays appeared in the city lord's residence, covering the sky and the sun. Countless rays of light soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. A sharp chaotic sword chi rushed out, turning into a silver river in the sky and rolling down. Boom! Boom! The rays of light below were all shattered. The arrays were split into pieces, and the cultivators inside were directly kicked into a bloody mist. They exploded in the air. Not only that, the city walls, palaces, and pavilions below were all shattered. Nothing was intact. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks spread in all directions. That was too powerful. He actually destroyed the city lord's residence. Behind him, many people followed from afar. When they saw that Lin Xian had split the city lord's mansion in half with a single slash of his sword, all of them were stupefied and shocked. In the city lord's residence, the two old men were even more dumbstruck. Their bodies had suffered a terrifying impact, but they could no longer feel the pain. That was because their souls had been attacked, and their faces were full of shock. Who was that person? Run, run quickly! The two of them desperately wanted to escape into the depths of the city lord's residence. However, Lin Xian flicked out two rays of sword chi from his fingers, piercing through the bodies of the two old men. In the next moment, he took a step and descended. Below, the city lord's residence was shattered, and countless figures flashed. They surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, someone shouted coldly, "Damn it, who is that? How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's residence?" However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked. It was him, it was actually him. "Kid, you actually took the initiative to come to us, so don't blame us. Men, capture him and send him to the first prince." "Send him to the first prince? I'll send you to heaven first." Lin Xian waved the ancient sword in his hand quickly, and a terrifying sword chi tore through the void. Immediately, a series of screams rang out. Those cultivators in front could not resist at all and were directly split open. In an instant, more than 10 figures fell. There were even 5 mighty figures among them. This scene directly provoked everyone in the surroundings. They screamed crazily, "Run, run quickly!" At this moment, they finally knew that the young man in front of them was absolutely terrifying. He was not someone they could contend against at all. "Kid, you're courting death." In the sky, 3 figures descended, accompanied by a terrifying aura. "Kid, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think that there's no one in the City Lord's mansion? Kneel down and come back with us. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead." He crippled his own arms and knelt on the ground to await his punishment. The 3 elite mighty figures had cold expressions, and their bodies emitted terrifying auras. They were like mountains that pressed down on the void, making it difficult to breathe. In the City Lord's mansion, the other martial artists who were running away also stopped in their tracks. They turned around and revealed ferocious expressions again. "Ha ha ha ha, our elite mighty figures are here. Our elders are here. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You're going to kill us. Let's see how our elders kill you." They laughed maniacally because these 3 elders were all elite supreme beings with terrifying strength. Moreover, they had many secret techniques and treasures in their hands. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill the kid in front of them. "Elite mighty figures, how dare you show off in front of me?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. One had to know that before he broke through, he could already kill elite mighty figures. Now that he had become a true mighty figure, his strength had increased exponentially. Elite mighty figures were nothing in front of him. "You're courting death." The 3 elites were furious. They knew that the kid in front of them had offended a master, and they had information about him. However, they had never seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying a 6-star king was, how powerful could he be, they had no idea that Lin Xian had successfully broken through, and they had never seen Lin Xian's power before. Therefore, they were obviously courting death. "I'll kill him." A tall old man walked out. At that moment, an elder with a walking stick said, "There's no need. Let me do it. Let me do it." The 3rd elder stood out with a sharp gaze. The 3 of them were fighting with each other to capture Lin Xian. That was because the higher-ups had ordered that whoever captured Lin Xian and handed him over to the first prince would be conferred the title of king. How could they possibly give up such a huge temptation to someone else? The 3 elite almighties were fighting with each other, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the scene. This was the first time he had seen people rushing to their deaths. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the tall old man and said, "All right, there's no need to fight. You'll do." Seeing this scene, the tall old man laughed. He looked at the old man beside him. "Did you see that? That brat personally chose him. The 2 of you have nothing to say, right?" Then, the tall old man looked at Lin Xian again with a sinister smile on his face. "Brat, I have to say that you have good taste. You actually chose me. Don't worry, since you chose me, I'll give you a quick death." "Is that so? Thank you very much. Hurry up and do it." Lin Xian waved his hand as if he didn't care. This attitude stunned the tall old man, and his face immediately darkened. What did the other party mean? Did he not care about him at all? He was really courting death. He was an elite almighty, and his strength was far from what those ordinary almighties could compare to. "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few ordinary almighties. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." In the next moment, the tall old man made his move. he grabbed out with his palm. It was very simple and crude, but it had an unparalleled pressure. His strength was indeed beyond that of ordinary almighties. In an instant, his palm flew out like a mountain and enveloped Lin Xian. Elite Almighty? That's all there is to it, you're still nothing in front of me. Lin Xian waved his palm, and a bright light shot out. Clang. Support the original version. Pirates must die. The light shone and blasted on the large palm, immediately producing a clanging sound. The tall old man's expression changed, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. His palm was directly broken. Ah, damn it, how dare you hurt me? The tall old man retracted his palm, and his expression was extremely ugly. The two people at the side discussed and then sneered. No way, old boy, how can you be injured, can you do it? If you can't, let the two of us do it. The two elite almighties at the side sneered. In their opinion, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even deal with a brat. The tall old man snorted. What do you know? I was just careless just now. As he spoke, he activated his mystic technique. Instantly, his arm made cracking sounds as the broken bones were connected. In the next moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you've completely angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Thousand Hands Demonic Palm. The tall old man waved his palm, and a dark light flashed in the sky. Numerous palms appeared in the void, densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. It was as if a mountain range was pressing down. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they could shatter heaven and earth. At this moment, thousands of palms appeared at the same time, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Burning Sky Scorching Sunday. Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and simulated the Golden Lion King's ultimate move. Black hellfire spread and covered his fist. Then, he punched out with his fist. In the sky, numerous fist shadows turned into black suns and soared into the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. These black suns were incomparably violent, and they brought along heat that filled the sky as they collided with the thousands of palm shadows. Boom, countless palm shadows were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, a sea of black flames appeared in the sky and enveloped the tall old man. Whoosh. Whoosh. Damn it. The tall old man's expression changed. All of his attacks were ignited. Not only that, the black flames followed his attacks and spread towards him. Even the clothes on his body were set on fire. Playing with fire? Suppress. The tall old man snorted and spat out a blue ice ball from his mouth. Instantly, the sky was covered with frost, and he wanted to extinguish the terrifying flames. Snow Soul Pearl, this old man actually used this magical treasure. At the back, the two elite almighties nodded continuously. They didn't expect this tall old man to be really angry. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He clenched his fist again and punched out. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and formed a true dragon. It roared in the void and shattered the Snow Soul Pearl. Boom, with a collision, the Snow Soul Pearl shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, impossible. How is this possible? He's so powerful? Fear appeared in the old man's eyes. However, in the next moment, he froze. Because a sword light flashed, and he instantly lost consciousness. At the back, the two elite almighties were stunned. In the distance, the martial artists who hadn't escaped were also terrified. Because they realized that the tall old man's head flew up and his headless corpse fell to the ground. He was killed. How is this possible? How is it possible that he was killed? Everyone went crazy, and the two elite almighties were even more shocked. Everyone went crazy, and the two elite powerhouses were even more shocked. They did not see how the other party attacked. Originally, they thought that both sides were evenly matched, but thinking about it, the final victory would be theirs. However, in just a short moment, one of their elites was killed. What method did the other party use? Lin Xian looked at the headless corpse and sneered. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at the other two elite powerhouses. He said, "Now, have you decided who will come up?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two elite powerhouses trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Thinking back to how they were fighting to be the first to attack, they even had the heart to die. They did not expect that they were fighting for the chance to attack, but they were actually fighting for the chance to die. Thinking of this, their faces were extremely pale. Damn it, don't talk nonsense with him, let's attack together. The two elite powerhouses looked at each other and decided to attack together. Buzz, the yellow-robed elder on the left, pulled out a treasure sword, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. The purple-robed elder on the right took out an umbrella, and the Linglong treasure pagoda was floating above his head. Kill, the yellow-robed elder waved his long sword and used a terrifying sword technique called the 7-killing sword technique. The sword chi in the sky turned into 7 demonic wolves, roaring ferociously as they swooped down. On the other side, the purple-robed elder spun the umbrella in his hand. The umbrella left his hand and floated in the air, releasing tens of thousands of auras. A terrifying force enveloped Lin Xian, trying to suck him away. This umbrella was a very terrifying Dharma treasure. Once sucked in, even an elite powerhouse would be refined. It was extremely terrifying. The two powerhouses attacked Lin Xian together, and it seemed that they really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and an ice phoenix shot out, instantly freezing the sword technique in the sky. The 7 demonic wolves were frozen in the void. What a terrifying power of ice! The yellow-robed elder was shocked, but at this moment, the mysterious umbrella arrived above Lin Xian and instantly sucked Lin Xian away. Buzz. Support the original, kill the pirated version. Seeing this, the purple-clothed old man hurriedly activated his seal. The umbrella closed and spun in the air. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red umbrella returned to his hand, and he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, so what if you enter my blood river umbrella? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will turn into a puddle of blood. Even if you call yourself a genius, you won't be able to stop him. The purple-clothed elder laughed heartily at the sky, looking extremely pleased. At the side, the yellow-robed old man's figure flickered as he came to the side. He said, "Be careful, don't really kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the first prince. Don't worry, I won't wait for an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, I'll let him out." Then, he used the Millennium Cold Steel to tie him up. At that time, let's see how he can escape. This time, the purple-clothed elder was too excited, because if he captured Lin Xian, he would be crowned king. At that time, he would have a meteoric rise and become an overlord. The yellow-clothed old man at the side was also extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a fate? Of course, he also knew that in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Lin Xian. The reason why the other party was able to succeed was entirely because of the red umbrella. The Blood River umbrella. A top-tier Earth-rank artifact. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Anything that was absorbed by the Blood River umbrella would be refined by the mysterious power inside. Even if an elite mighty figure saw it, they would be terrified. Thinking of that, he sighed. Lin Xian was unlucky to have encountered the Blood River umbrella. Perhaps, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to use it. Boom! At that moment, the Blood River umbrella suddenly exploded, forming a violent energy wave that tore the void apart. The energy was so terrifying that the purple-clothed elder was directly blown into a bloody mist. Not only that, because the yellow-robed elder was too close, half of his body was blown away. He fell to the ground and twitched non-stop. What was going on? Why did the Blood River umbrella explode? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the Blood River umbrella had split open, and a large hole had appeared. A figure came out from inside. It was the kid from before. Lin Xian, what? He was fine, and he had rushed out. How was that possible? The yellow-robed elder was stunned. The other party's body was spotless and undamaged. That was beyond his expectations. He knew the power of the Blood River umbrella. Even an elite mighty figure could not escape from it. However, not only was the other party not injured, but he had also successfully broken the Blood River umbrella. That was a top-tier artifact. How did that kid break it? He was too shocked. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Such a powerful artifact had been broken, and an elite mighty figure had been killed. The other one had also lost half his life. That method was too terrifying. Humph. Do you think a small artifact can trap me? Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light as he sneered disdainfully. His eyes flickered as he stared at the yellow-robed mighty figure on the ground. Go to hell. He raised his hand and shot out a sword wave. Don't kill me, no, the yellow-robed mighty figure screamed crazily and wanted to escape. However, just as he moved, he was enveloped by the sword wave. The remaining half of his body was directly slashed into a bloody mist. Looking at that scene, the surrounding warriors of the city lord's mansion all went crazy. They trembled and knelt on the ground. Some of their faces were pale, while others turned around and fled. There was nothing they could do. The impact was too great. 3 elite mighty figures had been killed in a few moves. They could not believe it at all. It was like a dream. Run quickly, those people fled in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaying sword array surged out. Streaks of blood-colored sword light swept out in all directions. Every time the sword chi slashed down, many people would be directly split apart. Their blood would fuse into the demon-slaying sword array again, increasing the power of the sword array. Lin Xian was like a god of death as he reaped the lives of those people. Those people screamed crazily, but they could not escape at all. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. In the crowd, 6 mighty figures roared. They attacked together from all directions and attacked Lin Xian. 5-colored lightning strike. Lin Xian stood on the spot without moving. He formed a seal with his palms, and the 5-colored lightning struck down from the sky, piercing through all 6 mighty figures. Ah, ah, screams sounded one after another. Lightning spread rapidly, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Humph, how dare you cause trouble in the city lord's mansion? You must have a death wish. At that moment, a majestic voice sounded. It sounded like an ancient demonic voice that echoed in the void. Hearing that voice, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. As for the surrounding people, they all became excited. The city lord. The city lord was here. Their bodies trembled as hope appeared in their eyes. In the sky, a human figure appeared. Like a demon god, he descended quickly, bringing with him countless rays of light and terrifying energy waves. Boom, then, the figure descended. Behind him, there were 5 elders, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. The auras of these people merged together, causing the entire space to freeze. They were too powerful, especially the figure at the front. He was like a god of war. City Lord, everyone was trembling from this aura, but at this moment, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reason for that was because the imposing figure that had appeared was their Flame City's city master. Their city lord was extremely powerful and was a pinnacle almighty. His strength was far above the elite almighties. Originally, these people were in despair because even if the elite almighties joined forces, they would not be able to contend against Lin Xian. But now, it was different. Their city lord was here. A pinnacle almighty was here. They would definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the 5 elders behind the city lord were also elite almighties. Such a lineup was even more terrifying than before. When the city lord of Flame City descended, his body was surrounded by flames, making it impossible to see his face. But his eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, surrender obediently and I can spare your life." His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, but it carried a biting cold pressure, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. "You're the city lord of Flame City?" In the face of such a godlike figure, Lin Xian merely sneered and kept sizing him up. "In that case, you're directly under the orders of the Crown Prince, right? It seems like you're the Crown Prince's dog. Well, if I kill you, no one in Flame City will dare to go against me." "What? This kid wants to kill the city lord." Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. Was this kid crazy? The city lord was a pinnacle almighty. Could it be that this kid had the strength to kill a pinnacle almighty? They did not dare to believe it. One had to know that although they were all almighties, the difference between an ordinary almighty and an elite almighty was many times greater. And the difference between an elite almighty and a pinnacle almighty was many times greater. The difference between them was huge and could not be made up. Therefore, when these people heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned. "You want to kill me, Flame City's city lord?" Hu Xiaoyun laughed. "Brat, I admit that you're very strong. You actually managed to kill your way into the depths of my city lord's mansion by yourself. He had even killed many powerful experts. But do you think you can go against me like this? I, Hu Xiaoyun, am 530 years old this year. Although I am not a peerless almighty being, I am the city lord of Flame City. What do you think I relied on? Let me tell you, it's power. My strength is definitely not something that ordinary top almighties can compare to. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, the fact that you dared to attack me is the biggest mistake you've ever made, relying on strength. What strength do you have? Let me take a look." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't an ordinary king tier either. His battle prowess was equivalent to a peerless almighty. So what if his opponent was powerful? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? More than his trump cards, therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Flame City's city lord. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Flame City's city lord, Hu Xiaoyun, was also a genius in the Taiyu dynasty. Indeed, as the other party said, ordinary city lords were all peerless almighties. However, this Hu Xiaoyun in front of them wasn't a peerless almighty. He was just a top king-tier king. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the past 100 years, there had always been 3 top experts who attacked the city lord. In the end, they were all killed mercilessly. Yes, the city lord's strength was absolutely terrifying and unfathomable. This brat was definitely dead. Behind them, the 5 elite almighties were also discussing in low voices. In front of them, Hu Xiaoyun's face sank. His eyes were like a divine lamp, flickering with a cold light. A terrifying flame rushed out from his body, burning fiercely. His entire person was like a god of fire, dazzling and eye-catching. Buzz, in the next moment, Hu Xiaoyun attacked. He stretched out a palm and pressed forward. A boundless sea of fire spread, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. The entire city lord's mansion shook as if it would split open at any time. Pung pung pung, the air exploded. Many of the city lord's mansion's martial artists in the distance knelt on the ground, trembling. This was because they couldn't withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations. Pung, Lin Xian also punched out. Hellfire appeared and turned into a black fist, shining in the sky like a black sun. It collided with Hu Xiaoyun's palm and then exploded. The two collided, and energy exploded, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding buildings exploded in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Some of the nearby martial artists were directly sent flying. There were even a few who were burned to ashes on the spot. He blocked it. That brat actually blocked the city lord's attack. How was this possible? The remaining people all frantically retreated, their faces filled with horror. Hu Xiaoyun also frowned. The flame in his eyes became even brighter, like a divine lamp. The opponent in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the sea of fire that filled the sky condensed, forming a fire phoenix that quickly rushed over. This fire phoenix was extremely huge, covering the entire space. Its entire body was burning with flames, as if it was alive. In an instant, it rushed towards Lin Xian. A strong wave of heat hit him in the face. Wang, on Lin Xian's body, the ice protection appeared, and the ice that filled the sky resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, countless sword chi rushed out from under his feet, turning into a dark demonic crocodile. The huge immemorial shadow directly rushed into the void. It was together with the fire phoenix. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian and the city lord of Flame City fought, as if two gods were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy collided in the air, tearing apart the void. At this moment, everyone in the Flame City raised their heads to look at the sky. They were looking at the space that had been torn apart. Looking at the flames that filled the sky, the martial artists in the city all separated. What was going on? Someone was fighting in the city lord's mansion? Heavens, someone actually dared to fight here. Did they not want to live anymore? it was that brat. Previously, he had killed many black armored guards on the streets. Who would have thought that he would kill his way to the city lord's mansion? Discussions sounded out, and many people rose into the air, flying towards the city lord's mansion. Wang, in front, Hu Xiaoyun roared, and even more terrifying flames appeared on his body. At the same time, a world of fire quickly formed in his palm, as if it could cover the entire world. Wang, in the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and the world of fire in his palm bloomed with light, enveloping Lin Xian. Palm of destruction. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword qi in his body rushed out quickly like lightning, bombarding the void. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed out. The chaotic sword qi was like a long river, falling in the air. The sword was like the light of the beginning. What was more shocking was that there were stars circling within the sword qi. It was extremely mysterious, like a universe. What kind of sword qi was that? It was terrifying. Why did it feel like the beginning of the world? Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Although they did not recognize that sword technique, they knew that it was extremely terrifying. Buzz, at that moment, Hu Xiaoyun's flame world arrived above Lin Xian's head and mercilessly fell. The void below was instantly burned into a black hole. Terrifying flames surrounded it, about to swallow the entire world. However, in the next moment, the flames in the sky were mercilessly split apart. A chaotic sword qi crushed the 9 heavens and directly struck the flame world. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared on the flame world. More and more cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a boom. What? The city lord's ultimate technique was broken. How was that possible? These people were truly stupefied. The 8 Desolations palm was a kind of great divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying, but now it was actually split apart by a single sword. What kind of sword technique was that? Wasn't that kid too terrifying? The city lord of Flame City, Hu Xiaoyun's expression changed. He retracted his palm, and there was a sword mark on his palm, almost cutting his palm off. How dare you injure me? Kid, you've committed an unforgivable crime. Hu Xiaoyun's expression was cold. In the next moment, blood dripped from his wound, but it burned in the air. Then, it turned into a giant flame beast. These flame beasts were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. They all rushed toward Lin Xian. Hu Xiaoyun's lips curled into a cold smile. This was one of his techniques. He used his blood and fire energy to form a terrifying attack. Holy light bloomed on the surface of his body, wanting to heal his wound. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that the wound was difficult to heal. What was going on? Hu Xiaoyun frowned. How could his opponent's sword qi be so powerful? Until now, there was still a terrifying sword qi lingering on his wound. It made it impossible for him to heal. Damn it, Hu Xiaoyun snorted coldly and activated a secret technique to stop the bleeding. However, when he raised his head, his pupils shrank again. This was because the demonic beasts formed by the combination of blood and flames had been completely split apart. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain and released tens of thousands of sword qi, directly piercing through all the flame demon beasts. Is this your divine ability? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Next, I'll show you my divine ability. Lin Xian sneered and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Chaotic heaven destroyer sword, demon seal. Boom, heaven and earth split apart, unable to withstand this terrifying sword light at all. The city lord's mansion was instantly split into 2. Boom, Hu Xiaoyun's pupils shrank as he released 6 flame divine shields to protect himself. At the same time, the flames on his body condensed, forming a battle armor to block this terrifying sword. However, he was still sent flying. His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The surrounding people were all spitting out saliva. What kind of power was this? A single slash was enough to split open the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord was sent flying. Roar, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Below, the ground was suffused with red light as a figure soared into the sky. It was Hu Xiaoyun. His hair was disheveled and the 6 flame divine shields on his body were all broken. His battle armor was also in tatters. However, the flame aura on his body was even stronger. It was even mixed with the smell of fresh blood. Obviously, that attack just now had injured him, and it was a serious injury. This completely infuriated Xiaoyun. He was the city lord of Flaming Cloud City, and his strength was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he was able to suppress an expert. But now, he actually suffered a loss at the hands of a 20-year-old brat. He could not tolerate it. "Brat, you have completely angered me." Xiaoyun shouted coldly as he pulled out a flaming saber from the void. This flame was very strange. It was not red, but green. "See, returning saber, it's over. The city lord is really angry." He actually used "see, returning saber." Behind him, the 5 elite mighty figures also exclaimed. They knew that the origin of this saber was very special. This green flame came from an extremely terrifying demon beast in the Endless Sea region. It was called the green sepal demon turtle. This kind of turtle could typically live for more than 7,000 years. It was extremely terrifying. They had a type of deviant flame in their bodies that was extremely terrifying. See, returning saber was refined from this demon beast's deviant flame. With a swing of the saber, it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Even peerless mighty figures would find it troublesome. It was even more impossible for those below peerless mighty figures to resist. Indeed, when Gui Haidao appeared, the flailing flames had already reduced the city lord manor beneath to ashes. Everyone retreated extremely far away, not daring to approach. Even the 5 elite mighty figures were pale as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian also felt a wave of heat surging towards him. But in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Countless sword auras rushed out from his body, forming a light screen that enveloped him. These sword auras were extremely sharp. Even though these deviant flames were terrifying, they were all destroyed in front of the sword auras. They could not survive at all. "Go to hell, brat." Opposite him, Xiaoyun held Si returning saber and slashed down crazily. Lin Xian also brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed forward. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. Every collision tore through the void, creating an extremely terrifying light of destruction. After more than 100 collisions, the city lord of Flame City suddenly retreated. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because the flames on Si returning saber that he was so proud of had dimmed as though they would be extinguished at any moment. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was still extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a mysterious aura. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Si returning saber could not withstand it. Xiaoyun was extremely shocked. What kind of sword was it? How could it be so powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the city lord of Flame City, he was able to withstand my attacks for so long. But now, it was over. With that said, his aura became sharp again. An even more terrifying sword Dao aura surged out. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, War Song, another sharp beam of light. There was no light in the world except for this eternal sword beam. "Damn it! Block it for me," Xiaoyun roared angrily. He held Si returning saber with both hands and swept it out. Immediately, boundless green flames spread in the air and condensed into a huge black tortoise that roared in all directions. Boom! Clang! In the next moment, the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. Countless cracks, vortexes, and black holes were formed. It was blocked. Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, in the next moment, the huge black tortoise phantom in front of him cracked open. "No," he screamed crazily, trying to escape. However, his body was cut in half by the sword chi. The armor on his body could not block the sword at all. Not only him, but the ground below and the buildings in the distance were all cut in half by the sword. In fact, the entire giant city was almost split in half. This was also because of the array formation's protection. Otherwise, the entire Flame City would have been destroyed. What? The city lord was killed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The city lord's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. He stood in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Looking at this scene, these people were terrified. As for the warriors in the city lord's mansion, they screamed and tried to escape. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon sword's spiritual domain flew out. It quickly grew bigger and covered thousands of miles. Sword Chi fell and killed all the warriors in the city lord's mansion. The 5 elite almighties wanted to block it, but they could not. In an instant, all the warriors in the city lord's mansion, including the city lord, were killed. Blood gathered into a river and flowed in Flame City. The pungent smell of blood made people want to vomit. Some people even fainted from fright. It could not be helped. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Tell the first prince that this is the outcome of trying to kill me." With that, he snorted and waved his sleeve. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. It was not until Lin Xian left for a long time that these people came back to their senses. Then, they all exclaimed, "Lin Xian, he was the wanted Lin Xian. Are you saying that he is the one who killed the legendary Golden Lion King? Heavens! It was really him, only he could be so powerful to destroy the entire city lord's mansion." Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. It was obvious that they knew about Lin Xian as well. After all, the Tai dynasty had already issued an imperial edict. There was probably no one in the Tai dynasty who did not know. However, very few people had seen Lin Xian before. That was why they didn't recognize him earlier. It wasn't until Lin Xian's final words that they realized that the person in front of them was the ruthless devil who was wanted by the entire country. In an instant, Flame City was extremely shocked. This news swept across the Tai dynasty like a gale. However, this matter was not over yet. Previously, when Lin Xian had entered Flame City, the Flame City Lord wasn't the only one who had received the news. 2 other factions had also received the news. Come to think of it, they should be arriving soon. On the other side, Lin Xian destroyed Flame City and collected all the cultivation resources within before leaving. His current target was one of the 12 main cities because there was a super teleportation array there. They could only leave the Tai dynasty by using the super transmission array. Just as Lin Xian was deciding which direction to head to, a few figures suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the blurry silhouette before them. Their lips curled into a cold smile. It was that brat. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Once we capture him, we can be crowned kings. 3 figures appeared in the void. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in the distance and sneered. They had received the news and rushed over from other cities. They didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, they didn't know that Lin Xian's current strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them planned to launch a sneak attack. 3 against 1? No matter how strong the other party was, they could kill him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After about half an hour, Lin Xian frowned because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look. Sure enough, the 3 rays of light behind him quickly rushed over in a triangular formation. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded him. Someone was coming to kill him again. Lin Xian frowned. However, the aura of the 3 people made his expression turn serious. They were actually 3 top-notch almighties. However, individually, each of them wasn't as strong as the Flame City Lord's aura. However, when the 3 of them worked together, they were still much stronger than the Flame City Lord. "Who are you?" Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the 3 people's aura powerful, but their clothes were also strange. They weren't wearing luxurious robes or armor. Instead, they were wearing tattered clothes with patches. They looked like beggars. However, the 3 of them were obviously not beggars. Have you ever seen 3 top-notch almighties as beggars? How could these people be so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes? Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are we? The 3 men with patches all over their bodies snorted coldly. Listen carefully, we are from the Green Bamboo Gang. Kid, you must be Lin Xian. Come with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What Green Bamboo Gang? I've never heard of it. You want to capture me? You'll have to pay a painful price. Lin Xian snorted. A terrifying aura rose from his body. Idiot. Kid, you've never heard of the Green Bamboo Gang. Looks like you're really courting death. The 3 of them were furious. The Green Bamboo Gang was a huge force in the Taiyi dynasty. The Green Bamboo Gang had members all over the Taiyi dynasty. Moreover, there were many experts in the gang. It was terrifying. The three of them were ordered to capture Lin Xian. "Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude," one of the middle-aged men snorted. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Xian. "Humph," the other two top-notch almighties snorted and attacked as well. They didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's identity was special. If he escaped or someone else came, it would be troublesome. In an instant, the first middle-aged man came to Lin Xian's side with a cold smirk on his face. Then, he clawed at Lin Xian. The palm abruptly grew in size and completely enveloped Lin Xian. There was even a green light shining on his palm. It looked like he wanted to capture Lin Xian. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xian didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. He was delighted. Capturing such a person was really easy. They had done a great job and would be rewarded when they returned. However, they were too confident. If they had been to Flame City and seen the whereabouts of the Flame City Lord, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Unfortunately, they had just arrived from another city and didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, what awaited them was tragedy. Buzz, indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like a divine sword that cut through the void. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light that cut through the void like a divine sword. A sharp sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed into the void. Clang, immediately after, an earth-shattering collision was heard. Then, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze and his expression became very ugly. His heart was beating wildly and a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Even the blood in his body froze. Ah, in the next moment, the middle-aged man screamed crazily. His voice was heart-wrenching. That was because his palm was completely split in half. Not only that, his entire palm was cut in half. Blood and bones flowed out. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, let alone the entire palm. The pain was so excruciating that even the pinnacle almighties shrieked out in pain. This was because Lin Xian's sword light was simply too sharp. In fact, even his soul was trembling. Boom, the middle-aged man was sent flying and his blood dyed the void red. The other 2 members of the Green Bamboo Gang were also shocked. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? Their comrade was actually injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were all top mighty figures. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? The 3 of them were shocked. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Damn it, this kid is a little tricky. He doesn't seem to be weaker than us. Let's attack together and kill him, otherwise, it would be troublesome. One of the old men said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. The injured middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He had already taken out a treasure from his storage ring and smeared it on his wound to temporarily stop the bleeding. However, his long and narrow eyes were filled with the fury of the previous day. The other party dared to hurt him. It was an unforgivable crime. Buzz. Buzz, in the next moment, the 3 of them took out bamboo poles from their storage rings. They were not ordinary bamboo, but rather, they were very magical. The bamboo poles were a meter long and crystal clear. They emitted an emerald green light and looked like green jade from afar. Not only that, but there were mysterious patterns on the 3 bamboo poles and they emitted a mysterious aura. They thought that the Green Bamboo Gang was just a random name, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the bamboo in their hands. The aura emitted by the 3 bamboo poles was too unusual. Charge, the 3 of them held the resplendent bamboos in their hands as their auras erupted and swept across the land. When the 3 pinnacle almighties attacked together, their power was terrifying. Most likely, none of the top almighties would be able to fight against them alone. That was because if the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to fight against a peerless almighty. However, to say that they could resist was only in theory. If they really encountered a peerless almighty, they still wouldn't be able to win. And Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to an unparalleled almighty. Countless cracks spread in the sky. 3 emerald green bamboos flickered non-stop, as if 3 huge green dragons were dancing in the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian executed the 3 Heavens Dragon 8 steps and quickly dodged. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom, the space where Lin Xian had been was blasted apart. However, Lin Xian had already left their attack range. At the same time, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly counterattacked. Fire God's roar, a huge flaming sword appeared in the sky. It was held by a giant that was hundreds of feet tall and slashed down. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled and the air cracked. The terrifying flaming sword collided with the 3 huge dragons and instantly let out an earth-shattering sound. The 3 pinnacle almighties continued to fight. In the end, 2 forces of energy disappeared in the sky at the same time. Damn it, this kid is so strong. He can actually fight us to a draw. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 pinnacle almighties couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it, let's quickly execute the 3 elements green bamboo formation. Kill him with the formation. The 3 of them discussed for a while and quickly formed the formation. The mysterious runes on the green bamboos in their hands began to appear and float in the air. Soon, the 3 of them were about to form a magical formation. A terrifying and monstrous power surged from the 3 of them. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let the 3 of them successfully execute the formation. Therefore, just as the 3 of them moved, Lin Xian moved as well. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon and slashed down from the sky. Immediately, it slashed at the center of the 3. A terrifying force was produced and shattered all the mysterious runes in the sky. Damn it, the formation was broken before it was completed. The 3 pinnacle almighties were furious. They kept waving their palms and launching terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. At the same time, runes appeared on the 3 of them again as they wanted to continue to set up the formation. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man whose palm was injured earlier suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because he could feel a biting cold killing intent emerging from behind him. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and his scalp went numb. He was almost scared out of his wits. Because he realized that Lin Xian had already arrived behind him. Damn it! How could he be so fast? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned green. He turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. Destroy! Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down. Poof! The middle-aged pinnacle almighties froze. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and spread down. Poof! His body was split into 2 halves. What? He was killed. The other 2 pinnacle almighties felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. What kind of joke was this? Their companion was also a pinnacle almighty. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. How was this possible? This kid was too terrifying. They didn't dare to believe it at all. However, they didn't have time to think about it. After Lin Xian succeeded, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps again and came in front of the old man. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand stabbed out again. Damn it, block it for me. The old man's reaction was fast enough. In an instant, he waved the green bamboo pole in his hand and blocked in front of him. On the bamboo, mysterious runes flashed and formed a green light screen to block the attack. Crack crack crack, when the ancient dragon abyss sword collided with the green light screen, the entire light screen instantly cracked and shattered like glass. Clang, the old man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved the pole in his hand to block the attack. In the next moment, the 2 collided, and a huge force blasted the old man away. After retreating for a few thousand meters, the old man stopped. The blood in his body was boiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the bamboo in his hand had cracked, he was even more shocked. The green bamboo had an extraordinary origin. Its power and hardness were equivalent to a pinnacle treasure. However, it actually cracked when it collided with the other party. What grade was the sword in the other party's hand? He couldn't believe it. He wanted to escape, but countless chaotic sword chi descended from the sky and cut his body into countless pieces. What? Another one died. The last elder's scalp went numb. He didn't expect another top powerhouse to die in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. So in the next moment, he quickly burned the spiritual power in his body and turned around to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Xian's body swayed, and he blocked the way in an instant. Seeing that the other party was so fast, the elder's face was extremely ugly. Because he knew that the other party's speed far exceeded his. It would be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he took out a red pill the size of a walnut and quickly swallowed it. Whoosh, ah, in less than 2 seconds after he swallowed the pill, the elder screamed crazily. A layer of red light rose from his body, and his skin was ignited. Countless flames burned. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the battle armor underneath. Ah, his expression was twisted, but the aura on his body had become more powerful than before. The blood-burst pill was a pill that could increase a warrior's strength. Of course, it was a forceful increase in strength. Although it was a temporary increase, the aftereffects were very terrifying. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the elder could no longer care about the aftereffects. He could only deal with the young man in front of him first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive now, let alone in the future. "Die, kid." After the elder's strength increased, he waved his hand and smashed down with his staff. Immediately, the void was shattered. His strength had increased, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As for the energy storm, it was destroyed by a few slashes of his sword. He looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the elder's strength was stronger than before. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a ball of hellfire appeared on his body. At the same time, sea god ice appeared. The power of ice and fire intertwined on the surface of his body and finally turned into an ice and fire giant. He was very tall, and the aura of ice and fire intertwined on his body. He was like an ice and fire martial god looking down on the world. The martial god of ice and snow reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. The fusion of the two types of ice and energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the void was pierced, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. It wanted to trap the elder from the Azure Bamboo Gang. "Brat, my strength has already multiplied, you're no match for me," the old man laughed sinisterly, waved the green light in his hand, and quickly counterattacked. However, when he came into contact with the power of ice and fire, his expression changed again. This was because the power of ice and fire was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh, ah, in an instant, the old man screamed miserably as the hellfire and sea god's ice instantly enveloped him. The next moment, he felt as if his body had been ignited, as if his entire body was about to burn. As for the other side of his body, it was like 10,000 miles of ice had been sealed. The power of ice and fire, the fusion of ice and fire, damn it, how could he be so strong? The old man roared crazily. His body trembled violently because he had never seen such a terrifying power before. "Ah," the old man screamed crazily. It was extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled as he let out a sharp howl. "Lord Green Bamboo, please show yourself," the old man gritted his teeth and roared. Then, with a crack, he tore off his left arm. That arm was dripping with blood, but he couldn't care less about that. He was extremely crazy as he placed his left arm under the green bamboo in front of him. The runes on the green bamboo flickered. Then, a mouth appeared and directly swallowed the left arm. Then, it began to chew on it. This scene was extremely strange. A weapon actually grew a mouth and ate an arm of a pinnacle mighty figure. One had to admit that it was really too strange. At this moment, the green bamboo ate the arm of the pinnacle mighty figure and its entire body shone brightly. The runes on it flickered rapidly. It was incomparably mysterious and constantly enlarged. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, it turned into 100 feet tall bamboo. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz, the bamboo leaves in the sky shook and turned into a rain of light that charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This power was too terrifying. It could even kill a pinnacle mighty figure. What a strange bamboo, Lin Xian also frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. He still didn't know if this bamboo was a living thing or a weapon. However, facing the torrent of bamboo leaves, he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the terrifying power of ice and fire surged forward. Boom boom boom, there was an intense collision, and the energy in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction. He used his demon sealing technique, and the terrifying sword qi slashed on the green bamboo. A terrifying crack appeared on it. This sword strike almost split the bamboo into two halves. Roar! Pirates must die. The bamboo was also angry. As if it had really come to life, it let out a monstrous roar. In the next moment, it waved the branches in the sky and wrapped around the armless pinnacle old man. Moreover, the bamboo leaves pierced into the old man's flesh and quickly absorbed his blood. Ah, no, Lord Green Bamboo, please spare me, the pinnacle mighty figure screamed crazily and struggled non-stop. However, he couldn't escape at all. He was nailed in the void and could only watch as his blood and energy were sucked dry by the green bamboo. Gulp, gulp, soon, the flesh and blood of the pinnacle mighty figure caved in, and in the end, only a human skin was left. As for the green bamboo, it shone brightly. Its body shrank again, turning into a 2-meter-tall bamboo man. It had a head and 4 limbs, but its entire appearance was like a puppet. Crack crack crack, as it moved its hands and legs, it made cracking sounds. Its movements were obviously very stiff and not as agile as humans. However, its speed was too fast, and its strength was very violent. It definitely surpassed the previous 3 pinnacle mighty figures, and was even stronger than the Flame City Lord. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he formed a seal, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out quickly. The other party was bamboo, which was also a plant type. It should be afraid of fire. Therefore, he used the Hell's Fire, and the raging flames enveloped the other party, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, he didn't expect the green bamboo to be so tenacious. It wasn't damaged at all by the Hell's Fire. Mysterious runes appeared on its body and floated in the void, blocking the Hell's Fire. Not only that, a pale human face appeared in the square head. It was the old man whose blood had been sucked dry. His face appeared on the bamboo man's face. It was extremely strange. The ferocious face let out a crazy roar. Then, the light on the bamboo man's body became even more violent. The bamboo man stretched out its palm and quickly transformed into a dark green spear that emitted a cold aura. When the spear pierced out, a terrifying energy pierced through the void, and there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Ha 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 ha, kid, go to hell. The human face let out a sinister smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt a sense of danger. However, he did not dodge. In the next moment, he gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand tightly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated. A terrifying aura of sword principle swept out. Boom, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down. The terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, it hit the bamboo man's body, and there was a deafening rumble. It's useless. You can't break it at all, the human face sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, its pupils constricted and it let out a miserable scream. That was because the runes on the bamboo man's body began to shatter. There were also cracks on the surface of its body. And they were getting bigger and bigger. No. Damn it. That's impossible, the pale human face screamed crazily as if it could not believe it. That was because the origin of the bamboo was too mysterious. Even a top-grade weapon could not crack it. However, the other party's sword almost split it in half. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so powerful? It could actually block my attack. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the bamboo to be so tough. But so what? Soon, he slashed out a few more sword chi. The terrifying sword chi flickered in the air and hit the bamboo man. Immediately, the cracks on the bamboo man became even bigger. Not long after, there was a loud bang and it was torn apart. Ah, the human face screamed, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the void. A pool of blood flowed out of the bamboo man's body. It was done. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the void above the bamboo man was torn apart, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Moreover, an extremely violent force surged out from it. "Damn it, how dare you destroy my clone," a cold voice sounded, accompanied by a large green hand. Like a precious jade, it shot out of the black hole and instantly blasted forward. This palm was simply too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles exploded in an instant. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of crisis. He instantly entered the black earth. Boom! Boom! The black earth was bombarded by the energy and was sent tumbling away. Fortunately, it was only a shock. The black tycoon was extremely tough and did not crack. The black earth slowly came to a stop after retreating for 30,000 miles. The shattered space within a radius of 100,000 miles was quickly mending itself. It didn't take long for the space to return to normal. In the distance, the black vortex had also disappeared. The large green hand had also disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is that? This was too terrifying. The dark red dragon was horrified. That palm strike from before had also given him a feeling of death. Fortunately, they had the black earth, which could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, all of them would have been finished just now. This was at least a peerless almighty, or an even more terrifying existence. Black Earth said in a deep voice. He did not expect such a person to make a move. Fortunately, he seemed to be very far away and could only rely on his connection with the Green Bamboo Man to make a move. Now that the Green Bamboo Man was completely shattered, he should not be able to make a move anymore. Lin Xian's gaze turned solemn. It seemed that this should be the top expert of the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang, I will remember this. There will be a day when I will completely annihilate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and then came out of the black earth. He identified the direction and moved again, leaving this place. 12 main cities. The nearest Qilin main city was more than 10 days away. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this time. He was worried that his identity would be exposed when he entered Qilin main city. After all, even Flame City could detect his tracks. As one of the 12 main cities, there must be even more terrifying experts. Moreover, these people might even guess that he wanted to use the super teleportation array. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to enter directly. He planned to use a clone to enter and check if it was safe. After flying for about 13 days, Lin Xian finally arrived at Qilin City. This city was 10 times bigger than the Flame City from before. Its aura was extremely majestic, as though there was a black Qilin entrenched on the ground. As expected of one of the 12 main cities, it was incomparably majestic. Lin Xian landed in a mountain range 20,000 miles away from Qilin City. Then, he created a clone. This clone was exactly the same as him. It was condensed from his pure energy. This cultivation technique came from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The moment the clone appeared, it looked at Lin Xian with a smile on its face. In the next moment, its figure flashed and it soared into the sky, preparing to head towards Qilin City. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and silently waited. A wisp of his soul had already entered this clone. Therefore, he could also know what this clone was experiencing. This clone possessed 80% of Lin Xian's strength. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. However, it could only exist for 3 days at most. After 3 days, even if no one attacked it and it wasn't killed, it would vanish into thin air. Moreover, this clone did not have the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret divine eyes. Of course, none of this was important. Lin Xian's main purpose in using this clone was to check if there was any danger. 20,000 miles was nothing to Lin Xian's clone. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian's clone landed on the ground. He strode towards the city in front of him. As he walked, his face also changed. Buzz, when Lin Xian's clone entered Qilin City, there were at least 3 places in the city that were emitting light. Numerous figures looked at the signal in front of them and sneered. As expected, that brat came here. He wanted to use the super transmission array to lead the Taiyi dynasty? Fat chance, capture him. We must deliver him to the war race. That's right, we have to act quickly. I heard that the war race has already received the news and is preparing to head to the Taiyi dynasty. If such a person comes and we don't capture him, who knows what will happen? Has the war race already arrived? Then we have to act quickly. ordinary almighties shouldn't go. That brat is very powerful. Since he was able to kill the Golden Lion King, it means that he is at least a peak almighty. Or perhaps even stronger. How about this? Send 3 peak almighties and 1 exceptional almighty. We must capture him. How about this? Send 3 top-notch mighty figures and 1 peerless mighty figure to capture him. Inside a magnificent hall, several old men made their decision. In another place, in a quaint pavilion, a woman in red and wearing a mask waved her arm. Immediately, her subordinates disappeared into the void. Go and capture him for me. In another place, in a private manor, in front of a huge lake, a man in white opened his eyes. On the surface of the lake in front of him, there was an array formation. At this moment, a message was appearing from it. That kid actually came to Qilan City? That's great. I originally wanted to look for him, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come to me. As he spoke, the man in white stood up. He carried a black ancient sword on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. The man in white's figure blurred and disappeared into the void like a sharp sword. In an instant, the 3 forces moved quickly. In an instant, they came to the street. Moreover, they quickly flew toward Lin Xian. In almost the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, you can't run away. How dare you take the initiative to come to me? You're courting death. There were about 10 people from the 3 forces, and they firmly locked on to Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's clone's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that it was just as the main body had guessed. There was an inescapable trap here. As soon as he entered, people surrounded him. Among them, there were at least 3 peerless mighty figures. If the main body rashly went forward, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. Since he knew that, there was no need for the clone to stay. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and then his body suddenly exploded. Boom, the clone's energy was equivalent to 80% of Lin Xian's. It was absolutely terrifying when it exploded at this moment. In an instant, those top-notch mighty figures were directly enveloped. The 3 peerless mighty figures reacted relatively quickly and quickly distanced themselves. However, they were still affected. Among them, the clothes on one of the peerless mighty figures were blown to pieces. Another one had disheveled hair and a dark face. The third one was still fine. He was the fastest to escape, but those top-notch mighty figures were not so lucky. 2 of them got too close and were directly blasted into pieces. The others were all seriously injured. Not only that, the entire street was completely destroyed. The surrounding palaces and buildings were all smashed into pieces. Fortunately, when the 3 parties surrounded Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Therefore, the people in the surroundings were not affected. Damn it, it was actually a clone, and it even exploded. The faces of the 3 peerless almighties were extremely gloomy. They had not expected the other party to have such means. They hadn't even seen the other party's true body, and their subordinates had already been killed. Even they themselves were battered and exhausted. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all peerless almighties. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of suppressing a region. At this moment, they had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. How could they endure this? Ah! Pirates must die. Damn it! Among them, an old man roared at the sky, instantly shattering the sky above. In addition, there were 2 other people with gloomy expressions. One of the women shouted coldly. This brat actually sent a clone over. He must be here to investigate the situation. I reckon that his true body isn't too far away. Hurry up and chase. After saying that, she ignored the other 2 people. Her figure swayed, and at the same time, she took out a small colorful flag and waved it forcefully. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out of the entire Qilan city and followed behind her. They turned into a torrent and left Qilan city. The other 2 people also made their moves. They gathered their subordinates again and quickly rose into the sky. They belonged to different monarchs' mansions, and at this moment, they were also fighting for themselves. However, when it was time to search, they could work together. However, when it was time to capture him, they would probably still fight over him. However, they could not care so much now. They had to find that detestable brat first. The three forces flew out of Qilin City in a mighty manner. For a moment, tens of thousands of miles outside Qilin City were covered, and a carpet search was carried out. Lin Xian was in the mountain range of 20,000 miles, so naturally, he could not escape. However, he had already found out about these things through his clone, so he did not plan to escape. Since those people dared to come after him, he planned to give them a big present. Lin Xian had killed quite a number of experts, and the resources and storage rings of these experts were all in his hands. Therefore, he had already started to set up killing formations with the dark red divine dragon. At that moment, he had already set up more than 10 killing formations in the mountain range where he was. Not only that, he also took out all the crystals in the hands of those powerhouses to provide energy for the Black Earth. This time, no matter who it was, even if it was a peerless powerhouse, he would not let them leave. He wanted the entire Tai dynasty to know that there was only one consequence for those who dared to hunt him down. That was death. Found him, I can sense his aura. There he is, a cry of surprise came from the sky. That was because they discovered that there was a powerful aura in the mountain range below that seemed to be stopping. The three peerless powerhouses were even more ecstatic. That was because they discovered that the aura was exactly the same as the clone's aura in Qilin City. Needless to say, it should be the brat they were looking for. Humph, let's see where you can run this time. An old man gritted his teeth. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. The other two also had gloomy expressions. They were very unhappy that they had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. In the next moment, the three peerless powerhouses waved their hands and led their subordinates downwards in a grandiose manner. Buzz, they sealed off the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peerless powerhouses raised their hands and set up formations to seal off the area. Then, they quickly descended with their subordinates. Below, in a cave. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as they pierced through the void. He smiled coldly. They were here. Buzz, Lin Xian's body swayed. He left the cave and came to the ground in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless figures appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. They were all powerful martial artists. Their auras were solemn and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Xian. In the sky, there were three godlike silhouettes that were looking down from above. They were the three peerless powerhouses. It's really you, brat. The eyes of the three peerless powerhouses were like burning lamps as they stared at Lin Xian. They discovered that it was not a clone this time, but a real person. That's right, it's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Could it be that you knew we would come? One of the women in yellow frowned. One had to know that they had brought more than 100 subordinates with them. Among them, there were many top-notch, elite, and other powerhouses. And the three of them were even more peerless powerhouses. With such a lineup, not to mention a brat, even a peerless powerhouse wouldn't be able to escape, but why wasn't the other party afraid? He even had a fearless look on his face. Could it be that there was an ambush here? In their opinion, since Lin Xian dared to make a move on the Golden Lion King, he must have some backing behind him. However, after scanning the area with their souls, they didn't find any powerful figures hiding in ambush. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. There's no one here. Do you think that you can fool us with some tricks? Stop resisting and come back with us obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably. How dare you plot against us? I'll break your limbs first. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. The three peerless powerhouses' voices were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, containing a monstrous aura. That gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Xian. The surrounding experts and almighties sneered. Lin Xian also laughed. Is that so? You want to catch me? No hurry, have a taste of the big gift I prepared for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dark red dragon came out of the black earth with a sinister smile. Haha, foolish humans, I can't wait any longer. The dark red dragon was like an old monster as he laughed wildly. His dragon claws danced, and more than a dozen killing formations quickly lit up. There was an ambush. The three peerless powerhouses were stunned. Looking at the rapidly flickering formations around them, they sneered. Indeed, there was an ambush, however, they didn't expect that it wasn't other powerhouses, but more than a dozen formations. But so what, it was only a few spirit arrays. How could it possibly hurt them, these people sneered disdainfully. They didn't think that the other party had any terrifying formations. But this time, they were wrong. The formations in the dark red dragon's hands were incomparably mysterious. Furthermore, there were countless ancient books inside the black earth. Most of them were about array formations, pills, and cultivation techniques. During this period of time, the dark red divine dragon had been inside the black earth, studying the array formations left behind from ancient times. Coupled with his own experience, it could be said that his current attainments in array formations were definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Boom. Boom, therefore, when more than 10 killing arrays were activated, the surrounding experts and mighty figures were instantly attacked fiercely. Many people were directly penetrated by the terrifying energy and turned into a large bloody mist that drifted in the air. Ah, 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 screams rang out one after another as blood flowed out. It was like hell on earth. The expressions of the three supreme beings changed as well. Damn it, die for me, one of the old men roared in anger. His palm struck out with terrifying power, shattering the mountain peak. Several formations were affected by the shockwaves. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. Old man, don't be hasty. I still have other gifts for the three of you. Humph. Do you think you can deal with the three of us with just these spirit formations of yours? You're too naive. The woman in yellow sneered disdainfully. The three of them were supreme beings, and such spirit formations might be dangerous to ordinary mighty figures. But to them, it was completely useless. The other middle-aged man also sneered. Kid, don't waste your energy. The realm of a supreme being is not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently, otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I'll die a horrible death? Lin Xian sneered. I think the ones who will die a horrible death are you. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a black spirit ship appeared behind him. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the black earth. The dark red divine dragon also entered. On the opposite side, the three supreme beings sneered disdainfully. Kid, you dare to threaten us, you really don't know what's good for you. However, when they saw the black earth, they were stunned. What's going on? Does this kid think that he can escape from our pursuit by entering a spirit ship? What an idiot. Humph. It's just a spirit ship. Does he really think it's a safe place? Kid, you're too naive. The old man sneered and waved his hand. A large hand of thunder grabbed over. This hand contained the power of thunder and lightning. It directly pierced through the void and enveloped the black earth with a terrifying aura. Break! The old man shouted coldly. The thunder palm exerted force, wanting to crush the black earth. Pirates must die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was incomparably hard and could not be crushed at all. Damn it! It's actually so hard. The old man was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the other party's spirit ship was indeed strange. It could actually withstand his power. The other two peerless almighties were stunned as well. What kind of spirit ship is that? It can withstand the power of a supreme being? No wonder this kid is so confident. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I have to say, it's really surprising. But do you think you can avoid being hunted like this? I'll let you know the power of a supreme being. The old man sneered and exerted force in his palm. The aura of thunder and lightning in his body surged out. The large hand of thunder exploded with an incomparable light. The space between heaven and earth was completely penetrated by thunder and lightning. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was not broken. Damn it! How could this be? That's impossible. The Supreme Being was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so hard? There isn't even a crack on it? Boom. Boom, however, at that moment, countless runes appeared on the black earth. They turned into beams of divine light and directly pierced through the hand of thunder. "Ah!" that peerless Almighty exclaimed and loosened his grip. His face was filled with shock and uncertainty. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from inside the black earth. "Next, I'll let you have a taste of death." Buzz. Boom, following Lin Xian's voice, countless runes on the black earth flickered. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and suddenly shot out. Boom, the void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. A beam of black light flew out like lightning and directly enveloped the old man. This attack was so fast that the three supreme beings did not even have time to react. The old man did not even have time to react before he was hit by the beam of black light. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. When everything disappeared, everyone went crazy. That was because they realized that a huge bloody hole had appeared on the body of the supreme being, the old man in black. He had been directly pierced through. Ugh, the old man fell into a pool of blood and struggled for a while. Then, his neck tilted and he stopped breathing. What? He was killed. What? Killed, a peerless Almighty was actually killed. How was that possible? In the distance, the Almighties who were still resisting the killing formation were all stunned. The other two Almighties were even more shocked. They could not believe that someone could actually kill them. They were both peerless Almighties with terrifying strength, and the other party was just a small king. Could he kill a peerless Almighty with just a spirit boat? What a joke. They had never heard of such a thing, but now, the truth had happened in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two Almighties were so scared that their hair stood on end, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and wanted to escape. Crack! Crack! They waved their palms and tore through space, about to enter the black cracks that filled the sky. However, at this moment, the black earth fired two more cannons. Boom, boom. Two streaks of black light tore through the void and collided, completely enveloping the two Almighties. Boom, this attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The energy in front of them exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A radius of 50,000 miles was completely enveloped by violent energy. The mountain peaks shattered, the ground cracked, and the surrounding Almighties who were resisting the killing formation were drowned by the energy shockwaves. Boom. Boom, boom. The apocalyptic scene continued for a long time before it gradually subsided. This scene was so terrifying that even Xianxia city, which was 20,000 miles away, was affected. The entire Xianxia city shook rapidly, and the ground was trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. The countless experts in the city were all shocked. They rose into the air and looked around, bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? Why was there such an earthquake in Xianxia city? However, when they saw the shocking explosion in the distance and the energy shockwaves, they were all stunned. What a terrifying energy. Just who was fighting? This energy surpassed ordinary Almighties. It was probably a battle between peerless Almighties. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Peerless Almighties were extremely terrifying existences. They did not expect to fight here. Moreover, it was so close to Xianxia city. Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and flew forward. Of course, they didn't dare to approach. They could only wait for the energy ripples to dissipate before they dared to approach. When the energy shockwaves dissipated, they quickly flew to a place of 20,000 li. But when they looked down, they were all stunned. Heavens, what kind of battle is going on here? How could there be so many corpses and blood? The entire ground had been pierced through. This energy was simply too shocking. Many people looked at the cracked ground around them and felt their scalps go numb, because they were unable to create such a terrifying scene of destruction. However, there were a few elders who were even more shocked because they discovered something even more terrifying. What is this, Thunder and Lightning King? He was actually killed, Thunder and Lightning King. Are you talking about that peerless Almighty? This was impossible, everyone cried out in alarm. An exceptional powerhouse was killed? How could this be? When the densely packed cultivators in the sky heard this news, they were terrified. One had to know that this was a peerless Almighty. Other than the invincible kings, it could be said that this was the most powerful existence on the continent. For such a person, even if he encountered danger, he would have no problem escaping if he couldn't win. But now, a peerless almighty had fallen. Who was the opponent? Could it be that an invincible king had made a move? If it wasn't an invincible king, then Qilan City would have been long gone. That was another peerless almighty. What kind of existence could actually kill a peerless almighty of the same level? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at this time, another two exclamations sounded. Pirates must die. What? Pink King and White Sword King. They were actually killed too. Another two peerless almighty had been killed. Everyone's brains were not enough to comprehend this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Some of the more cowardly ones even turned around and fled. What kind of joke was this? Three peerless almighty were killed together. Who was it? This method was too heaven-defying. Many elders even suspected that an invincible king had secretly made a move. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this matter. Everyone was discussing spiritedly because this news was too shocking. In the crowd, a few people frowned. Because these people knew that whether it was Thunder and Lightning King, Pink King, or White Sword King, they were all here to capture Lin Xian. But now, they were all killed by someone. All the King Almighty they brought were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Could it be that it was Lin Xian who did it? Impossible. That kid was just a junior king. He didn't have such great strength. These people shook their heads decisively. Then the only explanation was that there was an incomparably terrifying figure behind Lin Xian. Damn it, they were too careless. This kid definitely had a family force behind him or a monstrous background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. These people were shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian's background was probably extraordinary. No, they had to report this to the Crown Prince. At the same time, they had to strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape using the super teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch him. Many people soared into the sky. Some passed on the news, and some returned to Qilan City to strengthen the defenses. In short, this news swept out like a gust of wind. When the martial artists of Qilan City learned that three peerless almighty had been killed, they were also stunned. On the other side, in the Tai dynasty's palace. When the crown prince heard the news, he was furious. With a bang, he cut the entire palace in half. Damn it. Damn it, he roared crazily because he didn't believe that he hadn't caught that kid yet. Not only that, but he had also lost so many of his subordinates. The death of those three almighty figures shocked him greatly. What was going on? What was that kid's background? He didn't know. He hadn't found out yet. His subordinates were also trembling. The crown prince snorted coldly. Hurry up and investigate. Also, strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid use the super teleportation array. Yes. Each of the 12 main cities had at least 20 peerless almighty figures and defensive formations. It could be said that they were impregnable. Unless an invincible king came, no one would be able to use the super teleportation array of the 12 main cities. Hearing this, the crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that kid had a powerful background, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that brat had a huge background, he would not be able to escape. Not only the first prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Damn it, that brat is really lucky. Go, quickly send more people to search for that brat's whereabouts. Once you have any news, report it to me immediately. Yes, the third prince's side also moved quickly. After the eighth prince received the news, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin is fine. The eighth prince was also on tenterhooks these days. After all, most of the forces were trying to capture Lin Xian. He was not confident at all. What he could do was to try his best to rope in the other princes and princes so that they would give up on making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he heard the news that three peerless experts were killed, the eighth prince was still shocked. Although there was no direct evidence that it was Lin Xian who did it. Thinking about it, it was definitely related to Lin Xian. No matter if it was Lin Xian who did it or if there was a terrifying expert behind Lin Xian, it was good news for him. However, soon, a piece of news came that caused the 8th prince's face to sink again. He even started to worry for Lin Xian, because his subordinate had reported to him a piece of news. The people of the war race had arrived. The war race was a legendary race that was extremely terrifying. The Golden Lion King was a young 6-star king and already possessed heaven-defying battle strength. Now, the true experts of the war race had arrived. Needless to say, the ones who came this time were definitely not of the younger generation. They were valiant people. Such people were definitely heaven-defying and terrifying. If they attacked Lin Xian would probably be in danger. Brother Lin, you must not encounter the experts of the war race. The 8th prince prayed in his heart. As for the empress, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the others, when they heard the news, they were overjoyed. Especially the 1st prince and the empress, they personally invited the experts of the war race to the palace. The battle race powerhouse that came this time was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. But his real age was definitely not in his 30s. This was an expert who had lived for nearly 800 years. His cultivation was at the almighty level. However, no one knew his true combat strength. After all, the war clan was born for battle. It was obvious that their strength far surpassed that of ordinary almighties. Zhang Wuhan stood there with a cold expression. His long and narrow eyes were emotionless. Where was the Golden Lion King's corpse? Zhang Wuhan said coldly. Even though he was facing the empress and the eldest prince, he did not show any respect. The corpse was in that kid's hands. The 1st prince said. Humph, hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. His expression became extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed by someone. Not even its corpse could be found. When this news reached the war race, the entire war race flew into a rage. They were the war clan. Born for battle, their strength was terrifying. As for the Golden Lion King, he was the apex genius of their generation. He was their battle race's future hope. But now, he was killed by someone. Who was it that dared to kill a genius of the war race? Previously, when the Empress asked the Golden Lion King to attack, they were not worried at all. Because as long as the Golden Lion King revealed his identity as a genius of the war race, even an unparalleled king would not dare to kill him, because whoever wanted to touch the Golden Lion King would have to consider the consequences of offending the war race. Therefore, even an unparalleled almighty or unparalleled king would not easily offend the war race. But now, a junior had actually killed the Golden Lion King. Moreover, not even his corpse was left behind. This was absolutely audacious. What was the meaning of death? Where was that kid now? Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that kid and bring him back to the war race to be judged. That kid had appeared in Qilin City before, but now that he thought about it, he should have left. Right at this moment, Great General Xianxia spoke as well. He said, Brother Wuhan, don't worry. We have already sent more people to track down that kid. As long as we have news of him, we will inform you immediately. Good, this time I will personally capture that kid. I will let him know the consequences of offending the war race. At this point, Zhang Wuhan's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the expressions of the Crown Prince and General Xianxia changed. Even the Empress raised her brows. But in their hearts, they were extremely excited. From the looks of it, this Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Black Earth to kill 3 almighties before leaving. He did not enter Qilin City because he knew that Qilin City was extremely dangerous at this moment. Who knew how many almighties were waiting for him there? Even though he had the Black Earth, which could destroy almighties, its energy was limited. He could not kill many of them. Every time he used the Black Earth, it required a large amount of energy. Fortunately, he had killed many powerhouses and obtained many storage rings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Black Earth. Ruffian Dragon, how long do you have to recover to the Almighty Realm? Soon. During this period of time, I have absorbed the Heart of Darkness and the primordial demon blood. I think it won't take long for me to break through. Alright then, when you break through, let's go and do something big. Kid, do you have a plan? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said. Previously, when I collected the soul of an almighty, I found that these people were all under the command of a person called General Xianing. General Xianing is the crown prince's uncle. Do you want to attack General Xianing? Or do they want to attack the first prince? Ruffian Dragon was a little excited. None of them. General Xianing has a general's residence, and there is a super teleportation array in his residence. I think, since the 12 main cities are so tightly guarded, why don't we go to the general's residence and borrow the teleportation array? Good idea. I like it. Hearing this, the dark red dragon smiled. Don't worry, kid. Give me 5 more days, and I promise to break through. The dark red dragon said. He had reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. He was just looking for an opportunity. Alright. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left. He wanted to find a barren mountain and ancient forest to help the dark red dragon break through. Sure enough, 5 days later, the dark red dragon roared. The aura in his body suddenly erupted and swept through heaven and earth. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the forest. All the monsters in the surroundings prostrated on the ground, trembling. Even the powerful monster kings knelt down. No matter how powerful the monster kings were, they could not withstand the dragon's might. Roar, roar. Roar, the dark red dragon's body danced in the air. With a light wave, it tore through the void. That huge aura suppressed the surroundings. It had recovered. It couldn't be helped. The period of time when his dragon essence was sucked away was really too bitter. Now, he had finally recovered to the almighty realm. He could also use some of his great abilities. Thinking of this, he roared excitedly. Alright, stop roaring, lest you attract other experts. Lin Xian shouted from below. The dark red divine dragon's figure flashed, turned into a red light, and descended. Let's go, and rob the general's mansion. I can't wait any longer. The dark red divine dragon grinned and said. The little white monkey also jumped out and waved its little paws excitedly. It seemed like it wanted to do something big too. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell, what do you mean by robbing the general's mansion? We're just going to borrow the super teleportation array, okay, don't worry, you borrow the teleportation array, little white, and I will rob the general's mansion. This Xianing has been commanding his subordinates to chase after us. This time, it's time for him to bleed a little. Oh right, kid, how is the general's mansion? Is it heavily guarded? And Hong was a little worried. The general's mansion is indeed more heavily guarded, but I think it's definitely not as good as the 12 main cities. Lin Xian said. Because they definitely won't guess that we're going to the general's mansion. Alright, I'll go prepare a few killing arrays. They might be useful when the time comes. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and returned to the black earth. The little white monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, hugging a spirit fruit. Let's go, Lin Xian took out the map, identified the direction, and left in a flash. This time, he was flying towards the general's mansion. General Xianing's mansion was not in the 12 main cities, nor was it in the imperial city. It was self-contained. The general's mansion was in a mountain range with abundant spirit chi. When Lin Xian arrived, he stood in the void, looked down, and exclaimed. He had to admit that General Xianing's mansion was really bold and extravagant. Its size was not smaller than Flame City at all. Flame City was a city, and this was just a general's mansion. One could imagine how awe-inspiring General Xianing was. Not only that, there were spirit springs all around, and the spirit energy below was very rich. It was obvious that General Xianing's residence occupied a good spirit vein. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also beautiful. There was a waterfall in the distance, a lake beside it, grass, forests, trees, and everything else one could think of. It looked like a paradise on earth. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out and looked down, drooling. Such a good place, there must be a lot of treasures in the general's residence. He must not be soft-hearted later. He had to rob them properly. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't go down rashly. Ruffian dragon, there should be a formation around us, right? Let's destroy it first. At that time, he would give them a surprise. Good idea, I like it. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. His body turned into a red flash of light and disappeared into the mountains below. Lin Xian found a safe place and waited patiently. About 3 days later, the dark red divine dragon returned with a smile on his face. It's done. I've destroyed the defensive formation here, but it's not obvious now. When they activate it, they'll realize that it's useless. I've also tampered with their offensive formation. When the time comes, I'll give them a big surprise. Alright, let's get ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He stood up and walked forward. There was a lake in front of the general's residence. It was very green, and there were many martial artists around the lake. They were all young, about 20 years old, and the younger ones were 15 or 16 years old. They were currently sparring by the lake, and it seemed like they were from the general's residence. It had to be said that the people from the general's residence were not bad. Just the superpowers that these young people used were extremely powerful. Their radiance shone in all directions. Of course, this was nothing in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over with big strides, completely ignoring these people. He was about to enter the general's residence. When the youths by the lake saw this scene, they frowned. Among them, a young man with a round face walked out and shouted coldly. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't bother with him, but the little fatty was furious. He waved his arm, and a sword that shone brightly slashed out. Boom, a crack appeared on the ground. Boom. Kill the pirate. The ground in front of Lin Xian caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The other young people walked over and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is the general's residence. It's not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and crawl out. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs. Damn, he's so vicious at such a young age. At the side, the dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This group of young people looked young, but their words were extremely vicious. They wanted to break someone's legs and feed them to the dogs. Are they human? They're a bunch of demons. Where did the snake come from? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am, you lowly trash? How can you be worthy of coming to the general's residence? Get lost. Damn, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The dark red divine dragon was furious and swung its tail. Bam, the little fatty who spoke was slapped in the face. He screamed as he was sent flying. With a plop, he fell into the water, creating countless splashes. What? Attack, how dare you attack? You sent our 6th young master flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was this person? How dare he attack in front of the general's residence? Did he not want to live anymore? Kid, you're dead meat. This is our 6th young master. Among them, a young man in his 20s snorted coldly. Kneel down and accept your death. Where's that snake? I'm going to catch it and eat snake soup. Angry roars could be heard. Bang! Bang, bang. However, in the next moment, all of them screamed and were sent flying by the dragon's tail. All of them were sent flying and fell into the water. Splash! Splash, the water kept splashing, and there was still no one by the shore. Ah! Damn it! Kill him, I must kill him. In the lake, these people kept screaming. Their faces were swollen and their teeth were broken. These were all young masters who lived like princes and had never suffered any injuries. But now, they were slapped into pig heads. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. These people gritted their teeth and wanted to risk their lives. They did not know that the dark red divine dragon had already stopped. Otherwise, these people's heads would have exploded long ago. However, these youths did not know that at this moment, they were screaming crazily. Where was he? Boom! Boom, boom. They were very close to the general's mansion, so when the patrolling guards in front of the general's mansion saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They turned into streams of light and quickly rushed over. One of the teams went to save the young masters who had fallen into the water, while the other team surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They were wearing bronze armor, and their expressions were extremely cold. They even pulled out the swords and sabers in their hands. They firmly surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The other team rescued the young masters. However, their expressions became extremely gloomy. In fact, they did not dare to believe it. At that moment, the faces of the 5 or 6 youths were completely swollen, as if they had pig heads. Who was it that dared to do such a thing? One had to know that the identities of these people were very noble. Did the man and the snake in front of them really want to die? The guards hurriedly took out spirit pills and miraculous medicines and fed them to the young masters. Those youths were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Kill him, kill the 2 of them. Yes, the 10 guards of the other team had cold gazes. When they heard the words of those youths, their bodies emitted a biting cold aura. Among them, there was a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader. He waved his arm and said coldly, "Kill them. How dare they enter those young masters in front of the general's mansion? If the people inside found out, they would definitely not have a good ending." Therefore, these guards did not hold back at all. The swords, sabers, spears, and divine spears in their hands quickly slashed down. A terrifying light instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Humph, they were courting death. Seeing the 10 guards attack with all their might, those youths immediately sneered. They seemed to have seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon being killed. Boom, however, in the next moment, they were stunned. Because there was an explosion in front of them, and a terrifying energy instantly erupted. Then, 4 guards vomited blood and flew out. Their eyes were wide open, and the vitality in their bodies had long been extinguished. What? They were all dead. In an instant, 10 guards were killed. Those youths were all stunned. Who were those people? How could they be so terrifying? These guards were all elite kings who had been carefully selected. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If all 10 of them attacked together, they would be able to fight against an almighty. But now, they were all killed in an instant. They did not dare to imagine. The other team was also on high alert as they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. As for those youths, their faces were filled with terror as they continuously retreated. Although they were arrogant, they were also afraid of death. However, the round-faced young master from before shouted coldly, "Go, kill him. Kill him for me, hurry up and send more people." The other team was led by an old man. His gaze was extremely solemn. Roar, he let out a long whistle to sound the alarm. At the same time, his gaze was like lightning as he looked ahead. "Damn it, who are you people? How dare you make a move in the general's residence? Are you tired of living? You're the ones who don't want to live. You actually dared to call me a snake. You're dead for sure today." The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved its claws. Immediately, dozens of red lights flew out and shrouded the area in front of it. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party had attacked again, the old man roared angrily. The 9 guards beside him all drew their swords and sabers and attacked one after another. Bang! 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 However, how could they fight against the dark red divine dragon? The dark red divine dragon was now a true almighty. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and was not weaker than Lin Xian. Therefore, dealing with 10 guards could be said to be a piece of cake for him. More than 10 red lights were like sharp swords that instantly pierced through the bodies of the 10 guards. Puff! 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 The 10 guards widened their eyes and fell to the ground unwillingly. They could not believe that the intruder was so terrifying and powerful. As for the 5 or 6 youths, they were extremely terrified and began to tremble. "Damn it, how dare you touch me? You're dead for sure. We're all young masters of the general's residence." Those people looked terrified. "Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation," Lin Xian said coldly. "Hee, I like the feeling of living a life worse than death." The dark red divine dragon stared at those people. "Is the general's residence that impressive? How dare the Darking General send people to kill us? I'll give him a big gift now." As he said that, the dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claw, and 5 or 6 rays of light flew out. Those rays of light blasted into the bodies of those youths and destroyed all the spiritual power in their bodies. "Ah!" The youth screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair because they knew that their cultivation had been crippled. Ah! Damn it! How dare you cripple me? I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely get my father to kill you. Those people screamed crazily. How dare you scream? Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at those people. Immediately, those young masters' scalps went numb. They did not dare to scream anymore, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures came out of the general's residence. They had rushed over after hearing the long screams outside. When they saw that the guards outside were all lying in pools of blood, they were all stunned. Then, they roared. Who dares to attack us here? Young master, damn it, let go of our young master. They roared crazily and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm and suddenly swung it down. Boom, a ray of sword light flew out from his palm and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. Boom, this ray of sword light directly enveloped more than 10 martial artists. Screams were heard one after another. They were all slashed apart by the sword chi. Not only that, the sword did not weaken. Instead, the ray of light became even more resplendent and directly blasted into the general's residence. Boom, the majestic door of the general's residence was directly split open. A deep sword mark split the ground and spread into the general's residence. Boom boom boom, huge rocks rolled down, the void split open, and smoke billowed. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire general's residence. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of light shot up into the sky as furious roars could be heard. Countless figures gathered in this direction. However, when they saw the shattered door of the general's residence, their expressions changed. All of them were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to destroy the door of the general's residence. That really made them furious. One had to know that the door of the general's residence was carved with their faces. It was their faces. Now, someone actually dared to slap their faces in public. How could they tolerate that? In an instant, countless gazes were like sharp swords that stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon below. However, soon, their pupils constricted because they realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in pools of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths who were twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed. They realized that there were more than a dozen figures lying in a pool of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed? They couldn't believe it. When they saw those youths, their scalps went numb. What's going on? That's their young master. He's also lying on the ground. Could it be that he's also killed? When they saw that the youth was still breathing, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions were also gloomy. These people actually dared to attack the young master of the general's residence. They were really courting death, men. Kill him for me. At this moment, an elder shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh, in the sky, 4 figures quickly descended. They were like lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. These were 4 peak 6-star kings, and each of them had an aura that was even stronger than that of the previous team. They were like killing gods as they charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. 6-star kings, hee, they're courting death, the dark red divine dragon sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying dragon flames instantly surged out and enveloped the 4 6-star kings in front. Ah! 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 Miserable screams could be heard. The 4 of them were ignited by the flames. They were like burning men. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Damn it, behind them, the elder's expression became extremely gloomy when he saw the scene. Attack! Next to him, another 3 cultivators walked out. They quickly formed hand seals and spat out seawater. Boom! 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 The seawater surged and instantly enveloped the 4 6-star kings. They wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the flames. However, these people's expressions became extremely ugly. This was because the flames weren't extinguished at all. Instead, all the seawater near the flames evaporated and burned, forming clouds of white mist that enveloped the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Even their figures couldn't be seen clearly. As for the 4 6-star kings, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. Looking at this scene, the cultivators in the general's residence at the back were extremely gloomy. That was because they didn't expect their opponent's methods to be so bizarre. That monstrous fire was not afraid of the seawater at all. It was impossible to extinguish it. One had to know that this seawater was no ordinary seawater. It was some kind of great divine ability. This was a type of deep-sea Xian water mystical ability. Once unleashed, ordinary flames were no match for it. Even the most powerful flames would be extinguished. However, not only was their opponent's flame completely fine, but it had also completely refined their deep-sea profound water. This was truly shocking. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" the old man asked coldly. He realized that these two people were not simple. Perhaps they had some background. However, when Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. "What, only now do you remember to ask about our identities? But it was too late, that's right, we're here to get rid of your general's residence." The dark red divine dragon roared from the side. "What? Get rid of our general's residence?" Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Then, they sneered disdainfully. "Brat, I have to say, you guys are really idiots. Do you think that just the two of you can destroy the general's residence? The two of you do have some means, but you're too ignorant. Do you know where this place is, General Xianying's residence? There are many experts inside, and the array formations are exquisite. Even if a peerless mighty figure comes, they'll be killed. Do you think that just the two of you can contend against them? Hee, isn't it just a general's residence? Why are you making it sound so powerful? Those who don't know might think that it's a palace," the dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully. "Show me whatever means you have. Let's see if you can stump me today. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." In front, a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a gloomy face. There was a biting cold murderous intent in his eyes. Someone actually dared to behave atrociously in front of the general's residence. He was courting death. The murderous intent on his body was soaring to the sky and directly shattered the void. A terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. He could no longer hold it in and wanted to kill the other party. Mighty figure, seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He still had no intention of making a move. At the side, the dark red divine dragon revealed a look of disdain. "You're just a mighty figure. You don't have the right to clamor in front of us. I advise you to hurry up and attack together. Otherwise, you'll die miserably." "You're courting death." Hearing that, the middle-aged mighty figure was enraged. He couldn't take it anymore. The other party was too arrogant and didn't even take him seriously. He was a mighty figure. The two of them looked extremely strange, but thinking about it, it was definitely impossible for them to be mighty figures. Did they think that mighty figures were cabbages? He had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years before he became a mighty figure. In the next moment, he laughed. "You're courting death." With a wave of his arm, his green Taoist robe suddenly expanded, especially his sleeves, which turned into a monstrous green river that swept over. Boom! "Pirates will die." The void instantly shattered, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions. The resplendent light filled the sky. "How dare you behave atrociously in front of me with such petty tricks?" The dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain. He raised his dragon claws and directly grabbed over. He was very bold. And didn't dodge at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance sneered in disdain. A snake actually dares to resist the attack of a mighty figure with his bare hands? Isn't that courting death? However, they were soon stunned. Because in front of them, the dark red divine dragon's dragon claws collided with the green energy, and a violent explosion immediately sounded. The void exploded in an instant as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, the green robe was instantly torn apart. Bang! The expression of the middle-aged mighty figure changed. His robe was directly shattered, revealing a section of his arm. "Damn it, how is this possible?" The middle-aged mighty figure was extremely shocked. That wasn't an ordinary sleeve. That attack was called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was a great ability that could store mountains and rivers with a raise of one's hand. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one could store an entire world. Now that he had used such a great ability to fight against a snake, not only did it not have any effect, but his heaven and earth sleeve was also broken by the other party. This really shocked him to the core. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. The middle-aged mighty figure roared angrily, and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, he reached out his large hand and grabbed over again. Demonic flame hand. When he reached out his palm, a green light flickered on it, turning into a strange green flame that burned strangely. An incomparably mysterious power burst out. The void in the sky was instantly shattered, and a terrifying green light covered the entire space. The people from the general's residence sneered again. They were also stunned when they saw the universe and the sleeve being broken. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. But now, they saw the middle-aged man using the demonic flame hand. They became ferocious again. That was because the demonic flame hand was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. Especially the green flames that could burn everything. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Seeing this, the dark red dragon sneered. The dark red dragon sneered in disdain because his dragon flames were extremely terrifying. The other party was courting death by comparing the power of his flames with him, therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out clouds of dragon flames. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dragon flames emitted light and surged forward. The entire void was trembling as the space was ignited in an instant because the power of the dragon flames was too terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, it collided with the demonic flame hand, producing a shocking collision sound. A scream was heard, and everyone was stunned. The green light on the demonic flame hand was instantly extinguished. Not only that, but cracks also began to appear on the dark green palm. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The middle-aged man frantically retreated, holding his bleeding arm with a ferocious expression. Horror, extreme horror, he stared at the dark red dragon in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The people behind were also stunned. How is this possible? That was the demonic flame hand, a great ability that was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. The demonic flame hand could burn everything. In their opinion, they could instantly kill the other party, but now, the situation was beyond their expectations. Such a terrifying demonic flame hand was shattered by the other party in an instant. They couldn't believe it at all. On the other side, the dark red dragon sneered. I told you, you're courting death by playing with fire in front of me. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. This grab brought with it a domineering and powerful energy. It covered the entire sky as it surged forward, wanting to envelop the middle-aged almighty. Damn it! This is too much. The middle-aged man roared angrily. The other party had underestimated him and dared to treat him like this. He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, he roared and the inner strength in his body surged out crazily. Demonic flame slash, extinguish. Countless green flames jumped out of his body and turned into a green flaming saber that slashed down from the sky. Die for me, the flaming saber was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void and crashed onto the dragon claw. Seeing this, the middle-aged mighty figure sneered. He was going to chop off the other party's hand to avenge himself, however, a moment later, he was scared out of his wits. What revenge? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because his jade-green flaming saber had directly broken through the opponent's dragon claw and smashed it into pieces. Not only that, the red claw descended from the sky. With an indomitable aura, it enveloped him. It was as if a red mountain was pressing down on him. No, save me, unable to hold it in any longer, the middle-aged mighty figure shrieked in terror. This was because he realized that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't withstand this claw attack at all. Therefore, he sent out a cry for help. Behind him, the warriors of the general's residence roared when they saw this scene. They shot out beams of light in an attempt to save the middle-aged mighty figure. Boom boom boom, countless energy blasted onto the dragon claw, but it was useless. The dark red divine dragon's red claw was very stable and impregnable. It blocked all the attacks. In the next moment, it mercilessly descended. Boom, with a slap of the claw, the illusory technique shattered and countless cracks spread in all directions. Ah, the middle-aged mighty figure screamed in agony as he was smashed into pieces. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the warriors of the general's residence had ugly expressions and their eyelids were twitching wildly. They couldn't believe that a mighty figure had been killed with a single slap. Who the hell was this person? What kind of energy would be able to do this? Damn it, how could this be? The pupils of the old man who was leading the group also constricted. He realized that he had indeed underestimated the other party. Originally, he thought that the two of them couldn't be mighty figures and couldn't block the attack of a mighty figure. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. The other party's power was far above his. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to act cool anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a bronze shield, then slammed his palm on it. Clang, 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 sound waves spread out in all directions. Obviously, this was a kind of alarm. The old man was asking for help from the general's residence. Whoosh, seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon soared into the sky and spat out balls of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward like waves. Run quickly, in front. The people of the general's residence were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This flame was something that could even burn a mighty figure to death. How could they resist it? So in the next moment, they quickly fled. Puff puff puff, puff, but at this moment, flaming spears appeared in the flames that filled the sky. They pierced through the void and pierced through all the warriors. Those people were pierced through and nailed to death in the void. Then, they were wrapped in flames and burned to ashes one by one. Ah, screams were heard one after another as those warriors fell in droves. But at this moment, dozens of lights rushed out from the general's residence. Each of them emitted a powerful aura like a god fiend as they soared into the sky. At the same time, angry roars were heard. Damn it, stop it. Boom, a large blue palm slammed down from the sky and extinguished many of the flames. Buzz, a sharp saber light emitted a shocking light and slashed through the dragon flames, splitting the sea of flames in the sky. Boom, a bronze bell descended from the sky like a green mountain. It covered the remaining survivors and blocked the sea of flames in the sky. They were saved. The old man who led the group heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the bronze shield in front of him to block the flames. He knew that the mighty figures of the general's residence had arrived. That's right, the ones who came this time were indeed the mighty figures of the general's residence. All of them were mighty figures. Other than the ordinary lords, there were also elite mighty figures and even a top mighty figure holding the fort. The arrival of such a group of mighty figures caused the void to collapse. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as it couldn't withstand their aura at all. However, these mighty figures were like killing gods as they stared coldly in front of them. What was going on? Among them, one of the elite mighty figures frowned. The scene in front of him was really terrible. The door of the general's residence had been smashed by someone. Deep pits and cracks appeared on the ground below. The surrounding mountains and trees were completely burned. Even the green lake was evaporated. Corpses were everywhere as blood flowed wildly. In the distance, the few young masters of the general's residence were also knocked to the ground as they twitched and screamed. Damn it! Were the two of them the ones who did it? Without waiting for the surviving warriors to respond, the faces of the mighty figures all darkened and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it! They really deserved to die. These people actually dared to cause trouble in the general's mansion. They deserved to die. They were very strange. Although they couldn't sense a powerful aura, they could actually kill mighty figures, especially that snake. It could spit out a type of flame that was very terrifying. The old man hurriedly told everyone what he knew about the situation so that he could remind them. Could kill mighty figures and had a strange flame. Hearing this, the newly arrived almighties all frowned. No wonder, they had some tricks up their sleeves. But do you think you can behave atrociously in the general's mansion like this? You really don't know what death is. At this moment, the elite mighty figure walked out. He had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the general's mansion. The elite mighty figure exploded with a terrifying aura. His body shone brightly and a terrifying red fist flew over. Boom. Support the original version, pirates must die. The fist blasted out with a metallic sound. The terrifying fist was like a meteorite that pierced through the void. This attack was simply too sharp and unstoppable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz, looking at this terrifying fist, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. What, he actually dared to take the elite mighty figure's attack with his bare hands. He was really courting death. Was this kid crazy or an idiot? In the distance, the people from the general's mansion sneered when they saw this. The surviving warriors also had a ferocious look on their faces. They knew that the dark red divine dragon was powerful, but they had never seen Lin Xian in action. In their opinion, Lin Xian shouldn't be that strong. Now that he dared to take the elite mighty figure's attack with his bare hands, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. The elite mighty figure also sneered disdainfully. No one had ever dared to take his attack like this. Not even a warrior of the same level. The other party was just a kid, but he dared to be so arrogant. He was definitely dead. Boom. The next moment, a low voice sounded. Lin Xian grabbed his opponent's fist with his palm. However, the expected shattering scene did not happen. Lin Xian's palm was incomparably simple and unadorned. There were no cracks at all. He wasn't injured either. However, in the next moment, he exerted force in his palm and the elite supreme being screamed in pain. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his glowing fist and were spreading rapidly. By the end, his entire arm was cracked. Crack! Then, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and tore off the elite almighty's hand. Blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. That elite supreme expert screamed crazily. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. The cultivators in the distance were all stunned and terrified. Heavens, what happened? The arm of an elite mighty figure was torn off by someone else. How did he do it? Was he even human? That elite supreme expert's expression became even more distorted. He didn't expect that his arm would be crippled as soon as he started fighting. That was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily and pulled out an incomparably terrifying spear with his left hand. He quickly stabbed it out. Boom! This attack was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the void and instantly pierced through the space in front of him. Lin Xian was also pierced through by the spear. When the cultivators behind saw this scene, they all cheered. That's great, we finally killed that kid. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they discovered that the figure that was pierced turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Damn it, it was an afterimage. Many people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the elite supreme expert who attacked shrank. That was because he felt an incomparably terrifying murderous intent behind him. Damn it, the elite supreme expert roared angrily and swept out the spear in his hand, cutting off the entire space. However, it didn't hurt the other party at all. However, at this moment, a palm grabbed his head. Boom! In the next moment, a huge force came from the palm. Immediately, the elite supreme expert screamed in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Not only that, but his body also fell like a meteor. Then, he landed on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and countless deep pits appeared. The elite supreme expert's body smashed into the ground. He struggled crazily, causing the cracks around him to become even more terrifying. However, a hand firmly grabbed his head, making it impossible for him to break free. This pair of hands naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He grabbed the other party's head with a disdainful smile. Elite Supreme Expert, in my eyes, you're just trash. As he said that, he exerted force with his palm. Immediately, a terrifying force surged out from his palm and poured into the Elite Supreme Expert's body. In an instant, the Elite Supreme Expert's flesh and internal organs were destroyed. With a bang, the Elite Supreme Expert turned into a snow mist. What, he was killed, everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was an Elite Supreme Expert. He was killed so easily just like that, it made them feel like they were dreaming. Especially those cultivators who had survived earlier. They were all trembling. Heavens, this young man was even more terrifying. Previously, they already thought that the dark red divine dragon was very terrifying. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be even more terrifying. He killed an elite supreme expert with a raise of his hand. Damn it. Who are they? Could they be top supreme experts? For a moment, everyone trembled and kept retreating. At the same time, they all looked at a figure in the field. This figure was the top supreme expert. The top supreme expert's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to have such power. To be honest, only top supreme experts could kill elite supreme experts in an instant. The other party had done it. It was obvious that he had also entered the ranks. However, he found it hard to believe that the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. He didn't know. But now, he didn't have time to think. He had to attack and kill the other party. Boom, in the next moment, the top supreme expert attacked. His strength was several times stronger than the elite supreme expert. Therefore, the moment he appeared, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Boom, this pinnacle mighty being wielded a long black spear and stabbed out rapidly. Thousands of rays of light shot out in a row, piercing through the void and heading towards Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian's body swayed and he dodged all the attacks like a flickering shadow. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. They couldn't withstand this power at all. How terrifying! The cultivators watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. As expected of a pinnacle mighty figure. His strength definitely exceeded that of an elite mighty figure. Probably no one below the level of a peerless mighty figure could contend against him. Great, that kid can't fight back at all. He can only dodge. It seems like he's no match for a pinnacle mighty figure. That's right, I must tear him into pieces when I catch him. I'll pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'll make him wish he was dead. I must let him know the consequences of offending the general's residence. Cold laughter could be heard. To them, the battle was already over. A pinnacle mighty figure could definitely suppress everything. That kid won't be able to escape either. In the sky, the terrifying spear radiance was like a galaxy. It was extremely dazzling as it chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames appeared on his body and burned fiercely. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward. Hellfire spread out and surged forward, colliding with the spear radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment, the spear radiance that filled the sky shattered. Those dazzling attacks were all burning. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that a young man could be so terrifying. No wonder those mighty figures were all killed. It seems that the kid is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He gripped the black spear tightly with both hands and his aura erupted again. Sea of the Serpent, he stabbed out with his spear. Energy surged and roared. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. He did not waste any more time with his opponent. He directly drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly slashed down. Boom, the sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The surrounding void trembled. The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut apart by the sword. Not only that, but countless cracks also appeared on the black spear. Damn it, how is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with fear. If the kid was able to contend with him before, he would be surprised. But now, his opponent had shattered all of his attacks and even shattered his weapon. That was not just a surprise. He did not expect the kid to be so powerful. Damn it, attack together! In the next moment, he roared. He wanted to gather all the mighty figures and attack together. He realized that the young man before him was unimaginably terrifying. However, as soon as his roar was heard, countless sharp sword lights appeared in the sky. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and they instantly enveloped him. Damn it! Block it for me. Upon seeing such a terrifying sword beam, the pinnacle mighty figure wanted to flee. However, his escape route had already been sealed, so he could only launch an attack to block it. The black spear in his hand was like a black river, sweeping out horizontally. At the same time, a layer of armor appeared on his body, and 3 black shields appeared around him. Between the shields, blue lightning interweaved. The Supreme Being still had Dharma treasures that he had yet to use. However, it was already too late. That torrential sword light had already slashed down. Clang, a sword chi slashed at the black spear. The black spear, which was originally full of cracks, was shattered into pieces. Pung, the other sword chi struck the black shield and split the lightning apart. Among them, 2 of the shields were sent flying, and one of the shields was split in half. Puff, in an instant, the defense that the pinnacle mighty figure had created was gone, leaving only the armor on his body. However, his armor could not withstand such a terrifying sword chi and soon caved in. Puff, the pinnacle mighty figure spat out blood. Countless ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept retreating, his body covered in blood. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let him go. Demon Seal. With one ultimate move, the terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and instantly enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The powerful figures who wanted to charge forward were all stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in surprise. That was because the sword chi in front of them was too terrifying. When the sword chi disappeared, they all screamed in horror. That was because the pinnacle mighty figure had been killed. Damn it, how was that possible? Those people were crazy. That was a pinnacle mighty figure. That was right, he was the most powerful among them. Even so, he was still killed. The other party's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Damn it, hurry up and inform them. There's an expert attacking. At the same time, activate the array formation, an old man exclaimed, his face full of fear. He knew that the current situation was still beyond what they could bear. They were not a match for the other party at all. They had to activate the array formation and let a peerless mighty figure take action to suppress the other party. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless rays of light lit up in the surroundings as array formations quickly formed. A defensive array formation that was like a black tortoise completely enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the formation of the black tortoise defensive array, the mighty figures of the general's residence all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked forward with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you today. With the defensive array formation, they regained their confidence. At least the array formation was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to break in for a while. Besides the defensive array formation, they also had an extremely terrifying offensive array formation in their hands. Now, they had to activate the offensive array formation to kill the other party. Buzz, the moment the array formation was activated, the 5 or 6 crippled young masters of the general's residence were also wrapped up by the array formation and sent to the other lords safely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw that. However, he did not stop them. In the next moment, he looked at the powerful figures in the sky and sneered. Why? Do you think you're safe with the array formation? In my opinion, you still can't escape death. Humph, cut the crap. Die. On the other side, the powerful figures roared angrily as they activated the array formation. The offensive array formation quickly formed, but it disappeared halfway through its formation. The energy in the surroundings retreated like the tide. How could this be? What happened? All the King Realm Almighties were stunned. How did their offensive array disappear? This shouldn't be. These people had blank looks on their faces. Many of them quickly performed hand seals, wanting to activate it again. However, they could not succeed at all. Damn it, what happened? These people were almost stunned, and their faces were extremely dark. However, that was not the most despairing thing. In the next moment, they experienced what true despair was. That was because Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's figures flashed and directly entered the array formation. Damn it! How did you get in? These people screamed crazily with faces full of fear. That was the black tortoise defensive array formation that could block all the powerhouses outside. However, the 2 of them had entered in an instant. How did they break the array formation? The king swallowed their saliva and looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon as if they had seen a demon. They were extremely terrified. The other party had already ignored the black tortoise defense formation. With the other party's combat strength, it would be very easy for him to kill them. Run! These people screamed and ran in all directions. More people fled into the depths of the general's mansion. That was because their true powerhouses were there. You want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The demon-slaying sword formation quickly formed under his feet, and streaks of blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Some of the stronger powerhouses were sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. The weaker ones were directly pierced by the sword chi. Blood splattered in the air, dyeing the general's mansion red. Damn it! At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard. It directly shattered the void and blocked all the sword chi. This voice was too terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than the previous top powerhouses. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The kings of the general's mansion were all ecstatic. A peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse is here. We're saved. These people cheered wildly. That's right, it was indeed a peerless powerhouse. That terrifying aura crushed the 9 heavens. A figure descended from the sky like an immortal king, suppressing a part of the world. As soon as he appeared, he slapped out a large palm and sent all the blood-red sword chi flying. Immediately, the sky became clear again. A peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not attack again. Instead, he stood in the void and looked ahead. The person in front looked to be in his 30s. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was solemn. He emitted a terrifying aura as if he had merged with the entire world. This aura made one's heart tremble. Indeed, it was a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also had solemn expressions. A peerless powerhouse had surpassed the top powerhouses and had already entered the realm of an 8-star king. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. An 8-star king could become a peerless powerhouse. However, if it was broken down, there were 4 small stages of an 8-star king. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The peerless powerhouse in front of them was an 8-star beginner. However, this was also very terrifying. He could suppress a top powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Are the 2 of you the ones causing trouble in the general's mansion? Killed many martial artists from the general's mansion? The peerless almighty said coldly as he stared coldly at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. That's right, it was us, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Why? Do you think you can scare us just because you're a peerless almighty? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Today, everyone make way for me, we are going to take over the general's residence. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. That peerless almighty's face also turned gloomy, and an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that a storm was coming. Daring to behave atrociously in front of a peerless almighty was definitely courting death. As expected, the peerless almighty was enraged. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying purple flame gushed out, instantly enveloping half of the sky. The terrifying temperature burned fiercely as it charged towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The flame's aura was terrifying, and this energy made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frown. As expected of a peerless almighty, he was indeed terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Just nice, I've broken through, and I haven't fought with a true peerless almighty yet. Today, I'll use you as an offering to my sword. As he spoke, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword with a clang. With a slash of the sword, a biting cold sword light tore through heaven and earth as it slashed forward. What? He's going to attack a peerless almighty, is this kid crazy? When everyone saw this scene, their mouths were agape, and they could not believe it. That was a peerless almighty, a true powerhouse who could suppress a top-notch almighty with a raise of his hand. It was extremely terrifying. This kid in front of them actually dared to attack such an existence. He doesn't know what's good for him, just wait, he'll be killed soon. Of course, no one dared to provoke a peerless almighty. He's overestimating himself. Cold laughter could be heard. Those people from the general's residence did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against a peerless almighty. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was floating in the sky. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. "A bunch of idiots, what do you know? You'll definitely be shocked to the point where your jaws drop." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations came from the general's residence. That was because in the sky, the biting cold sword light tore through the purple flames, forming a vacuum zone. What? The flames were torn apart? That's impossible. That was an attack from a peerless almighty. How could he possibly fight against it? Those people from the general's residence went crazy. This was completely different from what they knew. That peerless almighty was also stunned. He did not expect that Lin Xian could tear apart his purple flames. It was indeed a surprise. But soon, his face turned gloomy, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and swept across heaven and earth. Boom, the purple flames in the sky surged and turned into shocking killing intent. It surged in the sky, trying to destroy Lin Xian. Not only that, countless purple flames in the sky condensed and formed mysterious runes. They carried monstrous killing intent as they flickered in the sky. That was a terrifying superpower. Coupled with the power of the purple flames, it could definitely kill everything. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against it. He could tell that Lin Xian was a young genius, but so what? No matter how talented he was too young. His foundation was too weak. There was no way Lin Xian could fight against an expert who had lived for thousands of years. But this time, the peerless almighty was wrong. That was because he did not know that although Lin Xian was young, the trump cards in his hands were extremely terrifying. Any one of them would be able to shock the world. Buzz, as expected, when he saw the mysterious purple runes flickering in the sky, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. However, he didn't move. He stopped moving, and a terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body. Chaotic Heaven. Destroyer Sword. He swung the Dragon Source Ancient Sword. Terrifying chaotic sword chi surged out and swept across the sky. Every ray was extremely sharp. Boom, boom. Boom, when the sword light appeared, heaven and earth lost their color. The martial artists from the general's residence were also terrified. Boom, boom, boom. The purple flame runes flickered in the sky and collided with the sword chi. They were pierced through each time. However, those purple runes were not ordinary superpowers. The monstrous energy was also from the chaotic lotus sword chi. The two of them clashed in the sky and were evenly matched. A draw. How could that be? Could that kid be a peerless almighty too? Everyone went crazy. What did they just see? A young kid was actually tied with a peerless almighty who had lived for thousands of years? Who is this kid? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he an old monster that has lived for countless years? They were more willing to believe the latter. Hell's Ice Lotus. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a Hell's Ice Lotus quickly formed and floated in the sky. The terrifying power of ice and fire blended, shattering all the purple runes in the sky. Damn it, this kid actually has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. When the peerless almighty saw that his opponent had actually suppressed him, his face became extremely gloomy. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz, countless purple auras intertwined and condensed above his head. An extremely ancient pagoda formed above him, emitting a mysterious aura. The runes surrounded it, and the moment it appeared, it crushed the void like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. For Symbol's pagoda. It's actually such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the people of the general's residence exclaimed. Then, they all cheered. This is a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. This kid is definitely dead. That's right, the Four Symbols Pagoda was extremely powerful and difficult to refine. It was a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. Buzz, in the next moment, the peerless almighty activated the Four Symbols Pagoda, and 4 different types of power surged out. The power was too terrifying, and it was indestructible. It was going to destroy heaven and earth. It was too terrifying, and no one below the peerless almighty could block it. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but he was fearless. So what if it's a top-tier treasure? I have a heaven-grade treasure sword. Therefore, in the next moment, he took a step forward, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. An even more terrifying sword intent surged out from his body, Demon Seal. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying sword light tore through heaven and earth and collided with the 4 types of energy. Boom! Boom! The void instantly exploded, and terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding ground and mountains quickly shattered, and the kings kept retreating. Below, the general's residence trembled, but at this moment, countless arrays appeared and enveloped the general's residence. This prevented the risk of being destroyed. Obviously, other than the outermost array that was destroyed by the dark red divine dragon, the array in the depths of the general's residence still existed. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying, and it blocked the violent energy. Boom! The terrifying 4 types of energy were split apart. The terrifying sword light slashed forward, almost hitting that peerless almighty being. Fortunately, the peerless almighty dodged quickly. However, he retreated to the side with a bewildered expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could this be? What kind of swordsmanship was he using? The peerless almighty was completely stunned. He, a dignified peerless almighty, had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by a brat. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. Brat, you've successfully angered me. The powerful being shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. I will let you know the true power of a powerful being. Boom! In the next moment, the 4 symbols pagoda above his head emitted a dazzling light before fusing into his body. One, the 2 merged into one, becoming one. A metallic luster appeared on that peerless almighty's body. His terrifying aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force surged out of his body. Brat, be careful. He actually fused with the treasure chi in his hand. At the side, the dark red divine dragon quickly reminded with a grave expression. Lin Xian also frowned. One with the pagoda. He didn't expect this peerless almighty to be able to cultivate to such a level, and from the looks of it, the other party was really angry. However, so what? He was no longer the same person as before. Now that his strength had increased tremendously, he didn't fear early-stage 8-star powerful beings at all. Boom, die, brat. That peerless almighty attacked again. With a wave of his palm, terrifying energy surged and the void exploded instantly. This palm contained the terrifying energy of the 4 symbols pagoda. It transformed into a dragon that roared in the void. Lin Xian quickly brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword to contend with it. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed the sky like lightning and collided with the other party's fist. Boom, boom. Boom, there was a burst of dazzling light, and the entire sky was filled with clanging sounds. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, the 2 of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. However, after more than 10 exchanges, that peerless almighty screamed in agony. The reason for that was because his fist had directly split open. Several cracks had appeared on it. In fact, even his white bones were exposed. Blood instantly dyed the void red. Damn it, how was this possible? The peerless almighty's expression was extremely ugly. In the distance, those people from the general's residence were all stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't even believe it. Damn brat, who exactly are you? That peerless mighty figure's gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a peerless almighty. His body was extremely strong, and ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, now that he had merged with the 4 symbols pagoda, his defense had greatly increased. Even a peerless almighty of the same level would find it difficult to injure him. But now, after exchanging dozens of blows with the other party had actually shattered his fist. This was simply too unbelievable. He didn't know that the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had terrifying attack power. Such attack power was definitely beyond the imagination of a peerless almighty. Brat, do you know that this is General Xianying's residence? General Xianying is the younger brother of the current empress. He's the uncle of the current first prince. If you offend such a person, you'll never have a foothold in the Tai dynasty. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end. Why? You can't beat me, so now you want to use the name of the Empress and the First Prince to suppress me? But it's a pity that these titles are of no use to me. Today, I'm here to take over General Xianxia's residence. So, hurry up and kneel in the void to welcome me. Otherwise, if you anger me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Blood stains the general's residence. After hearing Lin Xian's words, these people's minds went blank. What was going on? Was he really going to fight the general's residence to the end? Thinking of this, the peerless almighties behind them couldn't hold back anymore. They said, Elder, let's attack together and kill this brat. Although he's powerful, there are only 2 of us. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Yes, that's right, kill him. The other almighties also shouted angrily. Because previously, they were too aggrieved and scared out of their wits by a young man. If word of this got out, how could they live in the future? Therefore, they decided to get rid of this brat. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would join forces to kill him. They decided to get rid of that kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would work together to kill him. Attack, the peerless mighty figure's eyes flickered. He did not refuse. The kid in front of him was too strange. Next to him was a snake. He did not know how strong it was. He had to get rid of the other party quickly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more the general's residence would lose face. Go to hell, kid. Behind him, the mighty figures were also shocked when they heard that. Although they were no match for the other party in a one-on-one battle. But now, with a group of people attacking together, they would definitely kill the other party. Boom, among them, 3 top mighty figures joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. 5 elite mighty figures joined forces and attacked the dark red divine dragon. The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy surged out. Why, you want to join forces? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The dark red divine dragon roared. He had already recovered to the realm of a mighty figure and could use the divine powers of dragons. Why would he be afraid of these elite mighty figures? In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Then, his dragon tail rolled forward like a river and blasted in front of him. Boom, those elite mighty figures vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it, a dragon, he's a dragon. Those elite mighty figures were filled with fear. They originally thought that the other party was a snake or a loach. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. However, someone shook his head. Impossible, how could there be a real dragon? At most, he has the bloodline of dragons. Perhaps he's a flood dragon. Legend had it that a real flood dragon was full of treasures. Capture him, pull out his tendons. Drink his blood. Eat his flesh. That will help us break through. Those elite mighty figures stared at the dark red divine dragon with bloodshot eyes as if they had heard a treasure. They thought that it was a flood dragon. If they knew that the dark red divine dragon was a real dragon, they would probably go crazy. What, how dare you have designs on me, you're courting death. The dark red divine dragon was also furious. These guys actually want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? They really don't know what's good for them. The next moment, he sneered. Let me send you on your way first. Soon, the dark red divine dragon spat out streaks of dragon flames. At the same time, it brandished its dragon claws and charged forward. On the other side, the 3 pinnacle almighties were also charging towards Lin Xian. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Moreover, there was a peerless almighty at the side who was eyeing them covetously. He was ready to strike at any moment. It could be said that Lin Xian's current situation was even more dangerous than the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the dragon sword domain to cover the surroundings. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, forming a screen of light that protected him. At the same time, his body swayed and he instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 top almighties. The 3 peak powerhouses missed their target, but they didn't give up. Instead, they sneered. Kid, you can't escape, today is the day you die. As they spoke, they attacked even more ferociously. In the sky, after images were torn apart one after another as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was also activated. Terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, transforming into the phantoms of heavenly rocks, Qilins, true dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts. That terrifying power made the hearts of these top almighties tremble. As a result, these top almighties had no choice but to activate their king domains to resist. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the three top almighties had the urge to curse. At this moment, the peerless almighty also made his move. Originally, he was disdainful of being surrounded. After all, he had a noble status. But now, seeing that the three top almighties couldn't even take down the other party, he was furious. The peerless almighty's face was gloomy. In the next moment, he decisively made his move. The peerless almighty's attack greatly increased the pressure on Lin Xian. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by the palm. Fortunately, he was fast enough and was only grazed by the palm wind. Even so, he still kept retreating, the blood in his body churning. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul began to circulate wildly. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in his body. Demon Seal, Battle Song. Lin Xian suddenly unleashed two powerful attacks towards the peerless almighty. Boom, the peerless almighty was sent flying. At the same time, he charged towards the three top almighties. Boom boom boom, the dragon sword domain completely erupted, and countless sword chi descended, forcing the three top almighties to separate. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sea gods' ice erupted, forming a terrifying world of ice that enveloped two of the top almighties. Only one was left. Go to hell, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body erupted, and the dragon source ancient sword mercilessly slashed down. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Even the top almighties would feel their scalps go numb if they saw it, let alone the top almighties. Therefore, this pinnacle mighty figure screamed as he was split in half. The armor on his body was also split open by the sword. Boom boom boom, on the other side, the two top almighties broke through the ice wall and charged out. But soon, they were stunned. Because their companion had been killed by the other party, instantly, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. Buzz, however, at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced into their souls, and they seemed to have lost control of their souls and fell into a momentary daze. Poof, when they recovered, two heads had already flown into the air. Damn it, how could this be? The almighties who were watching the battle from afar were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Three top almighties were killed just like that. This kid was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. It could be said that it was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps no one below the top almighties was a match for this kid. They were terrified and did not dare to attack him again. However, at this moment, the top almighty charged over again. Previously, he was sent flying by two sword chi and was injured. However, he was still a top almighty after all. Although the two sword chi had injured him, it was not fatal. Therefore, he charged over again. The battle erupted again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had also finished off 5 elite almighties. However, at this moment, another top almighty charged up from below. He fought with the dark red divine dragon, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although the dark red divine dragon had just entered the almighty realm like Lin Xian, he was a dragon and had the dragon divine ability. Therefore, he was able to fight evenly with the top almighties for a while. Buzz, at this moment, the top almighty who was fighting with Lin Xian, the four symbols king, roared. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light, accompanied by countless lightning bolts that descended around him. For symbols divine lightning. This lightning was too terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of a peerless almighty, but it also contained the power of the four symbols pagoda. The two combined into one, forming a monstrous attack. Lin Xian naturally felt threatened. He instantly activated the ice shield, and the terrifying ice goddess statue formed. Its huge wings enveloped him. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly shrunk, completely enveloping him. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword Dao world. Boom! Boom! The thunder that filled the sky blasted on the ice goddess statue, producing violent sounds. Then, the ice goddess statue was penetrated. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying ice aura dimmed the power of the thunder. In fact, many of them were even frozen. However, the four symbols' divine thunder still passed through the ice aura and attacked Lin Xian again. Clang, the sword chi around Lin Xian was extremely sharp. It destroyed all the lightning, and none of them could get close to him. Seeing this scene, the kings of the general's residence were all stunned. Their scalps went numb. Although they knew that the other party was very powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond their imagination. The other party was only a young man in his 20s, but he actually had the battle strength of a peerless almighty. It was simply too shocking. Kill quickly, form a formation, cooperate with the killing formation, and attack together. Kill him for me, the peerless almighty in front roared. Kill, soon, the almighty kings from the general's mansion rushed over. Some of them joined forces, some formed a formation, and some directly controlled the killing formation to attack Lin Xian. Boom, boom. Boom, a terrifying energy burst out, but the result left them extremely shocked. This was because the young man in front of them was ridiculously powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. A casual sword chi from the other party was like the Milky Way, crushing the surroundings and shattering all of their attacks. How was he human? He was simply like a sword god that had descended into the mortal world. Poof. An elite almighty wielded a long saber and attacked together with the formation. However, he was directly cut in half by the other party's sword chi. Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Damn it. He was too powerful. The others were pale and trembling. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out. Four elite powerhouses had joined forces to form a killing formation. They descended from the sky, wanting to envelop him. This killing formation was incomparably terrifying. It carried with it a shocking killing aura that pierced through the void. However, it was still useless. After being sliced apart by the other party's sword, it turned into spiritual energy that filled the air and scattered in all directions. As for the four elite almighties, they spat out blood and flew backwards. Damn it, impossible, who are you? Who are you? These people were all crazy, screaming nonstop. They simply couldn't believe that a young man could be so powerful. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Lin Xian sneered. Meanwhile, the more these people looked, the more shocked they became. Damn it, could it be someone from the war clan? After thinking about it, they realized that only the legendary war race could produce such a young genius. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else to do so. However, why did the battle race want to take action against their general manner? This shouldn't be the case, thus, he shouldn't be someone from the war clan. However, if it wasn't the war race, then who could it be? Which young man could be so heaven-defying? They really couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why, don't you recognize me? Your general manner sent so many almighties to hunt me down, and now you don't recognize me, what? Hunt you down? These almighties were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, could it be you? They were extremely shocked because they thought of a person. A young demon king, a person who was wanted by the Taiyi dynasty, a person who killed the Golden Lion King. Thinking of this, they came to a realization. Perhaps only such a demon king would have such terrifying strength. The other party could even kill a peerless genius of the war clan. One could imagine how terrifying he was. However, wasn't this kid being hunted down? Why would he appear here? And he wanted to cause trouble in their general manner. Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge? It seems that you have recognized who I am. Since you know who I am, then you should know what will happen to you. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for massacring the general manor. What, you really suppressed the general manor? Hearing that, these people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. That was the general manor. General Xianying's manor was not inferior to the king's manor. However, a young man had come knocking on their door and threatened to suppress them. If news of this spread, how would the general manor survive in the future? However, the other party was too powerful. Even the peerless almighties could not kill him. He was definitely a murderous fiend. Therefore, they really could not do anything to him for a while. Could it be that the general manner was really going to be suppressed? Ah, damn it. Impossible. Kill him for me, someone roared angrily, and his body emitted a terrifying light. Many kings' domains soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, more than 10 kings' domains flickered in the sky, and light danced in the sky, completely sealing the entire space. Use your king's domains. Use your cultivation base to suppress. Although his combat strength was powerful, his cultivation base was not high. The king's domains crazily charged toward Lin Xian. In fact, the peerless Almighty also activated a king's domain and flew over quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His body flickered, and he was the first to dodge the Almighty's domain. However, he could not be bothered to dodge the other king's domains. Buzz, the dragon source ancient sword was swung, and the void was cut in half. Then, the king's domain of an Almighty was directly split apart. Not only that, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and at the same time, a scream was heard. That elite Almighty was also slashed into a bloody mist by the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Some of the ordinary Almighties even began to flee into the distance. The other party was too terrifying. Killing Almighties was like cutting grass. How would they dare to stay here? However, in the next moment, they screamed. That was because they realized that they could only escape a few thousand miles away. They could not go any further. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious array completely enveloped the entire general manor. It cut off all their escape routes. What? The general manor was completely sealed, damn it. Seeing this scene, the Almighty's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and completely seal the entire general manor. When did the other party make a move? How could there be such an exquisite array? They did not dare to imagine. Seeing this, even the faces of the two Almighties turned gloomy. Ruffian dragon, attack. Use the killing formation. And kill them all. Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his dragon sword domain surged out and collided with the other domains in the sky. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard. Countless king domains were instantly shattered. The dragon sword domain was too powerful. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out from within. It contained the power of the dragon sword soul and had the power to split the heavens and earth. The king domains of the Almighties could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian charged forward like a god of death as he chased after the Almighties. Damn it! Stop it! At the sight of this, the four symbols kings let out a furious roar. He quickly chased after Lin Xian, but Lin Xian was too fast. He could not catch up to him for a while. This made him go crazy. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one in the sky. On the other side, the dark red dragon also made its move. It opened its mouth and spat out killing formations one after another. These slaughtering formations were all prepared by it beforehand. Now that it was unleashed, it was extremely terrifying. The other supreme being, the demonic crystal guru, roared furiously as well as he launched an attack. He wanted to destroy these killing formations. However, as soon as these killing formations appeared, they covered all directions. Even though he destroyed some of them, more of them surrounded the remaining Almighties. Ah! 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 Miserable screams could be heard one after another. It was extremely miserable. Soon, countless people were pierced by these killing formations, and blood flowed out profusely. A rain of blood fell from the sky above the general's residence. It was unusually bloody and carried a monstrous pungent smell. Boom! The commotion here finally alarmed the general's residence below. Countless martial artists rushed over, but the weaker ones were directly killed by the energy that filled the sky. However, this was the mysterious general's residence after all. Its status was comparable to that of a king's residence. There were still many experts here. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over from the depths of the general's residence. They were murderous like gods of war as they surged over. Boom, boom. Boom! As soon as they appeared, these people attacked and shattered all the killing formations in the surroundings. The energy in the sky was torn apart, and the terrifying light disappeared. The sky regained its clarity once again. However, when they saw the scene in the sky, their expressions all changed. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those King Realm Almighties from before were all killed, their corpses turning into blood mist. Other than Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, there were only 2 Almighties left in the general's residence. "Damn it, who are you, kid? How dare he be so cruel?" the warriors who came later roared crazily. Up ahead, Master Magic Crystal said coldly. "He is the one we are looking for. Capture him, then we will have made a great contribution." What? It was actually that brat, he actually dared to come here. When those people heard this, they were also extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was great. They had long known that capturing this brat would bring them great benefits. Therefore, at this moment, they were all extremely excited. However, at this moment, Master Magic Crystal said coldly again, "Don't act rashly. He is not simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Don't worry, Elder, we won't be careless." Formation, behind him, a middle-aged man and woman walked out. One was wearing a white robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Both of their auras were extremely powerful. They were top Almighties. Among them, the man held the Thunder Hammer while the woman held the Gale Sword. Their king domains instantly rushed out and enveloped the entire sky. Wind and thunder formation, the terrifying power of wind and thunder flew out in an instant, whistling as it shot towards Lin Xian. Clouds and rain, however, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Countless white mist surged out of his body and slowly rose into the sky. Immediately, the power of wind and thunder that filled the sky was completely absorbed. What was going on? Those clouds could absorb the power of wind and thunder. How was that possible? The other party's top Almighties were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The others were also extremely shocked. When they saw the true body of the dark red divine dragon, they all exclaimed. Flood dragon, my ass, die for me." The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. The absorbed lightning was released again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power pierced through the void and surged forward. Boom! 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 The 2 top Almighties were sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were filled with shock. "Attack together, don't hesitate anymore," the 4 kings also roared angrily. Beside them, Venerable Magic Crystal's body was filled with killing intent. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Both of them were peerless Almighties. Their cultivation was at the early 8-star Almighties. Their strength was extremely terrifying, even top Almighties couldn't withstand a single blow from them. But now, the 2 of them couldn't do anything to each other. This man and dragon were simply too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying it was, they had to attack and kill each other. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the dragon sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. It caused the power of the dragon sword domain to skyrocket again. Streaks of sword chi soared into the sky, each of them able to pierce through Almighty. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also going all out now. Hellfire, sea god ice, terrifying energy surged out and swept in all directions. Not only that, the demon-slaying sword array formed under his feet. One after another, primordial shadows filled the sky. Terrifying power whistled. On the other side, the dark red divine dragons were even more powerful. He repeatedly used the dragon's abilities, causing Venerable Magic Crystal to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Puff, 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 in an instant, 5 Almighties were killed by Lin Xian. Their corpses fell to the ground. As for the others, they were all extremely terrified. They originally wanted to capture the other party and obtain battle merits. But now, it seemed impossible. The other party was like a demon king, causing them to feel despair. Blade Group, send them over, the 4 kings roared. Boom! Pirates must die. Below, a torrent rushed out. 6 black-robed men appeared. The 6 of them had a biting cold aura. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and there was no emotion on their faces. They carried long sabers on their backs and were like killing gods. Clang, the 6 black-robed men pulled out their long sabers. Saber light instantly erupted. The 6 of them merged into one and instantly charged forward. Every member of the Blade Group was an extremely terrifying saber king. At this moment, the 6 of them even used the 6-direction saber technique. When the 6 of them merged into one, their strength was countless times stronger than before. Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand instantly expanded, turning into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The sabers in the 6 people's hands collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and were all broken. Puff! The 6 black-robed swordsmen also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their expressions finally changed. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. One had to know that each of them had an upper-grade Earth-class artifact in their hands. However, at this moment, they were like pieces of paper that were shattered. However, this was not the end. The ancient dragon abyss sword roared as if it had turned into a giant dragon. It transformed into 6 dragon-shaped sword auras that instantly split the bodies of the 6 men apart. Puff! 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 The bodies of the 6 men in black fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Blood dyed the ground red. The people around him went crazy. These 6 men were extremely terrifying saber kings. They were extremely powerful. This was the killing move of the Wang residents. However, it had been easily broken by someone else. In front of that giant sword, any treasured weapon or saber technique would be useless. It was a direct suppression, nothing could stop it. Damn brat, the general's residence will not let you off. An elite powerhouse saw this scene and roared crazily. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. Buzz, a sword wave flew out. Puff, that elite powerhouse's eyebrow blood splattered as he fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian strode forward as if he wanted to enter the general's residence. Damn it, stop him! Angry roars could be heard as the 4 symbols king stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky, trying to imprison Lin Xian in the void. Boom, whoosh, however, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He only left behind an afterimage as his real body had already entered the general's residence. Boom, sword auras flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom. Boom, boom. The surrounding buildings, pavilions, and halls of the general's residence were split into pieces. Huge rocks rolled and the terrifying ground cracked open. The terrifying sound shocked everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. Was this guy really trying to tear down the general's residence? Damn it. He really deserved to die. Kill. Kill him for me. More experts rushed out from the general's residence. They saw this scene and roared crazily. Countless arrays lit up in the surroundings. Some were defensive, some were offensive. The sky was filled with runes that flashed with terrifying power. However, all of this could not stop Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, everything that got close to him was split apart. Not only that, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly split apart. Buzz, Lin Xian's hands. The terrifying eyes were very illusory, but when he appeared, it still caused fear in the people of the general's residence. Everyone looked. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was forming seals with his hands. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. This illusory eye was the illusion of the heavenly secrets Abhijna. It was imprinted in the void. His goal was naturally to find that super teleportation array. As expected, Lin Xian soon found it. The illusory eye in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Ruffian dragon, over here. Lin Xian called out as he flew. The dark red dragon swung his tail and sent more than 10 people flying. At the same time, his dragon claws tore through the void and quickly followed. Damn it, stop them. We must stop them. The experts from the general's residence roared crazily. They did not know what those 2 fellows were trying to do. However, they knew that they could not let those 2 fellows enter the depths of the general's residence. Boom. Boom, boom. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the void. On the other side, a sea of fire surged into the sky. Behind them, hundreds of saber lights mercilessly slashed down like the Milky Way. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once, and all the terrifying energy in the world was destroyed. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and spread into the distance. A few cultivators were even swallowed by the cracks. How terrifying! The cultivators from the general's residence were terrified. However, this time, they did not escape. They still wanted to stop them. The godly spear team, more than 10 figures, soared into the sky. They were tall and held red spears in their hands. Their auras were like demonic beasts that shot into the sky. The spears in their hands were like dragons that pierced through the void. In an instant, dazzling spear lights covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red Shenlong. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent all the spear lights on his side flying. On the other side, Lin Xian formed a seal and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate the war tribe's seal of fearless lion. A golden lion flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and roared in all directions. The terrifying sound waves turned into golden waves that surged in all directions. Boom! Pirates must die. The spear lights that filled the sky turned into countless fragments and dissipated. Puff! 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 More than 10 godly generals spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Behind them, the Four Symbols King roared angrily. His body suddenly exploded with light and his speed instantly increased. He must have used some kind of secret technique to catch up to Lin Xian. Soon, he blocked the path. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable also appeared in front of the dark red dragon. These two peerless almighties were really angry now. The Four Symbols King unleashed the Four Symbols Pagoda. It floated in the palace and emitted a shocking murderous aura. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable took out a black bottle. The black bottle was engraved with runes and had an extremely cold aura. In the next moment, the demonic crystal venerable opened the bottle and injected power into it. Buzz, the bottle emitted light and a black poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bottle. The scorpion was extremely black and crystal clear like black jade. It was only the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, its eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The tail behind his back was also raised high, and his body was emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was an extremely terrifying scorpion. It could even threaten the peerless almighties. Go, kill him, the demonic crystal venerable waved his finger and the black scorpion flew out. It quickly charged towards the dark red dragon. On the other side, the Four Symbols King activated the Four Symbols Pagoda. Buzz, the pagoda rapidly expanded. It was 100,000 feet tall and was like an ancient demon mountain. It pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded into a 100 feet long giant sword. He held it and slashed it towards the sky. Crack, this slash was extremely powerful. It was like a divine light with a monstrous murderous aura that split the void. Then, it collided with the terrifying Four Symbols Pagoda. Boom! 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 There was a huge explosion of energy, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The two collided, and a blast of air swept out in all directions. Although the general's residence was protected by a defensive array formation, the building still collapsed. It couldn't be helped. This was the attack of a peerless almighty, and it was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the people in the general's residence screamed. All of them were terrified. Even the Four Symbols King's face darkened. That was because he realized that his Four Symbols Pagoda had been sent flying, and it crashed into the void, creating a terrifying black hole. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? The Four Symbols King's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't suppress the other party. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Four Symbols Pagoda was definitely a top-notch treasure. His Dragon Abyss Valley ancient sword had only sent it flying, and there were no cracks on it at all. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of a peerless almighty's treasure. It was indeed much more powerful than ordinary top-notch almighties. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Since you're courting death by blocking my path, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was about to use his ultimate move, but at that moment, his heart thumped wildly, and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, he immediately left his original spot without hesitation and dodged to the side. Buzz, boom, just as he was about to move, a black bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the void he was in. The armor on his body was also grazed by the black lightning, and countless cracks immediately appeared. Fortunately, he had more than one defense. Although his armor was shattered, the sword chi on the surface of his body blocked the black energy. Even so, Lin Xian was still frightened. That was because it was too dangerous. If he was any slower, he would have been hit by the black flash, and he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even pierce through his body. Damn it, what the hell is that? Lin Xian was bewildered and looked at the place where he was originally standing. In the next moment, he was stunned. It was because he discovered that it was a black scorpion. It was the size of a palm and looked like black jade. Wasn't this the scorpion released by that peerless almighty earlier? Damn it, he had originally thought that he would attack the dark red divine dragon. Who would have thought that this fellow's target would actually be him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red divine dragon was taken aback as well. Then, it cursed, holy sh*t, how shameless. 2 against 1. He did not expect these two peerless almighties to join forces to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the faces of the two peerless mighty figures were dark. Previously, when they had made their move, they had secretly communicated with one another and decided that the two of them would work together to eliminate one of them first. This way, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they set their sights on Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so sharp and quick. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the sure kill attack. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill him, Venerable Magic Crystal roared angrily as he formed hand seals with his palms. The black scorpion once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. On the other side, the Four Symbols Kings activated the Four Symbols Pagoda and launched 4 terrifying attacks. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was really angry. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly launched it. Buzz, with a slash of the sword, the terrifying chaotic sword chi slashed forward like the Milky Way and blocked the attack of the Four Symbols Pagoda. That was not the end. Lin Xian quickly waved his arm. 8 streaks of sword chi flew over quickly one after another. The sword light was like a stormy sea, bringing with it endless air waves that tore the void apart. Clang, boom, boom, boom. One sword fell and another rose. Each streak of sword chi was even more powerful than the previous one. It was like a wave that appeared one after another. Damn it, on the other side, the Four Symbols King's face darkened and he was extremely shocked. That was because he had suffered a great impact. The other party's sword light was continuous. After the first sword strike, the second sword strike soon fell. Moreover, the power of the second sword strike was even more violent than the previous one. In that case, he could not block the 9th sword strike at all. Not only him, but Magic Crystal Venerable's face also darkened. That was because the other party had launched 9 streaks of sword chi in a row. It was like a wave that suppressed the entire space. His black scorpion was also under great threat. It could not break through, let alone kill the other party. Humph, 2 shameless old men. You want to fight me together? Impossible, I'll kill you. The dark red divine dragon also flew over. It raised its huge head and roared. Roar, roar. Roar, the terrifying dragon's roar was earth-shattering. It shook the surrounding warriors and made their blood boil. Their faces were extremely pale. In the sky, the black scorpion also stopped moving. It no longer flew quickly and even began to tremble. It looked as if it was kneeling before its king. Damn it. How was that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable's face changed drastically when he saw that. The black scorpion was called the Ink Jade Scorpion. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was highly poisonous. Even a powerful being would die from the poison if they were hit. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient mutated species that had the power of bloodline. Even a powerful being would not be able to make it tremble. However, the other party's roar made his scorpion tremble. It could not help but kneel. This was simply too shocking and unbelievable. Boom. Pirates will die. It made the other party reveal its true form and make it tremble. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon laughed. He slapped the scorpion away with his claw. Countless cracks had appeared on his black body, and black blood was even flowing out from them. As soon as it landed, it corroded the entire ground. All the trees and plants in the surroundings withered. Damn it. Run. It's highly poisonous. The surrounding martial artists fled frantically. A few of them who were too slow were covered by the black aura. Their bodies quickly decayed. In the end, not even their bones were left. They turned into a pool of black blood. Seeing that, everyone was terrified and did not dare to approach. Damn it. Magic Crystal Venerable roared when he saw that the ink jade scorpion was injured. He waved his arm. He made use of the black liquid that dripped down. It turned into black poisonous needles and flew towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be pierced, and black holes would appear one after another. From this, one could imagine how potent the toxicity of the black blood was. Whoosh, the dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. He was a dragon. So what if the other party was strong? Could it be that the power of the bloodline was more powerful than his? He did not believe it. The dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of the black poison. It instantly burned the black blood. Damn it. How is that possible? He realized that this dark red flood dragon was simply too strange. It's ridiculously powerful. Could it be an ancient mutant too? He could not figure it out. But soon, he explained again. Not only the dark red dragon, but Lin Xian's sword chi had also destroyed the black blood. Damn it. How did he do it? The venerable magic crystal was going crazy. If the dark red dragon could do it, he could accept it. He felt that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background and was very likely an ancient mutant beast. But how did this brat do it? He's just a human. How can he have such a powerful sword chi? He could not believe it. However, he did not have time to think because Lin Xian's ultimate move was coming at him again. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly emitted a sharp light as if a peerless beast had awakened. The sharpness of the sword instantly increased. Damn it. There's something wrong with this sword. The venerable magic crystal and the four symbols kings immediately changed their expressions. They felt a chill down their spines and a deathly threat. They did not know what the sword in Lin Xian's hand was. But their instincts told them not to take it head-on. Buzz, 9 runes appeared on the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand, and one of them quickly disappeared. The aura on the sword had also reached its peak. Oh no, dodge. The two supreme beings' expressions changed when they felt the aura on Lin Xian's longsword suddenly increase. That was because they felt a deathly threat. That feeling was too creepy. They had not felt it for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to sense it from a junior? Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, shattering the void. The four symbols king screamed. The four symbols pagoda beside him was instantly blasted away, and a crack appeared on it. Not only that, but he was also in a miserable state. The armor on his body was dented, and more than half of his bones were broken. He crashed into more than 10 palaces. What? A supreme being was sent flying. How is that possible? They were going crazy. They could not believe it. However, the venerable magic crystal also roared and turned to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He held the dragon abyss in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword chi flew out. Damn it, block for me, Magic Crystal Guru roared and released his king's domain in front of him. His king's domain was a wave of violet gold crystals, and each of them was like a demonic pillar that spun in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, this time it was unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. This was because Lin Xian had unlocked the first seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the demonic crystal guru's king's domain cracked. As for the magic crystal guru, he spat out mouthfuls of blood and cut a sorry figure. Boom, in the next moment, he was also sent flying backwards, smashing into a dozen pavilions. Boom. Boom, the earth trembled, countless rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The terrifying sound caused everyone to fall into a daze. This was because they did not dare to imagine that two peerless almighties would be sent flying by two swords. What kind of method was this? To be able to do that, who was the other party? That was too terrifying. At the side, dark red Xianxia sneered. The general's residence was just SOSO. Today, I'll wash your general's residence with blood, I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. As he spoke, he swung his dragon tail, which was like a river that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked, and the arrays in the sky were all shattered. Nothing could withstand the impact. Buzz, who was it? How dare you cause trouble in my general's residence? In the sky, there was an angry roar. Following that, dozens of figures appeared. This time, after the dozens of figures appeared, hundreds of figures flashed rapidly in the general's residence below. More and more experts moved out, and the first person to roar was a middle-aged man. His face was pale and beardless, and his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The aura on his body was monstrous, piercing through the void. If one looked closely, one would realize that his appearance was very similar to General Xianying. This was because he was General Xianying's younger brother. Xianfeng. After Xianfeng came out, he looked around with a gloomy face. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xian and dark red Xianxia. Attack! Kill them for me, I want to use their souls and flesh as a sacrifice to my dead clansmen. Kid, go to hell. Beside him, the void split open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. He was holding a 5-colored feather fan in his hand, which was emitting a terrifying force. Buzz, as the feather fan waved, a strong wind blew. Sand and stones flew, and the mountains and palaces in the sky were all blown away. The terrifying force of the wind surged in the air, and the strong wind turned into wind blades, slashing towards Lin Xian and dark red Xianxia. This scene was too terrifying, as though it was the end of the world. Get lost, Lin Xian roared. He waved his ancient sword, and the terrifying sword chi tore all the wind blades apart. On the other hand, he and dark red Xianxia moved forward quickly. Kid, you hold them off first. Xiaobai and I will go and collect some things. Dark red Xianxia said. He then waved his hand and grabbed Snow White Monkey from the black earth. Xiaobai yawned and was very dissatisfied. However, after hearing dark red Xianxia's plan, Xiaobai's gem-like eyes flashed with a sneaky light. Roar, the dark red dragon roared and flew downwards. The little white monkey rode on his back and cheered. Damn it, stop him for me, that middle-aged man, Xianfeng, roared. Immediately, hundreds of martial artists rushed out of the cave, trying to stop dark red Xianxia. Some of them joined hands, and some of them formed formations. In any case, they would not let dark red Xianxia pass. Unfortunately, dark red Xianxia roared and tore the void apart. At the same time, he spewed out dragon flames, which spread in all directions. The terrifying flame aura made the hundreds of martial artists cry out in pain. Whitey was also constantly swaying its body. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Anyone who got close to it would be knocked unconscious with a single slap. Damn it, when the man in white saw this, he quickly waved his feather fan, trying to attack dark red Xianxia. However, he was blocked by Lin Xian's sword light. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Your opponent is me. He naturally would not let these people touch dark red Xianxia because he knew that dark red Xianxia and Xiaobai were probably going to rob the general's mansion. How could he let others destroy such a good thing? Damn it, half of you go and kill those two demonic beasts. The rest of you, kill this kid here. Xianfeng stood in the void and roared crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 10 figures blocked Lin Xian. Among them, the man in white quickly waved his wind blades. Crack! Crack, crack! Dark clouds rolled in the sky and heavy rain poured down. A hole seemed to have been torn in the sky. Thunder and rain fell from the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. The power of thunder and lightning was all directed at Lin Xian. On the left, there was a burly man in yellow. He was 3 meters tall and his muscles bulged like a dragon. His hands kept dancing in the air. Suddenly, yellow mountains appeared in the sky. They were like Mount Tai, tens of thousands of feet tall. They quickly fell and instantly exploded the void, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. The person on the right was even more strange. It was a black-robed man with a red ghost mask on his face and a white soul-summoning banner in his hand. He waved it gently and thousands of vengeful spirits roared, emitting a cold aura, wanting to tear Lin Xian apart. "You want to compete with me? Go to hell," Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly. He was like a god of death. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand kept slashing out. The dragon sword domain on his body quickly cooperated. Boom, with a swing of the sword chi intertwined and turned into a black tortoise. It burned fiercely and instantly knocked away the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only that, the black tortoise slapped down. Terrifying black flames pierced through the void and directly smashed the burly man in yellow into ashes. Buzz, the sword moved horizontally, forming an icy wind in the sky. It spread out in all directions, and the terrifying power of ice froze the storm that filled the sky. With another swing of the sword, the terrifying sword light formed a dragon phoenix fire furnace. Black flames spread and burned all the vengeful spirits to death. In the face of the terrifying thunder above his head, Lin Xian's body swayed and directly rushed over. The dragon sword domain swayed beside him and turned into an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it surged and roared. Boom, the azure dragon's shadow was angry and tore all the thunder apart. Not only that, millions of sword lights flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Puff, puff. Puff, puff. The dozen or so experts in the surroundings screamed. They were hit by hundreds of thousands of sword chi and were directly cut into a bloody mist. "Damn it, how can he be so strong? I don't believe it," many people roared madly. However, at this moment, an old man walked out. He held a purple pagoda and said coldly, "Everyone, help me." The king realm mighty figures of the general's mansion all turned around in shock. This was the demon ceiling pagoda, everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that he would even take out such a treasure? The demon ceiling pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure. Since it was able to seal experts, it contained terrifying Dao patterns. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that it could seal peerless almighties. Now that he had taken it out, the people from the general's residence regained their confidence. Charge, another dozen or so almighties quickly came to the old man's side. They kept waving their palms, sending streams of spiritual energy into the demon ceiling pagoda. Wang, the demon ceiling pagoda shone with boundless light, and mysterious runes appeared on it. Whoosh, it shot out a purple ray of light, which instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger and wanted to use the demigods and semi-devils. However, a terrifying power instantly sucked him into the demon ceiling pagoda. Boom, the demon ceiling pagoda rotated in the air and landed on the ground. The Dao patterns on it shone even brighter. Ha 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 ha, seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence finally laughed wildly. Their bodies were stained with blood, but at this moment, they were cheering. That was because they had finally captured the young demon king. As expected of the demon ceiling pagoda, a legendary treasure. It was indeed terrifying. I'll be able to completely refine that kid in less than half an hour. At that time, we'll seal that dragon. I want to extract their souls from their bodies. I'll burn them with endless flames, I'll let them suffer for thousands of years, I'll let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. These people looked ferocious. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the demon ceiling pagoda. What demon ceiling pagoda? In my opinion, it's just a broken pagoda. Do you really think you can seal me? What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid still speak? They were terrified because legend had it that after entering the demon ceiling pagoda, even peerless almighties would be sealed by a terrifying power. In the end, they would turn into a pool of blood. However, the other party could still speak, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. What was going on? Could it be that the energy in the demon ceiling pagoda was useless against this kid? Impossible, they were about to go crazy. This kid was too strange, the old man's face was even gloomier. He roared angrily, "Everyone, let's work together and quickly refine this kid, okay?" The dozen or so almighties nodded. They quickly activated their spiritual power and poured it into the demon ceiling pagoda. Immediately, terrifying Tao patterns flickered, and the demon ceiling pagoda shone brightly. It was like a peerless treasure that kept spinning. Boom, however, at this moment, the demon ceiling pagoda began to tremble violently, and a terrifying sound that sounded like thunder could be heard. The dozen or so almighties' faces turned pale. Damn it, what was going on? These almighties were terrified, while the old man's face was gloomy. Oh no, that kid is trying to break through. Hurry up and suppress him. Don't let him out, hurry up, everyone come over. Another 20 or so figures came over. Among them were a dozen or so kings, although they were quite weak. Although they were weak, they couldn't care less now. It was always good to be able to add a bit of strength. Immediately, the dozen or so kings joined forces and frantically poured their power into the demon ceiling pagoda, wanting to seal Lin Xian. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, it was several times stronger than before. Boom, the shockwaves caused the King Realm experts to continuously retreat. Some of the kings even vomited blood. They were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it, they gritted their teeth and prepared to use their powers again. Boom. Boom, boom. Another earth-shattering explosion sounded in front of him. Following that, the incomparably terrifying demon ceiling pagoda exploded into pieces. And from inside, a figure rushed out. That person was Lin Xian. As soon as he appeared, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. The terrifying sword technique pierced through all directions. He killed all 30 or so almighties. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. He was like a god of death. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword, and dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded his body as he strode forward. The demon ceiling pagoda was indeed powerful, but Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was even more terrifying. The moment he entered the demon ceiling pagoda, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the ancient dragon abyss sword, the power was absolutely shocking. Therefore, although the demon ceiling pagoda was powerful, it couldn't resist at all and was directly blown apart. That was why the previous scene happened. Around them, countless figures moved quickly. They did not dare to get close at all. That was because the scene from before had truly shocked them to the core. In the air, Xian Feng looked at the other party with a gloomy face. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Could it be that the other party could really massacre the general's mansion? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and he looked to the other side. There, a dark red figure and a white figure were moving freely. The terrifying power also blasted all the martial artists in the general's mansion away. Not only that, the dragon and monkey specifically picked the secret chamber of the general's mansion and robbed many treasures. Seeing this scene, Xian Feng's face became even gloomier. Two beasts actually dared to rob the general's mansion? If this spread out, no one would believe it. However, at this moment, there was another exclamation from below. Not good, damn it. This kid's target was actually there. Hearing this, Xian Feng also looked down. In the next moment, his pupil shrank. Because, he also discovered Lin Xian's intention. Damn it, this kid's target was actually the super teleportation portal. Could it be that he wanted to escape? Xian Feng's face was gloomy. He naturally knew that the entire Tai dynasty was looking for the other party. And the one who presided over this matter was his elder brother. In addition to the tempting rewards issued by the imperial edict, it could be said that all the experts in the entire Tai dynasty were looking for the other party. Not only that, it was said that the experts from the war tribe were also there. Moreover, these people also knew that the other party was very likely to use the super teleportation portal to escape. Therefore, the 12 main cities were heavily guarded with countless almighties guarding them. As long as the other party dared to enter, they would definitely capture him. However, they did not. Expect that the other party did not enter the 12 main cities but came to their general's mansion instead. Other than the 12 main cities, there were super teleportation portals in the Duke's mansions. Of course, there was another place, which was their general's mansion. Whether it was the Duke's mansion or the general's mansion, they were heavily guarded and had many experts. Moreover, they did not think that the other party would dare to come. However, they did not expect the other party to really come. Damn it, this is too much. Does he really think that there is no one in the general's mansion? Xianfeng's face was gloomy and his eyes were red. His body emitted a biting cold murderous intent. The other party actually wanted to use the super teleportation portal to escape. How could he let him succeed? Men, set up the 10-direction killing formation. He absolutely could not let that brat escape. His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the general's residence. In an instant, countless figures soared into the air and converged in this direction. They quickly took their positions below. Inscriptions lit up under their feet and intertwined on the ground. It formed an incomparably profound array. There were hundreds of people in this formation, and all of them were King Realm experts. At this moment, they had formed a terrifying killing formation together. The energy was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 10-direction killing formation was a formation passed down from ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that once it was used, it could wipe out the 9 heavens 10 earths, no one able to escape. At this moment, seeing that Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation formation, Xianfeng could no longer hold it in. He displayed the incomparably terrifying Great Sand Town. Buzz buzz buzz, sounds rang out one after another as terrifying radiance pierced through heaven and earth. These were all formed from murderous energy. As soon as they came out, they tore apart the sky and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. This was the murderous aura formed by the ancient array. It was extremely terrifying. When Lin Xian saw the array and felt the murderous aura, his face changed. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the 10-direction killing formation had sealed off the entire space. Terrifying murderous aura was everywhere, piercing through the void and making it impossible for him to dodge. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Since he could not dodge, he could only use all his strength to block it. He formed a seal with his palms and the sea god's ice spread rapidly on his body. The ice goddess appeared and the terrifying power of ice resisted the murderous aura. Boom boom boom, the power of the sea god's ice was extremely terrifying as it instantly froze the surroundings. The murderous aura in the sky was completely frozen. At a glance, it was a world of ice and frost. In fact, even the King Almighties below were trembling. Because of this cold aura, their faces turned pale and the blood in their bodies was about to be frozen. Damn it, this guy has such a strong power of ice, he actually blocked the first layer of murderous aura. Many people were shocked. However, Xianfeng snorted. Don't panic. So what if this guy is strong? The 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. Each layer would increase the power by several folds. The fact that he could block the first layer did not mean anything. Don't worry, by the time he reaches the 10th layer, he will definitely die, no one would be able to resist it. Hearing this, the people felt more at ease. Indeed, the 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. The power of each layer would increase by several folds. Sure enough, when these people madly circulated their inner strength and poured it into the killing formation, countless murderous aura rose between heaven and earth again. This time, the energy was much stronger than before. It directly broke open the void and formed a terrifying black hole. Hellfire, seeing the second layer of murderous aura, Lin Xian snorted. Countless black flames surged out and spread in all directions. This was the hellfire. It was extremely terrifying as it burned fiercely and ignited the murderous aura. Under the terrifying power of the flames, the second layer of murderous aura was burned clean. Damn it, below, those people roared and launched the third layer of murderous aura. Boom boom boom, this time, the murderous aura was extremely terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that descended from the 9 heavens. That energy was absolutely unimaginable, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy of the sea god's ice and the hellfire intertwined to form the power of ice and fire to resist the third layer of murderous aura. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. His palms danced non-stop, and the power of ice and fire intertwined to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Under his control, it flew down. He was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Since the other party had attacked, how could he not retaliate? The terrifying Hell's Ice Lotus spun in the air and kept expanding. The power of ice and fire on it quickly bloomed like a lotus of destruction. As soon as they got close and felt the power of ice and fire, the expressions of the King Almighties below changed. Their faces were all filled with fear. Damn it! Block it for me. These people released the fourth layer of murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky like a dragon, roaring ferociously. It collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus. The collision of the two caused an earth-shattering rumble. It was like thunder that spread in all directions. The entire sky was blown apart. Terrifying energy swept out, and a large number of palaces collapsed. The general's mansion below was once again heavily damaged. Boom, the fourth layer of murderous aura was too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not resist it. The fourth killing aura was seriously too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not withstand it. It shattered in an instant. However, the energy formed by its explosion also blocked the attack of the fourth killing aura, causing the killing aura that filled the sky to dissipate into thin air. Humph, the fifth attack, begin for me. In the sky, Xianfeng snorted coldly, his expression grim. The other party was actually able to block 4 killing auras in a row. It was seriously beyond his expectations. One had to know, this was an ancient array formation, 10-directional killing array. Actually, the first killing aura was enough to exterminate a powerhouse. He did not expect that the other party could actually block 4. It was hard for him to believe, but so what? 10 killing auras multiplied. The other party absolutely could not block the following attacks. Sure enough, when the 5th killing aura rushed over, Lin Xian's expression was solemn too. He felt a terrifying aura pervading in the sky. This was still only the 5th killing aura. One could imagine how terrifying the last few auras would be. Boom, boom. Boom, the power of ice and fire around him was instantly penetrated and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, the faces of those martial artists in the general manner were wild with joy. Penetrated, his defense was penetrated, haha. This kid is absolutely dead for sure. Fighting for so long, they finally broke the other party's defense. Thinking about it, the killing aura this time would definitely be able to penetrate the other party. Annihilate the other party, Lin Xian also frowned. One had to admit that these 5 killing auras were indeed incomparably terrifying. His power of ice and fire was actually unable to contend with it. Then, adding in the power of thunder and lightning, the power of ice, fire, and lightning in. Lin Xian's body right now all came from the 3-headed hellhound. These 3 types of power were originally of the same origin. So at this moment, Lin Xian displayed a great magical ability and directly fused the 3 types of power together. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, flames pervaded. Thunder descended. Cold ice drifted down. The terrifying 3 types of power intertwined in the sky, transforming into the 3-headed hellhound, roaring at the sky. Roar, the 3 heads were incomparably hideous. Although it was just an illusion, at this moment, it seemed as if it was real, crushing the void. That enormous body made everyone's expression change. Damn it! What was this thing? These people were horrified. 3-headed hellhound. This was the legendary Cerberus, someone cried out in surprise. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill, Lin Xian roared. He stood on the Cerberus and waved his hand. Wang! 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 The 3 heads began to bombard each other. Boom, thunder and lightning bolts descended, piercing through the heavens and earth. This came from the middle head. The left head spewed out hellfire, while the right head spewed out terrifying ice. The 3 heads attacked at the same time, and a terrifying energy descended upon the world. These energies collided with the 5th killing intent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The aftermath of the energy was like a vast ocean, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the 5th wave of killing intent was blocked. Damn it, he actually blocked it. How was this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. The people from the general's mansion were all stunned. They looked at the gigantic Cerberus in the sky, as well as Lin Xian's figure. With so many powerful cultivators working together, they unleashed the 10-directional absolute kill formation and unleashed the fifth wave of terrifying killing intent. However, they were unable to injure him at all. They couldn't believe it. Was he still human? Was he really from the younger generation? Perhaps even a peerless almighty couldn't do this. On the other side, Xian Feng's face was gloomy. His body was surging with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it, the sixth wave of killing intent, kill him, boom. The sixth wave of killing intent was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the fifth wave. Therefore, even the Cerberus with 3 types of energy couldn't block it. In the end, it was killed by the sixth wave of killing intent. Humph, without the 3 types of energy, let's see how you block it. Xian Feng snorted. The powerful cultivators from the general's mansion also revealed a sinister smile. The other party's ice, thunder, and fire powers were completely destroyed. This time, the other party should be dead for sure. Strong indeed, but so what? I won't lose to you in terms of offense, Lin Xian snorted. This wasn't a battle of defense, but a battle of offense. The 10-directional absolute kill formation's terrifying killing intent, each wave stronger than the previous. However, Lin Xian's attack power was even more terrifying. The next instant, he brandished the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword and unleashed the Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. Battle Song, Demon Seal, 2 types of ultimate moves were unleashed, directly tearing the sixth wave of attack apart. What? He still had an ultimate move, damn it, how was this possible? Everyone went crazy. In their view, the other party should be helpless without the 3 types of energy attacks. They didn't expect that the other party actually still had such a heaven-defying sword art. Could it be that the other party couldn't be killed? How was this possible? They went crazy and unleashed the 7th wave of attack again. Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, sky-shattering, Lin Xian's body bloomed with incomparable sword light. He launched the 3rd killing move of the Heaven Tier Sword Art. Heaven Tier Sword Art coupled with a Heaven Tier Treasure, that power was terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, the 7th wave of sword art was directly shattered, vanishing into the void. Not only that, this time, the swift and fierce sword light annihilated the killing intent, scattering towards the countless figures below. What? He was actually so powerful. Below, those people's scalps tingled. Seeing this scene, their faces turned incomparably pale. Hurry up and condense the 8th wave of killing intent, these people roared crazily. However, the 8th wave of killing intent had yet to condense successfully when the sword light already descended. Boom! Boom, boom. The ground split open, and countless cracks appeared. Many people were directly slashed into a bloody mist. There were also some who vomited large mouthfuls of blood from the impact. In an instant, almost 1/3 of the people were killed. Panic. These people were extremely panic-stricken. All of them went crazy. They didn't expect the other party's sword to be so powerful. Damn it, the 9th wave of sword chi. Kill him for me. Kill him for me, Xian Feng roared crazily. His face was terrifying. In his view, when the 5th wave of killing intent was released, it should be able to kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that the 9th wave of killing intent would be released now. The 9th wave of killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions. One had to admit that this was the 10-direction ultimate killing formation. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. This wave of killing intent, even if a peerless almighty came, they probably wouldn't be able to contend against it. Buzz. Pirates must die. Lin Xian naturally also felt the danger. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring, and the dragon sword domain revolved around him. It merged with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. With a slash, it seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, that wave of sword chi kept surging, turning into a long dragon and tearing the void apart. The surrounding sky kept collapsing. The terrifying energy swallowed the 9th wave of killing intent. Subsequently, the two dissipated in the void together. He blocked it. This kid actually blocked the 9th wave of killing intent. How exactly did he do it? The people below went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it at all. Xian Feng was also no longer calm. He quickly descended and also came into the formation. In the next moment, he threw out 9 flags and hit the formation. The 9 flags flickered with mysterious demonic runes. Xianfeng's entire person was also incomparably ferocious. He quickly formed seals, forming one after another magical runes that revolved around him. At the same time, an unusually cold voice came from his mouth and filled the void. An unusually cold voice came out of his mouth and spread across the rift. The 10th murderous aura, Absolute Kill, the last murderous aura of the Absolute Kill formation was finally unleashed. Along with Xianfeng's voice, the entire Absolute Kill formation shone brightly and a terrifying force was formed. The expressions of the kings and almighties from the general's mansion changed. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they felt a mysterious suction force under their feet that sucked away all the energy in their bodies. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? These people screamed crazily. They could clearly feel that the energy in their bodies was quickly disappearing like flowing water. All of it was integrated into the Absolute Kill formation. This was completely different from when they activated the formation previously. Previously, they were active, but now they were passive. The formation could actually absorb their energy. This was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. No. Damn it. Open up, some of the weaker kings screamed crazily. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. In fact, their bodies were on the verge of collapsing at any time. That was because the spiritual energy in their bodies had dried up. However, the devouring force did not disappear and was still sucking them dry. They could not take it at all. Ah, screams were heard as these people fell to the ground without any energy in their bodies. Fortunately, although the formation had absorbed their energy, it did not endanger their lives. This made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, they were still shocked. Lin Xian naturally saw this strange scene as well. He frowned. The 10th murderous aura was too strange. It was even more terrifying than the previous 9. Its power was even more powerful than the previous 9 combined. Boom, boom boom boom, boom boom, between heaven and earth, terrifying vibrations were heard as murderous auras swirled in the sky. These murderous auras were too terrifying. They emitted an extremely mysterious aura that shook people's hearts. Buzz, moreover, what was even more shocking was that the murderous auras that filled the sky danced in the sky and formed an inexplicable figure. That figure was very blurry, but if one looked closely, one could still vaguely make out that it was a human figure. However, it was too big and covered the sky. One could not see it clearly at all. There seemed to be a low voice coming from somewhere. It was like an ancient demonic sound, shaking everyone until their scalps went numb. Was this the final attack of the 10-directional killing formation? When the people from the general's residence saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This was because they had never seen 10 attacks before. At that moment, after seeing it, they all cried out in surprise. This was truly a miracle in the world. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of danger. That hazy figure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the blood in his body began to tremble as if it had been frozen. As expected of an ancient killing formation, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The great dragon sword spirit in his body revolved, turning into a dragon's shadow that coiled around his body. Wang, incomparable divine light bloomed from his body as if he was wearing a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there were even dragon roars that resounded throughout the world. It collided with the mysterious voice in front of him, producing a thunderous sound. Damn it, what was that? King Lin Xian's dragon shadow aura was extremely shocking to these people. Tao of the dragon aura, damn it. How could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragon? Could it be that he was from the royal family? Impossible, how could he be from the royal family? These people were all crazy. The aura of the Tao of Dragon was a remarkable ability that only the royal family had, but the other party had actually used it. Moreover, the power was incomparably terrifying. This made them unable to believe it at all, as if they were dreaming. Who was this kid? He was too mysterious. Everyone was extremely shocked. They guessed that the other party was very likely to be from a certain dynasty, but his identity was too secretive. They had no idea at all. However, no one had ever thought of the great dragon sword. Because these people would never have thought that this was the great dragon sword spirit, perhaps other than the Golden Lion King, no one could have guessed it. The dragon's shadow on Lin Xian's body continued to spread, coiling around the ancient dragon abyss sword and Lin Xian's entire arm. Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and the aura of the great dragon sword spirit erupted. A loud dragon roar resounded. Sky-shattering. A terrifying heaven-grade sword technique surged out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth. In the next moment, this eternity of sword light collided with the 10th murderous aura attack. Boom! Boom, boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart, and countless abysses appeared. It was pitch black and extremely terrifying. The general's mansion below also collapsed. A large number of palaces were destroyed. Even with the defensive array, they could not withstand it at all. At this moment, the entire general's residence was completely impacted. It was split into several pieces and split into several halves. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, Lin Xian kept retreating. He was also affected by the shockwave, and the blood in his body was tumbling. His face was pale. Fortunately, the dragon-shaped sword aura circled around his body, emitting a terrifying attack that cut off all the surrounding energy shockwaves. On the other side, Xianfeng and all the other King Almighties kept retreating. Their faces were filled with fear, and the blood in their bodies was tumbling. Those who were stronger could still preserve their lives, but those who were weaker were directly sent flying. There were even some who were hit by the blood mist. Most of them had their bones broken, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This sword had severely injured all the King Almighties in the general's mansion. The terrifying energy was still surging, and the cracks between heaven and earth were still spreading. The 10-direction killing array below was spinning rapidly. Most of the murderous aura had collapsed, but some remained in the air, turning into vortexes that seemed to be absorbing something. Indeed, the blood below was all absorbed by these vortexes, and then they were absorbed into these vortexes. One should know that in the previous battle, the general's mansion had lost many experts. Their blood contained terrifying energy. Although it was spilled out in all directions, it did not disappear. At this moment, under the suction of the murderous aura vortexes, all of it came out. What? It could even absorb blood. How could this be? The surviving Almighties were shocked. Looking at this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be absorbed. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon and the other experts appeared. They were originally still fighting, but the energy shockwaves here made them feel bewildered. This was because the energy was simply too powerful. What had happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen the 10-directional absolute kill formation before, but they had never seen such a situation. Even that Xianfeng had a face full of shock. To be honest, he had never heard of the 10-direction killing array being able to absorb blood. What was going on? The 10-direction death formation can absorb blood? He had never heard of it before. What is going on? Xianfeng was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. What is going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he watched this strange scene unfold. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey came to his side. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, be careful. This formation is a little strange." Lin Xian nodded and held the ancient sword in his hand tightly. In front of him, the 10-direction death formation absorbed endless blood and kept rolling. A terrifying and monstrous blood chi gushed out, turning the entire void into a blood-red color. The void vibrated and a blood-red figure appeared. The killing formation of 10 directions emitted countless blood-colored mists, forming a blood-colored human figure that hovered in the void. Looking at the blood-red figure, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Because he realized that the blood-red figure was very similar to the blurry figure that had appeared before. But this time, it was not as huge as before. Instead, it was sitting there like a normal person. Around him, endless killing aura circled and turned into swords and sabers. This is, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. The people in the general's mansion were also shocked. Why would a blood-red figure appear in the 10-direction death formation, What is the relationship between this figure and the killing formation? At this moment, Xian Feng exclaimed, I know, this is the killer god shadow. What, the killer god shadow? The King Almighties exclaimed. They had never heard of it before. Xian Feng was extremely excited and his body started to tremble. That's right, the killer god shadow. It is definitely the killer god shadow, Xian Feng said excitedly when he saw the confusion of the people around him. Legend has it that the 10-direction death formation was created by an extremely powerful array grandmaster in ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, this array grandmaster was fortunate enough to see a shocking sword mark. It was said that the sword mark was very scary and did not dissipate even after 1,000 years. This formation grandmaster had studied the sword scar for 300 years and felt the aura on it before he created the 10 directions absolute death formation. What? 300 years of looking at sword scars? What kind of sword scar was this? How could it be so terrifying? After hearing this, these King Realm Almighties were extremely shocked. They stopped attacking and fell into deep thought. After all, there was a mysterious crimson figure in the void. The aura that it exuded was much more terrifying than all of them combined. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon did not make a move either. The two of them also frowned. He also wanted to know where this sword mark came from. It was said that it was caused by the divine sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen this scene, I'm finally convinced. Do you see that blood-colored whirlpool? I think that sword scar was left behind by the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. What? Heaven-devouring sword, did such a thing really exist? Everyone exclaimed. They had only heard of the 5 swords of the world in legends. However, no one had actually seen it. In the past few thousand years, it hadn't appeared in the world. In their opinion, it was just an ancient legend. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Perhaps such a supreme being really did exist. On the other side, Lin Xian was also stunned. In fact, he was even more shocked than these people. He did not expect this 10-directional fatal formation to be related to the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. One had to know that the heaven-devouring sword was in the hands of Wine Lord. Lin Xian had even experienced the power of the heaven-devouring sword before. He did not expect to see a formation related to the heaven-devouring sword again. Thinking of this, he was in a daze. He did not know how Wine Lord was doing. It had been a long time since he had heard from Wine Lord. When the King Realm Almighties of the general's residence heard that this formation was related to the heaven-devouring sword, they were all excited. Each of the 5 swords of the world was earth-shattering and terrifying. Legend had it that as long as one obtained one of them, one would become a supreme existence. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Now, the 10-directional fatal formation was actually related to the heaven-devouring sword. Come to think of it, its power was definitely beyond their imagination. The blood-red figure in front of them was enough to prove it. The aura that he emitted made one's hair stand on end. In fact, many people almost knelt on the ground. Xianfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He knew that the kid was dead meat. Anyone who dared to go against such a formation would definitely die. Perhaps even the Almighties would not be able to escape. In the next moment, he and the other King Realm Almighties activated the formation with all their might. Buzz. Pirates will die. The blood-red figure sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. Buzz, 2 blood-red eyes shot out. The void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces changed. Their bodies shook and they instantly left their original spot. Crack, 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 the place where they were standing was also pierced and countless cracks appeared. There was even a pitch-black hole that kept shrinking. How terrifying! Behind them, the King Realm Almighties of the general's residence went crazy. Just one look was enough to shatter the void. This was definitely a god of death. That kid was definitely dead meat. Kid, how dare you go against the general's residence? Today is the day you die, let's see how you fight back this time. No one in this world will be able to save you. These people sneered and quickly swallowed elixirs to recover their strength. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. In the sky, as the blood-red figure opened his eyes, the murderous aura became more and more terrifying. It made people want to kneel down and worship him. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon's shadow circled around him like a god of war. The great dragon sword's soul emitted light and blocked the terrifying murderous aura. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Humph, isn't it just a killing formation? What's so great about it? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you can stop me just because you are related to the sky-devouring sword? It's just a sword mark of the sky-devouring sword. It's not even the real sky-devouring sword. What's there to show off? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. Kid, you are too stupid. You don't know how terrifying the sky-devouring sword is. The 5 swords of the world, each of them is a supreme existence. Its power is beyond your imagination. With your cultivation level, you can't understand it. So, go to hell and slowly experience it, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of disdain. He doesn't know the power of the 5 swords of the world, what a joke. The sword spirit of the great dragon sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was in his body. This was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. As for the blood-red figure, it was only related to the sky-devouring sword. In a real fight, it was no match for Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, the blood-red figure had absorbed the blood of countless experts. Its energy was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword in his hand, and the dragon aura on his body became even brighter. Today, let me break this formation of yours. I will let you know that there is nothing in the general's residence that can stop me. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and streaks of terrifying sword chi gushed out and slashed forward. He dared to make a move? He was courting death. Just you wait, he will be killed in an instant. The people below sneered. In the air, a few streaks of sword chi flew out. It was extremely terrifying, and like lightning, it continuously descended. When they arrived in front of the blood-red figure, the light in the blood-red figure's eyes became brighter and brighter, and an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted from his body. Accompanying it was the energy of countless experts. The blood-red figure was originally condensed from the blood of countless experts. At this moment, its power was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 10th streak of sword chi. Boom, in an instant, the sky full of sword chi was shattered and turned into nothingness. The terrifying murderous aura, mixed with the blood-red light, rushed in all directions. Among them, even more charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian was hit by the impact and kept retreating. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence laughed complacently. Xian Feng's eyes were even colder. Humph, kid, so what if you are strong? In front of this killing formation, there is no way you can survive. The blood-red figure's eyes flickered. Although it was not a real life, there was a trace of mockery in its eyes at this moment. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually became sharper. The power was not bad. It was indeed powerful. But so what? This little bit of power is not enough to defeat me. I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as an unparalleled sword chi erupted from his body. A dragon-shaped shadow completely enveloped him. Then, it let out a loud dragon roar. A terrifying battle prowess erupted from his body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, unstoppable. Kill, with a furious roar, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying sword light shot out from Lin Xian's hand and slashed forward. Boom. Boom, the red light that filled the sky shattered, unable to withstand the aura of the sword Dao. Below, Xian Feng and the other almighties were horrified. Many people trembled and knelt on the ground. Damn it! How could this be? How could this brat have such a powerful combat strength? They were all going crazy because they discovered that the other party's combat strength was like a bottomless pit that could be infinitely increased. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision. The crimson aura that filled the sky was slashed apart. The terrifying aura of the sword Dao came directly above the crimson figure. It slashed down from the sky. Boom, the crimson figure raised a palm and blocked the terrifying sword chi. But in the next moment, his palm was slashed apart. Not only that, half of his body was also slashed into two. What? How could this be? Seeing that the other party had slashed apart the illusionary figure, Xian Feng and the rest went crazy. Wasn't this the mysterious figure related to the sky-swallowing sword? He should be extremely terrifying. How could he be killed in an instant? They could not believe it. But in the next moment, they were stunned. The reason for that was because the crimson silhouette that had been sliced in half was actually gradually healing itself. Then, it was completely undamaged. Nothing happened. There was no injury at all. These people almost bit off their tongues. What kind of superpower was this? Immortal body, they were too shocked. With such a terrifying sword chi, even a peerless almighty would be killed if he was hit. However, the crimson figure was completely unharmed. That's great, this figure was not a real life. As long as the energy was still there, he would not be killed. An old man said in a deep voice. His face was full of excitement. And after the others heard, they also came to a realization. Indeed, this was condensed from the blood of a powerhouse. As long as the energy of the blood was not extinguished, the crimson figure could exist forever. Thinking of this, they laughed wildly again. Kid, so what if your sword Dao is powerful? You can't kill this crimson figure at all. When your strength is exhausted, there is only one outcome for you, and that is to be killed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party could actually heal. It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything. How could it be so easy to heal? Lin Xian did not make a move again. Instead, he looked ahead coldly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crimson figure suddenly let out a roar. Then, the crimson light all over his body surged. That healed body split open again. Damn it! What happened? That kid made a move. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance were all stunned. They clearly did not see the other party make a move, so how could the crimson figure split open again? Could it be that the other party's sword chi was so fast that they could not catch it? But how was that possible? They could also see the sword chi of a peerless almighty. Unless the other party was an invincible king. However, this was simply impossible. Why was that crimson figure injured? They did not know, so they were all terrified. Roar. In the sky, the crimson figure roared crazily, letting out a thunderous sound. His blood-red body was split in half again. Fine strands of sword chi swam around the wound, preventing it from healing. That's right, this was the power of the great dragon sword soul. No matter how strong the other party was, how could it be destroyed? It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist my sword chi at all. Seeing that you are related to the sky-devouring sword, I can give you a quick death. Sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body again. He slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Boom, boom. However, although the crimson figure was split into two again, he did not die. He grabbed at the sky with both hands. Countless crimson light streaked across, and hundreds of palm shadows covered the sky. Among them, countless palm shadows grabbed onto the 9 banners and waved them non-stop. The 9 crimson flags danced wildly in the sky. It caused a crimson wind to blow between heaven and earth. It whistled incessantly as if an evil spirit was out. However, something even more shocking happened. The bodies of the powerful almighties in the distance suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, what happened? One of the almighties flew halfway and his body exploded. Another almighty's was covered in armor and surrounded by 18 shields. However, he still could not block this mysterious power. Boom, his body turned into a blood mist. A series of explosions rang out as powerful beings exploded one after another. As for the people around them, they immediately went crazy. The timid ones were scared out of their wits. Some directly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. As for the more powerful ones, they all roared madly and unleashed defensive techniques without any regard for their lives. Xianfeng's face was gloomy. He roared crazily. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? He could not understand why the crimson figure would attack them. Weren't they in the same group? In the blink of an eye, the 9 almighties exploded and turned into blood that danced in the sky. The blood did not flow but gathered around the crimson figure and integrated into the body of the crimson figure. It emitted an even more terrifying energy. The crimson figure absorbed the energy of the Almighty's blood. The body that was split into two started to heal. It actually used the blood of the Almighties to forcefully erase the power of the dragon sword soul. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw this scene and was shocked. He realized that although the crimson figure was not a real life, it actually had intelligence and knew how to make use of the blood. He had to admit that it was beyond his expectations. He felt that he had to get rid of the crimson figure quickly. Otherwise, if the crimson figure absorbed enough blood, it would definitely be a huge problem. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a move, something strange happened again. Because the crimson figure had absorbed the blood of the 9 almighties and erased the aura of the dragon sword soul, causing the broken body to heal again. However, this was not the end. A crimson palm instantly pierced through the void and grabbed Xianfeng behind. Xianfeng's head was grabbed by the crimson palm. He screamed and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, get lost. In the next moment, a majestic energy surged out from his body. Boom boom boom. The space around him exploded. However, it was useless. In front of the crimson palm, his cultivation as a top almighty was nothing. You can't kill me, Xianfeng screamed in fear. He was no match for the other party. As for the other king almighties in the surroundings, their faces were filled with fear as they retreated continuously. The blood-red palm did not kill Xianfeng. Instead, it grabbed him and tore through the void, arriving beside the blood-red figure. What are you trying to do? Xianfeng's voice trembled. Originally, he wanted to use the bloody figure to kill Lin Xian, but this sudden situation made it impossible for him to control it. He didn't even know if this blood-red figure was a blessing or a curse for the general's residence. The bloody figure did not answer at all. He turned his head and fixed his red eyes on Xianfeng. When Xianfeng and the red eyes met, he felt like his soul was shaking and his mind was blank. He fell into a daze as he stood in the void. His eyes became blank. At this time, the blood-red figure's body began to melt and gradually entered Xianfeng's body. What was going on? Everyone went crazy. Could it be that the blood-red silhouette wanted to devour Xianfeng? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. When Lin Xian saw this, he harumphed coldly and slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. Rays of sword chi slashed forward. He would not let the blood-red silhouette have his way. However, the blood-red silhouette was too fast. In an instant, the blood-red figure had completely entered Xianfeng's body. Xianfeng's sluggish eyes instantly turned sharp and red. 2 rays of red light, like a long knife, slashed the void and collided with the sword chi in the sky. Xianfeng also roared to the sky. The terrifying sound wave shattered the 9 heavens. His black hair had also turned blood red, and blood-red patterns had appeared on his body, covering his entire body. A terrifying blood-red aura swept across the universe. Boom! The explosion of energy was too powerful. It actually blocked Lin Xian's sword chi. Boom boom boom, the two collided in the air and disappeared at the same time. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. On the other side, Xianfeng stood in the void. He looked at his hands and clenched them tightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Is this the body of a human? It is indeed magical. Hearing these inexplicable words, everyone was stunned. Was this still Xianfeng, or is this the blood-red silhouette? They did not know that the Almighties were all looking forward in fear. Xianfeng looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a terrifying light. What powerful blood chi! I feel that there is a mysterious power in your body. If I can get your body, I will be perfect. Xianfeng stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shone with excitement. It was obvious that he had set his sights on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Go to hell. Lin Xian's sword chi exploded and the ancient sword in his hand shone with a terrifying sword light. The terrifying sword shadow slashed forward. Boom, heaven and earth trembled. The sword chi in the sky exuded an unparalleled aura that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. The ancient dragon abyss sword also transformed. It grew bigger and turned into a huge dragon. The sword runes on it shone and trembled. It seemed to be very excited because it had not drunk the blood of an expert for a long time. On the opposite side, Xianfeng smirked. In the next moment, boundless blood-red light wrapped around his palm and he grabbed forward. The blood-red runes on his palm were emitting a terrifying aura. The palm covered the sky and earth as if it was going to grab the entire world in its hands. Buzz, kill them all, Lin Xian roared. On the ancient dragon abyss sword, the first rune of the 9 mysterious runes was automatically unsealed. Boom! The power of the ancient dragon abyss sword exploded. The terrifying sword chi was as dazzling as the sun. Not only that, the power of the great dragon sword soul poured into the ancient dragon abyss sword, causing it to become unusually agile. It was as if a huge dragon was moving in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and an unparalleled power exploded. The sky was shrouded in light and nothing could be seen clearly. The entire general's mansion was shrouded in light. Ah, damn it, at this moment, a scream was heard. It was filled with endless anger. That was because the blood-red hand had been slashed by the terrifying ancient sword. Cracks appeared on it and they continued to expand. Boom! In the end, the entire palm collapsed. Not only that, a terrifying sword aura surged up the arm and chopped it off. Boom, boom. Boom! Xianfeng held his severed arm and retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian was also hit by the terrifying energy. Although he had the protection of the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the impact still forced him to retreat. He even spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. In the sky, the energy became even more violent. It formed countless turbulence and covered the entire space. Below, the kings and almighties of the general's mansion stared at it with sharp eyes. At the same time, they were extremely nervous. What was going on? Those martial artists in the general's mansion were extremely nervous. How was the situation, who won and who lost? Very soon, they saw it. But at the same time, they also screamed. Because they realized that Xianfeng was actually injured again. This was too unbelievable. They knew that the current Xianfeng was no longer the Xianfeng from before. It was the Xianfeng after being swallowed by the crimson figure. The power was absolutely terrifying, reaching the realm of an unparalleled almighty. But even so, he was actually injured by someone. Even his arm was chopped off by the other party. This scene was indeed hard for them to believe. When they looked inside, they were also shocked. They realized that although Lin Xian was injured, it was not fatal. Lin Xian was indeed injured. So he hurriedly grabbed a large amount of heaven and earth treasures and elixirs and swallowed them. The art of long life revolved quickly, absorbing these elixirs to repair his body. His body was tempered by various heaven and earth treasures and immemorial demon blood. It was incomparably tough. In addition to the powerful recovery ability of the art of long life, even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. Moreover, with the dragon-shaped sword shadow on his body, the injury he suffered was actually not too serious. So very soon, he snorted coldly and charged over again. On the opposite side, Xianfeng's face was gloomy and incomparably ugly. He realized that his severed palm was actually unable to heal. This made him unable to believe it. Damn it, how could this be? The current Xianfeng's face was filled with madness. One had to know that the broken body previously, he could heal it. But now, he actually could not heal his arm at all. There was not even a trace of possibility. What was going on? Those people below also had a look of astonishment. At this time, an old man frowned and said, "Could it be that because the original blood turned into a living human, so it could not heal?" Hearing this, many people came to a realization and increasingly felt that it was possible. Because previously, the crimson figure was just a mass of energy. As long as the energy was still there, it could be immortal and indestructible. But now, it swallowed Xianfeng and turned into a human from an energy body. With life, although the strength was stronger, there were also more restrictions. At least, it was impossible to be immortal and indestructible. So now that it was injured, it could not heal at all. Damn it, Xianfeng naturally knew this as well. That was why his body was filled with blood-red qi. A blood-red figure was struggling to get out of Xianfeng's body. However, how could Lin Xian give him this opportunity? Wang, a dragon-shaped sword shadow surged out from his body and then appeared in the void, fusing with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out. No, Xian Feng roared in front. That bloody figure also roared crazily, wanting to increase the speed of escaping. However, the power of this sword had far exceeded his imagination. Before he could escape, he was enveloped by the sword light. Boom! Boom! The entire sky was enveloped by the world of sword Dao, and countless sword chi pierced through all directions. Boom! A figure fell from the sky onto the ground. Everyone glanced at it, and their scalps went numb. Because this figure was Xian Feng. At this moment, he had been split into two halves. Blood gushed out from his body, and he was no longer breathing. The crimson figure on his body was also slashed to pieces. This time, the slash was very thorough. It turned into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Dead, all of them were dead, regardless of whether it was Xian Feng or the crimson figure, they were all killed by this sword. Demon, he's a demon, everyone, run. Looking at this scene, everyone fled in a frenzy. In the sky, Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He grabbed some pills again to recover. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow returned to his body. After fighting for so long, he had used up more than half of his stamina. Fortunately, he had many treasures, so he could still hold on. Ruffian dragon, how's your harvest? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. At the side, the dark red divine dragon said, we've robbed enough. It's enough. That's good. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded, then strode forward. Since they had already robbed the general's residence of all the treasures, there was no need for them to stay. Now, they had to quickly leave through the super teleportation formation. Otherwise, when General Xianning and the other super mighty arrived, it would be difficult for them to escape. Seeing that the other party wanted to use the super teleportation formation, many people screamed in horror and quickly reported to General Xianning, tell him to come back, we have to catch this kid. General Xianning was not in the general's residence, but the palace. The general's residence and the palace were millions of miles apart. If General Xianning wanted to come back, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time unless he used the super teleportation formation. And it would take some time to send a message. Therefore, the time was enough for Lin Xian and the others to leave. Boom! Pirates will die, the ancient sword slashed down mercilessly. Anyone who dared to block his path was killed mercilessly. He strode forward like a god of death. Behind Lin Xian, the dragon sword realm rolled and turned into a vortex. It also absorbed the surrounding energy to replenish his stamina. At the same time, there were a few divine crystals floating in it. Lin Xian had put them in to replenish his stamina. This won't do. I can't contact the general. He might be out and not in the palace. In a corner. A few elders quickly sent voice transmissions with ugly expressions. They had already sent a message to the palace, but there was no response. It seemed that General Xianning was not in the palace, but they did not know where he went. Damn it, the general can't come back. We can't stop this kid at all. What should we do? We can't just watch him use super teleportation to leave, right? But if this kid teleports away, he'll definitely leave the dynasty. It'll be difficult to find him in the future. And all of us will be sinners for letting him go. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to survive. Their expressions were ugly. At this moment, an old man with a walking stick gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is too serious. We can't let this kid escape. Let's use the general's residence's foundation." What? Do we really have to use that thing? But that thing is too precious. There's no other way. The situation is very special. I think the general will forgive us after we use it. As long as we can capture this kid, everything can be made up for. These elders quickly discussed. Their eyes flickered, and finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Then we'll use the foundation of the general's residence. The general's residence, other than these mighty experts and peerless experts, also had a powerful foundation. Usually, they would not use it. They would only use it when the general's residence was facing a life and death crisis. This kind of foundation was a secret trump card. Every time it was used, it would be used. Therefore, they would not use it if they could. But now, they had no choice. Lin Xian had already forced them into a desperate situation. If they did not use it, the other party would probably escape. Let's go and ask for the foundation. All of you, stop him for me. You must not let him escape. Let's go get the foundation. All of you, stop him. Don't let him escape. The old man with the walking stick roared angrily. At the same time, he rose into the air and blocked the way. The other 3 old men rushed into the depths of the general's residence. It seemed that they were going to get the so-called foundation. How dare you come again? You're courting death. Looking at the cultivators gathering in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not expect these people to still dare to block the way. Were they not afraid of death? In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword, and a terrifying sword chi surged forward. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick roared angrily. Everyone formed another formation to resist. Boom boom boom, these people kept retreating, but the formation did not break. Eh? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect these people to still have such an exquisite formation. It seemed that the general's residence was indeed extraordinary. But so what, he had to leave today, so no matter how exquisite the formation was, it could not stop him. Boom, in the next moment, he used a sword technique again, and the sword chi was even more terrifying than before. Boom boom boom, cracks appeared in the formation in front of him. Many King Realm cultivators vomited blood, and the old man with the walking stick also turned pale. A crack also appeared on his dragon-headed walking stick. Obviously, he could not hold on much longer. Elder, are you still not done? The people behind him asked. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick also had a gloomy expression. He said, wait a little longer. Our foundation will appear soon. Humph. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party still dared to block him and did not retreat, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, the sword chi in his body surged again and became incomparably huge. It was about to slash down. Boom boom boom, suddenly an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the general's residence. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the sky was filled with light that shot into the clouds. The scene was so terrifying that it attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Lin Xian also frowned and looked into the distance. The dark red divine dragon beside him also screamed. Damn, could it be that a natural treasure has appeared? He was indeed surprised, because this scene was similar to the appearance of a rare treasure. No, be careful. This aura is a little strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for this to be some kind of treasure. It was likely that the people from the general's residence had activated some kind of mechanism to cause this. Could it be that the general's residence still had some trump cards? In the distance, the sky was filled with golden light. The scene was very strange. In addition to the light that filled the sky, there was also a shocking power that was rapidly recovering. This power was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it surged in all directions. The entire general's residence was enveloped. Those King Realm Almighties were all trembling, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. When Lin Xian saw this, he frowned as well. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and attacked. A beam of sword light slashed through the air like a vast ocean, slashing forward. The dark red divine dragon beside him also made its move. He stretched out a dragon claw, which blotted out the sky and slammed forward. Naturally, he also felt the danger ahead. They would not allow such a threat to happen. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying sword light slashed down and landed on the golden light, causing a huge tremor. The dark red divine dragon's claw slammed down mercilessly, tearing the void apart. In an instant, the front was flooded by violent energy. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect these two to be so decisive. They actually attacked at this time, then, wouldn't their foundation be threatened? Damn brat. Stop it, many people roared crazily, but it was useless. The terrifying energy in front of them exploded and swept in all directions, forcing the King Realm Almighties to defend themselves. The King Realm Almighties' faces were gloomy. They were afraid that their foundation would be damaged. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief. This was because after the aftermath of the energy dissipated, the terrifying golden light did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It was like a sun rising high up in the sky. Seeing this scene, all of them became excited. The old man with the walking stick laughed arrogantly. There was a sinister look on his old face. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed loudly. You're dead meat, brat. The others also had sinister smiles on their faces. How dare you cause trouble in the general's residence? This time, no one will be able to save you. Do you really think that the general's residence is so easy to bully? Just wait and see. The foundation of the general's residence is about to be revealed. Kneel down and accept your death. Many people laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian also frowned. His attack and the dark red divine dragon's attack did not destroy the other party. It did not even cause the slightest impact. What exactly is this thing? Brat, be careful. This thing is very strange. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also frowned. This was because even he felt threatened by the thing in front of him. There were very few things that could threaten him. He really couldn't understand what it was. However, in the next moment, they saw it. The golden light rose high up in the sky. Within the golden light, there was a scroll. A golden scroll. What is this? Lin Xian frowned even more. In the distance, the old man with the walking stick suddenly knelt on the ground. The King Realm Almighties behind him all knelt down. Requesting the imperial decree, the old man shouted loudly. The King Realm Almighties behind him shouted like a tsunami. Requesting the imperial decree, buzz, the golden scroll emitted a bright light. Then, it slowly opened. Buzz. Pirates must die. When he opened a small gap, a terrifying light shot up into the sky. The power became even stronger. It made people's hearts beat wildly. This was only a small gap. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it was fully opened. Brat, do you see this? This is the imperial decree of the general's residence. Its power definitely surpasses that of the Almighties. What do you have to fight against us? Causing trouble in the general's residence is the biggest mistake you have made in your life, little brat. Just obediently die for me. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the general's residence. Although the Almighties were kneeling, they let out sinister laughter. This was because they knew that the imperial decree was their treasure. It was given to General Xianxia by the current emperor. It was something left behind by an invincible king. No matter how strong that brat was, how could he fight against it? Sure enough, the golden imperial edict in the sky opened, and 4 simple and unadorned words appeared on it. Heavenly gift, Xianxia. Every single one of the 4 words was incomparably dazzling. They were like the sun, blooming with brilliant radiance. The energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even the Almighties could not fight against it. This was the aura of an invincible king. The dark red dragon was extremely shocked. He said, "Kid, be careful. This is something left behind by an invincible king. It contains mysterious power." Lin Xian also frowned and took a deep breath. An invincible king was an existence even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, from the looks of it, this imperial edict was not left behind by an ordinary invincible king. It was very likely left behind by the current emperor. Such a person had lived in the palace for many years and absorbed the dragon vein of the earth. He had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Every move of his could cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Not to mention these words that were specially bestowed to generals. There was definitely a terrifying energy contained within, and it even contained the will of an invincible king. No matter how powerful a peerless mighty figure was, he could not fight against the will of an invincible king. As expected, when the 4 glowing golden words appeared in the sky, all the King Realm Almighties below began to tremble. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. They even felt a pressure on their souls as if they would be extinguished at any time. "Kid, go to hell." Angry roars could be heard as the golden imperial edict in the sky slowly descended. The 4 words on it emitted a dazzling light like a golden sword that could pierce through the void and kill a peerless mighty figure. Everyone's faces were filled with madness. they knew that this kid was definitely dead. No one could resist this imperial edict because it contained the will of an invincible king. Boom, as expected, the place where Lin Xian was instantly exploded. It could not withstand this power at all. The terrifying aura caused Lin Xian to furrow his brows. He instantly summoned a dragon-shaped sword shadow and circled around him. On the other side, the dark red dragon's body was also glowing. Dragon blood surged, forming a powerful defense. Boom boom boom, it was as if there were thousands of mountains above them, forcing them to quickly descend. Boom, as the dark red dragon's body descended, cracks appeared on their bodies as if they had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. They were like two divine lamps that were about to break through the sky. Kid, don't take it head on. The dark red divine dragon let out a long roar. The dragon's roar rang out, rolling forward, resisting the will of the invincible king. However, he couldn't resist it at all. Although he was a dragon, he was now just an ordinary almighty. Compared to an invincible king, the difference between the two of them was too great. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Was this the power of an invincible king? He was indeed very powerful. Although Lin Xian was injured, he wasn't afraid. Instead, a trace of hot blood boiled in his body. It seems like my path of martial arts is still very long. One day, I will also become an invincible king. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had a goal in mind. I must become an invincible king as soon as possible, only then would he be able to suppress a part of the world. In the distance, those people were laughing maniacally. Brat, accept your fate. It's impossible for you to resist. This was the will of an invincible king. Go to hell and repent. When those people saw that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were injured, they laughed crazily. They knew that it wouldn't be long before the two of them collapsed and turned into clouds of blood mist. You want to kill me? Not so easy, not even the will of an invincible king, Lin Xian sneered. He had already felt the will of an invincible king and knew where his path of martial arts should be. Therefore, he wasn't prepared to fight head-on. In the next moment, he waved his palm, and a ball of white light appeared in front of him. He actually wanted to fight against the will of an invincible king. He really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to resist, those people sneered. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the aura emitted by the ball of white light was extremely terrifying, causing their souls to tremble. Its power was actually not weaker than the Golden Imperial Edict at all. Damn it! What was that? Those people were extremely terrified. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. They saw that within the ball of white light, there was a white bone that was only the size of a finger. The bone was incomparably white, like white jade, and it flowed with the radiance of divinity. As soon as it appeared, it crushed the void and brought about an endless gust of wind. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, and cracks swept in all directions. A terrifying force pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian gently took off the white bone and said coldly, "So what if it's the will of an invincible king? Today, I'll break the so-called invincible king." Boom, the white bone in Lin Xian's hand suddenly erupted with incomparable power. This was the power of a sage. Although an invincible king was powerful, he was still a king. However, a sage was an existence that surpassed the king realm. There was an entire realm between the two. That was the true difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the imperial edict of an invincible king was very terrifying. No one below the invincible king level could resist it. Even a peerless mighty figure couldn't resist it. However, those people from the general's estate had never expected that Lin Xian had an even more terrifying trump card. That was the bone of a sage. Anything related to a sage was extraordinary and beyond common sense. It had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian unlocked a seal on the bone of the sage. Boom! Pirates must die. An incomparably terrifying aura of a sage rushed out and spread in all directions. The void collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand it at all. In front of him, the endless golden light was also impacted and quickly retreated like the sea. Damn it! What happened? Impossible, heavens! I don't believe it. Below, the powerhouses of the general's estate all went crazy and were dumbfounded. Those elders were even more shocked and couldn't believe it. What did they see? The will of an invincible king, the Golden Imperial Edict, was actually retreating. This made them feel like they were dreaming. That was the Imperial Edict of the Emperor, and it contained the power of an invincible king. It was extremely terrifying. In the world, probably only a true invincible king could resist it, but now, such a powerful treasure was actually retreating and seemed to be trembling. What exactly was that white thing? Could it be that it had surpassed the invincible king level? They didn't dare to imagine. They only felt that the young man in front of them was incomparably mysterious and impossible to guess. Perhaps it was a huge mistake for the general's estate to provoke such a young man. Boom, boom. However, they didn't have time to think too much. When the pressure of the bone of the sage's hand was released, heaven and earth collapsed. Even if the Golden Imperial Edict contained the will of an invincible king, it couldn't withstand it at all. Damn it! Hurry up and put it away, the old man with the walking stick shouted coldly. He had already seen that even if he took out the Golden Imperial Edict, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. It was very likely that it would be damaged by the impact. In that case, he might as well put it away quickly. In the next moment, the three elders faced the sky and resisted the powerful pressure. They wanted to put away the Imperial Edict. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why? You want to stop now, it's too late. As he spoke, he unlocked the second seal. Boom, the pressure of the sage's hand bone increased again. A terrifying storm spread in all directions with the hand bone as the center. Boom, boom. Boom, the sky collapsed and the ground cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The experts and mighty figures below were sent flying. They vomited blood, the weaker ones were directly blown into a bloody mist. The Golden Imperial Edict was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Cracks instantly appeared on the surface, and the four simple and unadorned characters collapsed with a boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the Golden Imperial Edict split in half from the middle and turned into countless flames that burned fiercely. Finally, it disappeared into the sky. What? The Imperial Edict was destroyed. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy. They did not expect that the foundation that they were so proud of would be so fragile. In front of the other party, it didn't even manage to launch a single attack before it was destroyed just like that. In the end, it turned into a pile of waste paper and fell to the ground. They could not believe it. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of despair. Among them, the elder with the dragon-headed walking stick was covered in blood. He screamed loudly. Damn it! How dare you destroy the Imperial Edict? You're dead meat. You're blaspheming His Majesty. No matter where you run to, the Tai dynasty will not let you go. Noisy! Lin Xian snorted coldly and flicked a ray of sword chi, which instantly pierced through the elder's head. Meanwhile, he controlled the sage's hand bone and was domineering all the way. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. The general's residence was now in ruins. Only the place where the super teleportation formation was still intact. That was because Lin Xian deliberately left it there. He would not destroy the super teleportation formation. When he got close, Lin Xian sealed the sage's hand bone again. His face was slightly pale. At that moment, he only had 1/5 of the spiritual power in his body left and would soon be exhausted. Fortunately, the entire general's residence had been destroyed to pieces. Under the pressure of the saint's hand bone, there was no one who could contend against him. Soon, the dark red dragon stepped forward and activated the formation. Then, Lin Xian threw out a few divine crystals. The entire super formation shone brightly as countless runes flickered. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stepped onto the super array. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Kid, this teleportation array can send you in 3 directions. One of them was the Imperial Palace while the other 2 were from other dynasties. Jiuli and Yinshang. Go to Jiuli. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then, the dark red dragon waved its hand, and endless runes wrapped around the 2 of them. Whoosh, in the next moment, the 2 of them teleported away and disappeared. As for the surviving martialists in the general's mansion, they shrieked hysterically when They saw this scene. Quick! Hurry and find the general. Be sure to report the news to him, these people were crazy. They spared no expense to transmit the news. They also contacted the crown prince and the empress. After all, Lin Xian's escape was too big a matter for them to bear. The imperial city. This was the center of the Taiyi dynasty. Its territory was vast and boundless. In the imperial city, there was a drunken immortal tavern that attracted all the beauties in the world. It was said that even immortals did not want to leave. In the drunken immortal tavern, the largest room was surrounded by spiritual energy. It was like a fairyland. Beautiful women danced in front of it, and spiritual tea and spiritual fruits were placed casually. There were a few figures sitting inside, tasting wine and watching the dance. Among them, there was a young figure. He was wearing a yellow robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. If anyone saw that, they would definitely scream in shock. That was because only the members of the imperial family could wear the yellow robe. Moreover, ordinary members of the imperial family would not dare to wear it. Only the crown prince or the emperor would dare to wear such a robe. Of course, that young man was neither the emperor nor the crown prince. He was the crown prince. The crown prince drank while hugging two beauties in his arms. He said in a deep voice, "How's the defense of our 12 main cities?" Next to him, a middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, crown prince. The 12 main cities are heavily guarded. We've sent a large number of experts to guard them. Anyone below the invincible king level will be courting death if they enter. As long as that kid rushes to the 12 main cities, we can take him down in minutes." Another old man also said. They were hugging beauties in their arms, and their faces were filled with smugness. At that moment, another dignified middle-aged man also spoke. "Don't worry, crown prince. The trap this time is perfect. That kid will definitely not be able to escape." The dignified middle-aged man was General Xianxia. They no longer set up the inescapable trap. They were only waiting for news. Therefore, at that moment, they were not worried. Instead, they were here to have fun. When the crown prince heard that, he laughed smugly. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. "That's good. When I capture that kid and send him to the war tribe, I'll see how he dies." The two beauties in his arms also laughed along with him. Bang! 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 However, at that moment, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Hearing that sound, the crown prince frowned. The other people inside also frowned. One of the middle-aged men said coldly, "What's the matter? Don't you know that the crown prince is here? Didn't I say not to disturb him?" Reporting to the crown prince, "The matter is urgent and we have no choice but to report it." The crown prince quickly replied, "What's the matter? Where did the news come from? Did that kid get caught?" The other old man also asked quickly. "It's indeed about that kid. However what? Hurry up and tell me." "I don't know either. I only know that the news came from General Xianxing's residence. And it even reached the palace. They used 3 urgent secret orders." "What? It came from General Xianxing's residence?" Hearing that, those people were stunned. "That's not right. If it's about that kid, shouldn't it come from the 12 main cities?" They were extremely puzzled. General Xianxing's face darkened, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Come in. Where's the secret report? Give it to me." He had a bad feeling, so he had to quickly verify it. The door opened, and a guard quickly walked in. He knelt on one knee on the ground and held a jade slip with both hands. General Xianxing waved his hand and grabbed the jade slip. Then, he opened it. Streams of information turned into streams of light and entered the space between his brows. In the next moment, his face darkened, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes, instantly tearing the void in front of him apart. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura rose from his body and enveloped the surroundings. Sensing that murderous aura, the crown prince frowned. The others' expressions also changed, and their bodies were even trembling. That was because the Xianxing general was too terrifying. "Uncle, what happened?" Seeing that scene, the crown prince hurriedly asked. "Could it be that the kid escaped?" That's right, great general. What happened? The others were also puzzled. They had never seen General Xianxia so angry. General Xianxia did not say anything. He waved his hand and the jade slip floated in the air. Countless rays of light appeared. Then, a heart-wrenching voice was heard. General, our general's residence has been destroyed by that kid. He took the super teleportation array and escaped. What? Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in disbelief. These people were really dumbfounded. What did they hear? The general's residence was destroyed, that kid escaped? Heavens, how is that possible? Damn it, we miscalculated. That kid did not go to the 12 main cities but went to the general's residence. That's right, other than the 12 main cities, only the general's residence and the prince's residence had super teleportation arrays. However, both the prince's residence and the general's residence were extremely heavily guarded. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble there. They did not expect that kid to be so bold as to go to the general's residence. That was impossible. The general's residence was so powerful that even a peerless mighty figure could not break in. How could that kid enter? These people discussed animatedly. They did not quite believe the news. The Crown Prince also frowned. He pushed away the two beauties in his arms and stood up. Uncle, the news should be fake, right? To be honest, he did not quite believe it either. What kind of place was the general's residence? How could they let that kid leave? However, General Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Let's go back to the general's residence to take a look. It was useless to say anything now. He had to hurry back and take a look at the situation to find out. Uncle, I'll go with you. The Crown Prince was also worried. After all, this matter was very important and related to whether he could become the Crown Prince. Therefore, he had to make a trip personally. Let's go together. The middle-aged man and old man also stood up one after another. The group of people left the Drunken Immortal Inn and quickly arrived at the palace. They used the super teleportation array and returned to the general's residence. Buzz, the array flashed. When they appeared, they looked at the surrounding ruins in shock. How was that possible? The general's residence had really been destroyed. The middle-aged men and elders were shocked and could not believe it. Around them, palaces had collapsed and the ground had cracked. The surrounding mountains and trees had all fallen. There was nothing intact at all. If there was one place that was intact, it would be the super teleportation array beneath their feet. Other than that, everything else was destroyed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood made these people frown. One could imagine how tragic the previous battle was. Damn it, why was it like this? The first prince's face was also dark. The scene before him indicated that there had been an earth-shattering battle. It was possible that the other party had escaped. General Xianxia's expression was incomparably ferocious. This was his residence, and now it had been destroyed to such an extent. How could he not be angry? The surroundings of the general's mansion were filled with corpses. There were also some surviving martial artists who were meditating and recuperating. When they saw General Xianxia, the first prince, and the others arrive, they all stood up and cried in agitation. General, Crown Prince. How? Kill, kill, kill. Kill. These people roared crazily. They were injured and their expressions were incomparably ferocious. General Xianxia shouted coldly. Where was Xianfeng? Where? Where were the magic crystal guru and the 4 symbols kings? See. He was enraged. Really enraged. Although he was not in the general's residence had countless super killing arrays and 2 peerless powerhouses. And a terrifying foundation. As long as it was not an invincible king who came personally, no one could take down the general's residence. However, the current scene left him in a daze. The surroundings were destroyed beyond recognition. Therefore, he had to find someone to ask clearly. General, we are here. Light flashed. The demonic crystal guru and the 4 symbols kings came out. The 2 of them were also covered in injuries. Their faces were pale without any color. What was going on? Even these 2 peerless powerhouses were injured. Those middle-aged men and old men who followed behind felt their scalps tingle when they saw the scene. The Crown Prince's expression was even uglier. These two were peerless powerhouses. They were injured too. How many people did that brat bring here? What was that brat's background? How could he possibly have so many powerhouses? However, the demonic crystal guru and the four symbols kings laughed bitterly. That brat did not bring any powerhouses. Only him and a fled dragon. And a little white monkey. Other than that, there was no one else. Pirates must die. What? One man and two demons destroyed the entire general's residence? How was this possible? Could it be that those two demon kings were 8-star demon kings? An 8-star demon king was equivalent to an 8-star human king, which was also the realm of a peerless powerhouse. In their opinion, only such an existence could destroy the general's residence. However, the two peerless powerhouses shook their heads again. No, none of their cultivation surpassed that of a peerless powerhouse. They were probably all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. They were all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. These newcomers were all crazy. Heavens, how was this possible? The crown prince's expression was even gloomier. Damn it, he gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Because previously, the other party had successfully killed the Golden Lion King. It could be said that the other party's methods were very powerful. He did not expect that he would destroy the general's residence now. At this moment, General Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Where was Xianfeng? As soon as these words came out, all the warriors in the general's residence fell silent and lowered their heads. General Xianxing's expression was even gloomier. What was going on? Where was he? Ask him to come out and see me. Lord Xianfeng had been killed. An old man said in a low voice. What? He was killed. The crown prince and the rest were stunned. Xianxing was even more stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He roared at the sky, shattering the surrounding void. Damn it, what was going on? How could he be killed? He was killed by that brat. These people roughly explained the situation of the 10 Directions absolute kill formation. Hearing this, General Xianxing and the rest's expression became even gloomier. The 10-directional death array was infamous. Even a peerless powerhouse could not withstand it. But now, the other party had broken through it. He even killed his younger brother. He deserved to die 1,000 times. Damn it, where was that brat? I must capture him. I must tear him into pieces. General Xianxing's killing intent was overflowing. Previously, he wanted to capture the other party to give the war tribe an explanation. But now, he was doing it for himself. His general's residence was destroyed. His younger brother was killed. It was all because of that brat, therefore, he must capture him. That brat escaped using the super teleportation array. The warriors in the general's residence quickly said. What? He really escaped. Hearing this, the few old and middle-aged men were stunned. The crown prince and General Xianxing's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing the first prince's anger, these people trembled in fear. However, they could only say helplessly, that kid is too strong. Even if we use all our strength, we won't be his match. What about your foundation? Didn't you use your foundation? Do you know how important that kid is? You could have used your foundation. General Xianxing also asked in a deep voice. His murderous aura, accompanied by his voice, constantly surged in the air. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. We've used our foundation, but we still can't stop that kid. At that moment, another old man said. These words were like a bolt from the blue, knocking them unconscious. General Xianxing, in particular, was even more shocked. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Even our foundation can't stop that kid? How is that possible? That's the Emperor's imperial edict that contains the will of an invincible king. How can a kid like him withstand it? Not to mention him, no one below the invincible king level could stand up to him. The first prince's voice was like thunder. To be honest, when they heard the news, the first prince and the others were about to go crazy. They couldn't believe that someone could destroy the Emperor's imperial edict. General Xianxing's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and asked, damn it, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Don't tell me a single word. Soon, the kings of the general's residence began to explain the entire process. They recounted all the details. Half an hour later, they finished. After General Xianxia, the first prince, and the others heard this, their faces became even gloomier. They didn't expect the other party to have so many trump cards. Especially at the end, when they heard that the other party had only used a white bone to destroy the Golden Imperial Edict, they exclaimed in shock. That was because it was too heaven-defying, too dreamy, they couldn't believe it. "General, what should we do now?" an old man asked. General Xianxia snorted coldly. "What else can we do? We have to capture that kid. Wait here, I'll return to the palace now. How dare he destroy the Golden Imperial Edict? This is no longer a provocation to the general's residence. This is contempt for the emperor's authority. I'll report this matter to the emperor. Don't worry, no one can save him. Even if he left the Tai dynasty, he could still kill him." After that, the first prince, General Xianxia, and the others left the general's residence and used the teleportation formation to return to the Tai dynasty's palace. The empress was already waiting, and the elders who supported the first prince were also gathered here. They had already heard the news about the general's residence and were discussing it nervously. When General Xianxia and the first prince arrived, the elders all stood up one after another. Among them, the empress's eyes flickered. She asked, "How is it? Did that brat really escape?" He had indeed escaped, but he had also committed a heinous crime. He had actually destroyed the Golden Decree. Humph. This is the contempt of the royal family, the imperial family will never let him off. An elder coldly snorted. The other elder's eyes flickered. "I remember that your super teleportation formation in the general's mansion can teleport to 3 places. One of them was the imperial palace. The other 2 places should be Jiuli and Yinshang." That was right. General Xianxia nodded. The imperial palace can be ruled out. As for the other 2 dynasties, we will send people to search. At the same time, I will report this matter to His Majesty and ask him to send an army. Also, tell Zhang Wuhan of the war tribe about this. That brat is very strong and has many trump cards. I think it's best to let the war tribe's experts deal with him personally. Alright, I'll make arrangements now. The empress also nodded and prepared to tell Zhang Wuhan personally. In an instant, everyone split up and took action. As for General Xianxia, he strode towards the Grand Imperial Hall. Soon, an imperial decree arrived. The world was shocked. Because of this imperial decree, the hunt for Lin Xian was once again announced. This time, it wasn't just the entire Tai dynasty, but the entire middle ground. Moreover, this time, they didn't want him alive. It could be said that if he was alive, they wanted to see his corpse. Even if he was killed, bringing him back would still be a meritorious service. One could imagine that His Majesty was really angry. When the imperial decree came out, the world was shocked. The entire Tai dynasty was abuzz with discussion. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would do such an earth-shattering thing again. It couldn't be helped. The destruction of the general's residence was such a big matter that it couldn't be hidden. In an instant, it swept across the world. When the 8th prince received the news, he was both happy and worried. He was happy that Lin Xian had finally left the Tai dynasty. This way, the other party's danger could be said to be reduced by a lot. However, what worried him was that although Lin Xian had left, he had caused a torrential rage. In fact, his father even issued another imperial decree. Moreover, this time, the reward was even more generous. This was the wrath of the emperor, and it would probably be difficult to calm down. Therefore, at this moment, the 8th prince also gathered a group of elders to discuss in the palace. A few of the elders said, "8th prince, don't worry about that kid. He'll probably find a place to hide after leaving the dynasty. He'll come out in a few decades, and by then, the storm will have disappeared. Therefore, as long as he hides carefully, he won't be in danger. However, I think we should set up a plan. If this matter implicates you, I'm afraid the first prince will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Yes, after all, you're just a prospective crown prince now. You can only relax when you become the real crown prince." It was obvious that these people were worried that the first prince would attack them. In short, because of Lin Xian's departure, the entire palace was in an uproar. Pirates must die, even the entire dynasty was excited. Countless experts went to the Ninli dynasty and the Yinsheng dynasty to capture Lin Xian. General Xianying even mobilized a large group of experts in the name of the imperial decree to go to the two dynasties. Moreover, their targets were very clear. This teleportation formation was sent in two directions. One was the Ninli dynasty's Wanren city, and the other was the Yinsheng dynasty's Baiyun city. Thus, they all began to teleport toward those two cities. Ninli dynasty, Wanren city. A huge teleportation formation suddenly shone brightly. Seeing this, a few martial artists who were in charge of guarding the teleportation formation frowned. They were puzzled. What was going on? They hadn't received any orders to teleport over recently. One of them was holding an array badge, and his eyes were flickering. This aura came from the Tai dynasty's general's residence. Tai dynasty, what are they doing here? They didn't receive any orders, these martial artists were discussing animatedly. However, at this moment, a light flashed, and then two figures appeared. In front of them, a light flashed, and two figures appeared. Stop. Who are you? Seeing the two figures appear, they regained their consciousness and wanted to leave. The martial artist shouted coldly. However, the two figures ignored them. As soon as they appeared, they circulated all the spiritual power in their bodies to eliminate the dizziness. Then, they rose into the air and prepared to leave. Stop. Do you have a teleportation token? Are you from the Tai dynasty's general's mansion? What's your purpose here? Why didn't you inform us in advance about the cross-country teleportation? Angry roars came one after another. However, there was no answer at all. Only a cold snort answered them. The blood in their bodies churned, and their faces turned pale. When they came back to their senses, they found that the two people had already left. Damn it, those two people's identities were unknown. Hurry up and report to the city lord. These martial artists could not delay any longer. They quickly reported what happened here. At the same time, they sent some martial artist guards to track them down. However, those guards soon returned empty-handed. Because the other party's speed was too fast, they could not catch up at all. However, they still reported the news. After all, it was a cross-country teleportation. If there was any danger, they would have to bear all the responsibility. They did not dare to bear such a sin. As for the two mysterious silhouettes, they quickly left. Those two people were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They finally left the Tai dynasty through the super teleportation formation and arrived at the Ninli dynasty. However, they did not dare to delay. That was because Wanren city was not safe. As long as the news spread, the people of the Tai dynasty would definitely know that they were teleported here. Therefore, they had to leave quickly. Thinking of that, the two of them quickened their pace and walked out of the city. However, as soon as they arrived on the street, they saw that the crowd on the street was moving. Countless figures kept running. Obviously, they were very flustered. Not only that, the ground under their feet and the city walls in the distance all lit up with runes. Rays of light flickered, emitting terrifying power. The city is sealed. Don't go out. Stay in the city and don't move. At that moment, a cold shout came from afar. The person who spoke was an expert. His voice was very clear and spread far and wide. Hearing that, those people became even more stirred and kept running into the city. In the distance, even more martial artists were surging over. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. What was going on? The city was sealed. Could it be that they had been discovered, or had the people of the Greater One dynasty already made their move? Damn it, their speed is too fast. The two of them had ugly expressions because they couldn't help but be suspicious. They had just arrived and had yet to leave, but the city had already been sealed. It was obvious that they were trying to capture them. Damn it, these guys are too fast. The crimson dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He checked his divine gems and treasures. Finally, he said, if there's no other choice, we'll use the black earth to rush out. In short, he could not be surrounded by them. Just as the two of them were discussing via voice transmission, a furious roar suddenly came from the front. The two of you, what are you standing there for? Either you go out and resist, or hurry up and run inside. Don't block the way here. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right. They didn't seem to be trying to capture them. Outside resistance? What resistance? Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, "Brother, I'm sorry. We just arrived and don't know what happened here." "You just arrived?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled. He carefully sized up Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, then shook his head and sighed. "Then you guys are really unlucky. Don't you know that there is a beast tied outside? How dare you come here at this time? Young man, I advise you to hurry up and run into the city to take refuge. This beast tied is very fierce. It probably won't disappear for a few months." "Beast tied?" Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. It turned out that there was a beast tied outside. Then the city gate was sealed to block the beasts, not to capture them. Phew. They breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, brother." Lin Xian thanked him and then left with the Crimson Dragon. "Kid, what should we do? Now that the city is sealed, we can't get out." The Crimson Dragon asked. "And if the other party also used a super teleportation array to come in, then we'll be trapped in the same city." Indeed, this was what Lin Xian was worried about, so he said. "I also thought of this, so let's hurry back and destroy the super teleportation array so that they won't be able to teleport over in a short period of time." The Crimson Dragon nodded. This was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, if the people from the Tai dynasty were to teleport over, then the situation would be bad. Although they didn't know that the Tai dynasty had issued an imperial edict, they knew that destroying the general's residence would definitely provoke a monstrous anger. This time, the people who came to kill them would definitely be stronger and more terrifying. Therefore, the two of them had to quickly destroy the teleportation array here. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to teleport over. The two of them moved quickly and rushed in the direction of the teleportation array. This super teleportation array was located in a more remote area in the west of the city. There were martial artists guarding the area to prevent anyone from getting close. Not only that, because of the incident between Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the city lord sent a large number of soldiers over to strengthen the security. What should they do? There were more of them. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian stood in the distance and watched, their eyes flickering. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to simulate a few demonic beasts to lure the soldiers away. Go and destroy the array. You don't have to completely destroy it, just make it so that they can't teleport over." "Okay, let's do that." The Crimson Dragon nodded. He was an array master, so it wasn't difficult for him to destroy the array. Pirates must die. As long as Lin Xian could lure the soldiers away, he could destroy the super teleportation array. Buzz, buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and a black robe appeared on his body. The Crimson Dragon's body was covered in layers of chaos, covering his real face. Both of them didn't want to be exposed, so they hid at all times. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and countless energy gathered. Under the effect of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, they turned into demonic beasts. Roar! A golden lion rushed out from his fingertips and landed on the ground, roaring non-stop. At the same time, a black crocodile that was dozens of meters long appeared in the void, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Other than that, there were also a winged tiger, 3 demonic wolves, and a terrifying giant snake. In an instant, more than a dozen demonic beasts appeared. These demonic beasts weren't real. They were energy bodies. It was just that the Great Dragon Sword Soul had imitated Susu. Those who didn't know the details wouldn't be able to tell. Rumble, rumble, roar, more than a dozen beasts appeared. Their terrifying aura swept across the area as they roared. Suddenly, the martial artists guarding the super teleportation array noticed it. When they saw it, their faces changed. Damn it. How did the beasts come in? Impossible. How could the beasts enter the city? And they came here? They were all crazy. Although they didn't believe it, the scene in front of them forced them to believe it. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor shouted coldly, "Shut up and attack. We have to kill them, we can't let them destroy the super teleportation array." The super teleportation array was complicated and delicate. If it was damaged, it would be difficult to repair. Therefore, they had to ensure the safety of the super teleportation array. Two teams attacked. Each team consisted of 10 people. 20 of them were in armor and had a murderous aura. They held long spears in their hands and moved quickly. Rumble, in an instant, the battle broke out. However, the energy bodies of the beasts were formed by the dragon sword soul. They were extremely terrifying. As a result, the 20 of them couldn't take them down. Damn it, among them, a few almighties snorted coldly when they saw this and attacked one after another. Whoosh, at this moment, the black crocodile opened its mouth and spat out a black mist that covered the area. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The black mist covered the area. It covered the surrounding vision and prevented people from seeing clearly. It could even block souls. The black crocodile was the immemorial demonic crocodile that Lin Xian simulated. The black mist was the mist that he simulated in the dark canyon. At that time, he was shocked by the black mist because it could block the detection of soul power. Now that he simulated it with the dragon sword soul, the effect was surprisingly good. In an instant, these people roared crazily. However, they couldn't see clearly. Whoosh, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon moved. It turned into a red flash and shuttled through the black mist. Soon, it arrived near the super teleportation array. Soon, it waved its dragon claws and started to destroy the super teleportation array. Rumble, the super teleportation array vibrated and countless lights shone. Seeing this, the martial artists and guards who were shrouded in the black mist finally reacted and roared crazily. Damn it! Not good, someone is trying to destroy the super teleportation array, stop him. He absolutely could not let him succeed, boom. Boom, the two mighty figures attacked, their terrifying palms blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they grabbed forward. Other than that, there were also countless figures flying in their direction. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Whoosh, with a flick of his finger, streaks of sword chi flew out and flickered in the air, colliding with those large palms. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi slashed down horizontally, blocking those guards who wanted to go over. These guards were all at the king realm, and the few almighties were only ordinary almighties. The most powerful one was only an elite almighty. They were no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, they were soon forced back by the sword chi. Their faces were filled with fear, and the blood in their bodies was boiling. Of course, Lin Xian did not kill them. He had no enmity with these people. All he wanted to do was destroy the super teleportation array. Damn it! This was an expert, a powerful being gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you destroy our super teleportation array? Do you want to become enemies with the Ninely dynasty? There was a strong warning in his words. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. What answered him was only the roars of more beasts. Pirates must die. Damn it, the King Realm mighty figures' faces were gloomy as they kept attacking. On the other side, the dark red dragon concentrated all its power to destroy the super teleportation array. This was not an ordinary teleportation array, but a super teleportation array used to teleport across borders. Therefore, it was very mysterious and profound. It had a certain level of defense. It was not an easy task to break it, and it would take some time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful enough, and there were no peerless almighties around. Therefore, he could deal with it for the time being. Just as the battle was going on. In the distance, a few figures flew over. It seemed that they wanted to use the super teleportation array here. Walking at the front was a young girl in red. She looked very sweet, and her big eyes were black and bright like stars. Behind her, there were 3 or 4 figures, 2 women and 1 man. Their auras were powerful, and they quickly followed behind the woman in red. Among them, a middle-aged woman said, "Miss, slow down. Our people are separated. Why don't we gather first? Don't worry, it won't be too late to wait for them after I reach the super teleportation array." The young girl in red did not stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. However, when they arrived nearby, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because they discovered that there was a battle here, and there was a black fog in front of them that covered the scene. What's going on? What happened? The middle-aged men and women frowned, and the woman in red was also curious. She probed with her soul, but she did not see what was going on inside. Therefore, she took a few steps forward to take a closer look. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the black fog. Then, a three-headed demonic wolf slapped her with its claws. Ah! Seeing this scene, the woman in red was shocked and quickly dodged. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men and women behind her changed their expressions. Demonic beasts. Damn it, how could there be demonic beasts here? Could it be that the beast tide has invaded? They were too shocked. Because at this moment, countless demonic beasts were roaring and trying to attack the city. Fortunately, Wanran City was relatively sturdy. Although there were many demonic beasts, they would not be able to attack for a while. However, there were demonic beasts in the city, and from the looks of it, there was more than one. All of them were so terrifying. This really shocked them to the core. Could it be that Wanran City has been breached? But that shouldn't be the case. If it's breached, there should be a large number of demonic beasts coming in, but there are no demonic beasts in other places. There are only demonic beasts here. What happened? They could not figure it out. At this moment, their expressions changed again. That was because behind the three demonic wolves, a black crocodile with a ferocious expression charged toward the young girl in red again. Ah! The young girl in red screamed, and countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a red light screen in front of her. However, it was not very useful. That was the shadow of the immemorial demonic crocodile. It was very terrifying, and it broke through the light screen in an instant. Beast! You're courting death. Seeing that, the expressions of the men and women behind her changed, and they attacked frantically. The two women shot out sharp sword chi, and the middle-aged man punched out. His terrifying fist was like a meteor. Boom, boom. Boom, a deep sound rang out, and the void exploded as energy surged. Many terrifying energy shockwaves swept toward the woman in red and were about to hit her. Oh no, be careful, young miss. Young mistress, be careful. The middle-aged men and women cried out in alarm when they saw that scene. They wanted to rescue her, but it was too late. The speed of the energy shockwave was far beyond their imagination. The woman in red also screamed. She took out a few more shields and blocked in front of her. At the same time, she closed her eyes in fright. She was too scared, and from the looks of it, she did not have much combat experience. Therefore, she did not know how to dodge at all. With a bang, the three shields in front of her were sent flying. The woman in red was about to be drowned by the energy. However, at that moment, a sword light flashed, and the woman in red disappeared on the spot. Young mistress! Behind her, the middle-aged man and women also screamed. However, when they saw the woman in red disappear on the spot, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still bewildered. Auntie Shui, I'm fine. A voice came from the side. Those people turned their heads and saw that it was the woman in red. Young mistress, you're fine? That's great. They ran forward and were completely relieved when they saw that the woman in red was not injured. Soon, they ran to the side again. That was because there was a young man standing beside the woman in red. He was extremely handsome and was wearing a loose black robe. Who's that? They were puzzled. The woman in red said, It's this big brother who saved me. He saved you, young mistress. They came to a realization. They saw a flash of light just now and thought that it was this young man who saved her. Therefore, they hurriedly said, Thank you for saving me, young master. The black-robed young man was Lin Xian. He was fighting against the guards in secret, but he did not expect that someone would dare to come. Moreover, Lin Xian saved her when he saw that she was about to be injured by the monsters that he spawned. At that moment, when he saw those people, he said, Don't be polite. However, you should leave this place quickly. It's more dangerous here. Young master, what happened? Why are there monsters here? The middle-aged men and women were puzzled. The woman in red also said, Yes, big brother, we want to take the super teleportation array. I don't know either. I'm just passing by. Lin Xian shook his head. He naturally could not tell the truth. He could only persuade those people to leave as soon as possible. It was too dangerous here. It was better to leave first. If there was anything else, it could wait until it was safe. At this point, Lin Xian clasped his fists and said goodbye. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Big brother, seeing Lin Xian leave, the woman in red hurriedly shouted, but she couldn't find him. She said with a face full of disappointment. She didn't even know his name. Let's go, Mississippi. Let's leave this place quickly. It's too dangerous here. Several middle-aged men and women pulled the woman in red and quickly retreated. Soon, they left the place. Within the black fog, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. He nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head again and looked into the distance. Ruffian dragon, how much longer do you have? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. The dark red divine dragon said, almost done. Give me a little more time. Hearing this, Lin Xian continued to control the demonic beasts. Boom, up ahead, the two supreme beings roared furiously. They let out long cries and hurriedly called for help. They couldn't hold on any longer. Clang, one of the supreme beings took out a large bell from his storage ring and suddenly rang it. The terrifying sound of the bell echoed in all directions. All the martial artists in the city heard it. Everyone raised their heads in shock and bewilderment. What's going on? The expressions of the city guards changed. Oh no, it's a signal for help. Damn it, it's coming from the teleportation portal. Could it be that an accident happened there? They were puzzled. When the people in the general's residence heard the bell, they were even more shocked. Soon, groups of powerful martial artists soared into the sky and headed toward the teleportation portal. Pirates will die. Lin Xian looked at the sky and quickly said, Ruffian dragon, hurry up. They're coming. When he saw the scene, he also frowned. Alright, kid, let's hurry up and leave. The dark red divine dragon waved his claws. As he said that, his body flickered, and he turned into a red flash of light and disappeared into the void. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he also quickly left. Crack, crack. Crack, after the two of them left, the super teleportation portal suddenly dimmed, and cracks appeared in 3 places. There was also a gap in one of the spots. Not long after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, many powerful auras descended from the sky. Whoosh, an old man waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew away all the black mist in the sky. He was a peerless almighty being. At this moment, his eyes were cold and piercing. Who is it? Come out. He shouted loudly, but there was no one around him. In the next moment, when he saw the dim light of the super teleportation portal in front of him, his expression changed. The other powerhouses who had rushed over also saw it. Damn it! They cried out in alarm. Oh no, the super teleportation portal has been destroyed. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to destroy the super teleportation portal? Forget it, let's hurry up and kill the surrounding demonic beasts first. Those people roared and launched powerful attacks. Some of them were peerless almighty beings, and some new powerful martial artists were about to arrive. Those people quickly attacked and killed all the demonic beasts. There was another reason. After Lin Xian left, the demonic beasts had no energy to support them, so they were quickly exhausted. Boom, puff. Puff, puff. The demonic beasts fell one after another, but there was no blood. Instead, they turned into spiritual energy that filled the sky and disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Damn it, those aren't demonic beasts. Those are all energy bodies. Who is it? They actually have such a divine ability? To be able to create such realistic demonic beast phantoms. Everyone was shocked, and the peerless almighty frowned. The others were also discussing. Why did this person destroy the super teleportation portal? What is his motive? Our teleportation portal was destroyed as soon as the beast tide arrived. Could it be that a spy from the demon race has come in? That's possible. It seems that our thoughts are preventing us from leaving. Damn it, these demonic beasts are too despicable. They actually managed to sneak into the city. We must interrogate and punish them severely. We can't let them off. These people guessed that it was done by a spy from the demon race. Their motive was to destroy Wanran City. Therefore, these people also moved quickly. The original guards still stayed here to protect the super teleportation portal. Although the super teleportation portal was destroyed, it could still be repaired. In order to prevent further damage, it still needed people to guard it. As for the others, some of them returned to the city lord's mansion to gather powerful array masters to repair the portal. Some of them were preparing to join forces with the city guards to capture the demonic beast spy. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had completely left the super teleportation portal. They once again blended into the crowd, and the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the super teleportation portal has been destroyed, and it can't be repaired in a short time. Those people from the Tai dynasty shouldn't be able to teleport over. However, they had to think about how to leave Wanren City. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief after destroying the super teleportation portal. Then, they joined the crowd and began to discuss how to leave this place. On the other side, Tai dynasty, general's residence. The general's residence was still in ruins, and the ground was cracked. However, there were many people around. All of them had powerful auras and cold expressions. They were obviously experts. The one standing at the front was naturally General Xianing. This time, he would personally lead a team to the Jiuli dynasty to capture Lin Xian. This was only the vanguard team. After this, there would be a second and third batch of teams. In short, there would be countless experts on the move. In front, the huge super teleportation portal shone brightly. General Xianing took a step forward. Dozens of figures stood beside him. The rest of the people waited on the spot. Because they could not teleport so many people at once, they had to teleport in batches. Let's begin. General Xianing said coldly after he stood up. Buzz, there were a few elders around him who quickly cast spells. The super teleportation portal under their feet lit up. Runes rose into the air and wrapped around their bodies. Buzz whoosh. A terrifying spatial energy spread out, but in the next moment, it quickly disappeared like a tide, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. General Xianying's face also darkened. What's going on? Is there a problem with the teleportation? He was unhappy. Why did so many unlucky things happen to him during this period of time? So, he asked coldly, what's going on? Could it be that our teleportation portal is damaged? It's not that our teleportation portal is damaged. Our teleportation portal is intact. It's that there's a problem with the Jiuli dynasty. There's a problem with the Jiuli dynasty? What's going on? Could it be that they turned off the super teleportation portal? Didn't we send them a notice that we're going to teleport over? We don't know. We need to confirm it. A few elders walked down from the teleportation portal. Then, they activated another set of teleportation portals. That was the portal for transmitting messages. They wanted to ask the Jiuli dynasty. Half an hour later, these people received the results. The elder said quickly, General, something happened in the Jiuli dynasty's Wanren city. Something happened? What happened? Did that kid cause a ruckus in Wanren city? No. There's no news about that kid. But at this moment, there's a beast tide in Wanren. Moreover, the scale was very large. The city had already been sealed. There was a beast tide and the city was sealed. Hearing this, General Xianying frowned. Could it be that the teleportation array was also destroyed? The exact reason was unknown, but it should have been destroyed. We can't teleport over yet. We can only wait for the other side to be repaired. However, due to the beast tide, it would take some time to repair. If Wanren City was destroyed, would there be any problems with White Cloud City? White Cloud City was safe. There was no problem. Alright then, let's go to White Cloud City first. No matter what, he had to capture that kid when he reached the Ninely dynasty. These people activated the formation again and prepared to head to White Cloud City. Soon, the light flickered, and the figure on the formation disappeared. Ninely dynasty, Wanren City. At this moment, the city was packed with people. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Around them were endless roars that shattered the void. Terrifying demonic energy shot up into the sky and dyed everything red. But fortunately, Wanren City had a super strong defense. blocking the attacks that filled the sky. However, there were too many demonic beasts. Among them, there were even some terrifying demon kings. Wanran City was trembling nonstop. This made these people even more nervous. Whoosh, boom, at this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. This was because dozens of figures had appeared in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the entire sky. Boom, countless projections landed below. Everyone in the city looked up. They cried out in surprise. Damn it, demonic beasts, oh no, it's lightning birds, everyone was shocked. These dozens of demonic beasts were extremely terrifying lightning birds. They opened their mouths and spat out bolts of thunder. They landed on the countless light screens and caused a shocking explosion. Boom, boom. Boom, energy exploded and air currents spread. The sky above everyone was penetrated by endless lightning. The terrifying energy made their hearts palpitate. Roar, dozens of lightning birds, each dozens of meters long, spread their wings and circled in the sky. They shot out bolts of lightning and bombarded the formation below. In the city, the martial artists shouted crazily and activated the killing formation to chase away the lightning birds. Boom, countless lights flickered and runes condensed. Sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed at the sky. Ka. However, these lightning birds were unusually fierce. Their speed was very fast. They flew quickly in the air and dodged the sword chi. Pirates must die. Boom, at this moment, an even larger black figure appeared. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Along with it, the sky was filled with thunderclouds, as well as a terrifying demonic aura. Oh no, it's the Lightning King, damn it, attack, the martial artists below screamed crazily. Even more resplendent energy surged, trying to push back the huge Lightning King. Boom. Boom, however, the Lightning King was too powerful. It was definitely a 7-star demonic beast king. Moreover, it was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its strength was even more terrifying. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying sword chi, it stretched out its sharp beast claws and grabbed at the sky, shattering the countless sword chi. Whoosh, it spread its wings and countless lightning bolts descended like two dark clouds. The thunder was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the previous ones. Therefore, the lightning bolt struck the light screens and caused them to tremble violently. The light screens kept trembling as if they would crack at any time. Oh no, the Lightning King was not an ordinary demonic beast king, it was one of the leaders of this beast tide. Hurry up and stop it, or it will be very dangerous. The guards in the city roared and activated the killing array again. Boom. Boom, in the sky, an intense confrontation occurred. Crack, however, after hundreds of moves, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen in the sky. Then, a small hole appeared. Then, endless lightning bolts poured down and struck down crazily. Boom, boom. Boom, the buildings in the city were destroyed, and the ground was charred black. Many people were directly hit by the lightning. Some exploded, and some were seriously injured and vomited blood. In short, the city was in chaos. Damn it, the array formation was broken. The guards guarding the city had ugly expressions. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the general's mansion. Then, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His body was emitting light like a sun. Accompanying him was a terrifying aura. Buzz, in the middle-aged man's hand, there was a large black bow that was drawn into a full moon. Boom, in the next moment, a black arrow flew out like black lightning, flashing in the sky. Whoosh, a black arrow flew out like a bolt of black lightning, flickering in the air. In an instant, it passed through the defensive formation and pierced into the sky. A sea of lightning exploded in the sky, and a terrifying energy surged. The Lightning King screamed miserably, and a large number of feathers and blood fell. It roared crazily. Then, it led the dozen or so lightning birds and quickly left. It was injured, the Lightning King was injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who was that middle-aged man? He was too terrifying, however, more people cried out in alarm. The city lord had made a move. That's right, it was the city lord of Wanran City. He was a peerless powerhouse. When he saw the formation above his head shatter, he finally made a move. He forced the Lightning King back with an arrow and scared it away. However, after the city lord chased the Lightning King away, he did not have any joy of victory. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Because looking from the sky, there were densely packed demonic beasts outside. They were like waves that kept surging over. If they only guarded, they would not be able to hold on. Therefore, at the next moment, he said loudly, "All the guards in the city, listen up. Activate the formation to resist the demonic beasts. At the same time, the elite team will go out with me to kill the enemies." Yes, figures in armor rose into the air. They held long spears, sabers, and swords in their hands, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. At this moment, when they heard the city lord's voice, they raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It was extremely terrifying. The city lord said loudly again, "Now, as the city lord of Wanran City, I offer a reward for killing the demonic beasts." The reward was to be able to leave on the spirit boat first. After the demonic beasts retreated, the first spirit boat would head to Xianxia domain. Whoever killed the demonic beasts would be qualified to sit on the first spirit boat. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and discussed animatedly. Many powerful people's eyes flickered, and they looked eager to give it a try. However, the city lord continued, "Although this is a reward, I still want to remind everyone. If you're not strong enough, don't go out. I don't want you to die for nothing. From now on, we will open the passage every 2 hours to allow martial artists to enter and exit. Every time, the passage will only be open for half an incense stick's time. You must seize this opportunity. Now. Let's go." With a cold shout, the city lord took the lead and strode out. Behind him, a dense crowd of martial artists followed. These were all martial artists from the city lord's mansion. At this moment, they were seething with murderous intent, looking as if they were ready to die. They soared into the sky and left Wanran City. Not only that, in all directions of Wanran City, light vortexes appeared one after another. This was the passageway. It could allow other martial artists to enter and exit. Should he make a move? These people discussed animatedly. Among them, some of the bolder ones directly stepped into the vortex and left the city. Some of the others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, these demonic beasts were really despicable. Do you really think there's no one in the human race that can stand up to you? Kill them all. Many people soared into the sky and entered the vortex. However, some people also shook their heads, their faces pale. Stay outside for 2 hours? What a joke. He would definitely be killed. That was tens of thousands of demonic beasts. It was no joke. Therefore, the majority of the people stayed behind. From the looks of it, the city wouldn't be breached in a short period of time. It was absolutely safe here. If they went out, they might be able to leave earlier, but there was also a high chance that they would die. Pirates will die. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The right to leave earlier? Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes flickered. He had long wanted to leave Wanran City so that he could escape the pursuit of Taiyu dynasty. However, unfortunately, the beast tide had appeared, so he couldn't go out at all. However, the city lord actually stated such a condition. To him, it was simply a great temptation. Thinking of that, Lin Xian did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he entered the vortex. Lin Xian's departure caused the surrounding martial artists to discuss. That kid dares to leave the city? How audacious. That's right, I don't feel any powerful aura from that kid, and he's too young. Can he do it? Could it be that he's a prodigy, or a prodigy from a large family? Some people were puzzled. However, more people shook their heads. I've never seen him before. He looks very unfamiliar, and he doesn't have any family symbols on him. He's probably not a disciple of a large family. Those people shook their heads, thinking that he would be courting death if he went out. He's probably too young and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Soon, many people went out, and the vortex in all directions gradually disappeared. It would take 2 hours for it to open again. As for whether or not they would be able to return after 2 hours, that would be up to fate. In the city, the other people were watching. Many of them rose into the air and looked into the distance. That was because they wanted to see how the battle outside was going. After all, those who dared to go out were the elites of the city. There were even quite a few mighty figures. Come to think of it, he should be able to resist and kill quite a number of demonic beasts. Whoosh, as soon as Lin Xian left the city, he felt a terrifying storm and overwhelming demonic qi around him. Looking around, there were densely packed demonic beasts of various attributes and forms. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, as soon as he appeared, dozens of beasts around him pounced on him. There were cyan-patterned leopards and black demonic wolves, ghost hornets and so on. In short, they were all very terrifying beasts. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword lights rose from his body and circled in the sky. In an instant, all the beasts that approached him were all cut in half. Puff puff puff, corpses fell, and blood sprayed, dyeing the void red. However, it was useless. There was an endless beast tied around, and the corpses of these dozen beasts were quickly drowned. There was not the slightest splash. Then, more beasts charged over. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian made a move to clear the surrounding beasts. At the same time, the warriors who came out all began to fight. Among them, the group led by the city lord was the most powerful. As soon as they appeared, they used terrifying martial arts and instantly crushed a large number of beasts. Blood gathered and surged in the sky. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those powerful demon kings. Roar, the lightning king from before quickly charged over. Not only that, there was also a single-horned python. Its body was 1,000 feet long, and it was like an earth dragon that galloped quickly. In addition, there was a demon rat that was like a small mountain. Its teeth were abnormally sharp, and it could cut through the void with a gentle shake. It was also an extremely terrifying demon king. These demon kings all charged over and fought with those mighty figures and the city lord. Boom, boom. Boom, a shocking storm swept in all directions, and countless beasts were sent flying. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in that place. However, not all martial artists were so strong. There were also some unlucky ones. A few people were directly teleported into a pack of wolves and were instantly swallowed by hundreds of demonic wolves. There were also a few people who were teleported in front of a powerful bear king and were smashed into a bloody mist with a slap. They didn't even have the time to scream. In short, the demonic beast side was very tragic, and the human side was also very tragic. For a time, the battle was very intense. Some people fought alone, and some people joined forces. Some people formed killing formations, and some people could even control demonic beasts. In short, all kinds of methods were endless. It had to be said that those who dared to come out were all elites, and there were no weaklings. Boom, a terrifying energy burst out, and a bare-chested man waved his fists non-stop. His fists were like mountains, blasting open the void and shattering countless demonic beasts. None of the demonic beasts that came close to him could survive. This person was so strong. Who was he? In the city, the spectators were shocked. You don't even know him? You don't even know Iron Fist Xiao Kuang. What, he's Xiao Kuang, no wonder, he's so powerful. His fist technique is indeed extraordinary, exclamations of surprise could be heard. Clearly, many people had heard of the fierce man in front of them. In the crowd, the red-clothed woman who was saved by Lin Xian was also there. There were also a few people beside her. The red-clothed woman looked at the scene outside the city and kept clapping her hands. Great, Brother Xiao is indeed powerful. Of course. The surrounding middle-aged men also had confident smiles on their faces. At this time, a middle-aged woman said. However, other than General Xiao, there were a few people who were also so powerful. That old man should be from the Divine Fire sect. Looking at the cultivation technique he used, it should be correct. In the distance, there was a red-robed old man who was constantly spitting fire. The terrifying fiery red lotus spread all over the ground, burning many demonic beasts. That woman is also very powerful, however, I can't tell which sect she's from. At this moment, many people exclaimed softly. Because they discovered that there was a beautiful figure among the demonic beasts, like a fairy from beyond the heavens. She wore a veil, and her body was emitting multicolored light. There was a lotus platform under her feet, and it spun, sending out terrifying rays of light that pierced through the surrounding demonic beasts. There was also an immortal flower in her hand. With a light wave, tens of thousands of rays of light scattered out, sending all the surrounding demonic beasts flying. What a strong woman! For a moment, many people's gazes were attracted. Boom, boom, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion as countless sword chi filled the area. Streaks of blood-red sword light shot up into the sky. Everything within 100 miles was submerged. Heavens, who is this? Everyone was stunned. Just who was the one who released such a terrifying sword chi? For a moment, everyone's gazes shifted over. Then, they were extremely shocked. It was that brat. Many people cried out in alarm because they discovered that this was the brat that they had thought would not survive. Damn, this brat's strength is actually so strong. As expected, he had hidden his strength well. Unexpectedly, he was really a young prodigy. These people were extremely shocked. That's right, the one who attacked was Lin Xian. He used the demon-slaying sword formation, and streaks of terrifying sword runes rushed out. In such a place, it was most suitable to use the slaughter sword formation. As expected, when the blood-red sword chi filled the sky, the blood of the beasts that had been killed all gathered in the demon-slaying sword formation. This caused the power of the sword formation to increase once again. Boom, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from afar. The ground cracked open, and a purple centipede that was 1,000 feet long crawled out from the crack. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, directly piercing through the void. Its terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Not good. It was another powerful demon king. The faces of the people in the city changed when they saw this scene. Humph, just in time. Iron Hand Xiaoquang saw this scene and laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and he rushed over like a meteor. The fist in his hand kept swinging, and terrifying fist shadows blasted forward. Roar, the 1,000-meter-long centipede roared angrily. It spat out balls of purple venom, melting all the terrifying fist shadows. Damn it! What a powerful beast, the burly man roared and suddenly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The void where he was originally was wrapped in purple liquid, and then it pierced through, forming a black hole. What a terrifying demon king! In the city, the martial artists saw this scene and cried out in alarm. The woman in red and the others were also worried for the burly man. Iron Cloud Fist, the burly man roared and waved his fist. Balls of metallic luster appeared on his fist. Pirates must die. Then, a terrifying fist mark tore through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled power as it blasted out. A great battle broke out. A man and a demon king fought in an earth-shattering manner. It was extremely terrifying. However, this demon king was too terrifying, and his entire body was filled with poison. As long as one touched it, even a supreme being would be seriously injured, or even die. It could be said that this battle was extremely dangerous. However, what shocked everyone was that the final result was the victory of the burly man called Xiaoquang. The purple centipede was incomparably terrifying. Its 1,000-meter-long body was pierced through, and countless bloody holes appeared. In the end, it directly split open, turning into balls of purple liquid that scattered in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it melted. The surrounding demon beasts also crazily screamed as they were wrapped in the purple liquid and turned into a pool of blood. The burly man looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair danced wildly, and he stood in the void like a god of war. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the city sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with shock. It was too shocking. Such a terrifying demon king was killed so easily. It was enough to show how terrifying this burly man's strength was. The red-cloaked woman and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao was indeed powerful. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. As expected of Iron Fist Xiaoquang, he lived up to his reputation. That's right, that was an expert of the Hong sect. His iron fist was probably unparalleled. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene, and his eyes flickered. This burly man was indeed powerful. It seemed that the central continent was indeed a place filled with outstanding people. Peerless experts could be seen everywhere. However, at this moment, he frowned. In the next moment, he waved his arm and a sword chi slashed out. The direction was precisely Xiaoquang's direction. What? Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Xiaoquang also frowned. What? Someone dared to attack him? They really didn't know what death was. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. Something wasn't right. They didn't attack him. This was because the void beside him had suddenly split open, and a dark red poisonous stinger had suddenly pierced towards his back. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xiaoquang's scalp went numb. He roared angrily, and countless steel-like patterns appeared on the surface of his body. His strength exploded, and his body suddenly moved horizontally. However, the dark red poisonous stinger was too sudden and too fast. As a result, it firmly locked onto him. However, at this moment, a sword light slashed down and sent the dark red poisonous stinger flying. Clang, the sword light flashed and sent the red poisonous stinger flying. He was saved. Xiaoquang heaved a sigh of relief and a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Previously, he thought that someone wanted to sneak an attack on him, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't sneak an attack and instead saved his life. Thinking of this, he looked around, trying to find the person who saved him. In the city, the cultivators were also exclaiming. They had the same thoughts as Xiaoquang. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Who was this person? He was so powerful that he could sense the danger ahead of Xiaoquang. Yes, not only did he know in advance, but the speed and timing of his attack were also perfect. He was definitely a top expert. Could it be the elder from the Divine Fire sect? Sounds of discussion could be heard. However, soon, they were stunned. Because on the distant battlefield, Xiaoquang's figure swayed and flew in a direction. Thank you for saving me. Xiaoquang arrived above a blood-red sword formation and said in a clear voice. Buzz, a vacuum appeared in the demon-slaying sword formation. Lin Xian stepped on the air and arrived above it. He said calmly. It was nothing. It was just a small matter. What? Who was it? Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. They didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually a young man. This kid was too powerful. Who was he? Which sect was he from? I don't know, but why do I feel that he was just lucky? What a joke. He definitely wasn't lucky. He must be a top expert. Everyone discussed intensely. On the battlefield, Xiaoquang was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the person who saved him was actually a young man. Moreover, he was so young. From the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. He was also curious about the other party's identity. So in the next moment, he cupped his fists and said. I'm Xiaoquang from the Hong sect. May I know your name and which sect are you from? I'm a rogue cultivator from the Longshan sect. Lin Xian reported his name. He didn't use his real name because he was still wanted by the Tai dynasty. So, he used an alias. When the two of them were talking, they didn't stop. The demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet was still attacking in all directions. An iron cloud domain appeared on Xiaoquang's body. The terrifying energy kept bombarding the surrounding demonic beasts. Rogue cultivator, hearing this, Xiaoquang was shocked. To be honest, he did not believe that the other party was a rogue cultivator. But come to think of it, the other party must have some secrets or was unwilling to reveal his true identity. He didn't mind at all. The next moment, he smiled and said, Young Master Long, how about we join forces? Xiaoquang's eyes lit up. Because killing ordinary demonic beasts was too boring, he had long since set his eyes on a demonic beast king. However, that demon king was even more terrifying than the 1,000-year centipede. He was probably no match for it alone. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. In the next moment, the two of them turned into streams of light and soared into the sky. Their target was the lightning bird in the distance. Boom! However, they had only flown halfway when a roar suddenly came from a few thousand meters to their left. Ka, the earth split open, and another colossus appeared. This time, as soon as the demonic beast appeared, terrifying demonic clouds floated in the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Another demon king, this demon king was also very large. Its body was like a mountain, and its body was covered in yellow scales like a thick battle armor. Earth Demon Pangolin, many people exclaimed. As soon as the huge pangolin appeared, its huge beast claws covered the sky and directly smashed the void. The direction of the beast claws was where the mysterious woman was. Pirates must die, Buzz. The mysterious woman stepped on the lotus platform, and the immortal puppet in her hand danced non-stop, sweeping out rays of divine light that continuously blasted forward. The two collided in the air, and energy waves spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Xiaoquang both stopped. Especially Lin Xian, his eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. Previously, when he saw the mysterious figure, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that it was so close, he felt that it was someone he knew. Kid, look at what she's using. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the Jade Lake. At this moment, the dark red dragon in the Black Earth ship transmitted its voice. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Jade Lake Sacred Ground's divine ability, could it be Qingqing? Lin Xian's heart beat wildly, because Murong Qingqing was in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, but had she come to the Middle Ground, he didn't know, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. No matter what, since she was from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he naturally had to help. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, Brother Xiao, let's go over there and kill that Earth Demon Pangolin. Okay, Xiaoquang also laughed. He didn't care which demonic beast they killed. What he cared about was whether the Demon King was strong or not. This Earth Demon Pangolin tore the sky apart as soon as it appeared. It was definitely a powerful Demon King. The two changed their direction and flew toward the huge pangolin. In front, a great battle broke out. The mysterious woman held the immortal puppet and launched a terrifying attack. This attack was definitely able to threaten a peerless almighty. Boom! Boom, boom! The Earth Demon Pangolin roared and kept retreating, but there were no obvious injuries on its body. It couldn't be helped. Its thick armor was too strong, as if it could resist everything. Not only was its defense strong, but its attack was also extremely fierce. Therefore, for a moment, the mysterious woman kept dodging and seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, although she seemed to be at a disadvantage, the mysterious woman didn't suffer any injuries. It was obvious that she was at ease. She probably still had many trump cards that she hadn't used yet. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian and Xiaoquang arrived. Sister, don't be afraid, I'll help you, Xiaoquang laughed loudly and continuously attacked with his ironclad divine fists. The terrifying fists landed on the pangolin's body, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending. On the other side, Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the demon-slaying sword array completely enveloped the pangolin. Streaks of blood-colored sword chi intertwined, forming terrifying demonic beast phantoms. They roared in all directions and pounced toward the pangolin. The void in front of them was instantly shattered, and the surrounding demonic beasts were all turned into blood mist. Even more demonic beasts were frantically fleeing, not daring to get close. With the addition of two experts, the pangolin was instantly at a disadvantage, and its body was constantly attacked. However, it was actually unharmed. It had to be said that it was really shocking. When the mysterious woman saw that someone had come to help, she also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she turned her head and saw a burly man and a handsome young man. However, when she saw the handsome young man, she was clearly stunned. She even stopped in midair. Brother Xian, it's you. Brother Xian, it's you, the mysterious woman cried out in surprise, and her voice was filled with excitement. Hearing the shout, Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Finally, he saw the mysterious woman clearly through the light that filled the sky. Qingqing, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He didn't expect this mysterious woman to really be Murong Qingqing. Wasn't she cultivating in the East Continent's Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Why did she come to the Central Continent? Moreover, she was in the middle of the beast tide. You two actually know each other. Xiaoquang was also extremely surprised. Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived beside Murong Qingqing. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Brother Xian, be careful, at this moment, Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Then, the immortal puppet in her hand quickly danced. Boom, in the sky, a terrifying beast claw grabbed at them. Its powerful aura extinguished the light on their bodies. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He turned around, his eyes bursting with a sharp light. He said, "Qingqing, let's talk later. Let's work together to get rid of this guy first." Clang, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed. Boom, boom boom, roar, the terrifying sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the earthen yellow beast claw. In the next moment, blood spurted out and a crazy roar sounded. It was injured. Xiaoquang was extremely shocked. On the other side, Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flickered. The warriors in the city were even more shocked. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He injured the pangolin with a single slash. So powerful, this is? A young genius, the team from the city lord's mansion was also extremely shocked. Because when the pangolin came out, they noticed it. The pangolin was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its attack power was strong and its defense was even more terrifying. It was probably very difficult to break through. Even the city lord was thinking about whether to send experts to restrain the pangolin. Because the other party was too difficult to deal with, it was impossible to eliminate in a short period of time. However, before they could make a move, on the other side, a young man had actually injured the pangolin with a single sword strike. How could they not be shocked? Boom, the pangolin roared crazily. His eyes glowed red, and his demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with demonic chi, covering the entire sky. The entire sky turned gloomy, and the biting cold aura caused the blood and chi in one's body to rumble. Not good. This beast had gone mad, be careful, Xiaoquang roared. The iron cloud domain revolved around him. His expression was incomparably solemn. On the other side, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also had serious expressions. King domains rose from their bodies. Older brother Xian, let's end this quickly, I have so much to say to you. Morong Qingqing also did not want to delay here. Good, since Morong Qingqing had said so, how could Lin Xian hold back? Wang, a sharp sword intent burst out from his body, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to revolve wildly. Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, sky-shattering. Slaying Chu with one sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Flying flowers. Morong Qingqing also used the Wavering Light Sacred Land's great divine ability. Countless petals danced around her, and it was abnormally gorgeous and dreamy. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Every petal contained a terrifying killing intent that could easily pierce through an almighty. The two's terrifying killing moves covered the sky and the earth as they rushed over. Boom boom boom, all of them landed on the pangolin's body. The pangolin kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. What, these two people were actually so terrifying. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the city exclaimed. The city lord was also shocked. These were definitely two young geniuses. And they were the best of the best. The combat strength of these two people should be at the level of an almighty. Many of the older generation sucked in a breath of cold air. On the side, Xiaoquang was also shocked. Although he thought of himself as a madman, in front of these two young men and women, he felt that he could not compare. However, in the next moment, he laughed out loud. A sharp light appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. His entire body emitted a metallic luster as mysterious runes appeared on his skin. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, Xiaoquang roared as his black hair danced wildly in the wind. His fist released a terrifying energy that directly split open the earth and shattered the void. Pirates will die, this punch was truly terrifying. Boom. Boom, the three of them unleashed their powerful killing moves, forcing the pangolin to retreat again and again as it roared furiously. It resisted madly, but to no avail. All three of them were extremely terrifying, especially Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Thus, after a few dozen moves, the pangolin was already on the verge of death. After another dozen or so moves, its huge body exploded into pieces with a boom. He was killed. Such a terrifying demon king was actually killed so easily. Everyone was in a daze, feeling a sense of disbelief. The other demon kings in the surroundings also let out angry roars as the demon beasts on the ground wailed incessantly. Next, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xiao Kuang joined forces and killed another powerful demon king. At this time, the 2 hours were up. The three of them flashed and returned to the city. Soon, they entered the whirlpool and arrived at the city. The other warriors who left the city also returned one after another, because the 2 hours of battle had consumed a lot of their energy. After all, this was not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death with thousands of demon beasts. Thus, the consumption was extremely terrifying. Of course, only a small portion of the elites returned. Most of the warriors were killed, and even their bones were eaten by the demon beasts. Those who returned were heavily injured and had a slim chance of survival. Like Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Rong Qingqing, who were not injured at all, it could be said that there were none. "Brother Xiao, see you later." Lin Xian turned his head and said goodbye to Xiao Kuang. Then, he pulled Morong Qingqing and the two of them turned into a ray of light and flew into the depths of the city. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing arrived at a place with fewer people and hugged each other tightly. After not seeing each other for so long, they naturally missed each other. Thus, the two of them swallowed pills to recover their energy while telling each other what happened during this period of time. Morong Qingqing's matter was very simple. She had been quietly cultivating in the Jade Lake sacred ground until recently when she broke through and became a powerful expert. However, Lin Xian's matter was not so simple. When Morong Qingqing heard about Lin Xian's magnificent and shocking matter, she also cried out in surprise. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had killed the battle race's genius, she was even more shocked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and worry. She was no longer a simple little girl, but the Jade Lake's holy maiden. She had naturally heard of the legends of the battle race. It was an ancient race that was said to be born for battle. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. However, such a terrifying genius was actually killed by Lin Xian. But now, Morong Qingqing was more worried. Because killing the genius of the war race would definitely incur the wrath of the war race. Moreover, she now knew that Lin Xian was wanted by the Taiyi dynasty. She was afraid that the situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, Morong Qingqing asked, "Brother Xian, do you need me to use the power of the Jade Lake to help you?" "No need, don't worry, the world is so big, it won't be easy for them to find me, moreover, I'm not so easy to defeat." Lin Xian laughed. This was a battle between him and the war race. He didn't want the other sacred lands to get involved, nor did he want Morong Qingqing to be injured. "Oh right, Qingqing, why did you come to the Ninli dynasty this time?" Lin Xian was also very puzzled. "I came here this time for two purposes. You haven't come to find me for a long time, so I have to come out and find you." As she spoke, Morong Qingqing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also chuckled. "Am I not being hunted down?" "Humph." Morong Qingqing snorted and grabbed Lin Xian's big hand with her small hand, gently leaning on his shoulder. Then she said, "I have completed the first mission. However, there is still a second mission. The Sacred Lands asked me to investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons." News of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. The dark red dragon came out of the black earth with a whoosh. "Little girl Morong, you know the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons." The dark red dragon was incomparably excited. Morong Qingqing looked at the dark red dragon and was also surprised. "You're still here, I thought you had already escaped." F***ck. Hearing this, the dark red dragon was speechless. "What a joke, how could I escape? Hurry up and tell me, is there any news of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why are you so concerned?" Morong Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian also said, "We are also looking for the nest of 10,000 dragons, but there is no progress." "Is older brother Xian looking for him too?" Morong Qingqing was surprised and said, "Actually, we don't know much either. He only knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons was in the middle ground. As for where exactly it was, he did not know. However, according to our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds calculations, the nest of 10,000 dragons will appear in the world soon. However, we don't know the exact time. Maybe a year or two, maybe 100 or two. Moreover, according to the analysis of the sacred land, the Ninli dynasty was very likely to be the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Because there have been many beast hordes in the Ninely dynasty recently, we suspect it has something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned out to be like this. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such news. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, this beast lair might really be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why don't we capture a few demon kings and explore it? That works too. Lin Xian nodded in agreement to this suggestion. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was the legendary land of dragons. There must be countless treasures inside. If they could find it, it would definitely be an earth-shattering fortune. He was different from Murong Qingqing. As the saintess, Murong Qingqing had the resources provided by the entire sacred land. However, he was alone, so he had to work hard for all the resources he needed. Since they were ready to attack again, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately recovered their strength. 2 hours later, the two of them opened their eyes and set off again. What? They still wanted to go out. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city was shocked. They didn't expect this pair of peerless geniuses to attack again. Buzz, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian's figures flashed, entered the vortex, and walked out. When they went out, countless beasts fled, not daring to approach at all. They had no choice. The two of them had killed several demon kings previously, which had already terrified these beasts. Although they were violent, bloodthirsty, and loved to kill, these beasts weren't fools. All of a sudden, wherever Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing passed, a vacuum appeared. Not a single demonic beast dared to approach. Of course, ordinary beasts didn't dare to approach, but that didn't mean that demon kings didn't dare to approach. When the demon king saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, their eyes were cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. It was these two despicable humans who had killed many of their companions. Roar! Just at this moment, the Lightning King roared. It flapped its wings and charged over with terrifying thunder and lightning. With a loud boom, thousands of lightning bolts descended, turning the world upside down. The Lightning King's huge body covered the sky, emitting an endless sea of lightning that pierced through the void. This scene was too terrifying. The power of a peerless demon king's anger was definitely unimaginable. Buzz, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain instantly rushed over, and then sword chi flew out of the domain. The sword chi turned into sword spirits that danced in the air. There were a total of 36,000 divine swords that covered the sky. Boom! Boom! At the next moment, the Lightning King collided with the sword chi in the sky, emitting a deafening sound. Roar! The Lightning King roared, and 9 terrifying lightning balls appeared on its body. They connected to form a mysterious pattern that shattered all the sword chi. So powerful, the martial artists in the city were shocked. 9 balls of lightning floated in the sky, completely revolving around the Lightning King. They formed a dense lightning rune, bringing with them a monstrous power as they pressed forward courageously. Whoosh! At this moment, Murong Qingqing also made her move. She waved the immortal puppet in her hand, an endless light appeared like a rainbow as it slashed forward. These immortal puppets and the lotus platform under their feet were the secret treasures of the Jade Lake sacred ground, and they were extremely terrifying. Now that it was unleashed, its power was at its peak. Boom! Boom! Endless divine light scattered, and the sea of lightning in the sky was pierced. Pung! 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 The Lightning King was in pain and was forced to retreat. Countless bloody holes even appeared on its body. Roar! With a furious roar, 2 huge wings slashed toward Murong Qingqing like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Murong Qingqing controlled the lotus platform and quickly dodged the terrifying heavenly blade. A 1,000-meter-long spatial crack appeared in the void where she was previously. Ruffian dragon, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, the dark red divine dragon let out a dragon roar. Roar! The sound wave rolled forward and instantly enveloped the Lightning King. Woo! Hearing the dragon roar, the Lightning King's body stiffened and stopped in midair. Deep fear appeared in its eyes. In fact, its body even trembled. It was not only the Lightning King. The monster kings fighting in the distance were also bewildered and kept roaring. Pirates must die, their eyes were filled with uneasiness. As for the surrounding ordinary monsters, they were all prostrating on the ground. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? Whose roar was that? Could it be that an even more terrifying peerless monster king had appeared? Everyone was dumbfounded because this scene was too shocking. Thousands of monsters prostrating on the ground were definitely welcoming a monarch. End of chapter 2249. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.